Bai Chen, male, 20 years old. His parents passed away early. He dropped out of school to work and support his younger sister Bai Yao, who is 2 years his junior. He cares for her obsessively. Jiang City afternoon. In the bedroom, Bai Chen stared intently at the computer screen, brows tightly furrowed. He pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. Bro! Suddenly, a shrill, explosive sound burst from the living room. Startled by the noise, Bai Chen jolted violently. His fingers moved by instinct, clicking the mouse to close the interface before him. The next second, the door behind him was kicked open with a bang, and a slender figure in a white dress carrying a faint fragrance crashed straight into his arms. Bro, something's happened. The girl in his arms sobbed uncontrollably, her voice choked, and climbing toward a wall. Steadying his stance, Bai Chen lowered his gaze and saw his sister Bai Yao, who had just finished the college entrance examination. She was tilting up her small face, the tip of her nose flushed red, gasping for breath as she cried. What's wrong with you? Bai Chen's brows knitted. The last time Bai Yao cried like this was long ago. He knew his sister's temperament all too well. Seeing her like this, there was no doubt something serious had happened. Yet before Bai Yao could answer, a voice suddenly echoed in both their ears at the same time. To protect Blue Star from invasion, the National Destiny Survival game is hereby activated. Once the National Destiny Survival is initiated, each country will randomly select 20 chosen ones and cast them into a ruins instance. The chosen ones must seek survival resources and weapons in desperate circumstances while fending off relentless assaults from alien races. As long as a single chosen one survives each round, it will be deemed a victory. The victorious chosen one's country will obtain rare mineral resources, cutting-edge technology, blueprints, and gene potions that strengthen the body. If all of a country's chosen ones perish, a city from that country will be randomly selected to suffer an invasion punishment from alien races. Punishments will be uniformly settled when National Destiny Survival ends. All chosen ones have been selected upon entering the ruins. No resources or weapons may be carried. The National Destiny Survival will officially begin in 10 minutes, accompanied by a synchronized global live broadcast. It was not only the siblings. The cold, vast voice resonated in the ears of every person on the planet. National Destiny Survival. Bai Chen was stunned as a fragment of memory surfaced in his mind. 50 years ago, Blue Star's pristine ecological environment was like a slab of tender meat, drawing the covetous gaze of countless races. In this world beyond Blue Star, innumerable other races exist: undying clans, demons, xenomorphs, bloodkin, and more. They deemed humanity unworthy to inhabit such a place and sought to exterminate humans, carving up this world for themselves. The nations immediately entered a state of war readiness. That battle had raged on for 50 years. Now Long was stood upon the very edge of a precipice. For there was no sign of victory in this war against alien civilizations. The unity of the early days had long since dissipated like smoke. After all, no one wished to die first. A year ago, certain countries, such as the Lighthouse Nation and Sakura Nation, resorted to various schemes, successfully redirecting the flames of war toward Longhua. At present, Longhua's situation was the most perilous of all, and this National Destiny Survival. It was nothing short of a chance to pull Longhua from the fire and water. Bro, I'm one of Longhua's chosen ones. As Bai Chen pondered, Bai Yao's timid voice sounded. No sooner had she spoken than Bai Chen saw her hastily roll up her sleeve, revealing a black countdown on her arm that glinted with a cold light. The digits were rapidly ticking down. 000958. What is? The instant he saw the countdown, Bai Chen's heart lurched. Brother, I've become a chosen one. I'm going to die. Will. Bai Yao clung to his thigh and burst into loud sobs. Bro, I can't bear to leave you. If I die, you're not allowed to steal the snacks in my cabinet. You have to burn them as offerings to me, Will. Her sobbing echoed in his ears. Bai Chen's mouth twitched slightly. His own sister was someone he understood better than anyone. With his small fry sister's mental and physical fortitude thrown into such a place, she might not even survive the first day. Looking at her tear-streaked face, Bai Chen reached out to gently wipe the pearls of tears from her cheeks. His tone grew heavy. Yao, just go without worry. I'll make sure to take good care of that long-legged best friend of yours. The moment the words fell, Bai Yao's expression stiffened. You bastard. Her eyes rounded instantly, tears forgotten, as she grabbed Bai Chen's arm and, ranting as she spoke, leaned in to bite him. I knew you've been eyeing my best friend all along. You're really rotten. How can you even covet your sister's friend? Seeing her little mouth about to clamp down, Bai Chen hurriedly pinched her puffed-up cheeks. Just a joke. Still, your best friend's legs are indeed long. You're still talking. Bai Yao glared at him again. This time, however, Bai Chen merely reached out to gently rub her head, his gaze becoming extremely earnest. You won't be in danger. Just treat it like a trip. Who knows, you might even pick up some local specialties to bring back for your brother. Trust me, I guarantee you'll return safe and sound without losing even a single strand of hair. Though she had no idea where her brother's confidence came from, when Bai Yao looked into his serious eyes and recalled how Bai Chen had never lied to her since childhood, the panic in her heart gradually ebbed away. She sniffled and nodded obediently. Then you mustn't lie to me. If you do, all your future lottery draws will hit the guaranteed minimum and never the jackpot. Bai Chen's expression instantly froze. What a vicious curse. He said nothing more. Bai Yao went back to her room and changed into a set of sportswear. Just as she came out, the countdown on her arm reached 0. A gentle white light suddenly enveloped her, and her figure quickly turned transparent. Bro, I'm going. At the moment of parting, Bai Yao forced out a faint smile. A few seconds later, a living, breathing person vanished completely from where she stood. Once she was transported away, the lightness on Bai Chen's face dissipated at once, replaced by a heavy solemnity. He turned back to the computer and sat down, reopening the interface he had just closed. On the dark screen, 7 golden characters blazed vividly. Welcome to the National Destiny Administrator System. This thing had suddenly appeared in Bai Chen's mind earlier that morning. He had simply projected it onto his computer. Initially, he had not understood what it truly was. His personal cheat. But with the emergence of the National Destiny survival game, everything became clear to Bai Chen. So this was prepared for this very game. I just never imagined that Yao Yao would become a chosen one. Bai Chen muttered to himself as he moved the mouse. Upon entering the ruins management interface, he saw that most of the functions were grayed out and unusable. Only a single supplies function glowed faintly white. He also noticed that his administrator level in the upper right corner was only level 1. So if I want to truly help my sister, I'll have to find a way to raise my administrator level first. Bai Chen frowned slightly and checked the conditions for leveling up. It was a standard experience bar, but the source of experience required him to bind a chosen one. That person's monster kills and completed quests would in turn feed experience back to him. Is there even a question? Of course I'm binding my dear little sister. Bai Chen made the decision to bind Bai Yao without a moment's hesitation. Yet when he opened Longwa's roster of chosen ones, he discovered a completely unexpected name among them. At the same when her vision cleared, Bai Yao found herself standing in a desolate wasteland saturated with the stench of decay. The entire world seemed shrouded in darkness. The unfamiliar environment made her nerves flutter. Will I really be okay? She glanced around and saw that the chosen ones from Longwa had all awakened by now. Soon a woman in combat gear stepped forward, her tone stern. Do not be afraid. I am Qin Jia, commander of Longwa's Star Legion. I believe all of you have heard my name. Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to ensure that none of you come to harm. A strange red glow illuminated. Hearing that name, Bai Yao was stunned for a moment, then a powerful sense of security surged through her. The Interstellar Legion was a new military corps established by Longwa after war broke out, with an extraterrestrial civilization. Qin Jia was the youngest among its commanders. Yet her fame did not rest on her beauty or youth, but on the single battle 1 year ago, in which she rose to renown. Back then, Longwa had been framed by the Lighthouse Nation and the Sakura Nation, drawing the hostile attention of multiple races at once. It was Qin Jia's outstanding command that led a smaller force to defeat the many and win that war. From then on, this commander, who possessed both striking looks and formidable strength, became a household name throughout Longwa. Bai Yao still remembered how ever since Qin Jia's rise to fame, her older brother had constantly urged her to take Qin Jia as a role model. Her brother had repeated that sentence so many times her ears were almost calloused, yet she had never imagined she would encounter this legendary commander within the National Fate Survival Trial. In that instant, Bai Yao felt utterly secure, and she unconsciously drew closer to Qin Jia. Qin Jia also noticed the girl shivering from unease. She was about to speak when a familiar synthesized electronic voice suddenly sounded by her ear. All chosen of the nations are in position. Welcome to National Fate Survival. Location: ruins of the Undying Race. Duration: 7 days. Mission: construct a refuge. Monsters: corpse thralls, corpse ghouls, corpse fiends, undying corpses. At the same moment elsewhere. As the National Fate Survival game commenced, the entire internet erupted. Livestream rooms on every platform were forcibly switched over to National Fate Survival. In the Lighthouse Nation's livestream room, viewers flooded the chat. What the heck? Why didn't they draw 20 of our most elite from the SEAL Strike teams as chosen? The Undying Race. That's it. Another scoffed. It's just dealing with a bunch of walking corpses. Oh, why would we even need our powerful SEALs to intervene? Ordinary soldiers could crush them. Oh my god, the chosen of Longwa are probably doomed. Looking at their roster, aside from that one commander, who there can even fight? Qin Jia is merely a commander with little combat prowess herself. No matter how brilliant her command, directing a bunch of useless people won't amount to anything. In the Sakura Nation's livestream room, voices were just as agitated. Baka, how were the chosen for this National Fate Survival even selected? We clearly have powerful Onmyoji, so why did we end up with a bunch of ordinary people? This is simply disgracing our Sakura Nation. It's fine though. Our Sakura Nation is allied with the Lighthouse Nation. I believe that Great Lighthouse Nation will surely extend a helping hand. Too bad Longwood doesn't have such luck, huh? Unlike the other countries, the atmosphere in Longwa's livestream room had already grown oppressively heavy. Of Longwa's 20 chosen apart from Qin Jia, most were students and ordinary office workers, and there were even 2 elderly people among them. We're done for. How can we fight with this lineup? Commander Qin can't possibly take care of everything alone. TCH, the monster list includes corpse fiends and undying corpses. Those are variants of the undying race that have never appeared on any previous battlefield. Let's hope the national fate protects Longwa. With our current situation, it will be hard to endure the punishment for failure. Among Longwa's chosen, morale was sinking. I want to go home. Those kinds of monsters aren't something a normal person like me can fight. Why did it have to be me? I'm useless. Sob. My grandma's wedding is tomorrow. I can't miss it. Within the ruins, the stench of decay grew ever more intense. Qin Jia drew in a deep breath and turned to look at the panicked faces around her. Her voice was steady as she said, "Everyone calm down. No monsters have appeared yet, so there is no need to panic." Her gaze swept through the crowd, and she realized that only Bai Yao was truly listening to her. A faint headache throbbed behind her eyes. Even she found this situation troublesome. In the past, she had always commanded well-trained soldiers, but this was the first time she faced something like this. Yet these chosen could not simply be abandoned, so she could only continue to soothe them. Listen to me first. Among the undying race, corpse thralls are the weakest in combat. An ordinary adult with an iron rod can handle them. The game has just begun, so I doubt the monster strength will exceed the limits. We must first find a safe place and build a refuge. She knew that in a place like this, establishing a stronghold was the absolute priority and primary objective. Bai Yao stood right beside her. Remembering Bai Chen's words from before, Bai Yao followed Qin Jia's lead and began encouraging the others. I know everyone is frightened. I am too, but I trust Sister Qin. Once the refuge is established, even if stronger monsters appear later, we will definitely still have the strength to fight. Qin Jia glanced at her in surprise, then a trace of approval appeared in her eyes. She had thought this little girl would be just like the others, but Bai Yao had adjusted her mindset remarkably quickly. The words of Bai Yao and Qin Jia had an effect. Everyone's taut nerves loosened slightly. Seeing this, Qin Jia turned her gaze forward. As her eyes gradually adapted to the darkness, she could make out the outlines of several buildings. Up ahead there seemed to be a small town. We'll move forward. I don't see any supplies here, so staying in this spot is pointless, she said. With that, she immediately led the team toward the front. At the same time, she drew Bai Yao to her side. Little sister, what's your name? My name is Bai Yao. Bai Yao's heart fluttered with excitement. After all, Qin Jia was essentially her idol. She wondered if her brother was watching. If he saw this scene, he would surely be just as thrilled. It's a beautiful name. And thank you for helping me just now. Without you, things wouldn't be going this smoothly, Qin Jia said sincerely. Bai Yao gave an embarrassed little smile. It's what I should do. My brother has always told me to take you as my example. My brother really likes you too, she added. At that, her expression suddenly dimmed. I just don't know if we'll ever have the chance to go back. Qin Jia gently ruffled her hair. What are you saying? Of course we'll go back. When we do, I'll treat you and your brother to a meal. After this brief exchange, Longwa's team of chosen did not walk for long before they came to a halt. The small town lay before them. It was deathly silent. Ruined houses leaned crookedly, and decayed debris was scattered along the roadside. It looked as though it had been abandoned for countless years. After a short exploration, Qin Jia's gaze quickly fixed on the church at the town's center. Though its walls were mottled and worn, the overall structure remained fairly intact. This will do. A church like this is easy to defend and hard to attack. It's very suitable to convert into a refuge, she declared as everyone stood outside the building. Qin Jia then issued her orders. We've already explored most of the area, and this town seems to hold no immediate danger. Now everyone scattered to search for building materials such as wood and stone, as well as food and water sources. After arranging everything, she turned to Bai Yao. You'll stay in the church with me. We haven't checked the interior for dangers yet, so stay close to me. There was no other reason for keeping Bai Yao by her side. Bai Yao listened well, and was less likely to cause accidents during operations. Bai Yao nodded quickly and followed tightly behind Qin Jia, much of the unease in her heart dissipating. Meanwhile, in Jiang City, Bai Chen was staring at the list of chosen ones from the Dragon Kingdom on the computer screen. The first one was Bai Yao. The second was Qin Jia, the commander of the Interstellar Army with a level battle power. Among all the chosen ones from various countries, a level battle power was already the pinnacle. Only a handful could achieve it. To rely on mutual support for advancement, there was no doubt that Qin Jia was the optimal choice for binding. However, Bai Chen merely glanced at it and unhesitatingly clicked the binding button next to Bai Yao. Let the upgrade be slow, my sister is more important. Although he also admired Qin Jia, his sister was the priority, and everyone else could take a back seat. The next moment, a prompt echoed in Bai Chen's mind. Binding chosen 1 Bai Yao, Dragon Kingdom successful. Current admin level 1. Unlockable features, resources, treasure chests, can control all blue chests and below. Control range 50 kilometers. Bai Chen immediately clicked on the resource feature, and a 3D map of the Undying Clan ruins appeared on the screen, with countless different colored blinking dots representing chests of varying levels. He glanced at the chest levels, which were white, green, blue, gold, and red. Not a single red chest could be found on the entire map, indicating that there were no red chests in the Undying Clan ruins. However, Bai Chen did not mind. His highest authority only allowed for blue chests anyway. His gaze quickly scanned the map, and within 50 kilometers of the Dragon Kingdom's base, only two countries, Sakura Country and Lighthouse Country, were present. Bai Chen quickly pinpointed a blue dot near the Chosen One's base in Sakura Country. It was a blue chest recently discovered by Sakura Country. A cold smile crept onto Bai Chen's lips. These dogs from Sakura Country dare to open treasure chests. Bring it on. He dragged the mouse to select the chest and directly transferred it to Bai Yao's coordinates. Not only that, but he also transferred all the other white and green chests as well. The people of Sakura Country shouldn't even think about opening a single chest. After completing all of this, Bai Chen immediately opened the live stream, focusing only on Bai Yao and ignoring everyone else. After all, no one was more important than his sister. Yao, I've prepared a big surprise for you. Bai Chen pushed up his glasses, already beginning to fantasize about his sister's reaction upon receiving the surprise. Happy, excited. Meanwhile, in the Sakura Country base, their luck wasn't too bad. Their starting point was in a valley, and they directly occupied a cave as a refuge. In the woods surrounding the cave, a chosen one with dyed yellow hair excitedly shouted, "Captain, I found a blue chest." Earlier, while passing through this area, he noticed something poking up from the ground and directly dug it out. To his surprise, it turned out to be a chest. His instincts told him that there had to be something good inside. Hearing his call, the leader of the Sakura Country, Chosen Ones, quickly approached. The yellow-haired Chosen One was focused on the captain and completely unaware that the chest behind him had suddenly vanished. When the leader of Sakura Country arrived, he found only an empty spot on the ground. "Where's the chest?" He thought the yellow-haired one had hidden it and asked. "The chest? Wasn't it right on the ground? Didn't you see it?" The yellow-haired one said as he pointed to the ground. To his shock, when he looked, he was stunned. "Where did the chest go?" "Baka, who are you asking?" The captain's face turned dark with anger, and he raised his hand to slap the yellow-haired one. The crisp sound echoed through the forest. "Are you messing with me? I tell you, today you must find me a treasure chest if you can't just wait to die." The yellow-haired one covered his swollen face and dared not make a sound, feeling wronged. The chest had clearly been right here a moment ago. In the live stream of Sakura Country, the viewers knew that the yellow-haired one was truly aggrieved. "I saw it. The chest really disappeared into thin air." "Baka, which thief stole our chest?" "Damn. The blue chest looks quite valuable, and it was just stolen." "Bastard. This useless person couldn't even guard the chest, causing our Sakura Country to lose important resources. Even if he survives, he must commit seppuku." On the other side, in a church, Bai Yao was inspecting each room with Qin Jia. "Sister Qin, this room is fine. I even found a longsword." Although the dark room was somewhat frightening, there were still gains. Bloodstained longsword, quality, green, attack power 10. This is a knight's sword stained with the blood of the Undying Clan. This sword can deal extra damage to the Undying Clan. After reading the information, Qin Jia directly handed the longsword to Bai Yao. Bai Yao was taken aback. She thought Qin Jia would use the longsword. "Sister Qin, what about you if you give me this weapon?" Qin Jia smiled helplessly. "You can keep it. I have experience dealing with the Undying Clan and won't need it." Others only knew she was the commander stationed in the rear, but did not know her true strength. She knew very well that with her battle power, this longsword was merely a redundant weapon. However, for the defenseless Bai Yao, it was a matter of life and death. "All right, thank you, Sister Qin." Bai Yao held the longsword, feeling warm inside. When they returned to the corridor, the two women were about to go to the next room, but due to the darkness, Bai Yao couldn't see the ground. Naturally, she didn't notice something suddenly appeared on the ground ahead. Ouch! She felt as if she had kicked something, and her toes stung, causing her to lose her balance and almost bump into Qin Jia in front. "Be careful." Qin Jia hurriedly turned around to support her. Bai Yao gasped in pain. "Hiss! What is this? So hard." Both of them looked down simultaneously and saw a completely blue treasure chest quietly lying on the ground. Just now, Bai Yao had accidentally kicked the chest's lock. "This is a treasure chest." Bai Yao's eyes widened in surprise. The next moment, the blue chest popped open with a click and a dazzling golden light burst forth, illuminating the dim corridor. It also illuminated the bewildered expressions of the two women. The bullet screen in the Dragon Kingdom livestream exploded. "Wow, a blue treasure chest. Wait a minute, did you just open a treasure chest while walking? Is that allowed?" Commander Qin picked the right person. This girl is simply lucky. Tears. This should be the second good news for the Dragon Kingdom. The first is that Qin Jia is among the chosen ones. And why does this treasure chest look so familiar? I think I saw it in the live stream of Sakura Country just now. The golden light from the opening blue treasure chest dazzled the eyes. Bai Yao and Qin Jia were both stunned. Before they could react, an item radiating brilliant golden light slowly floated out of the chest. It was an AK-47 made entirely of gold, intricately engraved with complex patterns, and its muzzle glimmered with a faint cold light. Weapon information instantly appeared before Bai Yao's eyes. Golden AK-47 quality blue attack power 15. The golden AK-47's bullets can deal massive damage to the undead, and continuous firing may cause the barrel to overheat. Magazine capacity infinite. This. An AK-47 with infinite bullets. Bai Yao still held the green quality longsword in her hand. Looking at the floating golden Alaska before her, she was completely stunned. She had only seen such a cool weapon when watching her brother play games before. The blue treasure chest lost its light, becoming worthless. The golden AK-47 fell into Bai Yao's hands. The cold gun body pressed against her palm instantly, bringing a wave of warmth. Weapon has been bound, huh? Hearing the prompt, Bai Yao was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't expected that this golden Alaska could also be bound. Was it because she kicked open the treasure chest? Whoever opens it gets to keep it. Bai Yao tried lifting the gun. It was a bit heavy, but thinking about using it to slay monsters in the future made her feel strangely reassured. Sister Qin, this gun seems to be bound to me, so I can't give it to anyone else. She shared this information with, after all, as the commander of the Interstellar Army, Qin Jia would definitely be more skilled with firearms than Bai Yao, an ordinary person who had never touched a gun. Logically, this gun would be most effective in her hands. But it couldn't be helped. Once bound, it couldn't be unbound. Qin Jia didn't mind. There was no trace of jealousy in her eyes, only envy for Bai Yao's good fortune. It's fine, just use it. He'll stick with that longsword. With the golden AK-47, Bai Yao naturally wouldn't need the bloodstained longsword. So Qin Jia took the sword. Then she patted Bai Yao on the shoulder, pointing to the gun's muzzle. When you pull the trigger, make sure to brace the stock tightly against your shoulder, otherwise the recoil will leave your arms sore for days. Come on, little mascot, let me teach you the proper shooting stance. Bai Yao. Mascot. Me. Upon hearing Qin Jia refer to her as little mascot, Bai Yao couldn't help but be taken aback. Meanwhile, the live streaming room outside had already erupted. In the Long Kingdom's live stream, the audience's bullet comments flew by rapidly. Wow. Who wouldn't envy Sister Yao's luck? Is this reasonable? I ask you, is this reasonable? This is National Luck Survival, not CF. How did the golden Alaska even come out? The key point is that this is infinite bullets, no need to reload. Isn't this a massacre against the undead? So funny, the little mascot has appeared. Don't say if Sister Yao opens a few more boxes with this luck, I think the Long Kingdom can just relax. The news that the chosen one of the Long Kingdom had drawn a powerful weapon quickly spread. The live stream of the Lighthouse Nation was filled with bitterness. Come on, it's just a broken gun. Oh, our chosen ones don't even look at it. They could kill a corpse servant with one punch. Luck is limited. If they could draw the golden Alaska this time, the next treasure chest will definitely be empty. Meanwhile, the Cherry Blossom Nation fell into a brief silence. After a while, someone finally spoke. This treasure chest looks somewhat familiar. Baka, did the Long Kingdom cheat? How did they steal the treasure chest? Can someone explain why the treasure chest we found in the Cherry Blossom Nation appears in the hands of the chosen one from the Long Kingdom? This isn't fair. The Cherry Blossom Nation collectively broke down. Jiang City. In the bedroom. Bai Chen watched the live stream where Bai Yao was happily holding the golden Alaska, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. If his sister was happy, then he would be happy. As for the rumors about stealing the treasure chest outside, he remained very calm. When did he steal a treasure chest? As the administrator of the National Luck Survival, the appearance of treasure chests in any location was supposed to be decided by him, right? However, besides that, Bai Chen also saw some comments attacking Bai Yao from the Cherry Blossom Nation and the Lighthouse Nation. It seems that once my authority increases, I need to teach this bunch of dogs a lesson. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Usually Bai Chen was quite magnanimous, but when it came to his sister, he could become very vengeful. Soon afterwards, Bai Chen scrolled the mouse to check the map of the Lighthouse Nation's base, only to find there were actually 2 blue treasure chests in their base. Bai Chen immediately transferred all the treasure chests to the Long Kingdom's base. They were still very close, but it wouldn't take much to find them. Just then a flickering skull icon suddenly appeared on the map. It caught Bai Chen's attention. The skull icon was located inside the church where Bai Yao was, and it was even very close to her. Bai Chen's heart tightened, and he clicked the icon quickly, and the system popped up a prompt. Corpse servant insufficient permissions, cannot be controlled at the moment, please increase administrator level. As expected, it's the undead. Bai Chen let out a slight sigh of relief. The reason the icon hadn't appeared before was that this corpse servant had been in a dormant state and hadn't been discovered yet. But just now the commotion from Bai Yao opening the treasure chest had startled it awake. However, it was just a corpse servant, and Bai Chen had no worries at all. With Qin Zia's combat power, dealing with a corpse servant was more than enough. Not to mention Bai Yao also had the golden Alaska in her hands. I just wonder if Yao Yao will be scared. Bai Chen suddenly remembered how he used to tell ghost stories to put his sister to sleep only to end up keeping her awake all night. And this time she would have to face a real monster. Inside the church, the two women had already searched most of the rooms and found no danger. Now only the deepest room remained. Qin Jia walked in front, reached out to push open the door, and the wooden door emitted a decaying creak. Dust rose in the air. This seems to be the confession room. They'll go in first, stick close to me. If there's no danger, then the church can serve as our refuge. Qin Jia instructed without looking back. Bai Yao followed behind, her small face tense, holding the golden Alaska with a serious expression. Okay. The mottled stains on the walls twisted into grotesque shapes in the shadows, quite frightening. Moreover, with each step, they took, their footsteps echoed in the empty space. Bai Yao couldn't help but look around, feeling a chill behind her. She followed Qin Jia into the confession room. It was pitch dark inside, and there was an unpleasant rancid smell lingering in the air. Not good. Qin Jia suddenly warned in a low voice. There's an undead scent, be careful, there must be a monster in this room. To be honest, the emergence of the Undying clan at this moment did not surprise Qin Jia. It had been nearly half a day since they entered this relic, and if they still hadn't encountered any monsters, that would truly be strange. Upon hearing her mention the Undying clan, Bai Yao's heart skipped a beat. Are they coming? Just when Bai Yao was feeling extremely nervous, she suddenly heard a crashing sound behind her. The sound was faint, yet it seemed jarring in the silence of the confessional. Bai Yao turned around abruptly, only to lock eyes with a pair of murky blood-red eyes, illuminated by the light emitted from the golden Alaska, as she saw the monster before her clearly. It was a half-human height corpse with taut dark green skin stretched over protruding bones, and much of its decaying flesh had rotted away, exposing its stark white ribs. It let out a strange raspy sound from its throat. It lunged at her with its claws. So ugly. Bai Yao was genuinely frightened. Screaming in terror, she instinctively shut her eyes tight, gripping the golden Alaska with both hands, and her fingers slammed down on the trigger. Da-da-da, da-da-da, the deafening gunfire echoed throughout the confessional. The flames spewing from the gun's muzzle illuminated the surroundings. Bai Yao was using the standard shooting stance that Qin Jia had just taught her, yet the kickback from the golden Alaska still left her arms numb. Her shoulder was also sore from the buttstock's impact. The barrage of gunfire continued for a full minute. Bullets whizzed toward the corpse servant, striking the walls and sending debris flying, while also peppering the corpse servant itself. At first, the corpse servant let out a few roars, but gradually fell silent. Yao Yao, stop! Stop! Bai Yao, you can stop now! Qin Jia shouted, nearly breaking her voice. This finally roused Bai Yao from her daze. Is the monster dead? The gunfire finally ceased, and Bai Yao felt a buzzing in her ears. Looking down, she saw that the corpse servant had been reduced to a pile of mangled flesh. The already decaying body was now riddled with gaping bullet holes. The black-green bodily fluid mixed with dark red blood pooling on the ground, with hardly any intact bones to be found. Ew, that's disgusting. Bai Yao's expression was one of revulsion toward the corpse servant, with no trace of guilt. After all, who had been the one firing the AK for a whole minute? The scene was quite gruesome. Bai Yao looked at the corpse servant's tragic state and felt her stomach churn, quickly turning her face away. Qin Jia hurriedly reached out to support her, gently comforting her. All right, the monster is dead. You did very well. There was no need for such a big fuss to deal with a single corpse servant. As she soothed her, Qin Jia couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. It was just a corpse servant. With the power of the golden Alaska, one bullet would suffice. If one wasn't enough, then two would do. But how many did Bai Yao shoot? The muzzle was glowing red. It was my first time using a gun. I couldn't help myself. Bai Yao scratched her head awkwardly. But, with unlimited bullets spraying like this is really exhilarating. After she had killed the corpse servant, the live stream from Long Country was silent for 2 seconds. Then the bullet comments exploded. Wow, Sister Yao is amazing. Haha, although I knew we had to kill monsters, Commander Qin was right. This corpse servant didn't deserve that. Bai Yao, corpse servant, what do you want to say to my unlimited bullets? Seriously, this should be the most miserable corpse servant among the Undying clan, right? Qin Jia is so kind, it feels like she treats Bai Yao as her sister, now still comforting her. Not to mention, does my sister Yao really need comforting? I feel like she seems a bit reluctant to leave the battle in the Undying clan's relics. On the other side, at this moment the Sakura country base had descended into chaos. The sounds of screams and curses intertwined endlessly. Just a moment ago, a noise from an unknown source had awakened 5 corpse servants. 5 whole corpse servants. It should be known that the treasure chests at the Sakura country base had already been moved by Bai Chen. Now they were in dire straits. The sudden assault of the corpse servants completely disrupted all their arrangements. The 5 dark green figures appeared particularly menacing in the dim light. The chosen ones who were originally busy organizing supplies were instantly thrown into disarray. Some scrambled to pick up sticks from the ground, while others were frightened and retreated. The leading chosen one, who was already simmering with anger from losing the treasure chest, shouted angrily, "You bunch of useless fools. Don't run a kill with me." He swung a katana. This was something that had been opened before Bai Chen moved the treasure chests, and it was one of the few chests that the chosen ones of Sakura country had unlocked. The blade shimmered coldly in the air as it slashed toward the nearest corpse servant. The blade sliced precisely across the corpse servant's neck, and its head rolled to the ground. Black-green bodily fluid sprayed all over him. But he had no time to gloat as a nearby corpse servant suddenly lunged at him, its bony rancid claws tearing into his arm. The deep wound exposing bone immediately gushed with blood, causing him to grimace in pain. He roared. Upon seeing the leading chosen one injured, the other team members fell into chaos. 2 of them in their panic knocked over several bottles of inferior drinking water that they had finally managed to find. Soon the isolated leader was brutally torn apart by the 5 corpse servants. The screams echoed throughout the entire valley. In the Undying Clan relics, all the chosen ones heard a notification. Sakura country chosen one Buchuan Naiku has been killed by a corpse servant. Upon seeing this scene, the livestream from Sakura country erupted with wails. This isn't right. Why can Long country easily deal with a single corpse servant while we encounter 5? I refuse to accept this. A Long country must be cheating. That golden Alaska should have belonged to us. Our chosen ones are a bunch of useless fools. They couldn't even defeat a monster after losing the treasure chest. Hurry up and die. Don't embarrass us, Sakura country. Where are the allies from Lighthouse country? Can our chosen ones seek help from them? Seek? How can we when we don't even know the coordinates? Jiang City. Suddenly a system notification popped up on Bai Chen's computer screen. Chosen 1 by Yao killed corpse servant 1. Experience 1. He nodded in satisfaction. Although it was only a little experience, he was still far from leveling up. But the struggle for survival had only just begun. As the difficulty gradually increased, there would be plenty of opportunities to gain experience. Bai Chen was still watching the live stream. He saw someone comment that Bai Yao was wasting bullets, shooting randomly, and couldn't help but scoff. Foolish, aren't unlimited bullets meant to be used without holding back? He remembered playing the biohazard mode, where he would shoot endlessly at zombies when he had unlimited bullets. He could only say what a worthy younger sister he had. Her maneuvering was simply a testament to his teachings. Just then Bai Chen noticed a system notification popping up in his peripheral vision. It occupied a large part of his screen. Ding. A time challenge will commence in 1 hour. Please allocate resources reasonably. If the allocation is not made within the time, the system will automatically distribute to the 3 countries. Task 1. Resist the assault of the corpse demons. Reward shelter upgrade. Task 2. Enter the buried corpse valley to collect 50 corpse hearts. Reward 3 days worth of survival resources for 5 people. Task 3. Complete a prayer using corpse blood. Reward random treasure chest. Reward. Bai Chen stared at the 3-time tasks on the computer screen, his fingers gently tapping on the desk. His gaze quickly scanned through the details of each task, his mind racing. Task 1. Details 1. Enhanced corpse demon 10 corpse servants. Bai Chen pushed up his glasses, pondering. There are only 3-time tasks, which means only 3 countries among so many in the national luck survival will receive them. Actually, we could avoid Long Nation, but Yao Yao currently has an infinite ammo golden Alaska, and the reward for task 1 is quite good. Moreover, this difficulty is simply a piece of cake for her. Although the vitality and attack power of corpse demons are far stronger than that of corpse servants, with Qin Jia around, nothing will go wrong. He knew that with Qin Zia's combat power, even if a corpse demon were to appear, she could handle it with ease. The most crucial point is that this task will refresh monsters directly in the town, so there's no need to put his sister in danger by moving. After all, many areas in the undead ruins are still quite dangerous. For example, the buried corpse valley. Bai Chen shifted his gaze to task 2. He glanced at the map and was startled to discover that the buried corpse valley happened to be the location of the Sakura Nation stronghold. Perhaps the commotion from the recent attack was too loud. Not far from them, the deep valley was now densely packed with monster icons. As for task 3, it involves completing a prayer with corpse blood. Bai Chen noticed a line of inconspicuous small text hidden in the remarks section. Triggers a random event upon completion. His intuition told him that this random event would definitely not be anything good. Perfect. The people from Lighthouse Nation have always thought they were strong, so let's let them move around a bit. It settled then. Soon Bai Chen had made his decision. Long Nation binds to task 1. Sakura Nation binds to task 2. Lighthouse Nation binds to task 3. Task allocation successful. A time challenge task will be issued to the chosen ones of the corresponding nations in 1 hour. The system prompt echoed in his mind. Bai Chen leaned back in his chair, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Who told you to offend me? If you dare to speak ill of my sister, that's like speaking ill of me. Dare to speak ill of me. I am the administrator of National Luck Survival. Sakura Nation and Lighthouse Nation, you two are the ones having the most fun. Haven't you always said that Long Nation is just lucky? Then let you experience the taste of being favored by luck. Undead ruins. Inside the church, Bai Yao and Qin Jia had confirmed that the corpse servants in the confession room had been completely dealt with, and the entire church was now safe. Just then the chosen ones who had gone out to search for supplies began to return one after another. They were shocked to see the corpses scattered on the ground. What the hell? Who died like this? Qin Jia waved her hand. Don't be nervous, this is not a human, it's a corpse servant from the undead, and it has been dealt with. The church is now safe. As soon as these words were spoken, the returning chosen ones all let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, a middle-aged man dressed in work clothes stepped forward and said, Commander Qin, we found quite a bit of wood and stone, enough to reinforce the church simply. He was also carrying a bag of bread. We found many treasure chests, most of which are white, and the majority are building materials. There isn't much food, just these that can barely be eaten. We also found 2 barrels of water drawn from a dry well in the town, barely drinkable. Another young man looking like a student added. Qin Jia nodded and quickly arranged. Everyone work together. Those with good physical strength go reinforce the church's doors and windows and use stones to create a simple trench around the church. The others should sort the food and water sources. Time is tight, and we must complete the construction of the shelter as soon as possible. The crowd immediately sprang into action. Before long, the sound of clanging and hammering filled the inside and outside of the church. Among this group were workers who could pick things up quickly with just a little guidance. Meanwhile, Bai Yao, holding the golden Alaska, followed behind Qin Jia, inspecting the situation. Yet she was still relishing the thrill of shooting the corpse servants earlier. Sister Qin, don't you think the wooden boards here are a bit loose? As they walked along, Bai Yao suddenly noticed a severely damaged window. As she reached to point it out, her foot kicked something hard. She looked down and was surprised to see another completely blue treasure chest. Qin Jia turned her head, her gaze landing on it as well. Another blue treasure chest. Her delicate face was filled with shock. Bai Yao instinctively bent down to pick up the treasure chest, easily prying it open. Inside lay a silver cross necklace radiating a soft glow. Holy Cross necklace, quality blue necklace, received as a birthday gift for a royal princess. Wearing it grants a 30 defense boost against undead attacks. This is a defensive piece of equipment, just right for you to wear. Qin Zia's tone had become numb. Your luck is just too good. Bai Yao chuckled foolishly, yet she felt something strange in her heart. Strange, when did my luck become this good? Suddenly, Bai Yao remembered something her brother had said before she left. Don't worry, I guarantee you'll be safe, not losing even a single hair. Could it be that my sudden good luck after entering National Luck Survival is related to my brother? No, my brother is just an ordinary person, just a bit handsome. How could he possibly be related to National Luck? Bai Yao happily wore the necklace around her neck. As she turned around, ouch, she tripped over something again. This time it was a blue treasure chest half buried in a pile of rubble in the corner. Qin Jia, Bai Yao, Long Nation livestream. She cleared away the stones and opened the treasure chest, revealing a test tube filled with a light green liquid. Basic strengthening potion, quality blue. Research results of alchemists. Every man who wants to become a knight will take it. Taking it can slightly enhance physique and strength with no side effects. Those with attributes over 100 cannot benefit further. At this point, the viewers in the Long Nation livestream were utterly dumbfounded. The bullet screen went wild. Damn, can you really find blue treasure chests just by walking? What kind of ultimate luck is this? Sister Yao could have won $1 billion in the lottery this year. 3 blue treasure chests, while others can't find any. She just strolls around and finds them. I really suspect that the treasure chests in this ruin have legs and are running towards Sister Yao. Bai Yao hesitated with the strengthening potion. Sister Qin, who should this potion be used on? You use it first. Qin Jia said without hesitation. You haven't trained, your physique is very poor. Bai Yao nodded. Qin Jia was right. Just now she had secretly checked, and her shoulder was already bruised. She opened the test tube and drank it down. A cool liquid slid down her throat, instantly spreading throughout her body. She felt warm all over, and her shoulder, which had been sore from the hit, was no longer painful. Consumed basic strengthening potion. Strength 15, physique 10, speed 5. Chosen 1 Bai Yao. Strength 20, physique 15, speed 10. Looking at her stats, Bai Yao suddenly fell silent. So she was actually that weak before taking the potion. Sister Qin, if we find another potion, next time I'll give it to you, and you'll become even stronger. Qin Jia smiled. Sure. She casually agreed, but there was something she didn't say. In truth, this potion would have no effect on her. Just then a prompt suddenly rang in the ears of the 2 women. Congratulations to Long Nation's chosen one for completing the task. Construct a shelter. Bai Chen had just made himself a bowl of instant noodles. He could actually cook, and was quite good at it, even better than some chefs at hotels. However, he would only cook when his sister was home. If he was alone, he would just settle for instant noodles. He couldn't be bothered to treat himself that well. Just as he returned to his bedroom with the noodles, a prompt suddenly appeared in Bai Chen's mind. Chosen 1 Bai Yao completed the main task: construct a shelter. Administrator experience 50. He watched as his experience bar changed from 1100 to 51,100, nodding in satisfaction. The leveling speed is faster than I expected. It seems that completing tasks is the main way to gain experience. Once I level up, I should be able to unlock more permissions, and then I can help my sister even more. Bai Chen murmured, his gaze returning to the live stream, watching Bai Yao wearing the cross necklace and holding the strengthening potion, a smile unconsciously rising at the corners of his mouth. Undead ruins. Inside the church, the people of Long Nation breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the prompt. It seemed after some reinforcement the church had met the requirements for a shelter. Qin Jia looked at the reinforced church and Trench satisfied, as she said, everyone go inside and divide the rooms, have a good rest, and replenish your strength. But don't slack off, the coming days might get tougher. As soon as she finished speaking, a cold system prompt echoed in the ears of all the chosen ones. Time challenge task activated. Long Nation task: resist the attack of the corpse demons. Task time limit 1 hour. Sakura Nation task: enter the buried corpse valley to collect 50 corpse hearts. Task time limit 3 hours. Lighthouse Nation task: complete a prayer with corpse blood. Task time limit 1 hour. Time challenge task. Outside viewers from other countries instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it's not our affair. These 3 tasks look dangerous. Damn, why don't our chosen ones from Kimchi Nation get tasks? Hiss. Long Nation's task is so difficult to resist the attacks of corpse demons. Are they facing corpse demons right from the start? Everyone originally thought Long Nation would panic because of a time challenge task, but the result was that Long Nation remained unconcerned. Everyone originally thought Long Nation would panic because of a time challenge task, but the result was that Long Nation remained unconcerned. Corpse demons. Do you think our infinitamo golden Alaska is just for show? Corpse demons have appeared in the interstellar battlefield before. A golden Alaska is more than enough. You can't just throw a wave of corpses at us, right? Then no one should play anymore. Inside the church, Bai Yao holding the golden Alaska and feeling the enhanced strength within her blinked. Sister Qin, why don't I take on this time challenge task? Qin Jia had just instructed her team members to reinforce the church door with sturdy wood when she turned her head to glance at her. Why does it feel like ever since Bai Yao killed a zombie servant in the confessional, she seems to have turned into a completely different person? That was an undead creature, a monster. What is she so excited about? However, as the commander, Qin Jia had a deep understanding of the undead. She was well aware of the combat capabilities of the corpse demons, and she believed Bai Yao could handle it. If you want to play around, then I'll leave it to you. With that, some of the other chosen ones let out a sigh of relief. They certainly did not want to face those terrifying monsters. Some others furrowed their brows. Commander Qin, she's just a little girl. Can she really deal with the corpse demons? Why don't we all go together? It would be safer. Qin Jia cast a faint glance at that person. Do not question my decisions. Ooh, I never make decisions without confidence. Since I chose to entrust this to Bai Yao, it means she has the strength to kill the corpse demons. The person was taken aback. Looking at Bai Yao, his gaze fell on the golden Alaska she had been holding, hesitating to speak. At that moment, Qin Jia added, of course we can't leave everything to Bai Yao alone to handle. It is still the early stages of survival, and it is a good opportunity for you all to gain experience. If there are zombie servants which are not too dangerous, we will leave them to you. During the process of gathering supplies, everyone also found some weapons. However, they were all close combat weapons. Yes, the other chosen ones responded in unison. From then on, everyone was on edge, unsure when the corpse demons would attack. Bai Yao glanced at her. I got it from opening a treasure box. Didn't you all open one? The female. Bai Yao glanced at her. I got it from opening a treasure box. Didn't you all open one? The female student. She looked at then she looked down at the iron rod in her hands that was polished to a shine, as well as the broken kitchen knife and other scrap metal weapons that others were holding. Her heart was filled with envy. Sister, what color treasure box did you open? Why did we all get these worthless things? Blue. Bai Yao answered honestly. They were teammates, and it wasn't a secret that needed to be hidden. Wow, a blue treasure box. No wonder your weapon is so much better than ours. At that moment, Qin Jia also approached Bai Yao. Bai Yao turned to take a look. With a confident smile on her lips, she said, Sister Qin, don't worry, I definitely won't shoot wildly like last time. She shook the golden Alaska in her hand as she spoke. Qin Jia patted her shoulder. It's okay, this time the main goal is for you to gain experience facing monsters. Even if you make a mistake, I will protect you. With that, she looked at the others. You all should do the same. They do not fear these monsters. They are merely flesh and blood beings. At the same time, while Qin Jia was arranging for everyone to prepare to confront the corpse demons, the live stream room of the Cherry Blossom Nation had completely erupted. Especially when they saw the map coordinates given for Mission 2. Everyone instantly lost their composure. Burial Corpse Valley. Isn't that where our base is located? This name? Surely it can't be the place where the undead bury their bodies, right? Damn, how did these idiots find such a place? Why can the Dragon Nation find a town with hardly any monsters? Baka. Is this survival challenge targeting us, the Cherry Blossom Nation? Burial Corpse Valley. In the cave, the chosen ones from the Cherry Blossom Nation were down to just 9 people. The cold death notifications had chosen one of the Cherry Blossom Nation Great Corpse Officer Shun has been killed by a zombie servant. Chosen one of the Cherry Blossom Nation Little Corpse Officer Shun has been killed by a zombie servant. Chosen one of the Cherry Blossom Nation Bu Chi Xiang Kai has been killed by a zombie servant. Everyone inside the undead ruins wondered what kind of situation the Cherry Blossom Nation was facing. How could so many people die in succession? No one knew that just moments ago the chosen ones from the Cherry Blossom Nation had paid a painful price to finally kill the 5 suddenly appearing zombie servants. The leader had also died. The new leader became the blonde guy who had lost the treasure box earlier. Several bodies of teammates who had not been dealt with lay on the cave floor. All of them were their fallen companions. The blonde guy sat in the cave holding a katana, his face filled with confusion. It's over, it's all over. So many people have died on the first day. Oh, what are we going to do from now on in the Cherry Blossom Nation? Captain, about this time-limited challenge mission. Someone asked with a trembling voice. Just stay put. Do not go wandering around. The blonde guy's eyes were filled with fear, his voice even carrying a sob. We only have so few people left, it's impossible to complete the mission. The valley is full of monsters, going in is just suicide. We the Cherry Blossom Nation have been completely embarrassed by this waste. If you're too scared to go, let someone else go. Even if we die in there, we cannot lose face. We the Cherry Blossom Nation have been completely embarrassed by this waste. If you're too scared to go, let someone else go. Even if we die in there, we cannot lose face. But the chosen ones from the Cherry Blossom Nation couldn't see these bullet comments. Hearing the blonde guy's decision, no one dared to speak up. The terror of the zombie servants was still fresh in their minds. No one wanted to go into the valley to die. Wait. After the challenge mission ends, we will leave this cursed place and seek help from the chosen ones of other countries. On the other side, at the Lighthouse Nation base, the situation was completely different. They had occupied and abandoned. This was indeed a good place. After ransacking it, they had obtained far more supplies than other countries. Of course, it was nothing compared to the Dragon Nation. After all the treasure boxes had been relocated by someone, causing them not to even complete the task of building a shelter. When the chosen ones of the Lighthouse Nation saw their task was to complete prayers with zombie blood and receive random treasure boxes, they were all overjoyed. Random treasure box rewards. Isn't this a freebie? The leader of the Lighthouse Nation was a tall blonde man named Jerry. He clapped his hands, his tone full of disdain. It's just collecting some zombie blood. It's as simple as drinking water. He immediately pointed to 2 people. You 2 go outside and find a zombie servant's body, collect the blood, and do it quickly. Yes. The 2 team members immediately picked up empty water bottles from the corner, laughing and chatting as they ran outside. The Lighthouse Nation was relatively lucky. Half of the 20 chosen ones had been on the battlefield and fought monsters before. The other chosen ones from the Lighthouse Nation were all relaxed, some leaning against the stone wall, smoking, while others played with their daggers. A bearded man even teased the Dragon Nation's task involves fighting monsters, while the Cherry Blossom Nation has to go to the valley to feed the corpses. Ours is the easiest task. Another person chimed in, of course we the Lighthouse Nation are just lucky picking up the easiest task, huh? Only, none of them knew that behind this seemingly simplest task lay a trap. The church. About 10 minutes passed. Everyone heard a series of dense hissing sounds around them, like countless wind instruments being played simultaneously. In this dim world, it felt particularly eerie. Upon hearing the commotion, the chosen ones from the Dragon Kingdom instantly became alert. A few of the more timid ones instinctively shrank back. However, some others stood on tiptoe to look outside. Just a quick glance made them gasp in shock. My goodness, is that a corpse demon? On the dimly lit streets of the small town, a corpse demon towering 3 to 4 times higher than an ordinary corpse servant resembled a small giant. It walked at the forefront. Beneath its dark greenish skin, muscles bulged, and its crimson eyes glinted with menace in the darkness, fixating on the direction of the church. Behind it followed 10 swaying corpse servants, their decayed arms flailing in the air as they madly rushed toward the church. This corpse demon is a bit different. The experienced Qin Jia immediately sensed something was off. The corpse demons she had seen on the interstellar battlefield were much smaller than this one. Bai Yao, be cautious. This corpse demon is stronger than any I've encountered before. She gave a warning. Bai Yao nodded immediately. Okay. Her gaze was fixed on the dark figures rapidly approaching from the front. This was her second encounter with a monster. Yet there was little panic in her eyes. Only the thrill of about to confront a monster. At that moment, someone watching the live stream immediately noticed Bai Yao's unusual reaction and frowned. Hiss. My sister wouldn't have awakened some strange preference, would she? Bai Chen pondered, resting his head in his hands. He had no idea. Letting Bai Yao get her hands on a golden AK-47 would be the biggest regret of his life. Can this monster really be fought against by humans? A middle-aged worker gripped the kitchen knife tightly, his palms coated in sweat. A female student gasped. It's moving so fast. It's coming. 3, 2, 1. Bai Yao silently counted as the undead horde entered the optimal shooting range. Her eyes sharpened, and without hesitation, she pulled the trigger of the golden Alaska. Da-da-da. The crisp gunfire echoed in the empty town, bullets pouring out like a torrential rain. However, her aim was still too poor due to her lack of training. The leading corpse demon remained unscathed. The two corpse servants trailing behind were instantly turned into sieves. Blood splattered their bodies, crumpling to the ground like torn sacks, twitching a few times before going still. The crowd was left speechless. The corpse demon roared. Seeing its servants being killed, the corpse demon let out an enraged roar. The sound was like thunder ringing painfully in the ears. It suddenly pushed off the ground, its dark green form turning into a shadow rushing toward the trench. Its speed was more than doubled compared to before, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath its feet. Qin Zia's pupils constricted as she turned to warn Bai Yao. However, when she turned, she found Bai Yao had already adjusted her aim. Biting her lower lip, she squinted her eyes. Go spot. Bai Yao pulled the trigger again. Da-da-da. The barrel of the golden Alaska glowed slightly red from continuous firing. This time the bullets accurately struck the corpse demon's head instantly, leaving several horrifying blood holes. Thud. The corpse demon staggered and fell to the ground. Bai Yao sighed in relief, hands on her hips, her small face filled with pride. With the gun pointed right at your face, how could I miss? Trash, roar. It was unclear if her words enraged the corpse demon. The corpse demon, which had already fallen, got back up again. Its sharp claws slammed down onto the trench, the terrifying force shattering the newly constructed trench into pieces. Be careful. Qin Jia immediately drew her bloodied sword, flipping over and jumping out, prepared to deal with the corpse demon directly. But she didn't expect that Bai Yao would take a step forward instead of retreating, thrusting the barrel of the golden Alaska hard into the mouth of the roaring corpse demon. The corpse demon remained silent. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. I once caught a glimpse of my brother's study materials, which said that stuffing it in the mouth has the greatest lethality. With that, Bai Yao tightened her finger on the trigger once more. The bullet burst through the corpse demon's face, turning its entire head into mush. The massive body fell to the ground with a thud. This time it fell, it could not rise again. After all, its head, if it could stand up again, that would be too incredible. At least that was not something a mere corpse demon could achieve. The scene fell into silence. Everyone was left dumbfounded by Bai Yao's performance. Qin Jia, having heard what she just said, suddenly blushed, her thoughts unknown. But looking at Bai Yao's expression, it was clear she did not grasp the deeper meaning. You never learn. Qin. She then looked at the other chosen ones. What are you still doing? The remaining corpse servants are up to you. In the Dragon Kingdom livestream. Wow. Sister Yao's moves are too fierce. Gun barrel to the face at point-blank range. I'm so thrilled to watch. Sister Yao, can you elaborate on the study materials? To be honest, I really want to be friends with Sister Yao's brother. Seriously, I was sweating for Bai Yao just now. That corpse demon was too resilient, and now I feel like a fool for how I reacted. Chill. Don't say that. Didn't you see Commander Qin was flustered too? While the Dragon Kingdom netizens were still marveling, the remaining 8 corpse servants, realizing the corpse demon had died, continued to charge forward aimlessly. Clearly they lacked the intelligence of the corpse demon. The other chosen ones exchanged glances. Although they were still a bit apprehensive, they gathered their courage upon seeing the corpse demon's demise. The middle-aged worker was the first to swing his kitchen knife at a corpse servant, the blade chopping off its head. A female student gripping an iron rod swung blindly with her eyes closed, unexpectedly hitting the corpse servant's temple. Staring at the fallen corpse servant, she was momentarily stunned before reacting with excitement. I knocked it down. I can fight monsters too. A few others joined in to beat down another corpse servant, various weapons raining down on it. Soon everyone started to gain some experience. It wasn't long before they killed all the remaining corpse servants. At this time, Bai Yao also put down the golden Alaska, blowing on the red-hot barrel. She raised her chin proudly, looking at Qin Jia. Bai Yao felt a bit shy from her praise. Hee, that's because of my brother. He always says I'm timid, making me practice courage, but I've actually been brave for a long time. I just like to. Bai Yao felt a bit shy from her praise. Hee, that's because of my brother. He always says I'm timid, making me practice courage, but I've actually been brave for a long time. I just like to pretend a bit when I'm around him. It's just fun watching my brother act serious and scare me. As for being frightened in the confessional, that was simply because it was my first time encountering a real monster. Inside the Dragon Kingdom livestream, Bai Yao's words were clearly heard by everyone. Brother, I'm a clown. To be honest, I'm also a little sister, and I like to tease my brother, just like teasing a fool. Brother, I really can't deal with having a sister like you. Wow? Brother, something's wrong. Hurry and check the Lighthouse Country livestream. Oh, wasn't their mission the easiest? What could go wrong? Jiang City. In his bedroom, Bai Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. She's gone bad. She's really gone bad. He felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. However, seeing Bai Yao's proud demeanor in the livestream, Bai Chen quickly calmed down. Forget it, what can I say about my own sister? I'll just steal all her snacks later. The moment he finished speaking, a system notification rang in his mind. Chosen 1 Bai Yao killed a corpse. Demon 1, experience 15. Chosen 1 Bai Yao killed a corpse. Servant 1, experience 2. Almost there, I'm about to level up to a level 2 administrator. He glanced at the experience bar. 68,100. Not bad, not bad. The upgrade speed is quite fast. He sighed. His gaze turned to the Lighthouse Country livestream, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Come on, let me see what random events you can create. At the Lighthouse Country outpost. Inside the abandoned castle, Jerry had completed the prayer with corpse blood. In the next moment, a white light flashed before his eyes, and a white treasure chest appeared out of nowhere, landing on the ground. Ward Law. Jerry was dumbfounded. Did you just give me a random white treasure chest? His face instantly turned dark. FK. He initially thought he had good luck. However, at a critical moment, he dropped the ball. The live stream from the Lighthouse Country was also in an uproar. Oh my god, Jerry, you really are an idiot. You shouldn't have been the one to pray. This guy must not have been sincere while praying, otherwise how would he randomly get a white trash? Look at the Dragon Kingdom. They've had good luck since entering the National Survival Challenge. I really suspect they're using some sort of cheating method. Jerry was sulking for a long time before his teammates finally calmed him down. Forget it, a white treasure chest is still a treasure chest. Let's see what we can open, hopefully something that can help us build the shelter. However, Jerry had already lost interest, so he randomly pointed at someone to open it. That person stepped forward and opened the white treasure chest. But it was empty inside. Where are the rewards from the treasure chest? He looked down in confusion. In the next second, a black claw suddenly reached out from within, instantly crushing his head. Lighthouse Country, Chosen 1 Rashiel has been killed by the corpse demon. Roar. Accompanied by the cold death notification, the corpse demon's roar followed closely. A corpse demon crawled out from the white treasure chest. What's happening? Why is there a corpse demon? The Chosen Ones from the Lighthouse Country panicked instantly. In the chaos, the corpse demon seized the opportunity and tore another person apart. Only then did Jerry finally react. FK, this is a trap for the challenge mission. No more Chosen. Jerry approached empty-handed and began a close-quarters brawl with the corpse demon. After a few exchanges, he seized the corpse demon's head and killed it in the same manner. After crushing the corpse demon's head, Jerry was still not satisfied and kicked and punched its corpse finally. At this time, one Chosen 1 glanced into the treasure chest and was instantly stunned. Jerry, there's actually a long gun inside this treasure chest. In the buried corpse valley, the blonde guy along with the remaining 8 people huddled in the corner of a cave, not daring to make a sound as they listened to the monstrous roars outside. Finally, the time for the time challenge task ended. A notification rang in their ears. Sakura Country has given up on the time challenge task, no rewards. The blonde guy's tense nerves finally relaxed, and he quickly said to his teammates, trembling, "Quick, pack up, we need to leave here quickly. If we stay any longer, we will definitely be discovered by the monsters." The others hurriedly packed up the little supplies they had and stumbled out of the buried corpse valley. They had suffered a terrible loss. Not only did they not get any rewards, but they were also forced to abandon them. Bai Chen watched the Lighthouse Country and Sakura Country live streams, seeing their broken defenses. The smile at the corners of his mouth was impossible to hide. It's okay, next time there's something good like this, I'll be the first to let you know. Suddenly, a series of system notifications rang in his mind. Time challenge task ended. Dragon Kingdom. Time challenge task 1 completed. Reward shelter upgrade. Lighthouse Country. Time challenge task 3 completed. Reward Knight Commander's long gun. Sakura Country. Time challenge task 2 given up, no rewards. Chosen 1 Bai Yao completed the task. Experience 50 administrator experience points are full level upgraded to level 2. New permissions unlocked. Resource permissions upgraded, please check. Finally, unlocking a new privilege. Bai Chen looked at the screen displaying the message monster control privilege. A glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes. He hurriedly clicked to open the privilege details. Monsters currently able to control low-level undead corpse servants, corpse ghosts, control limit 50, can set patrol guard attack commands besides the monster privilege. The original resource privileges had also been upgraded. Currently controllable treasure chest levels white, green, blue control, range 100 kilometers. The range has doubled. This privilege comes at just the right time. A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of Bai Chen's mouth. Within the previous 50 kilometers range, he could only exploit the resources of Sakura Country and Lighthouse Country. In the strongholds of both nations, treasure chests had already vanished, all transferred by Bai Chen. Even if he wanted to exploit, there was nothing left. But now with the range expanded, Bai Chen had more resources to exploit. He excitedly opened the map. Adjusting the map's perspective, he discovered that some monster icons were hovering around the stronghold of Dragon Country. There were both corpse servants and corpse ghosts. Bai Chen selected 15 corpse ghosts and 35 corpse servants. Just enough to reach the control limit of 50. Immediately, he issued commands to the 50 marked monsters. Protect the town, attack all outsiders and monsters, protect Bai Yao, obey all of Bai Yao's commands. At the moment, these two commands were successfully issued. Within the ruins of the undead. In the unseen darkness, those originally terrifying undead suddenly ceased their aimless wandering. Stiffly turning direction, they marched uniformly towards the town. Upon reaching the outskirts of the town, they did not enter, but began to patrol around it. Pairs of terrifying eyes scanned the surroundings. It seemed that as soon as any living creature appeared, they would immediately be torn apart. Bai Chen looked at the orderly moving monster icons on the map and nodded in satisfaction. With these 50 undead, it's enough to fend off quite a bit of trouble. This is not just any bodyguard. The 35 corpse servants are one thing, but the 15 corpse ghosts are the main combat force. With this configuration, even on an interstellar battlefield, it shouldn't be underestimated. Just as Bai Chen finished arranging the defenses, a bright red notification suddenly popped up on the system panel. Monster attack will commence in 8 hours. All national shelters will simultaneously face an onslaught of corpse servants and corpse ghosts. A total of 3 waves of attacks with increasing difficulty, another task. Bai Chen's brows furrowed instantly. Fortunately, this task was not for now, but for 8 hours later, so there was plenty of preparation time. However, the difficulty of this task is certainly not low. Not only is it a swarm attack, but there are also 3 waves with increasing intensity. Although Bai Yao has a golden Alaska, Qin Jia also possesses a level combat power, and with 50 undead bodyguards outside the town to fend off attacks. Yet Bai Chen couldn't help but feel anxious. No, if the number of monsters is too great, Yao will still be in danger. I must ensure she has more for the safety of his sister. Bai Chen didn't dare to slack off at all. He quickly slid the map, and with the resource privilege expanded to a 100 kilometers range, 2 more countries appeared. They are Pickled Vegetable Country and Asen Country. Within their strongholds, many undiscovered treasure chests were still visible. It's unclear how this group was inspecting. Among them, there were still 2 blue treasure chests left. Without hesitation, Bai Chen directly transferred all these treasure chests to Dragon Country. After all, the people of these 2 countries are usually not very honest. One is known for being unclean, while the other is always engaging in petty tricks on the interstellar battlefield. Bai Chen had no psychological burden in teaching them a lesson. After completing this, he looked at the treasure chest icons on the map surrounding the town, which had become dense again. Bai Chen finally felt satisfied. Within the undead ruins, outside the church, at this moment Bai Yao and Qin Jia were quietly waiting with other chosen ones. It's important to note that the reward for completing the task is the upgrade of the shelter. Bai Yao was filled with anticipation. I wonder what level the shelter can be upgraded to. It would be best if some heavy firepower could be directly equipped, and if there could be infinite bullets, that would be even better. That way, no matter how many monsters come, we wouldn't be afraid. We could just blow them all to bits. Hearing her words, the others all looked speechless. Even Qin Jia couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Heavy firepower. Infinite bullets. A single golden Alaska is already more than enough. Or do you think this national fortune game is your family's? However, Bai Yao's words did make everyone fantasize somewhat. Indeed, if there were such firepower, it would truly be like gods slaying gods and Buddhas blocking Buddhas. Unfortunately, we can only fantasize a bit and enjoy it. How could that possibly be realized? Dragon Country livestream room. Why is Yao Jie still making wishes? Hey, don't say with Yao Jie's luck her wishes might actually come true. Don't joke around, and no matter how good the luck is, there must be a limit. How could it be that whatever she says comes true unless Bai Yao has someone behind her? This is national fortune. How could there be someone behind? At this moment, the surface of the church emitted a faint white light. The next second, the white light suddenly intensified, causing everyone to instinctively squint their eyes. When the light faded, a brand new shelter appeared before them. It can't be said to be somewhat similar to the previous church. It can only be said to be completely unrelated. The originally simple wooden door and wooden windows had now all transformed into heavy steel. Mysterious patterns were engraved on them, making them appear extremely sturdy. The holes in the outer wall of the church had also been repaired, and were covered with a layer of hard stone. Not only that, but when the chosen ones from Dragon Country entered, they discovered that even the originally dirty and chaotic floor had become clean, with all the scattered stones and dust completely vanished. With this strength, even corpse ghosts couldn't break in. With such a shelter, plus Yao Jie's Golden Alaska and Commander Qin's combat power, Dragon Country, if you told me they directly switched to a fortress, I would believe it. A fortress definitely can't be counted as this, but it's too luxurious. Steel doors and windows. With this strength, even corpse ghosts couldn't break in. With such a shelter, plus Yao Jie's Golden Alaska and Commander Qin's combat power, Dragon Country is secure this time. Laughing to death, Sakura Country hasn't even completed the task of building a shelter yet. They're still looking for the next stronghold. Inside the church, just as everyone was still in awe, a cold system notification suddenly echoed in the ears of all the chosen ones, pulling their attention back. Warning: monster attack will commence in 8 hours. All national shelters will simultaneously face an onslaught of corpse servants and corpse ghosts. A total of 3 waves of attacks with increasing difficulty. Task requirement: chosen ones must protect the shelter from being breached. If the shelter is destroyed, it is considered a failure, and the chosen ones must find a new stronghold to build a shelter. Task success rewards white treasure chest 20, green treasure chest 10, blue treasure chest 3. As the voice fell, Bai Yao and Qin Zia's expressions instantly changed. Bai Yao retracted the smile on her face. In 8 hours? Doesn't that mean tomorrow morning at 8? Qin Jia nodded. It seems that the monsters and tasks of the first day were merely appetizers. The second day is directly raising the intensity for us. Just with this monster attack, I estimate quite a few countries' chosen ones will be wiped out. Not everyone has Bai Yao's luck. Just look at the other chosen ones from Dragon Country. Their current weapons are still just broken sticks and dull knives. Qin Zia's expression was grave. The scale of this monster tide attack is definitely not small. We must hurry to prepare. I have a suggestion. Bai Yao suddenly raised her hand, blinking at her. Sister Qin, we have only explored inside the town, but we haven't gone outside. There might still be treasure chests or resources out there. Since we have these 8 hours, why don't we go explore a bit? If we can find more weapons and potions, we can enhance our combat power to deal with the attack. The other chosen ones unanimously agreed yes. If we can find more weapons, we can also help out. Qin Jia didn't hesitate to agree, as she had the same idea, but Bai Yao voiced it first. Alright, but be careful. Let's split into 2 groups. One group follows me to explore east, and another group follows Bai Yao to explore west. If any danger is found, withdraw immediately. She has strength, and Bai Yao has firepower. It's the best choice to split them up to lead. Everyone quickly formed their groups. Bai Yao excitedly held her Golden Alaska and waved her hand. Let's go. The group first headed west, planning to split as soon as they left the town. However, just a few steps outside, Bai Yao suddenly stopped, as if her pause button had been pressed. With disbelief, she rubbed her eyes. Then she tugged at the sleeve of Qin Jia beside her. Sister Qin, am I seeing things? Why are there so many monsters here? As Bai Yao's voice fell, everyone immediately turned to follow the direction of her finger. They saw rigid figures wandering in the darkness at the outskirts of the small town. Scarlet eyes glimmered in the darkness, and at this sight, everyone tensed up, instantly drenched in cold sweat. They had just completed a challenging task, and were well aware of how powerful the undead spirits here could be. If it weren't for Bai Yao's Golden Alaska, their fate just now would have been uncertain. And that was just one undead spirit. Now what? The female student following Bai Yao trembled, counting softly. 1, 3, 9. Gulp. As she counted, only the sound of swallowing saliva remained. Among the wandering monsters, there were a full 9 undead spirits. With so many undead spirits and countless undead servants not yet counted surrounding the outskirts of the small town, what did they intend to do? Are they planning to attack the Dragon Country's refuge? Wasn't it said that the monster attacks wouldn't start for another 8 hours? In an instant, everyone was in a state of panic. At that moment, a sudden movement caught everyone's attention as one undead spirit changed direction and approached them. The next second, bang! Bai Yao decisively pulled the trigger. A golden bullet shot out from the gun's muzzle, successfully hitting the undead spirit and the undead servant behind it. The undead spirit. The undead servant. The sound of the Golden Alaska firing was thunderous. The undead clan, which was usually extremely sensitive to sound, seemed to have gone deaf in that moment. No one paid attention. The undead spirit merely glanced over and went around the crowd. Something's off, Qin Jia frowned. She had faced the undead clan many times on the interstellar battlefield, but she had never seen a situation like this before. Why? Why aren't they attacking us? A middle-aged worker nervously gripped his kitchen knife. Could it be a result of the refuge upgrade? The monsters don't dare approach. The female student hid behind Bai Yao, peeking out, but they are patrolling in circles, it looks like. Security, Bai Yao added. Her words immediately awakened everyone. Hiss! Someone gasped in shock. You know they really do seem to be patrolling here like security. Could it be? Are these monsters protecting our safe? Their movements are very systematic. Currently, I can't determine their true purpose, but they certainly want to attack. In that case, let's continue with our plan. In the Dragon Country's livestream room, everyone was dumbfounded by this bizarre scene. What the heck? These monsters actually aren't attacking Yao Jie and the others. They're still patrolling. What's going on? Could it be that a hidden reward has been triggered? Dude, even if there is a hidden reward, having monster bodyguards is just too ridiculous. Hey, what is Yao Jie planning? Just then a viewer noticed Bai Yao staring at one of the undead spirits. Suddenly, Bai Yao beckoned it with her finger. Come here. The audience. Do you think this is your pet dog? Why are you calling it like that? No one took Bai Yao's actions seriously. They all thought she was just playing around. After all, Bai Yao had just reached adulthood, and it was quite normal to be a bit curious. To everyone's surprise, as soon as Bai Yao finished speaking, the undead spirit actually understood her words and walked straight over, stopping in front of her. Turn around. The undead spirit spun in place. Jump. The undead spirit hopped in place. Right, Bai Chen is an idiot. The undead spirit crouched down and used its sharp claws to scratch white marks on the ground, awkwardly writing 5 characters. The other chosen ones, including Qin Jia, were all dumbfounded. Qin Jia had never considered that the undead spirit could be commanded. With Bai Yao as the example, others eagerly tried as well. But the results were unexpected. Among the 20 chosen ones from the Dragon Country, only Bai Yao was able to control this group of monsters. Hee, it seems like only I can command them. Bai Yao smiled shyly. As long as the monsters don't cause us trouble, that's fine. Let's hurry and find the treasure. The group split into 2 according to their original plan, with Qin Jia leading one group east, and Bai Yao leading the other group west to explore. Bai Yao was done playing. But in the Dragon Country's livestream room, the audience was shocked, their jaws nearly dropping. What are you joking about? This undead spirit actually listens to Bai Yao's commands. I feel like I'm still not awake. I slapped my wife while she was working hard, haha, in my dream. I wasn't afraid of you. Rest in peace. Strange, why do the monsters only listen to Bai Yao? Deep thoughts. I suspect there's really someone behind Bai Yao. First, there was a blue treasure chest sent to her face, and now she can control the undead clan, making her the most special one in the entire undead clan ruins. I don't care if she has someone behind her, as long as it helps our Dragon Country, that's all that matters. However, when the audience from Sakura Country saw this scene, they instantly broke down. Baka. I knew for sure that the Dragon Country must be cheating. How can the National Luck Survival not take care of this? It's so unfair. I strongly demand National Luck Survival to thoroughly investigate the Dragon Country and Bai Yao. Jiang City. Watching the barrage in the livestream, Bai Chen adjusted his glasses. Everything was as expected. Sure enough, always giving my sister preferential treatment is easily suspected. But what can you do if I do give her special treatment? He sneered. If you have the ability, you can do it. In the undead clan ruins, on the outskirts of the small town, it was now the 10th minute after the Dragon Country's chosen ones split up. Yao Jie, I can't move anymore. The female student struggled to carry several treasure chests, both white and green, panting heavily. It wasn't just her. The others were in the same situation. Not a single person had empty hands. They had truly witnessed Bai Yao's luck. They found a treasure chest every few steps without even looking for them. It was as if these treasure chests were searching for Bai Yao. Wherever she appeared, these treasure chests would follow her, as if they had grown legs, until she discovered them. Some even suspected that Bai Yao might have some treasure body, naturally attracting treasure chests. Who would have thought this was actually the result of someone being bored and messing around at home? Seeing that everyone was exhausted, Bai Yao immediately whistled. Several accompanying undead spirits appeared instantly. You guys take care of the task of moving the treasure chests. The other chosen ones sighed in relief, and they all placed the treasure chests in their arms down to hand them over to the undead spirits. Bai Yao hummed something under her breath. Only Bai Chen knew that this meant she was in a very good mood. After walking a few more steps, Bai Yao kicked something and looked down to see a blue treasure chest. If it's a blue treasure chest. She rubbed her hands excitedly, preparing to open it right there. The crowd following her felt numb. As the treasure chest opened, a half-percent high cannon appeared before them. Strong crossbow cannon, quality, blue attack power, 90, a powerful weapon crafted by skilled individuals in the city to defend against the undead clan's attacks. Infinite bullets with strong penetration, but enters a 60-second cooldown after each shot. Would you like to equip it to the refuge? Bai Yao's eyes lit up, and without hesitation she said yes. Meanwhile, in another area of the Undying Clan ruins, the chosen ones from Sakura Nation were stumbling through the darkness. The yellow-haired leader, along with the remaining team members, finally escaped from the buried corpse valley. At this moment his face was pale, not only from exhaustion, but also from fear. Along the way they encountered numerous members of the Undying Clan, but fortunately the group was cautious and remained silent, narrowly escaping disaster. However, their supplies were running low. Captain, we can't hold on much longer. If we don't find a new stronghold soon, we will all die here. A team member spoke weakly. The yellow-haired leader gritted his teeth about to respond, when suddenly his eyes lit up. Wait, there's a fire ahead. It seemed to be a stronghold from another country. The group perked up and quickened their pace towards it. They found themselves in a forest not far from the buried corpse valley. Soon they arrived at the source of the fire. It was an abandoned wooden cabin, and there were guards stationed for the night. Upon seeing strangers, the night watchman among the chosen ones immediately became alert, raising his weapon and questioning, "Who are you? Which country are you from, and what do you want?" In the survival game of National Fortune, all languages would be automatically translated. So even though there was a language barrier, the yellow-haired leader understood their meaning right away. He quickly waved his hands. "We are the chosen ones from Sakura Nation. We've lost our stronghold, and our supplies are nearly gone. Can we temporarily cooperate with you?" From Sakura Nation, the guard frowned. "Wait here, we'll go find our captain." The man went inside and returned shortly after. "Come in and talk." Once the yellow-haired leader followed him into the cabin, he realized it was actually the stronghold of Kimchi Nation. However, their situation didn't seem any better. Inside the cabin, there were fewer than 20 chosen ones, clearly having encountered danger. The yellow-haired leader turned to look at his remaining teammates whose lips were chapped and backpacks empty, and caught a glimpse of the half-piece of stale bread in the captain of Kimchi Nation's hand. For a moment he fell into silence. He had initially hoped to find a nation for assistance. But now it appeared that Kimchi Nation, aside from having fewer casualties, was also severely lacking in supplies. The captain of Kimchi Nation was also observing the yellow-haired leader. He suddenly felt a sense of shared suffering and spoke up, "The stronghold we found is truly terrible. We only managed to find 6 treasure chests and 5 of them are all white." The yellow-haired leader sighed and shared the plight of Sakura Nation. After a moment of communication, the captain of Kimchi Nation, Park Chang-kyu, suddenly had an idea. "We hardly have any extra supplies to support you. Even what we have left will only last us one more day at most. Not to mention that there will be monster attacks tomorrow. We could all end up dying here." Park Chang-kyu's words made everyone's hearts sink. The yellow-haired leader felt the same. He had even begun to despair. But at that moment, Park Chang-kyu suddenly changed his tone. "However, we are not completely without hope. The Dragon Nation can complete challenge missions, which means their situation must be decent. We can pretend to ally with them, and once we enter their shelter we can turn against them and seize everything they have. With their supplies we can survive." Hearing this, the yellow-haired leader's eyes instantly lit up. But he did not act impulsively. Instead, he responded, "What if they do not accept us?" Park Chang-kyu shook his head. "They will definitely accept us. Just tell them we have 5 blue treasure chests." As he spoke, he had his team lift up 5 opened white treasure chests. In front of the confused eyes of the chosen ones from Sakura Nation, he pulled out a tube of blue paint. After applying it, it looked exactly like a real blue treasure chest. This was what Park Chang-kyu had obtained from opening treasure chests, not knowing what it would be useful for at the time. Now he understood. It was a scam. The yellow-haired leader was extremely excited. "Great. This way we can definitely trick those Dragon Nation people, but how do we find them?" This was his second concern. He had found the stronghold of Kimchi Nation purely by accident. Park Chang-kyu smiled mysteriously and took out a map. "We also opened a blue treasure chest, and the reward was this map, which shows all routes within a 100-kilometer range, including the stronghold of the Dragon Nation. However, it's a bit far, more than 70 kilometers away." The yellow-haired leader fell silent. More than 70 kilometers. They might not even reach the stronghold of the Dragon Nation before getting exhausted. "We can't possibly make it there." Park Chang-kyu, however, clapped his hands. "No problem, this map also has a teleportation function, usable once a day. We mustn't delay, let's set off now." The yellow-haired leader quickly rubbed his hands in agreement. "Okay. Together we have 25 people, while they only have 20. We have the advantage in numbers. They definitely won't expect us to launch a surprise attack. We'll rush in and seize their treasure chests and weapons." Park Chang-kyu let out a sinister chuckle. "At that time we will just kill them to eliminate future troubles. After all, the survival of the fittest is the rule of National Fortune. A few deaths don't mean anything." The chosen ones from both nations exchanged glances, revealing shameless expressions, as if they could already see the seized supplies and weapons. They hurriedly gathered the half bottle of water and the moldy bread they had, and everyone stood together. Park Chang-kyu activated the teleportation function of the map. With a flash of white light, the cabin was left empty. There were also Dragon Nation viewers present in the live streams of both nations. Seeing their conspiracy, they were instantly enraged. "They really have no shame at all. Can't you have some dignity? If you can't fight the monsters, you resort to plotting against us. You only have these petty tricks. If it comes to a fair fight, you'd be turned into a sieve by my sister Yaoze. CS." However, the viewers in the Kimchi Nation live stream were unfazed. "So what if we launch a surprise attack? Being able to seize supplies is a skill." "That's right, And that golden Alaska looks familiar. It's our Kimchi Nation's weapon. Although the Dragon Nation has the Undying Clan monsters protecting them, we also have teleportation. We can teleport directly into your shelter. Let's see what you can do about it. Jiang Cheng. Bai Chen had already noticed the movements of the Chosen Ones from Sakura Nation and Kimchi Nation. He couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Want to use teleportation for a surprise attack? They overestimate. He had already checked the function of that map item. While it could teleport, it could only do so to outside the stronghold and could not approach the shelter directly. And what was outside the stronghold of the Dragon Nation? 50 Undying Clan security guards. What difference would that make to sending people to their deaths? Bai Chen opened the system map, and sure enough a cluster of Chosen One icons appeared on the outskirts of the small town. The moment they appeared, they instantly attracted the attention of the corpse demons and corpse servants. Boring. Bai Chen shook his head, losing interest. After staring for a day, he felt a bit tired. Seeing that Bai Yao had returned to the shelter to rest, he also returned to his own bed. The church. The Chosen Ones of the Dragon Kingdom have already returned to the church's shelter to recuperate. The first day has come to an end. After a long period of tension and a battle, everyone bears an unmistakable fatigue. Even Qin Jia is no exception. Although her combat power is high, she is not superhuman, especially since the entire Dragon Kingdom team needs her to look after them. Qin Jia arranged for people to take turns on duty. The others returned to their rooms to rest. Bai Yao shared a room with Qin Jia. After all, with 20 people there weren't enough rooms to go around. At this moment Bai Yao lay sprawled on the bed sleeping soundly. Before long she began to talk in her sleep. Brother, don't have ideas about my best friend, Qin Jia. She was truly curious about how Bai Yao could sleep so soundly in such an environment. In contrast, she herself felt completely unable to sleep. Qin Jia sat at a shabby wooden table in her room, carefully counting today's supplies. As she counted, she silently tallied in her mind, but her brow gradually furrowed. During the earlier exploration, her team hadn't even seen the shadow of a treasure chest, yet Bai Yao's side had somehow collected 8 white treasure chests, 4 green treasure chests, and even 2 precious blue treasure chests. The 2 powerful ballistae that had been set up were now firmly installed on the church's roof, becoming important defensive forces. This is too strange. Qin Jia muttered to herself, tapping her fingers on the table. She glanced at the sleeping Bai Yao, her gaze complex. Since entering the ruins, Bai Yao's luck had been absurdly good. As time went on, she seemed to stop pretending. It completely exceeded the realm of good luck. Even Qin Jia began to have doubts. Was there really someone secretly helping Bai Yao? But then she thought the National Fortune survival game was initiated by the will of Blue Star to resist alien races. It concerned the survival of the entire Blue Star. Did anyone in reality truly possess the power to influence the National Fortune survival? If so, that would be outrageous. However, once this thought was born, it lingered in her mind. Outside the small town, in the darkness, the Chosen Ones from Sakura Nation and Kimchi Nation appeared in the open space. The blonde looked around. Isn't the Dragon Kingdom's shelter in the church? Where is this? You must have teleported to the wrong location. Park Changqiu put away the map in his hand, brushing off the dust on his clothes as he explained. There was no misteleportation, it's just that the teleportation function of the map has limitations, and it can't directly teleport into the Dragon Kingdom's shelter, only to this outer area. It's my first time using this too. Oh, I just learned about this limitation. The blonde was a bit disappointed, but upon raising his head and seeing the faint outline of the church not far away, he waved his hand. Forget it, it's not far anyway. We can reach it in a few minutes, and it's a good opportunity to adjust our state. Let's rush in and catch them off guard. As soon as he finished speaking, a chilling low growl suddenly echoed from the surrounding darkness. The sound grew closer, as if numerous creatures were rapidly approaching. What sound is that? A Chosen One raised their weapon nervously, looking towards the direction of the sound. In the next second, groups of monsters suddenly burst out from the woods on both sides. They were hunched figures with grayish skin and eyes glowing crimson, the very corpse servants that Bai Chen had dispatched to patrol the outskirts of the small town. Not good. Monsters. The blonde was frightened out of his wits, his voice cracking. He hurriedly swung his katana at the leading corpse servant. The blade sliced through the corpse servant's arm, severing it cleanly. However, it didn't hit a vital spot, and the corpse servant merely staggered but continued lunging forward with its gaping maw. It even became more ferocious. Don't panic. They are just corpse servants. We have the numbers to deal. Park Changqiu shouted, slashing down 2 corpse servants with his long knife, but more monsters poured out from the darkness, surrounding them like a tide. Wait. There are also corpse demons, a Kimchi Nation team member cried out. No one had noticed earlier. This group of monsters actually included quite a few corpse demons. The short knife in that person's hand just slashed against a corpse demon, and it directly collapsed, making a gap. As for the corpse demon, it only gained a white mark on its body. This little damage was merely a tickle to it. Damn, why are there so many monsters that just want die? The blonde retreated while slashing his arms, already starting to ache, cold sweat running down his forehead. He watched his teammates fall one by one, feeling a sense of despair in his heart. Why are there so many monsters outside the Dragon Kingdom stronghold, yet they have never attacked them? Park Chang-kyu was also dumbfounded at this moment. While desperately fending off the attacks of the corpse servants, he shouted in despair, "I was wrong. I shouldn't have come." A Sakura Nation team member was even scared to tears. Just as he finished speaking, he was pounced on the ground by a corpse demon, and his screams abruptly ceased. The viewers in the Dragon Kingdom's livestream room saw this scene. They instantly boiled over, laughing to death with this little ability, still thinking about ambushing. They don't even need our Dragon Kingdom's chosen ones to take action. They can't even get past our security. Huh. Trying to steal, but ending up losing everything. This is what they deserve. I can only say that any clever tricks are useless in the face of absolute strength. This time the people from Sakura Nation and Kimchi Nation remain silent. So they have all collectively turned red. The church. The chosen one of Sakura Nation, Meichuan Naiku, has been killed by a corpse demon. The chosen one of Kimchi Nation, Shin Jinbin, has been killed by a corpse demon. The chosen one of Kimchi Nation, Park Chang-kyu, has been killed by a corpse demon. All chosen ones of Kimchi Nation are dead. Kimchi Nation eliminated. Failure punishment, undead invasion. The death notifications, which had been ringing for half an hour, finally stopped. What did Kimchi Nation go through to be completely wiped out? Qin Zia's pupils constricted. She had just finished counting the supplies and confirmed that the current reserves were enough to last for some time. However, she didn't expect that in just a short while a nation would be entirely wiped out. But this had nothing to do with her. The most important thing now was to rest, recuperate, and prepare for tomorrow's monster attacks. Qin Jia stood up, stretching, preparing to lie down next to Bai Yao. But at that moment, bang, bang. As soon as he finished speaking, a crying voice from outside the door was heard, belonging to the blonde from Sakura Nation. Friends from the Dragon Kingdom. Soon the chosen one on night watch hurried to her side, a serious expression on his face as he reported, "There are chosen ones from other countries seeking an audience outside." As soon as he finished speaking, a crying voice from outside the door was heard, belonging to the blonde from Sakura Nation. Friends from the Dragon Kingdom. Please open the door. Help us. There are monsters everywhere. Help. Qin Jia opened the doors of the church. At this moment, the yellow-haired man covered in dark brown blood was outside the door, calling for help with the last 4 chosen ones of Sakura country. His once flamboyant hairstyle was now messily plastered against his scalp. The 4 Sakura country teammates behind him looked even worse. Some had broken arms, while others limped. They were all injured in the recent chaotic battle with the undead clan. Fear of death was written all over their faces. They had paid a heavy price to shake off those monsters and escape. Hearing the yellow-haired man's cries for help, Qin Jia frowned slightly. Monsters? What monsters? She knew in her heart that these people had likely encountered the undead of Guardian Town. However, she did not explain. Instead, she felt suspicious. How could the chosen ones of Sakura country find the stronghold of Long country? Sister Qin, what happened? At that moment, she heard Bai Yao's confused voice behind her. The yellow-haired man's cries were truly horrific, like the sharp cries of a pig being slaughtered during the New Year, piercing and highly penetrating. The chosen ones resting inside the church were all awakened. Bai Yao, still half asleep, rubbed against Qin Jia. Upon seeing the bloodied yellow-haired man and recognizing him as a chosen one from Sakura country, she immediately became more alert, her gaze filled with disdain. People from Sakura country, what are you doing here, looking for trouble? As she spoke, Bai Yao raised her golden Alaska. Seeing this shiny golden Alaska, the yellow-haired man was momentarily stunned. For some reason, he felt that this gun should belong to him. If he had such a weapon in his hands, how could Sakura country end up in such a dire situation? Especially when he saw the clean and tidy appearance of the church compared to their situation of not having enough food and sleeping in damp caves, it was simply worlds apart. For a moment, the yellow-haired man's heart felt even more imbalanced, his eyes filled with jealousy. Why did they get to eat well, live well, and have guns while they could only live in caves and gnaw on stale bread? But the feeling of jealousy was quickly concealed. Friends from Long country, please take us in. He pleaded in front of Bai Yao and Qin Jia. Suddenly, the yellow-haired man knelt on the ground, banging his head twice, his forehead swelling instantly, and cried out with a sobbing tone. After we from Sakura country failed our mission, we could no longer stay at our original stronghold. All the other brothers have died, and only a few of us escaped here by accident. Our supplies have long been exhausted, and the outside is full of monsters. Please just take us in for a day. As he spoke, he secretly observed Qin Zia's expression, praying that she would soften her heart. If she were to soften her heart, then his opportunity would have arrived. Nighttime. Although the number of online viewers in Long country's live broadcast room had dropped significantly, it was still relatively numerous compared to other countries. Seeing the scene where the yellow-haired man sought them out, everyone exploded in excitement. The beasts from Sakura country are acting so well. What a shame they aren't actors. Damn, I just checked and guess what? This yellow-haired man is really an actor, but of the kind. Commander Chin, please don't believe him. This beast was just discussing with the kimchi country about robbing our supplies. Sister Yao quickly raised the AK. If he keeps pretending, just shoot him. Even if it's not a trap, we can't take in such a white-eyed wolf from Sakura country, or else we will eventually be In the church, Qin Jia listened to the yellow-haired man's tearful performance, but a death notification from half an hour ago flashed clearly in her mind. It was around the same time. The kimchi country team was completely wiped out. Among them there seemed to be people from Sakura country. This meant they had come together. Thinking of this, Qin Jia suddenly let out a cold laugh. Accidentally. I would like to ask, how did you and the kimchi country agree to accidentally come to our stronghold to ambush us? Upon hearing this, the sorrow on the yellow-haired man's face instantly froze. His eyes instinctively dodged, not daring to make eye contact. This subtle flaw was caught by Qin Jia. At this moment, the yellow-haired man also realized that his lies had been exposed. The disguise on his face was torn apart in an instant, and a trace of madness flashed in his eyes as he suddenly sprang up from the ground. If you want help me, then I'll just rob it myself. He lunged at Qin Jia like a hungry wolf, secretly clutching a short knife hidden in his sleeve. This was a weapon he had taken from the dead chosen one of the kimchi country. However, Qin Jia had long been prepared and nimbly dodged the yellow-haired man. At the same time she bent her right leg, her knee shot up with a whistling sound. Puff! The yellow-haired man felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, as if his internal organs had been shattered. A mouthful of blood mixed with stomach acid spewed out, and his body flew back like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily into the muddy ground 3 meters away. The short knife also slipped from his hand. Captain! The remaining 4 chosen ones from Sakura country, seeing this, rushed forward with red eyes. But at that moment a series of dense footsteps came from the side. They could vaguely hear that familiar, yet terrifying low growl. The undead clan. The 4 chosen ones from Sakura country were directly stunned. How could this be? After shaking off those monsters, they had specifically observed that they would not actively enter the town, only wandering outside. Although they did not know the reason, it at least meant that the town was safe. But why were they all chasing over now? Huh? Seeing the monsters rushing towards them, the yellow-haired man suddenly laughed. Since we can't survive, you shouldn't expect to do well either. With so many undead, even if you can survive, you'll suffer heavy losses. That's what you get for not helping us. However, hearing the yellow-haired man's manic voice, all the chosen ones from Long Country remained calm. Qin Jia tilted her head to Bai Yao. Did you control them to come? Bai Yao's eyes were blank. No. At this time, the 4 chosen ones from Sakura country had already lifted the yellow-haired man and started running. This way the group of undead would definitely attack the people of Long Country first. The yellow-haired man thought of this scene appearing. But not long after, his eyes suddenly filled with terror. He saw that the dense group of undead actually ignored the people of Long Country. They continued to run towards them. Kill them first. Damn. Why? The yellow-haired man's voice became urgent. But the undead would not listen to him. They were all receiving the same command. Chase and kill the remnants of Sakura country, that's right. This was issued in Jiang City. Bai Chen quietly watched as the icons of the chosen ones from Sakura country on the system map darkened and disappeared one by one. Just now, while in a dream, he suddenly had a premonition that his sister might be in a bit of danger. So he woke up directly and found that the chosen ones from Sakura country were not completely dead. He immediately sent these 50 undead to chase them down. Although he knew that these few from Sakura country posed very little threat to his sister, he still couldn't sleep without eliminating them. At this moment, with all threats gone, Bai Chen felt much more at ease. He looked at his sister's face in the live broadcast room and softly said goodnight. The chosen one from Sakura country, Sato Ichiro, has been killed by a corpse demon. The chosen one from Sakura country, Yamada Koji, has been killed by a corpse demon. The chosen one from Sakura country, Suzuki Taro, has been killed by a corpse demon. All chosen ones from Sakura country are dead. Sakura country is eliminated. Failure penalty, undead invasion. 2 countries were eliminated in one night. Except for Long Country, which was in the know. The other countries began to panic. Even Lighthouse Country was no exception, always on edge, fearing that the same crisis would come for them. Outside the church, after the undead killed the yellow-haired man and the others, they left. Qin Jia suddenly saw something. She walked to the torn body of the yellow-haired man and picked up a map. Teleportation map quality blue. The map can display all locations within 100 kilometers, can teleport once daily, maximum number of people for teleportation 30. So this is how they came here. Qin Jia mumbled to herself. She put the map away as it was very useful. Bai Yao yawned. Sister Qin, let's go back to sleep. As for why the undead suddenly came to kill the yellow-haired man and the others, no one cared. However, Sakura country and Kimchi country could not accept it. Baka, Long Country is really not even pretending. We should issue a crusade against Long Country if such improper methods should not be used in the competition for national survival. Asabaka, the method of controlling the undead was passed down from our kimchi country. We demand Long Country. The netizens of Long Country were not easy on them at all. If playing well means hanging up, then practice more. If you can't take the loss, don't play. People from Sakura Country, your takeout has arrived. The food is home. Little kimchis, you don't need to wash your dirty blankets, because your blankets are already like this. At this moment, the chosen ones in the national survival game had already rested. But the online scolding war in the external network was escalating. The next day, in the room of the church, Bai Yao stretched lazily and sat up from the bed. Awake! Wash your face, the monster is coming. Qin Ziya's voice suddenly rang out. Hearing that the monster was coming, Bai Yao instantly became alert. She saw Qin Ziya standing by the window. At this moment, the sky outside the window was completely covered by a thick layer of crimson. The sunlight that should have been bright now cast an eerie red glow. Why does the sun look like this? The strange crimson color made Bai Yao shiver uncontrollably. However, when she touched the golden Alaska beside her, the unease in her heart instantly dissipated. She took out some drinking water to wash up. This was permitted by Qin Ziya. Because the Dragon Kingdom was not lacking in supplies, a simple wash was completely sufficient. Knowing that there would be a monster attack today, everyone had been waiting early, afraid of missing it. It seems that only our Dragon Kingdom has this condition in the entire Undying Clan ruins. Of course, I just took a look at the Lighthouse Kingdom, and they didn't even dare to drink a sip of water after waking up with a sore throat. It's strange that stronghold in the Lighthouse Kingdom isn't small, yet the treasure chests found are far fewer than ours. Laughing to death, do you think Sister Yao's luck is something anyone can have? In the church, Bai Yao had finished washing up and arrived at the hall to gather with everyone. As soon as she got there, a cold and mechanical voice echoed in everyone's ears. The first wave of the Undying Clan's attack is about to arrive. It will reach the strongholds of various countries in 10 minutes. Please be aware of your defenses. With these words, the atmosphere in the church instantly froze. Qin Ziya's expression was serious, yet there was no trace of fear. She had experienced even more terrifying scenes on the interstellar battlefield. Her mindset had long been tempered. Qin Ziya's gaze swept over all the chosen ones from the Dragon Kingdom. Apart from Bai Yao, the others were somewhat nervous or flustered. She spoke. Don't be too tense. We have strong crossbow platforms, and the shelters have been upgraded. As long as everyone remains calm and holds their positions, we will definitely get through this. Her voice was steady and powerful, like a calming pill, slightly easing everyone's emotions. Time was running out. Qin Ziya immediately began assigning positions and tasks to everyone. Meanwhile, at the Lighthouse Kingdom stronghold, outside the castle, Jerry was leaning against the stone wall with his arms crossed, a light smirk on his lips, as if the monster attack was hardly worth mentioning. Behind him, the chosen ones from the Lighthouse Kingdom held knives or spears in their hands. There was no choice. They lacked firearms and other long-range attack methods. They could only confront the Undying Clan Heathen. Fortunately, Jerry had also been on the interstellar battlefield, so he was quite experienced. Listen to me, the Undying Clan is not as terrifying as you think. I could easily cut through a group of ghouls on the interstellar battlefield. A mere Undying Clan, no matter how many come, I can take them down. Jerry scoffed, his tone full of disdain. He even kicked a pebble at his feet, appearing nonchalant. Captain, you really have been on the interstellar battlefield? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Jerry turned to look at the team member behind him, raising his chin slightly and boasting proudly. Hey, it's not a secret anymore, so we'll tell you directly. I went to the interstellar battlefield to carry out a secret mission. At that time, I single-handedly led the Undying Clan, Blood Clan, and Demons to the Dragon Kingdom's battlefield, successfully alleviating the pressure on our Lighthouse Kingdom. The people of the Dragon Kingdom were in a panic, but couldn't find me. If I didn't say anything today, they probably wouldn't know it was me who did it, ha ha ha. As he spoke the last part, Jerry laughed arrogantly, as if this shameless act was something to be proud of. He certainly knew that the outside world was live streaming, but he didn't care at all. After all, the situation in the Dragon Kingdom was so dire that they couldn't care less about him. So he could mention it himself to gain some reputation in the Lighthouse Kingdom, harming others for personal gain, but he enjoyed it that way. In the Lighthouse Kingdom's livestream, upon hearing Jerry's words, the viewers erupted. Oh my god, I just found out that Jerry's role is actually our trump card. I was worried they wouldn't do well at first, but now I see with Jerry here, this survival game is basically child's play. Jerry is the true powerhouse and the Dragon Kingdom. They can only rely on luck. Qin Ziya from the Dragon Kingdom would definitely be no match for Jerry. Soon Jerry's remarks were relayed to the Dragon Kingdom's livestream. Damn, so it was this scoundrel who caused that incident back then. Beast. Just like his name, he's a despicable rat. So many people died on the interstellar battlefield back then because of him. If Commander Qin knew about this, he could take this guy down in the survival game and avenge the fallen heroes. Jiang Cheng. Bai Chen was already awake. He silently listened to Jerry's arrogant voice, his gaze gradually turning cold. Then he slowly uttered two words. Beast. In the survival game, I can still deal with you. Although his current permissions were limited, it was. In the church, Qin Jia had already set everything up. At this moment, she immediately raised her voice and shouted to everyone. Did you all hear what I just said? Everyone take your battle positions now. Although there were 19 other chosen ones besides her, the situation in the Dragon Kingdom was easy to arrange. Qin Jia found 2 sharp-eyed individuals to control the strong crossbow platforms on the roof. The 2 older members of the team were not suitable for combat, so they were in charge of logistics and healing the wounded. The many treasure chests contained not only food and water, but also a good amount of medicine. Others were to engage in close combat when firepower was insufficient, waiting in the hall for battle preparations. As for Bai Yao, she could go wherever she wanted. With the Golden Alaska in hand, she was the main combat force. As Qin Jia finished speaking, the chosen ones sprang into action, the hurried footsteps echoing in the church. Bai Yao took a deep breath, holding the Golden Alaska as she ran to the door, looking into the distance. Her face was filled with excitement. I feel like this battle will be exhilarating. Qin Jia. Her lips twitched slightly. Everyone else was panicking, yet this girl seemed to be getting excited instead. She suddenly thought of something and asked, Yao Yao, have you ever considered the possibility that it's not just your luck, but someone has been secretly helping you? If so, who do you think that person would be? Upon hearing this, Bai Yao was taken aback. Someone is secretly helping me. Suddenly, she recalled her brother's mysterious assurance before the start of the National Fortune Survival. She replied in a low voice, if such a person really exists, I believe it should be my brother. Why? Your brother is just an ordinary person, right? Qin Jia asked knowingly, trying to draw some words out of Bai Yao. But unfortunately, Bai Yao herself did not know. She could only respond with one word: intuition. After hearing this answer, Qin Jia did not ask further and simply stood quietly with her. I wonder if that person is in this National Fortune Survival. Emotions surged within her. That person was from the Lighthouse Nation, named Jerry. A year ago, he was the mastermind behind the troubles for the Dragon Nation. This person had long been investigated by the Dragon Nation, while the Lighthouse Nation remained smug, believing they had hidden him well. However, due to the tense war situation over the past year, they had not been able to take revenge. Thus, Qin Jia hoped fervently that Jerry would be selected to enter this National Fortune Survival. If that happened, she would be able to take revenge for the Dragon Nation for the many soldiers who sacrificed themselves on the interstellar battlefield. Roar. 10 minutes had passed. A furious roar interrupted Qin Jia's thoughts. Sister Qin, the monsters have finally arrived. Bai Yao, holding a Golden Alaska, spoke with uncontainable excitement. After performing in front of that fool Bai Chen for so many years, she finally found an opportunity to unleash her true nature. Behind her, 2 teammates on the rooftop quickly climbed the wooden ladder to operate the heavy crossbow. The remaining chosen ones at the gate were tense like bows ready for battle. In front of them, at the end of the distant town, a wave of black surged forth. It was an innumerable horde of undead rushing forward. Their grayish skin appeared even more eerie under the red light. The cacophony of their continuous roars blended together. In the next second, a sudden gunfire broke the silence. Woo! Bai Yao smiled, her joy evident. Da-da-da! Golden bullets poured out like a torrential rain. The first corpse servant charging at the front was instantly riddled with bullets. Gory blood splattered everywhere. It fell directly. The fallen corpse servant could not save those behind it. In no time, the leading corpse servants fell in swathes under Bai Yao's relentless fire. Their bodies piled heavily on the ground, inadvertently halting the advance of the horde behind. Just then, roar, a much larger undead creature leaped out from the back, moving swiftly. It recognized Bai Yao as a threat and aimed to charge directly at her to eliminate this human. Be careful. One of the chosen on the rooftop shouted immediately. Although the undead creature was still some distance away from Bai Yao, it was uncertain whether it was due to nerves or some other reason. That person pulled the trigger of the heavy crossbow. Bang! A long, thick bolt shot out and directly pierced the undead creature's gaping mouth. The tremendous impact shattered the undead creature's head into pieces. But it wasn't over yet. The bolt passed through and skewered 10 corpse servants behind it. Finally, the arrowhead embedded into the ground, bringing it to a halt. Awesome! Bai Yao turned around and gave a thumbs up to the chosen one. At the same time, she glanced at the Golden Alaska in her hand, and then at the crossbow bolt. In an instant, she felt that the weapon in her hand was no longer appealing. If only there was a weapon with the power of the heavy crossbow, but the firing speed of the Golden Alaska. She muttered. Qin Jia did not hear clearly. However, the audience in the Dragon Nation livestream heard it all. Is that even human talk? Undead, if there really were such a weapon, would you just consider it a win? What about... Haha, didn't you all guess that Sister Yao has someone backing her? Did that Big Shot hear it? Quickly bring out the weapon. Big Shot, do I look like a weapon to you? Alright, stop making it sound so real. It's just a bit of luck. Why is everyone guessing so blindly? Bai Chen looked at the barrage in the live stream, feeling a wave of annoyance. Do you all take me for a creator or something? I'm just the GM, not the planner. He twitched the corner of his mouth slightly. However, if he ever truly upgraded from administrator to planner, he would definitely fulfill his sister's wishes. After all, with just one sister, what more could he ask for? Coming back to his senses, Bai Chen lightly tapped his fingers on the table. In his mind, the system prompts were flashing wildly. Chosen 1 by Yao killed a corpse, servant experience 1. Chosen 1 by Yao killed a corpse, servant experience 1. Chosen 1 bound weapon heavy crossbow killed an undead creature 1 killed corpse servants 10 experience 12. Upon hearing the last prompt, Bai Chen paused for a moment. Unlike the binding with the golden Alaska, although the heavy crossbow was also activated by Yao, others could still use it, but only with usage rights. Unexpectedly, others could also gain experience from using bound weapons to kill monsters. This isn't bad. Bai Chen adjusted his glasses. As long as Bai Yao activates more weapons, I can gain more experience. After leveling up, the experience bar is longer, relying on her alone might not be enough. With thoughts forming in his mind. However, Bai Chen's gaze soon shifted away from the experience bar and landed on the system map. He raised an eyebrow. No one noticed that the undead security guards originally scattered on the outskirts of the town had now disappeared. The Dragon Nation was now fully armed and had no need for them. As for where they went, Bai Chen's expression gradually turned cold. He recalled Jerry from the Lighthouse Nation's arrogant face, thinking he could escape unpunished. So Jerry, since you love luring monsters to harm people so much, let's have you personally experience the sensation of being chased and bitten by monsters this time. Bai Chen directly opened the monster permissions. He transferred 50 undead directly to the Lighthouse Nation's stronghold and edited a new command. Only attack Chosen 1 Jerry, ignore other targets. Unlike the teleportation of item maps, Bai Chen had no restrictions at all on monster teleportation. As long as he wanted, he could even teleport monsters to someone's bed while they were asleep. Just like at this moment. Watching the undead icons he controlled appear on the map, Bai Chen leaned back in his chair, arms crossed over his chest, quietly waiting for the show to begin. Undead ruins. Castle. Jerry held the knight's spear he had drawn from the treasure chest, and his astonishing strength instantly pierced through 3 corpse servants that charged at him. Jerry triumphantly flicked the blood from the spear tip. His face was full of disdain for them. These trash monsters were so uninteresting that I didn't even want to bother fighting them on the interstellar battlefield. I've said it before, these low-level monsters are simply not worth mentioning. With this level of difficulty, do they really think they can breach our Lighthouse Nation's stronghold? The Chosen Ones from the Lighthouse Nation behind him also breathed a sigh of relief. While dealing with the corpse servants rushing forward, they echoed, Jerry, you are truly amazing. With Jerry here, we don't need to worry about our safety at all. Listening to the flattery of his teammates, Jerry was quite pleased. He waved his hand. Rest assured, I will definitely protect your safety. As soon as he finished speaking, the next second, he suddenly heard some noise and looked to the right. He saw a group of undead creatures and corpse servants appearing out of nowhere. They ignored the other Chosen Ones waving weapons nearby. Their crimson eyes locked onto Jerry as they let out hissing roars. Fuck! Where the hell did they come from? The undead horde surged toward Jerry like frenzied beasts. Over 50 monsters crowded together, their bloodshot eyes fixed solely on him. Fuck! Get off me! Jerry, relying on his immense strength, gripped his knight's lance tightly and swept it horizontally, sending 3 corpse servants flying with a single blow. He also thrust the lance through the chest of a corpse fiend charging at the front. What was a terrifying foe to others, Jerry dispatched with the ease of chopping vegetables. His combat prowess was far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Yet even so, as more undead closed in, he began to feel the strain. His strength was being drained at an alarming rate. Under Bai Chen's command, these undead knew no fear, making them fiercer than other monsters. Especially the corpse fiends. Though Jerry could easily wound them with his lance, the problem was their claws were as sharp as blades, each strike accompanied by a howling wind. Jerry could only dodge clumsily. These monsters could afford countless mistakes. But he could not afford even one, or he would be torn to shreds. What are you standing there for? Come help me. Jerry, unable to hold on much longer, began calling for help from his teammates. But the monster assault wasn't over yet. Without Jerry holding the front, the other Chosen were already under immense pressure, let alone supporting him. Fortunately, one Chosen managed to shake off a monster's attack and rush to Jerry's aid. You ugly monster, die. Standing before a corpse fiend, he slashed his curved blade through its flesh. Foul blood oozed out. Yet the corpse fiend didn't even glance at him, still snarling and lunging at Jerry. What the fuck? Why are these monsters only targeting me? Seeing this, Jerry was utterly stunned. In that moment of distraction, a corpse fiend slashed 3 deep, bone-deep gashes across his arm. Blood streamed down his limb. The piercing pain snapped Jerry back to reality. Just then, another corpse fiend lunged at him, its sharp claws aimed straight for his face. Jerry could already foresee that if that claw struck, his head would burst like a watermelon. In that critical moment, Jerry's pupils contracted. He caught a glimpse of a nearby chosen, standing frozen with a machete. Making a split-second decision, he grabbed the man by the collar and yanked him forward as a shield. Thud! The corpse fiend's claws pierced through flesh and bone with a crisp crack. "Ah!" The man screamed, then went limp like a ragdoll, his life extinguished. Lighthouse Nation, chosen Mike has been slain by a corpse fiend. Vivid blood splattered all over Jerry. The cold death notification echoed in his ears, but he paid it no mind. He shoved the corpse aside, scrambling backwards several meters, his face a mix of lingering terror and relief. "Jerry, that was our teammate." The other chosen stared in disbelief. "How could you use him as a shield?" "Shut up. His death doesn't matter. If I die, you're all finished. If you don't want to die, kill the monsters." Jerry shouted, his voice a mix of bluster and fear. He swung his lance to fend off approaching monsters while retreating. But the scene of him using a comrade as a shield had been captured by the livestream audience. In the Lighthouse Nation stream, "Jerry, you bastard. Mike was helping you fight monsters, and you did this to him. To save himself, he betrayed a teammate. Jerry is scum who deserves to die. I used to think he was impressive. How blind I was." But seconds later, someone noticed a key detail. "Wait, look at that corpse fiend. Is that Sakura Nation's kimono on it? Fuck. Aren't these the undead from outside the Dragon Nation outpost? They're controlling the monsters to target Jerry specifically. The Dragon Nation must be afraid we Lighthouse Nation are too strong, so they're playing dirty. Jerry did nothing wrong. Mike's death is entirely the Dragon Nation's fault. They owe us an explanation." Meanwhile, a Dragon Nation citizen shared this discovery online. In an instant, the entire internet fell into a deathly silence. The same happened in the Dragon Nation stream. After a long pause, someone finally posted a comment. "Wait, I was joking before, but are you telling me our Dragon Nation really has backing?" At the church, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Bai Yao, however, looked deeply frustrated. Because she had been firing non-stop. Firing and firing. Without pause, the golden AK's barrel was now glowing red-hot. This was the consequence of relentless fire. Only 10 minutes of continuous shooting, and it's already failing. Bai Yao refused to believe it, slapping the gun a few times, but the golden Alaska remained unresponsive. It seemed to have reached its limit, unable to give any more. "That's already impressive," Qin Jia reminded her help. "A normal AK-47 can fire about 900 rounds before the barrel nearly melts. You fired at least several thousand rounds in this short time." Bai Yao was on the verge of tears. "But those two ballista turrets are also in cooldown. We'll have to fight up close." Just moments ago, 3 corpse fiends had tried to force their way through, forcing the 2 roof turrets to open fire simultaneously, or they would have breached the defenses. Roar! At that moment, an especially massive corpse fiend appeared in everyone's sight. Standing at least 7 meters tall, it was far more powerful than the ones before. Green veins glowed faintly across its skin, as if the Hulk had stepped into reality. "This thing is about to evolve," Qin Jia remarked, her eyes narrowing. "Don't move. Leave it to me." At her words, the Dragon Nation, chosen behind her, grew anxious. In their minds, as a commander stationed in the rear, Qin Jia must lack combat strength. But the next second, her performance stunned everyone. She pushed off the ground, leaping high into the air, and drew her blood-stained longsword with a sharp shing. Then a flash of cold light. Thud! She landed on the corpse fiend's shoulder, her sword slicing upward. The fiend's head was cleaved off, spraying green ichor. Its massive body crashed to the ground, twitched a few times, and fell still. An instant kill. When she landed, Bai Yao's eyes practically sparkled. "Sister Qin, you're so cool." In that moment, she felt completely awed by Qin Jia. She wished she could have such power. If only she could be her sister-in-law, then she could teach her every day. As the head of the strongest undead creature rolled to the ground with a thud, the remaining undead servants turned into headless flies, their threat significantly diminished. The golden Alaska in Bai Yao's hands was still smoking at the muzzle. She tried to pull the trigger, only to hear a click indicating it was empty. Clearly it hadn't cooled down yet. This would a time to jam. She pouted and suddenly noticed that the other chosen ones in the church had rushed out, engaging in battle with the remaining undead servants. She felt an itch for action. However, apart from the golden Alaska, she had no other weapons left. The golden Alaska should be sturdy enough, right? Bai Yao muttered to herself, her bright eyes narrowing slightly. Others might not realize it, but only Bai Chen knew that when his sister showed this expression, it meant she was up to no good. "Hey, leave me a couple," Bai Yao shouted, her crisp voice ringing out. Without hesitation, she hoisted the heavy gun and charged towards the nearest undead servant, which was snarling at her. "Since it won't fire, I'll just use it as a club." She used her momentum to smash the butt of the gun against the undead servant's head. With a sharp crack, the skull shattered and blood splattered everywhere. The body crumpled heavily to the ground. "What the hell? This works." A nearby female student watched in disbelief, her eyes nearly popping out. Not sisterly at all. Who knew the golden Alaska could be used like this? Bai Yao became more and more excited, swinging the golden Alaska left and right among the undead. The butt of the gun was smeared with blood and brain matter, having dispatched several more undead servants. When the last one fell at the church steps, twitching a few times before going still, the first wave of attacks that the Dragon Country faced was officially declared over. Everyone lowered their weapons, sighed in relief, and patted each other on the shoulder to check for injuries. No one had died, only 2 chosen ones had minor scratches from the undead's claws. An old man in charge of logistics quickly took out some hemostatic medicine and bandages, muttering as he wrapped them up, "Fortunately, the injuries aren't serious. We need to be more careful next time." The Dragon Country's live broadcast room erupted into a frenzy. The bullet comments flooded in like a tide. "Amazing. Our Dragon Country's chosen ones are the best, so fierce. 0 casualties in the first wave. Which other country can achieve that? Before today, I never imagined Commander Qin could be so powerful, cutting down the strongest undead with one strike. Brothers, I've turned the footage of Bai Yao smashing monsters with an AK into a meme. Hurry up and share. I really beg you. Beg. You have to line up." Compared to the previous anxiety, the pride of the Dragon Country's audience was palpable at this moment. In Jiang City, Bai Chen was rapidly saving Bai Yao's memes. Despite the fast-paced comments in the live stream, he didn't miss a single one. As the memes reached the limit of his collection, a sly smile crept onto his face. When Bai Yao returned, he would send them all to her. He could already imagine his sister's shocked expression. Just then a system notification arrived. Chosen ones gain experience from defeating monsters, 142 experience gained from completing the first wave attack task, 100 at this moment. The experience bar for the administrator level had changed to 249,1000. At this rate, after today's attack task ends, the experience bar should be more than half full. Leveling up is just around the corner. Bai Chen murmured to himself. Initially, after binding with Bai Yao, he had prepared for a slow leveling process. However, the results now were unexpected. He lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his gaze shifting to the live stream of the Lighthouse Country. There was Jerry barely hanging on. His expression immediately turned cold as he snickered. "You've got some skill to survive the first wave, but it's pointless. Today you will undoubtedly die." In the list of chosen ones, Jerry was at the same level combat strength as Qin Jia. Bai Chen had never expected that the 50 monsters would be enough to take him down. But he could constantly send monsters to attack Jerry as long as he was still seeking survival within the national luck. But how many attacks could Jerry withstand? In the stronghold of the Lighthouse Country inside the castle, Jerry leaned against the crumbling stone wall, panting heavily, his chest heaving, his combat suit stained with blood and riddled with holes. The strips of cloth wrapped around his arms and legs were soaked with blood, and the bleeding wounds throbbed with pain. "It's over. Finally over. Fuck. 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 Why are these monsters targeting me? This is so messed up." Jerry was starting to lose it. Just now he had been struggling to resist in the castle. Relying on the terrain, he had barely managed to take down those undead that were like mad dogs fixated on attacking him. But now the castle gate was being battered by the horde. The heavy wooden door was covered with deep scratches and holes. The edges of the door panels were even cracking, and it was clear it wouldn't withstand a second attack. The remaining 10 chosen ones sat back to back on the cold ground. Each face was etched with fear and exhaustion. Some bowed their heads and sobbed quietly, while others fixed their gaze on the corpses of their teammates outside. No one dared to speak. In the earlier attack, 9 chosen ones had died on the spot. Nearly half of their combat strength was lost, and the once arrogant bravado had vanished without a trace, leaving only deep despair. One team member couldn't help but look up at Jerry, gritting his teeth, and said, "It's all your fault. These monsters are clearly targeting you. How could you use Mike as a shield? If you had died, we wouldn't be in such a dire situation." Hearing the accusation directed at him, Jerry sneered, "You want me to die, eh? Bitch, what nonsense are you talking? Without me, you all would have been dead long ago. How dare you say that to me? I can't handle those monsters. Do you think I can't kill you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he walked up to the person and punched him, exploding his head. In an instant, the thick smell of blood spread, and the other chosen ones in the castle looked on in horror. But no one dared to speak. They realized that Jerry's emotions were obviously not right. Annoying him at this moment would lead to a very bad outcome. After a long while, Jerry finally sat back down. In fact, with his combat strength, if he had faced 50 undead on the interstellar battlefield, he would never have been so disheveled. He could have easily completed the kills. However, within the national luck seeking survival, he lacked quality equipment, and the undead were stronger than outside. And the grievance of being targeted made Jerry's emotions sensitive, like a volcano ready to erupt. The live stream of the Lighthouse Country was in complete silence. The previously rampant comments praising Jerry vanished without a trace. "It's all Dragon Country's fault. They must have manipulated the monsters to attack us. Otherwise, why would they only chase after Jerry? Dragon Country is so shameless. If they can't play fair, they're resorting to underhanded tactics. The Blue Star will definitely have to punish Dragon Country. They must be using something to break the rules, otherwise how could they control the undead? They could teleport directly from the town to the castle. Shut up, you idiots. So Jerry is a waste too. Boasting about how amazing he is on the interstellar battlefield. Why is he so miserable now? I think so too. Rumors are spreading that they have someone behind them. It must be Jerry boasting about tricking Dragon Country in the live stream that angered the big shots behind them. The live stream was filled with endless arguments. Just then in the undead ruins a cold notification sound suddenly rang in the minds of all chosen ones. And a virtual panel popped up. It clearly displayed First Wave Attack Settlement Panel Dragon Country, 0 Dead Snow Country, 2 Dead Sunset Empire, 3 Dead, 3 Country, 5 Dead. Lighthouse Country, 9 Dead. The moment the settlement results were announced, the undead ruins erupted in an uproar. All the chosen ones were stunned by the result. What were they seeing? 0 deaths for Dragon Country, 9 deaths for Lighthouse Country. Is this even right? Did the National Luck-Seeking Survival really not reverse the results for the two countries? 3 Country, Dragon Country actually had 0 casualties. This is too exaggerated. Sunset Empire. How could Lighthouse Country have so many deaths? Aren't they the strongest? Snow Country. It seems a storm is brewing. Dragon Country is about to rise. Not just them. Even Xin Jia from Dragon Country was somewhat surprised by this result. 0 deaths for Dragon Country ranking first was undoubtedly unquestionable. But how could Lighthouse Country sustain so many casualties? The intensity of the first wave of attacks wasn't that high. Xin Jia sighed in disappointment. Given the severe losses of Lighthouse Country, it seemed that their chosen ones didn't include that Jerry guy. Jerry was very strong. If he were present, Lighthouse Country would never have been in such a situation. This was also the reason for Xin Jia's disappointment. She couldn't take revenge within the National Luck-Seeking Survival. As the chosen ones from various nations engaged in animated discussions, the settlement panel slowly faded away. Immediately after, a chilling announcement echoed in the minds of all the chosen ones. First wave of supply distribution, 1 blue treasure chest, 5 green treasure chests, 10 white treasure chests. Meanwhile, Bai Chen repeatedly looked at the expression pack of Bai Yao smashing a corpse servant with an AK. Initially he found it amusing, but upon hearing the system prompt about other nations still having supply chests, he instantly furrowed his brows, a hint of heartache flowing through his gaze. Sai Yao Yao has fallen to the point of using a golden Alaska as a stick. The conditions are too harsh. No way. He spoke to himself. Yao Yao has suffered so much. As her brother, I haven't done well enough, so I must get her better equipment to compensate. Bai Chen motivated himself instantly. He quickly locked onto the supply chest coordinates of Lighthouse Nation and A3 Nation. A pop-up for administrator permissions appeared. Transfer target chest to designated coordinates. Without hesitation, Bai Chen clicked confirm. A smile crept uncontrollably at the corner of his mouth. Since it's no use to you, it's better to give it to my sister. Meanwhile, inside the castle of Lighthouse Nation, Jerry straightened up as soon as he heard the supply prompt. It was as if he had been injected with a stimulant. He abruptly sat up. Even though the intense pain from his torn wound made him grimace, he still roared. There's actually supplies. Hurry, let's check it out. The other chosen ones, seeing a glimmer of hope, supported each other as they stumbled towards the courtyard. They saw a pile of treasure chests crash onto the gravel ground. The patterns on the blue treasure chest were particularly striking under the crimson sunlight. The blue treasure chest contains good things. If I can open some powerful items, I won't have to worry about future attacks. Jerry's eyes sparkled. He shoved aside a shorter teammate blocking his path and stumbled forward, trying to embrace the blue treasure chest. However, just as his hand was about to touch the chest suddenly transformed into a flash of white light and vanished into thin air, causing Jerry to lose his balance and fall hard. His face hit the gravel and blood gushed from his nose. What the hell? Where's my treasure chest? Jerry's pupils dilated as he frantically clawed at the ground, his fingers filled with dirt and gravel, drawing blood, but not caring. Who was it? Who stole my treasure chest? I must kill him. A teammate beside him slumped to the ground, trembling all over. Jerry. His voice choked with tears. All the treasure chests are gone. There must be a ghost. Jerry was completely dumbfounded. The treasure chests that he had just gotten his hands on had disappeared before he could even warm them up. His gaze gradually turned despairing. In the next moment, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. The National Fortune Survival is targeting me. Jerry recalled the monsters that had only attacked him and the treasure chest that had just vanished. What else could it be if not targeted? Answer me. Meanwhile, in the Lighthouse Nation livestream room. It must be Long Nation's doing. Previously, Sakura Nation also lost treasure chests. Now it seems to be Long Nation's fault. I said, how could that chosen one from Long Nation, named by Yao, have such good luck? It turns out it's not luck. 666, a Long Nation isn't even pretending anymore. Long Nation must give us an explanation today. Meanwhile, on the other side, the base of A3 Nation was in utter chaos. The chosen ones were dancing around the treasure chests that had just appeared. Some were even so excited they knelt and bowed. They repeatedly worshipped the treasure chests. Bless us, Lord Shiva. These treasure chests are lifesavers. We are saved. Thank you, Lord Shiva. While they were excited, suddenly a teammate discovered something terrifying. The pile of treasure chests that had been surrounded had vanished without a trace. 1 minute later, the chosen ones of A3 nation instantly collapsed. Some rolled on the ground crying out, "There's a thief. Give us back our treasure chest. That was our lifeline. Without food and water we can't survive." Some frantically prayed to the sky while others grabbed the collar of their teammate questioning, "Did you hide it? Hurry and hand it over." The scene was chaotic with some even getting into fights out of mutual suspicion. Meanwhile, inside the church, the chosen ones of Long Nation were gathered around their supply treasure chests. There's even a blue treasure chest among the supplies. This is awesome. Bai Yao must be the one to open it. She's the luckiest. Qin Jia smiled as she patted Bai Yao's shoulder. "Yao Yao, you open the blue treasure chest. Oh, I believe you'll get something good." Bai Yao's eyes lit up as she approached the blue treasure chest. "All right, I'll open it." Just as she touched the blue treasure chest, it suddenly exploded with a loud bang, releasing a wave of heat. Everyone was startled. Looking up, they saw a small, entirely orange-red flamethrower hovering in the air. Portable flamethrower quality blue damage 10. The king discovered that the undead feared fire. Thus, he specifically developed the portable flamethrower, which can cause continuous burn damage. The flamethrower can emit flames for 5 minutes followed by a cooldown of 5 minutes. Flamethrower. Upon seeing the information about the portable flamethrower, Bai Yao's eyes narrowed into a smile. After obtaining the flamethrower, she excitedly lifted it up and observed it several times. "I feel like this thing is even more powerful than a golden Alaska," she murmured to herself. Suddenly a notification echoed in Bai Yao's mind. "Weapon has been bound, huh? It's bound again." Bai Yao was momentarily stunned, then felt a bit embarrassed. After all this time, she had opened a supply blue treasure chest, not one she had found herself. As a result, the weapon could only be used by her. This left Bai Yao, who already had a golden Alaska, feeling somewhat awkward. But just then, Bai Yao suddenly heard some strange sounds coming from the sky. She turned around and was instantly stunned. Other chosen ones, including Qin Jia, were also watching the treasure chest rain in shock. Dozens of treasure chests fell from the crimson sky. They crashed down with a clattering sound, quickly forming a small mountain in the courtyard. At the highest point, the gleam of 2 blue treasure chests stood out. Where did these treasure chests come from?" Qin Jia gasped. The supplies from the Dragon Kingdom had clearly already been received, so why were there still treasure chests? With a puzzled expression, she stepped forward and counted the number of treasure chests. After counting, she noticed something was off. Why did it feel like 2 countries' supply treasure chests had been snatched and brought here? This large pile of treasure chests dazzled the eyes of onlookers. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom's live stream room erupted instantly. "Damn, I guessed right. As soon as I heard about the disappearance of the treasure chests from the Lighthouse Nation and the Third Nation, I knew they would definitely come our way. Is there a profit? Tonight we're going to make a move." LOL, Jerry from the Lighthouse Nation is still there, stubbornly looking for it. "Isn't this a bit unfair? The Lighthouse Nation has been demanding an explanation online." "Unfair? How did they treat us before? Why didn't you say it was unfair back then?" Soon the scene in front of the church was broadcast. When audiences from the Lighthouse Nation and the Third Nation saw this scene, they were instantly on edge. "I knew it was the Dragon Kingdom's doing. That's our supply treasure chest. We strongly demand the Dragon Kingdom apologize to the Lighthouse Nation and provide compensation." Meanwhile, an emergency meeting was convened on the Dragon Kingdom's side. The meeting room was brightly lit. The big screen was displaying the live broadcast of the National Survival event, with several officials gathered around the table. Some were frowning at the pile of treasure chests on the screen. "The Lighthouse Nation has now determined that this is our doing and is demanding an explanation for everything. They even said we have someone behind us." When these words were spoken, the official couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "You're saying we have someone behind us? We don't even know about this ourselves." The intelligence department head said solemnly. "We checked, and Bai Yao and her brother Bai Chen are just ordinary people with a clean background, so it's impossible for them to have any ability to manipulate national fortunes. As for Qin Jia, I think there's no need to investigate her. If she had such abilities, she would have told us long ago. Now the Lighthouse Nation is forcing us to give them an explanation, but I'm more curious than they are about what's actually going on." Now, even the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom believe this was a secret weapon hidden by their country. The officials were also quite helpless. "Secret weapon? If it really existed, why would we need to tell you? We would have used it long ago." Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, the secretary knocked on the door and hurried in. The Lighthouse Nation has begun to apply pressure again. It seems that if they do not receive a reasonable explanation, they will not let this go. Explanation? What's there to explain to them? An elderly man in military uniform suddenly spoke up. No matter what, the truth is that hidden existence is currently helping the Dragon Kingdom. The chosen ones in the undead clan ruins are also working hard for the country. How can we outsiders let them down? Aren't they from the Lighthouse Nation demanding an explanation? At this point, the elderly man took the tablet from the secretary. He directly tagged the Lighthouse Nation on the internet and attached a photo of a tape-sealed mouth. Here's the explanation you wanted, and that's not all. The sarcasm was very obvious. Soon the Lighthouse Nation, seeing this response, erupted with outrage. But it was useless. They could only shout on the internet. Because after the national survival event began, the pressure on the Dragon Kingdom in the interstellar battlefield had significantly decreased. If the Lighthouse Nation dared to take any action now, what awaited them would be the insane retaliation of a fully powered Dragon Kingdom. After all, the Dragon Kingdom had managed to hold its ground in the interstellar battlefield for so long, and this strength certainly needed no further explanation. Meanwhile, inside the church, Bai Yao looked at the pile of treasure chests on the ground and the thoughts of the others wanting her to open them, and she quickly waved her hand. With a slightly embarrassed expression, she said, "I won't open them. I've already bound the flamethrower I opened just now, and if I open more, and they all get bound, you won't be able to use them." After she finished speaking, she noticed that the other chosen ones didn't care at all. "It's fine. If we open it and don't get anything good, wouldn't that just waste a valuable treasure chest? Yeah, just open it. If something good comes out, it doesn't matter if it's bound. It's the same no matter who uses it." Hearing these responses, Bai Yao finally let out a sigh of relief. She had been worried that the others might be dissatisfied because of this. But now it seemed everyone was still quite united. "Then, I'll go and open one," Bai Yao said, and immediately stepped forward to lift the lid of a blue treasure chest. The moment the treasure chest opened, a soft white light flashed. A piece of white metal appeared before her. Shelter reinforcement material. Quality blue. Effect: after use, the shelter's defense is increased by 50 and minor damages are automatically repaired. This is a good item. Qin Zia's eyes lit up. Yao, it was indeed the right choice to let you open the treasure chest. With this material, low-level undead creatures pose almost no threat to our shelter. Qin Jia felt a significant relief in her heart. The monster attacks were divided into 3 waves. After the difficulty increased later, she was genuinely worried about whether the shelter could hold up. After all, her ability to fight was one thing. If the shelter couldn't withstand the attacks, it wouldn't matter how strong she was. Now with this reinforcement material, the pressure of defense in the upcoming battles would be much lighter. Then Bai Yao opened another blue treasure chest. A giant sword taller than a person and glimmering coldly jumped out with a loud clang. Giant sword of the Kingdom's Guard. Quality blue. Attack power 35. Weight 100 Gene. The weapon of the strongest guard of the kingdom. It requires exceptional physical strength to wield it due to its innate divine power. This giant sword fell to the ground, creating a pit. Damn, is this really a weapon that humans can use? The chosen ones were collectively shocked. 100 Gene is not too heavy for some people who regularly exercise and are quite strong. They can almost all lift it. However, picking it up and using it as a weapon are entirely different matters. To wield it effectively, one must swing it with great ease. The team members took turns trying. Without exception, they all failed. That female student couldn't even lift the hilt. The middle-aged worker had a bit more strength, but he could only lift it with great difficulty, and even the slightest movement would sap his strength. This is way too heavy. Who can lift this? Someone couldn't help but murmur. If no one could use it, wouldn't this giant sword just end up as a decoration? At this moment, the Dragon Kingdom's live stream room also had many foreign accounts lurking in it. Among them, the most were from the Lighthouse Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation. Seeing Bai Yao open a weapon that no one could use, these people immediately jumped out. "Is this what you call luck in the Dragon Kingdom? You've got to be kidding me. This is utterly laughable. You Dragon Kingdom chosen ones are truly overestimating yourselves. Do you think you can wield 100 Gene giant sword with those physiques? I'm not exaggerating. If our Jerry were here, he'd wield that sword like a toy." Seeing this group's ridicule, most of the Dragon Kingdom's audience remained quite calm. After all, it was just the pathetic howling of a group of failures. However, some hot-headed individuals directly began to lash out, and within 2 sentences they were silenced. Outside the church, Bai Yao saw the weight of the giant sword and had no desire to even try. "This sword is heavier than I am," she pouted. At the same time, she felt a bit disheartened. After all, the weapon she had opened was unusable by anyone. Just then, Qin Jia saw her expression and patted her shoulder. "Watch this." With that, she stepped forward and directly grasped the hilt with one hand. With a twist of her wrist, she easily lifted the giant sword. In the next moment, the sword emitted a faint hum as if it were excited. "Damn! She lifted it so easily," someone exclaimed. Qin Jia held the giant sword as if it were nothing at all, walking over to the ruins of a house beside the church. With a flick of her wrist, the giant sword swung down with a whistling sound. With a loud crash, the thick brick wall was cleaved open, creating a half-meter wide gap and sending debris flying. This scene reached the Dragon Kingdom's live stream room, causing those foreign accounts that had been boasting just moments ago to fall silent. Naturally, even the people from the Dragon Kingdom were shocked by Qin Jia's terrifying strength. Damn, is this real? Commander Qin doesn't even seem to weigh more than 110 Jin, right? In this day and age, if you don't have strength, even being a commander is impossible. Haha, no offense, Commander Qin isn't as strong as you think. If I faced her in a duel, it'd be a 7,030 split. You mean she'd kill you 7 times in 3 minutes? Not that weak. In the church, Qin Jia observed the various shocked expressions of the crowd without offering too much explanation. Some things are not something ordinary people can understand. Alright. She clapped her hands to attract everyone. We don't know when the second wave of attacks will return, so we don't have much time. We should get started and use that reinforcement material now. Bai Yao handed the reinforcement material over. There was only this one piece, and she didn't know how to use it. As a result, Qin Jia directly tossed the material against the church wall. In the next second, a flash of white light appeared. That piece of white metal instantly transformed into a silvery, sticky liquid spreading rapidly along the wall, as if it had a life of its own. In no time, the outer wall of the church was covered with a thick layer of silver-white armor, about 2 fingers thick, with intricate patterns appearing on the surface. The gaps in the doors and windows were also sealed automatically, leaving not a single crack. Dense spikes protruded as well, each one gleaming coldly. At the moment the reinforcement material was completed, a cold notification tone echoed in the ears of all chosen ones within the entire undead clan ruins. Attention, all chosen ones. The second wave of attacks will commence in 2 hours. Bai Chen. He had been staring at the live stream. At this moment, the image of Qin Jia's frail figure lifting the giant sword floated in his mind, causing him to twitch his mouth. The sense of incongruity was overwhelming. When he had seen Qin Jia's level combat strength earlier, he had known that this woman was certainly not simple. He just hadn't expected her to be this strong. Although both were level combatants, Qin Jia was definitely on a different level than Jerry. Her strength doesn't seem like it could be achieved through normal means. Bai Chen muttered to himself. Didn't she say something about treating me and Yao Yao to a meal after we get out? I should ask her how she managed to do it then. Teach Yao Yao, and also teach me a bit. However, if he wanted something done, he definitely needed to offer some benefits first. Bai Chen's gaze shifted to Jerry from the Lighthouse Nation. His original thought of wanting to kill him outright suddenly changed. Sending this guy over to Qin Jia should make for a nice gift, right? At this moment, Bai Chen suddenly froze as a system notification sounded in his mind. Detected a vulnerability in the National Survival event. Please have the administrator enter the Undead Clan ruins to check and complete the repairs. Repair reward administrator level raised to level 3. After hearing the system notification clearly, Bai Chen almost thought he had misheard. You need me to go in to fix the vulnerability. Then what's the point of having a system? The system? Bai Chen frowned. While the reward was quite tempting, it would directly elevate his administrator level to 3. But the problem was he was still just an ordinary person. If he encountered monsters inside the Undead Clan ruins, he might not even know how he died. Rest assured, host. Upon entering the ruins, the host will be granted level 3 administrator privileges. Level 3 administrator privileges. Can control 150 monsters, can control corpses, undead, and ghouls. Map range 300 kilometers. Can control treasure chest level gold, can choose rewards for blue or lower treasure chests. Rewards obtained upon entering the Undead Clan ruins can be used directly or brought back to reality. Hearing the system's explanation, Bai Chen's eyes gradually widened. You're not trying to pull a fast one on me, are you? The system. Bai Chen noticed the system had stopped responding to his questions. After 2 seconds of hesitation and contemplation. After receiving the task to repair the loophole of the National Luck Administrator system, a gentle white light enveloped Bai Chen, and his body instantly lost its balance. When he steadied himself again, he found himself in the ruins of the Undying Clan. He was not a chosen one, and naturally there was no live broadcast. No one noticed that another person had quietly appeared in this land of death. Bai Chen was dressed in a casual black hoodie, standing tall. Suddenly, he felt something strange on his face. He reached up to touch it, and then pulled out his phone to take a look, only to discover that a dragon head mask had appeared on his face without him noticing. The dragon scale patterns on the mask shimmered with golden light as he moved. This dragon head looks somewhat familiar, Bai Chen mumbled, then recalled where he had seen it before. It was the icon of the National Luck Administrator system. Not bad at all. Bai Chen was quite satisfied with the mask. He then asked the system in his mind. What exactly is the loophole you mentioned? Where is it? In the next moment, a cold synthetic voice from the system echoed. Loophole information unknown, requires administrator to investigate, approximate location marked. Bai Chen rolled his eyes. You want me to repair something without even knowing what it is? What use is this system? System. If I knew what the loophole was, would I need you to come in? Bai Chen. He stopped arguing with the system and directly brought up the system map, discovering that the marked location was not unfamiliar. It was the stronghold chosen by the Cherry Blossom countries, chosen ones, Burial Mountain Valley. That's a bit too close to where Yao Yao is. Bai Chen frowned slightly. He wasn't in a hurry about the system's task, but now it might involve his sister. If that's the case, then he had to take it seriously. A bit far, Bai Chen glanced, and saw that Burial Mountain Valley was a full 121 kilometers away from where he was now. With the privilege of a third-level administrator, he could only teleport monsters, not himself. However, walking this distance was also unrealistic. Fortunately, Bai Chen noticed a new icon among the nearby monsters. It was a corpse demon. Although he had never seen one in person, Bai Chen had already learned about corpse demons from the system. They were transformed from beast-infected corpses characterized by their ferocity. Bai Chen directly controlled 3 to teleport over. In the next moment, 3 monsters appeared before him. One was a decaying wild boar, its eyes white and gasping for breath. Another was a giant lizard oozing pus, emitting a foul stench. The last one was in better condition, a wolf with dried flesh exposing white bones, yet its size was comparable to that of a cow. "You're the one." Bai Chen released the other 2, and then directly climbed onto the back of this corpse wolf. The corpse wolf sped towards Burial Mountain Valley. Along the way, he coincidentally passed by the resting stronghold of the Snow Country. "Everyone get up. Prepare for battle." The leader of the Snow Country's chosen ones, Andre, was startled awake upon seeing the corpse demon, nearly stumbling over in shock. But when the chosen ones of the Snow Country came out, they discovered that a person was actually sitting on the back of the corpse demon. Moreover, the figure did not seem inclined to acknowledge them. "Oh my god, he's actually riding an undying clan member. That must be a corpse demon, right?" Andre was dumbfounded. Who is this person? Which country's chosen one is he? Although the Snow Country's livestream had recorded Bai Chen, it only captured his silhouette. No matter how one looked at it, it was impossible to tell which country he belonged to. Only the chosen ones from the Snow Country had seen Bai Chen. This incident did not have a significant impact. 2 hours passed quickly, and the alert sound for the national luck survival echoed through the ruins. The second wave of attacks is about to arrive. It will reach various country strongholds in 10 minutes. Please be on guard. Dragon Country Stronghold. Outside the church, Bai Yao and Qin Jia instantly perked up upon hearing the national luck alert. Qin Jia hurriedly organized everyone into position. Meanwhile, Bai Yao was checking the flamethrower and golden Alaska. "I hope I won't have to bash monsters with the stock again this time," she mumbled. Then Qin Jia approached with a massive sword, its blade gleaming with a cold light as it plunged into the ground. Everything was ready. Soon a dense mass of corpses appeared at the end of the distant street, surging like a moving black tide. Just by looking at the numbers, it was more than double that of the first wave. Among them, there were even 3 giant corpse demons standing out conspicuously. "They're here." Bai Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of the monsters. She first pulled the trigger of her golden Alaska. Da-da-da-da. The dense bullets were shot out in an instant. Soon a group of corpse servants in front fell down. However, this time Bai Yao was also clever. She did not use the golden Alaska for too long, immediately stopping when she noticed the barrel starting to turn red. Instead, she switched to the flamethrower. In an instant, orange-eared flames gushed out like a fire dragon, igniting a portion of the corpse servants charging at the front. The corpse servants screamed and struggled in the fire, sizzling under the intense heat. In the Dragon Country livestream, although they had long been psychologically prepared, seeing this scene still evoked a sense of sorrow for this group of undying clan members. That's still the same saying, all fear comes from insufficient firepower. Oh well, now it's the undying clan that should be afraid. The corpse servants and demons are already crying. "Damn, brothers. I just got news from the Snow Country that they saw someone riding a corpse demon." "What? Are you kidding? Who would dare to ride a corpse demon?" Some people mentioned Bai Chen in the comments. However, no one cared as it sounded too unbelievable and everyone remained focused on watching the live stream. In the ruins of the undying clan, Qin Jia's target was those 3 giant corpse demons. She stomped her feet, hard, leaping into the air like an arrow released from a bow, swinging the massive sword towards the head of one giant corpse demon. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as the head of the giant corpse demon was smashed by the giant sword. This battle lasted for half an hour, with the chosen ones from Dragon Country coordinating seamlessly. The strong crossbow turrets on the rooftop fired alternately every minute, clearing away a large number of minor threats. With the last corpse servant's death, the second wave of attacks ended completely. There were still no casualties. This time, not even a single injury was reported. Bai Yao lowered her AK, proudly holding her head high. This second wave of monster attacks wasn't too hard. Qin Jia put down her giant sword. Looking at the expression on Bai Yao's face, she couldn't help but ask, "You said before that you had been pretending in front of your brother for years. You shouldn't be able to keep it up this time, right?" Qin Jia was no longer worried at all. She believed that the chosen ones from Dragon Country would definitely return home safely. Bai Yao shook her head. That won't do. I still have to pretend. If I don't act a bit weaker, how will he be willing to give me pocket money? After this, you won't have to ask your brother for pocket money anymore. Once we return, the higher-ups will definitely reward all chosen ones. It's different. Spending my brother's money is more enjoyable. Qinjia. On the other side, Bai Chen was focused on his journey, completely unaware of his sister's thoughts about using his money. The corpse wolf was extremely fast and did not need to rest, so it quickly arrived at the destination. As he rounded a moss-covered ridge, the scene before him changed dramatically. He saw the valley piled high with layers of corpses rising and falling like small mountains, the stench of decay assaulting his nostrils. It was indeed Burial Mountain Valley, where the chosen ones from the Cherry Blossom Country had previously fled in disarray. He directly commanded the corpse wolf to jump down. Walking among the corpses, occasionally a corpse servant would attempt to rise and attack Bai Chen, but it was directly smashed into undying clan fragments by the corpse wolf's paw. Soon Bai Chen spotted a strange place. It was an altar in Burial Mountain Valley. On the altar were several broken chains, as if something had broken free from its restraints. Bai Chen frowned. Is this the loophole you mentioned? After 2 seconds of silence, the system finally replied. Loophole discovered: undying corpses awakening prematurely, having left the range of Burial Mountain Valley. Currently, the strength of the chosen ones from various countries does not meet the requirements to resist the undying corpses. Please retrieve and reseal them promptly. Bai Chen. Just because their strength doesn't meet the requirements, does that mean mine does? Bai Chen had a slight headache. He glanced at the chains, which were obviously torn apart by brute force, and he frowned in contemplation. The danger of the undead was self-evident. As the strongest monster within the ruins of the undead clan, it was not something an ordinary person like him could deal with, even if he was the National Fate Administrator. However, a level 3 authority could not control the undead at all. If he foolishly sought out the undead, while hoping to seal it, that would be tantamount to delivering his own head. So my primary goal now is to first enhance my own strength. With the authority of the administrator, I would still be able to deal with the undead. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Bai Chen's eyes. As for how to enhance his strength, he already had some ideas. Meanwhile, after the second wave of attacks ended, the settlement panel popped up immediately. Second wave attack settlement panel. Dragon Country 0 deaths. Snow Country 3 deaths. Lighthouse Country 4 deaths. Seeing these results, the chosen ones from various countries erupted in chaos. They no longer cared about how many people had died in the strongest Lighthouse Country. However, why did the Dragon Country not suffer a single death in the second wave of attacks? Everyone could clearly feel how intense the second wave of attacks was. They had thought that at least 1 or 2 people from the Dragon Country would die, yet they remained completely unscathed. This naturally made the chosen ones from other countries feel an extreme sense of imbalance. Everyone started from scratch. Why was the Dragon Country so formidable? Snow Country. Andre stared at the line saying Dragon Country 0 deaths. His eyes widened in disbelief. How did they manage to do that? There were 3 giant undead spirits in the second wave attack. Just thinking about the strength of those giant undead spirits made Andre's teeth ache. If Bai Chen had paid attention to the list of chosen ones earlier, he would know that Andre was also in a level combat strength. He felt the situation was tricky, which illustrated just how difficult it was. Soon after, the settlement panel disappeared, and the prompt sounded again. Second wave attack successfully defended, supplies distributed to various countries. Blue treasure chest 2. Green treasure chest 15. White treasure chest 30. The chosen ones from various countries waited for this moment, and after the prompt appeared, they rushed out of the shelter. The situation was the same on the Dragon Country's side. Outside the church, various treasure chests had already piled up like small hills. Other chosen ones gathered around, but Bai Yao did not move. She had lost interest in the treasure chests. Yet Qin Jia still smiled and pushed her gently. Don't just stand there, go open the blue treasure chests. From now on, you will be the one to open all chests of blue grade and above. Bai Yao pouted. Am I some kind of tool for opening treasure chests? Although she said this, she obediently stepped forward and directly opened 2 blue treasure chests. To her surprise, both treasure chests contained the same reward, 2 vials of pale green liquid. Bai Yao was not unfamiliar with this item. She had used it once before. Immediately, an information box popped up. Beginner strengthening potion. Quality blue. Results of alchemist's research. Every man wishing to become a knight would take this. Using it can slightly enhance physique and strength with no side effects. Users with attributes above 100 cannot increase. Further, Qin Jia came over, and upon discovering it was a strengthening potion, she didn't think much and directly patted Bai Yao. Beginner strengthening potion. Quality blue. Results of alchemist's research. Every man wishing to become a knight would take this. Using it can slightly enhance physique and strength with no side effects. Yes, Bai Yao, and you are the most important. If your strength increases, we will be safer. A female student. Whatever Bai Yao opens belongs to Bai Yao. Everyone understood. They had survived this long not because they were strong, but entirely thanks to Qin Jia and Bai Yao. Therefore, naturally, no one wanted to compete with Bai Yao for such important items. Qin Jia had already considered this. She was just worried that distribution would lead to discord within the team, but now it seemed everyone thought the same way. Thus, she had no more worries. In that case, Yao Yao just used them up. Okay, thank you everyone. Seeing the team's unanimous opinion, Bai Yao was not polite at all. She directly used both beginner strengthening potions. A warm flow surged from her throat throughout her body. A prompt also popped up. Using beginner strengthening potion. Strength 30. Physique 20. Speed 10. Chosen 1 Bai Yao. Strength 50. Physique 35. Speed 20. After drinking, Bai Yao clenched her fists. The effects of the 2 strengthening potions were very evident, significantly enhancing her physical attributes. Qin Jia watched closely and could feel her changes. Bai Yao suddenly thought of something. Sister Qin, once my 3-dimensional attributes reach 100, can I be like you then? Her eyes were filled with longing. Qin Jia was momentarily taken aback. That should be possible. Oh, it's just a little bit off. She did not openly express her true feelings, fearing to discourage the child. Meanwhile, at the lighthouse country base, Jerry was still alive after enduring the second wave of attacks. However, his condition was very poor and had reached its limit. I can't hold anymore. If we have to abandon the shelter, so be it. We can always move to another place. Jerry looked at the remaining 4 chosen ones, already considering giving up the shelter. Although abandoning the shelter would come at a great cost. But if they didn't give up now, when the third wave of attacks arrived, they might lose their lives. The others remained silent. They tacitly accepted Jerry's suggestion. Just then, Jerry suddenly heard the prompt for treasure chest supplies. In that moment, his heart jumped to his throat, fearing that the treasure chests would vanish like last time. After nervously stepping outside and seeing that the ground was covered with treasure chests, and they had not disappeared, Jerry was so excited that he was almost in tears. He staggered over and hugged a blue treasure chest. Great! It didn't disappear this time. With these supplies, even if we have to change bases, it won't be that hard. The other chosen ones also breathed a sigh of relief. If it hadn't been for the treasure chests disappearing last time, they wouldn't have ended up in such a dire situation. Seeing this scene, even the live broadcast room of the lighthouse country was filled with cheers. Ha ha! The dragon country must be scared and doesn't dare to make any more moves. I knew our threat was effective. The dragon country is just putting on a brave face and doesn't dare to provoke us again. Now that there are supplies, Jerry will definitely be able to hold on. I just hope Jerry and the others don't get wiped out. Some people naively thought that the dragon country was afraid. The next moment, a whoa! A piercing howl of a wolf suddenly echoed in the ears of everyone in the live broadcast room. What sound is that? How can there be wolf howling? How could there be wolves in the ruins of the undead clan? You must have heard wrong. How could so many people be mistaken? It was definitely a wolf howl. Don't forget that the undead clan has corpse demons. Damn, how could corpse demons appear at this time? Just when they were in chaos and speculating wildly inside the castle. Jerry stood frozen and placed his body stiff. He saw a massive corpse wolf charging and followed by a large group of undead spirits. Pairs of crimson eyes fixed on him, glaring with malice. At that moment, Jerry felt as if his heart had died. After narrowly surviving the monster attack, another wave was coming. Why? The third wave hadn't even begun, so why were monsters targeting the lighthouse country base? He was already in despair. But then Jerry suddenly noticed a figure sitting on the back of the corpse wolf. The person was cloaked in a black robe and wore a dragon head mask. Jerry was stunned, stammering. He did not understand how this person could control the undead clan. After 2 seconds of silence, the person on the back of the corpse wolf chuckled softly. You can call me the National Fate Merchant. I am here to save you. Outside the castle, Bai Chen rode on a corpse wolf, his black cloak fluttering slightly in the wind. This cloak was something he had found on the road, opened from a white treasure chest, rough, but capable of shielding him from the wind and dust. In addition, he had picked up quite a few items along the way, all in preparation for the upcoming plan. At this moment, Jerry and the remaining 4 teammates were watching him with wary expressions, gripping their weapons tightly. It was no wonder they were so afraid. Anyone looking at this large group of undead would feel a sense of dread. After all, given the current situation of the chosen ones from Lighthouse Country, they would struggle to deal with even 2 or 3 undead, let alone this large group. When Jerry heard Bai Chen say he was a national fortune merchant here to save them, his gaze became even more vigilant. Save us. Jerry tightened his grip on the spear in his hand. What exactly do you want to do? This is about national survival. What opportunity for survival? Why should I trust a guy riding a corpse demon? He was filled with doubt. The main reason was that Bai Chen's display was too intimidating. This person could control the undead, perhaps even more dangerous than monsters. Bai Chen could understand their reaction. So he raised his hand and waved gently. A golden light suddenly flashed from his palm. An AK-47, entirely forged from gold, appeared out of thin air. It was the same model as Bai Yao's Golden Alaska. The patterns on the gun shimmered with golden light. The moment the Golden Alaska appeared, Jerry's gaze was firmly locked onto it. His breathing became rapid, and he involuntarily swallowed. Although he had never seen this weapon in person, its golden appearance and exquisite craftsmanship were undeniable. His intuition told him that this was undoubtedly a top-tier weapon far stronger than his knight spear. Even among blue-quality items there were differences. In fact, even without Bai Chen secretly helping, Bai Yao's luck was also exceptionally good. Weapons like the Golden Alaska, a portable flamethrower, and powerful crossbow turret were all top-tier among blue-quality items. What quality is this weapon? Jerry's voice tightened, his eyes fixed on the Golden Alaska, afraid it would disappear in the next moment. Bai Chen toyed with the Golden Alaska, lightly tapping on its body with his fingers. He spoke leisurely. Golden AK-47, blue quality, attack power 15. And the most crucial part is that it has unlimited bullets. The golden bullets fired are capable of inflicting greater damage on the undead. Unlimited bullets. Jerry's heart skipped a beat. In an instant, the despair of being surrounded by the horde during the first wave of attacks flashed through his mind. If he had had this gun back, then combined with his own strength, even under targeted circumstances, he wouldn't have been so helpless, leading to a second wave of attacks that nearly cost him his life. Mike and the other chosen ones wouldn't have perished either. Lighthouse Country wouldn't have found itself in such a dire situation. Jerry now only regretted why this national fortune merchant hadn't appeared sooner. He suppressed the excitement in his chest. Pretending to be calm, he asked, "How are you going to help us? Is it for free?" Free. Hearing Jerry's words, even knowing he was here to trick them, Bai Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Free for you? How arrogant. How can there be such a shameless person like you? He cursed mercilessly. Jerry's face instantly stiffened. Bai Chen let out a cold laugh. How to help you? I already said I'm a national fortune merchant. What else could I do to help you? Of course it's a transaction. This Golden Alaska in exchange for your 2 blue treasure chests. Jerry's pupils suddenly contracted, raising his voice. What? 2? We only have 2 blue treasure chests left. You're taking advantage of our misfortune. No one would be this ruthless. As soon as he finished speaking, the live chat of Lighthouse Country instantly erupted. FCK, Jerry, are you an idiot? 2 blue chests for an unlimited bullet Golden Alaska is a steal. Dragon Country is strong because of that Golden Alaska, allowing them to achieve 0 casualties. That's right, without that Golden Alaska, Dragon Country would have been wiped out long ago. What are you talking about, Jerry? Hurry up and make the trade. Jerry, you're an idiot. If the national fortune merchant leaves, you'll be the sinner of Lighthouse Country. Jerry had no idea that the barrage had already started sending him kind greetings. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. After learning that the Golden Alaska was a blue quality weapon, he had held onto a glimmer of hope. Using 2 blue treasure chests to exchange for a blue quality weapon was too much of a loss. What if he could open the Golden Alaska with just 1 treasure chest? They were all blue quality. There was no reason he couldn't get it. But then he thought again. His luck seemed to have been Bai Chen noticed Jerry's thoughts. Are you trading or not? If not, I'm leaving. 2 blue treasure chests for a Golden Alaska is quite a good deal. Jerry argued, but the Golden Alaska is only blue quality. 1 blue treasure chest is the maximum. Bai Chen shook his head, his tone as calm as stating a fact. But you can't get it out. Jerry choked, then urgently said, but 2 is too much of a loss. 1 blue treasure chest, they'll give you 5 green treasure chests. 5? That's enough. Bai Chen still shook his head, repeating, you can't get out the Golden Alaska. Jerry exclaimed, it'll add 10 white treasure chests. All the white treasure chests are yours. Bai Chen replied, you can't get it out. Jerry. FCK. Jerry cursed in frustration. After calming down a bit, he glanced at the obedient group of corpses behind Bai Chen. This person could control the undead. His identity as a national fortune merchant should be genuine. If he could get this gun, he might really survive. Bai Chen noticed Jerry's wavering resolve and deliberately put away the Golden Alaska, turning the corpse wolf around as if to leave. It's a fixed price, no bargaining. If you're unhappy, so be it. A Dragon Country would probably be more than willing to trade. They have 0 casualties now, and with more golden AKs they might become invincible. But you Lighthouse Country. TSK. Bai Chen shook his head in disdain. Wait. Jerry quickly shouted. Bai Chen's words made the veins on his ill trade. Is that okay? He could accept that he wasn't strong. But he couldn't accept Dragon Country becoming stronger. Today he had publicly declared that he had once tricked Dragon Country, mocking their incompetence, claiming they couldn't do anything to him. Yet now, after 2 waves of monster attacks, the chosen ones from Dragon Country were unscathed while his side was on the verge of annihilation. The disparity was something Jerry couldn't accept. With a pained expression, he dragged out 2 blue treasure chests from the pile. Here, these are our last 2 blue chests. Hurry, give me the gun. Bai Chen smirked slightly, taking the treasure chests and casually storing them in his system space. Then he flicked his wrist, and the golden Alaska fell to the ground with a clang in front of Jerry. Good luck. After saying that, he led the horde of corpses and left directly. Jerry lunged forward, hugging the golden Alaska tightly to his chest. Feeling the coolness of the gun, tears nearly streamed down his face. This golden Alaska was his lifeline. It was the lifeline of Lighthouse Country. Seeing the successful trade the barrage from Lighthouse Country also let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness Jerry didn't stay foolish. God bless, now our Lighthouse Country also has an unlimited bullet golden Alaska. I wonder how long Dragon Country can remain arrogant. Ha ha ha, those Dragon Country people must be turning green right now. Someone imagine the scene of Dragon Country's people getting rattled. In reality, this transaction had already spread, but no one from Dragon Country reacted. How ridiculous. Did they really think our Dragon Country's chosen ones reached this point just because of a golden Alaska? Just as the Lighthouse Country live stream was filled with joy, someone suddenly noticed. Jerry's expression gradually turned ugly. Golden AK-47 quality green attack powered 0. The golden forged AK-47, crafted by the kingdom's top artisans, is well made and a highly valuable artifact. Looking at the information of the golden Alaska, Jerry's face changed from green to purple. 2 blue treasure chests, and he received an artifact. FCK. I got tricked. After the news of the golden Alaska reached the live broadcast room, the entire Lighthouse Nation was thrown in. That golden Alaska seemed off in every way. Jerry, you foolish idiot. Our last hope is gone. We're doomed now. It's too sinister. The Dragon Nation must give us an explanation. Jerry looked at the information panel of the golden Alaska in his hand, trembling with rage, recalling how he had just been crying over this worthless item. This is utterly humiliating. He slammed the golden Alaska onto the gravel ground. With a loud crash, it fell to the ground, creating a large dent. The other chosen ones behind Jerry slumped to the ground. It's over. We are completely finished. Meanwhile, Bai Chen had already ridden away from the Lighthouse Nation's stronghold on a corpse wolf. Though he couldn't hear Jerry's furious curses, he could imagine the look on the other side's face when they broke down. Utterly foolish. Bai Chen jumped down from the corpse wolf onto a flat piece of ground. He patted the wolf's head. Stay put and don't run around. Then he opened the system panel and took out the 2 newly acquired blue treasure chests. In the next moment, a panel filled with various rewards appeared before him, dazzling in its variety. Among them were many familiar rewards. The probabilities of the rewards were also noted. For example, golden AK-47, probability 1. 3. Powerful crossbow turret, probability 15. Giant sword of the kingdom's guard, probability 30. Beginner enhancement potion, probability 50. Bai Chen had long since decided what reward he wanted. The powerful weapons with low probabilities were not his target, as they held little value for him. Would you like to choose the beginner enhancement potion as your designated reward? Yes. Among all these rewards, only the beginner enhancement potion could genuinely enhance his strength. For those chosen ones struggling to survive in the undead ruins, powerful weapons would be the better choice. However, for Bai Chen, he only wished to possess terrifying hard power like Qin Jia. As Bai Chen's voice fell, the 2 blue chests simultaneously exploded with soft white light, and 2 potions with a faint green glow floated in the air. A system notification sounded using beginner enhancement potion. Strength 30, Constitution 20, Speed 10. Administrator, Bai Chen, Level 2, Admin Experience 249, 1000, Strength 60, Constitution 45, Speed 35. In order to support his sister and send her to school, Bai Chen had worked multiple jobs from a young age. Though tiring, it had elevated his physical fitness significantly above normal. Then he used his administrator privileges to open a golden Alaska from the green treasure chest he had picked up earlier. Of course, it was still just a green quality craft item. Bai Chen stored the golden Alaska in the system space, and then looked towards the direction of the Asen Nation's stronghold, a faint smile appearing on his lips. If Bai Yao were here to see him smile like this, she would immediately guess that her older brother was up to no good again. Having finished with the Lighthouse Nation's foolishness, he thought, the Asen Nation still has treasure chests to supply, though I can't waste this good opportunity. I must hurry over. Otherwise, if they open them before I get there, it would be a mess. Thus, Bai Chen had no psychological burden in raiding the Asen Nation. After all, whether it was once or several times, it was still a raid. Soon Bai Chen rode the corpse wolf accompanied by a group of ghouls to the outside of the Asen Nation's stronghold. The stronghold of the Asen Nation was a dilapidated temple. The walls were mottled, and the statues were missing arms and legs. The chosen ones were frowning around the 2 blue treasure chests at the temple entrance. The previous supply chests had mysteriously disappeared, and these 2 blue chests were their last hope. Their leader, dressed in soiled clothes, was repeatedly bowing and praying in front of the temple, murmuring, "May the god Shiva bless us. May the god Shiva bless us, so that we can receive powerful rewards from the treasure chests." Just then someone suddenly shouted, "There's a monster! There's a monster!" The praying leader was startled and quickly turned around only to find the area surrounded by a horde of ghouls. He was so frightened that he almost hid behind the statue. Fortunately, he caught sight of the figure wearing a dragon head mask on the back of the corpse wolf. Bai Chen looked at the terrified chosen ones of the Asin nation and slowly spoke. I am the national fortune merchant. I believe you may need my help. After saying this, Bai Chen directly pulled out the golden Alaska. Trade your 2 blue treasure chests for this golden Alaska. He waved the golden Alaska in his hand, and in the dim temple the crowd was blinded by the golden light. Golden AK-47, blue quality attack power 15, unlimited bullets. It can help you easily survive the third wave of attacks. Seeing this scene, the viewers in the Asin Nation's live broadcast room instantly collapsed. The earlier encounter of the Lighthouse Nation had already been transmitted. Now everyone knew that the so-called national fortune merchant was a big scammer. It can't even fire a shot. Don't pay attention to this scammer, let him get lost. He's here to trick you out of your last treasure chests. The audience of the It can't even fire a shot. Don't pay attention to this scammer, let him get lost. He's here to trick you out of your last treasure chests. The audience of the Asin Nation wished they could jump through the screen to convey this message. Unfortunately, the chosen ones could not see the bullet comments in the live broadcast room. The leader was fixated on the golden Alaska, greedily swallowing. This thing looked 100 times stronger than the knives and iron rods in their hands. He rubbed his hands together and cautiously asked, is it really just 2 blue treasure chests? Bai Chen nodded his tone, leaving no room for doubt. That's right, my trade is very fair. I never ask for more. If I say 2 chests, then it's 2 chests. Additionally, I can tell you that the chosen ones of the Dragon Nation relied on this golden Alaska to survive 2 waves of attacks, without any casualties, not a single injury. Why only 2 blue treasure chests? Because you only have 2. As for the other green and white treasure chests, I don't care for them at all. And the Dragon Nation is not lacking in basic supplies now. Once he said this, the leader could no longer hold back and immediately turned to shout at the team behind him, quick, bring the treasure chests over. We will trade. Meanwhile, in the outside world, as Bai Chen's identity as a national fortune merchant emerged, the internet had erupted in a frenzy. Relevant topics began to dominate the trending lists of various countries. The heat remained unabated as people from the Lighthouse Nation frantically posted on social media. Watch out. The next target of the national fortune merchant is definitely the Dragon Nation. Once the national fortune merchant tricks them out of their treasure chest, we will see how arrogant they can still be. I suspect that the Dragon Nation is colluding with the national fortune merchant. Oh my god, you might be thinking too much. How can the Dragon Nation collude with the national fortune merchant? The Dragon Nation currently has the most resources, and they will surely suffer the worst when deceived. They are just waiting to see the joke of the Dragon Nation being deceived. By then they will regret it too late. The people of the Lighthouse Nation were already starting to go mad. They couldn't accept that only they had been deceived and taken advantage of. As for the third nation, which also suffered a similar fate, the people of the Lighthouse Nation completely disregarded them as they looked down upon them from the bottom of their hearts. The only way for their minds to be balanced was if the Dragon Nation was also tricked by the national fortune merchant. Outside the church, the chosen ones of the Dragon Nation had just finished counting the newly arrived supplies. They were in the process of moving food, fresh water, and medicine into the building. Bai Yao sat on the stone steps in front of the church holding a golden Alaska. She had already developed a habit of it. Without the golden Alaska, she felt like something was missing. Although the matter of the national fortune merchant had caused an uproar outside within the ruins of the Undying Clan. Apart from the 2 countries that had already been deceived, no one knew of Bai Chen's existence. Bai Yao rested her arms on her thighs, propping her chin with her palms, and mumbling. Time is passing so slowly. Why hasn't the third wave of attacks come yet? When will this national fortune survival end? Qin Jia glanced at her. The national fortune survival has only started for 2 days. What's wrong? Are you missing home already? Bai Yao shook her head. You don't understand. Once I leave, my brother will surely miss me day and night, unable to sleep. Mainly I'm afraid he will really pursue my best friend. I don't want to come back from this national fortune survival only to find out I have to call my best friend's sister-in-law. Qin Jia listened to her rambling while wiping the blood stains of the corpse demon off her giant sword. After she finished speaking, she softly said, Can you tell me what your brother is like? The third wave of attacks had not yet begun. With nothing to do, Qin Jia planned to pry some information from Bai. Qin Zia's intuition was very sensitive. She had suspected that someone might be secretly helping Bai Yao, and her suspicion was directed at her brother. Of course, these were merely conjectures. Upon hearing her ask about Bai Chen, Bai Yao instantly straightened up, clearing her throat twice. It was as if she had opened the floodgates of complaints. He has always liked to snatch my snacks since we were little, tells ghost stories to scare me, always trying to pursue my best friend, and loves to secretly look at study materials in the middle of the night. Qin Jia, so do you miss your brother? No, not at all. Stop. Who are you? Qin Xia immediately recognized that the wolf beneath this man was no ordinary wolf. This must be the undead corpse demon that had never appeared on the interstellar battlefield before. And this person could actually make a corpse demon obediently serve as a mount. Bai Yao looked at the figure on the wolf's back, feeling an inexplicable stirring in her heart. She felt a hint of familiarity, as if she had seen him somewhere before. However, this person was wrapped up very tightly. Bai Yao could only intuitively feel he looked familiar, but she could not confirm who he was. At the same time, the moment Bai Chen appeared, the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room erupted into chaos with a barrage of comments scrolling by like a waterfall. Holy crap, the National Fortune Merchant. He really came to the Dragon Kingdom. Envy the National Fortune Merchant. I'm seriously begging you all. Damn, the folks from Lighthouse Country were right, he really came to the Dragon Kingdom. Commander Qin, don't fall for it. Commander Qin definitely won't be fooled, but Bai Yao seems easy to deceive. Hey, why didn't the National Fortune Merchant bring his army of corpse demons this time? At this moment, the audience from Lighthouse Country poured into the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, spamming comments as if they had been injected with adrenaline. The screen was filled with gloating remarks. He's here. Finally, it's the Dragon Kingdom's turn to be deceived. Can't wait to see their reactions. Have all the treasure chests in the Dragon Kingdom been used up? The National Fortune Merchant better trick them into giving up their weapons. Don't waste time. We're all waiting to see the Dragon Kingdom's joke. The group of corpse demons had long been driven away by Bai Chen. When he went to Lighthouse Country and the A3 Nation, he had brought the corpse demons for self-protection. After all, one could never be sure if some hot-headed person would act out of desperation after being deceived. But this time he came to the Dragon Kingdom just to see his sister, and since he wouldn't be deceiving anyone, there was naturally no need to bring the corpse demons. At this moment, Bai Chen stopped his corpse wolf 50 meters away from the church. He actually wanted to get a bit closer. However, seeing Qin Xia's flustered expression, he thought better of it. After stopping, Bai Chen deliberately squeezed his voice to make it hoarse and deep. Don't be nervous, I am the National Fortune Merchant here to make a deal with you. Qin Xiao's hand gripping the giant sword did not relax, her gaze suspiciously fixed on Bai Chen. After a long pause, she spoke, we have plenty of supplies and weapons, we do not need any deals, thank you for your kindness, please leave. The chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom were more than capable of handling the third wave of attacks. Although this person claimed to be a National Fortune Merchant, Qin Xia could not discern his background for the time being, and didn't want to complicate things further, not wishing to get involved with such a mysterious figure. Seeing her refuse the deal, Bai Chen did not say much. Instead, he directly shifted his gaze past her to Bai Yao, who was clutching a golden Alaska on the steps. The corners of his mouth under the mask twitched slightly. His sister seemed to be learning some bad habits. Bai Yao felt a bit uneasy as he kept staring at her. Unconsciously tightening her grip on the golden Alaska, but she hesitated to speak. What kind of deal? We really don't need anything. Bai Chen chuckled softly, his hoarse voice deliberately dragging out the tone. The deal is simple. I'm hungry and want to eat something. As soon as he said this, both inside and outside the church fell into silence. The barrage in the live broadcast room froze for a full 3 seconds, and then it completely exploded. Various question marks and exclamation marks flooded the screen. Hungry. Did I hear that right? What the heck? What are you eating? Hurry up and trick them, just trick them. National Fortune Merchant, are you a starving ghost? Not tricking treasure chests, but asking for food. Unfair, why is it just tricking treasure chests with us, but asking for food here in the Dragon Kingdom? I said it before, the Dragon Kingdom must be colluding with the National Fortune Merchant, otherwise why not trick the Dragon Kingdom? Confess, got it. Outside the church, Bai Yao stood there in a daze, unconsciously feeling for the bread she hadn't finished eating that morning in her pocket. Just as she was about to hand it over, she heard Bai Chen add, I only eat freshly made. As soon as he finished speaking, his stomach cooperatively let out a growl. Bai Yao, Qin Xia, the live broadcast room. It's good enough to have something to eat, and you're picky. Although Bai Yao had no evidence, she felt that he was looking for trouble, because Bai Chen used to like making things difficult for her when they were at home. Thinking of her brother, Bai Yao turned to Qin Xia and said, Sister Qin, let me go make him a meal, just to send him away. Better than having him loitering around affecting us. Cooking won't take much time. Qin Xia hesitated for a moment, then looked at Bai Chen again before nodding. Go ahead, I'll keep an eye on him from outside. Bai Yao jogged into the church. Qin Xia stood on the steps gripping her giant sword and staring intently at Bai Chen. During the waiting period, the two inadvertently exchanged glances, but neither looked for long. 10 minutes, Bai Yao ran out holding a bowl of steaming fried rice. The Dragon Kingdom had opened so many treasure chests they had gotten all sorts of things, including some pots, bowls, and ingredients. However, this plate of fried rice looked a bit unappealing, dark and murky with no idea what had been added. Bai Yao cautiously approached the corpse wolf. Looking up, she handed the fried rice to Bai Chen. It's done, here's the fried rice, eat it while it's hot. Bai Chen took the fried rice, the bowl still warm. He brought it close to his nose and sniffed. In that moment, the viewers in the live broadcast room held their breath. The barrage was reduced by half. Even the foreign viewers were the same, all eyes glued to the screen, thinking he was about to take off his mask to eat. Everyone wanted to see his true face beneath the mask. They were just too curious. Mainly they wanted to know which country this national fortune merchant was from. Because the national fortune survival has a built-in translator which translates his words into the language of whichever country he is from. Therefore it was impossible to discern his identity while he wore the mask. Is he going to take off the mask? Finally we can see what the national fortune merchant looks like. I think he must be from the Dragon Kingdom. After all, there's a saying in the Dragon Kingdom that goes, Dragon Kingdom people, don't deceive Dragon Kingdom people. Hurry up and take it off. I'm dying of anxiety. I hope the national fortune merchant is from the Dragon Kingdom, whatever you all think the benefits are for us. No, really isn't anyone concerned about that plate of fried rice. Can it even be eaten? It's all dark. Under the expectation of countless eyes outside, Bai Chen merely sniffed the fried rice. Yet he did not take off his mask. Then he stored the fried rice in his system backpack, his hoarse voice carrying a smile. Deal completed. It smells good. I will bring you what you need tonight. After the mysterious national fortune merchant left, no further incidents occurred. Soon the 2-hour countdown ended. The cold notification sound echoed throughout the Undying Clan's ruins. The third wave of attacks is about to arrive at various national strongholds in 10 minutes. Please be cautious in your defenses. At this moment the sky gradually darkened. The scarlet sun sank to the end of the ruins. Outside the church, Bai Yao leaned against the door with a golden Alaska in hand, yawning. She showed no sign of tension. Finally, here, let's finish this quickly and go back to sleep. I haven't had enough rest yet. She had been sleeping soundly, only to be awakened by the annoying yellow-haired individuals from the Sakura country. Qin Jia stood beside her wielding a giant sword of the kingdoms, guards, her gaze calm, and her expression, don't be careless. Although I estimate that the intensity of the third wave of monsters is within our acceptable range, I don't want to see anyone getting hurt. Especially you. Qin Jia now suspected that someone was secretly assisting Bai Yao behind her back. Therefore, among the 20 chosen ones of the Dragon Country, Bai Yao's safety was her top priority. Even if she got hurt, she must not allow Bai Yao to encounter any accidents. Got it, Sister Qin. I was just saying that I definitely won't let my guard down. Bai Yao smiled sheepishly. After being admonished, she immediately changed her attitude. Her gaze quickly turned. The strong crossbow turret on the rooftop was already poised for action, and the chosen ones were gripping their weapons ready for battle. Before long, dense roars echoed from afar. The horde of corpses surged like a tide. Among them, the number of giant corpse demons increased to 10, and the number of corpse servants was so many that they were beyond counting. The moment the Undying Clan appeared, Bai Yao pulled the trigger of her golden Alaska. Golden bullets shot out in a flurry. Qin Jia also stopped holding back, leaping into the air with a whistle, her giant sword cleaving towards the head of a giant corpse demon. The strong crossbow turret also began to fire in a crossfire. With the perfect cooperation of the Dragon Countries, chosen ones, what seemed to be a terrifying third wave attack was completely annihilated in just half an hour. Still, there were no casualties. The Dragon Country's live stream chat erupted in celebration. It's over. The monster attack is finally over, and not a single one of us died. I told you, with Sister Yao's fire coverage plus Commander Qin's immense combat strength, dealing with these small monsters is like child's play. Laughing to death. Why aren't the people from Lighthouse Country talking? Are they naturally quiet? Lighthouse Country, speak up. I told you to talk. Jie Rui had long since led his team to abandon the castle and was now hiding in the distance, watching as the dense horde of monsters broke through the dilapidated castle. Jie Rui's face was pale, his back drenched in cold sweat, secretly relieved. Fortunately, we didn't choose to hold our ground, otherwise we would have all died in that shelter by now. He steadied his mind and spoke to the remaining 14 members. Now that our shelter is completely gone and our remaining numbers are too few, even if we find another suitable stronghold to rebuild a shelter, we won't be able to hold out against another monster attack. So, Jie Rui sighed and revealed his decision. We can only seek refuge in other countries now. Of course, we absolutely cannot turn to the Dragon Country. As one of the top experts from Lighthouse Country, Jie Rui would never have considered seeking help from other countries under normal circumstances. In his view, only others would seek his assistance. But now there was no other choice. If they didn't ask for help, they would die in the Undying Clan's ruins. Agreed. I also agree, but can only be this way. The 4 remaining team members had no objections. However, when Jie Rui's words reached the live stream, they instantly enraged those self-proclaimed noble individuals from Lighthouse Country. Fuck. Jie Rui, what are you saying? Seeking refuge from other countries. Oh my god, Jie Rui, you fool, don't you know this is embarrassing, Lighthouse Country? Heavens, if those Dragon Country people find out, how will we ever lift our heads again? You might as well hurry up and die. After all, the punishment is just the loss of a city, and our Lighthouse Country can totally afford it. If Jie Rui had seen the barrage in the live stream at that moment, he would probably have been so furious he'd die on the spot. After discussing, Jie Rui chose a direction to advance. However, they hadn't gone far when they suddenly heard a sharp roar ahead accompanied by an ear-piercing sound like nails scraping against metal. What sound is that? Jie Rui stopped in his tracks, his expression serious. He gripped the long spear tightly. Just as he spoke, he saw a dozen corpse demons suddenly springing out from the shadows. There were bluish-black corpse wolves, giant lizards oozing pus, and corpse boars the size of bears. Even, there was a bear as big as a small mountain. Each of them had a savage gaze drooling with murky saliva. Fuck, how can there be so many corpse demons? Jie Rui cursed angrily, his heart racing. His teammates were instantly scared to the point of trembling. Someone stammered, Jie Rui, let's run. These corpse demons are too terrifying. Jie Rui gritted his teeth. Don't move yet, they might not attack us. He still held on to a glimmer of hope. But soon Jie Rui was slapped in the face. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of corpse demons charged forward. Jie Rui roared and attacked them with his long spear, only to be astonished to find that these corpse demons completely ignored him and pounced directly at the other team members. The teammates behind him had already descended into chaos. Their weapons could not fend off the claws of the corpse demons, and screams rang out one after another. No, save me. Captain, save me. One team member was knocked to the ground by a corpse demon. He desperately waved his arms, but was pinned down by the corpse demon, its sharp claws tearing open his throat, in an instant blood spraying everywhere. In just 2 minutes, 4 team members had all fallen beneath the claws of the corpse demons, with none surviving. Jie Rui watched the scene of corpses strewn across the ground, and the corpse demons licking the blood off their claws. An overwhelming sense of rage and despair surged within him. 2 resupply attempts, 1 stolen and 1 deceived, and now a monster attack with corpses targeting him. Now he had abandoned his stronghold and chosen to escape, yet he still encountered this group of corpse demons. It must be the national fortune targeting me. Targeting our lighthouse country. Why do all the misfortunes fall upon us? Am I even human? Am I really human? Are you treating me like a Sakura person? Jie Rui howled to. At that moment, a shadow suddenly flashed by. Bai Chen appeared riding a corpse wolf. He whistled at the corpse demons, which scattered instantly, as if in Jie Rui's ghostly expression. Bai Chen jumped down from the corpse wolf's back, walked up to Jie Rui, and his gaze beneath the dragon mask was cold with no warmth in his tone. What a coincidence we meet again. Jie Rui looked at him. A flash of realization struck him, as if he suddenly understood something. It's you. This group of corpse demons was brought by you. Why? You already tricked me out of my treasure chest. Why do you want to kill me? Bai Chen merely looked down at him from a lofty position. It's not that I want to kill you, but it's just that you have become something I can use for trade. Jie Rui was dumbfounded. Me? Become something for your trade? Damn. Before he could finish the last curse in his heart, Bai Chen suddenly pulled out a stick and struck him accurately. After Jerry was knocked unconscious, the chat in the Lighthouse Nation livestream erupted into chaos. It's the National Fortune Merchant. What is he doing grabbing Jerry? He must have been sent by Dragon Nation to capture him. Didn't you hear him say he's taking Jerry for a trade? FK, Dragon Nation, you can't play like this. Jerry can die, but not at the hands of Dragon Nation. It's useless for us to talk out here. If Jerry dies, so be it, but Dragon Nation must give us an explanation. After the National Fortune survival ends, they must hand over Qin Jia. That's right. And Bai Yao can't be let off either. After Bai Chen knocked Jerry out, the mere thought of what he was about to do made him want to laugh. In high spirits, he hummed a cheerful tune. Staring at the unconscious Jerry on the ground, the corners of Bai Chen's mouth curled slightly beneath his dragon head mask. Idiot. If you hadn't revealed it yourself, I would never have known it was you. Indeed. If Jerry hadn't exposed himself, given Bai Chen's intelligence, he would never have discovered that the mastermind who sabotaged Dragon Nation was this very man. It could be said that Jerry's current predicament was entirely his own doing. Then Bai Chen pulled out a hemp rope. With his level 3 administrator privileges, he could have anything he wanted. He tied Jerry to the corpse wolf's tail like a dead pig, then mounted the beast. Patting the corpse wolf's neck, he said, "Go." The wolf let out a low growl and dragged Jerry along the ground, the gravel scraping his clothes into tatters and blood seeping from his back. Bai Chen wasn't worried about killing Jerry. After all, he wasn't a rank fighter. Even weakened, he wouldn't die so easily. At worst, he'd just suffer a bit more. It was what he deserved. Another 2 hours passed. At the Dragon Nation stronghold, outside the church, the Chosen Ones had just finished cleaning the battlefield. They had no choice. If they didn't clean up, the piles of monster corpses would rot and stink before long. Though it wouldn't cause much harm, it would be torturous. Qin Jia was used to it from the interstellar battlefields, but the others weren't. So putting in the effort to clean up was the Chosen One's own decision. After finally finishing the Dragon Nation, Chosen Ones were utterly exhausted. Qin Jia glanced at the sky. The sun had completely set, plunging the entire undead ruins into darkness. All right, everyone go rest. Who knows what awaits us tomorrow? She waved her hand, dismissing all the chosen ones to rest. She then returned to her room with Bai Yao. Bai Yao was already so sleepy her eyelids were drooping. Back in the room, she lay on the bed, and the moment her head hit the pillow, she fell asleep instantly. Soon the corners of her mouth began to lift slightly, as if dreaming of something wonderful. Meanwhile, Qin Jia lay awake, her mind replaying the mysterious national fortune merchant from the day. Something's off. Qin Jia frowned. She felt the national fortune merchant was a bit strange, not in a way that suggested he would harm Dragon Nation, but rather his appearance and the trade he proposed were very odd. Still, she didn't doubt his identity. After all, being able to control the undead here made it hard to believe he had no connection to the national fortune. He said, "Head, bring what we need tonight." What do we even need now? Qin Jia pondered Bai Chen's parting words. If there was something she truly needed, it was for the national fortune survival to end immediately, allowing Dragon Nation to claim the rewards. But she knew that was impossible. Just as she was thinking, she felt a chill on the back of her neck, as if someone was watching her from the shadows. Her instincts honed on the interstellar battlefields were sharp and accurate. The next second, Qin Jia spun around to look at the window. There, outside the church window, stood a dark figure. Motionless. That gaze came from this shadow. Who's there? Even though she was used to life and death on the battlefield, Qin Jia was startled by this sudden appearance. She jumped up, grabbing her bloodstained sword and pointing it at the window. Her voice carried a note of caution. "Stop playing games and show yourself." Her voice woke Bai Yao. Bai Yao rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat up, following Qin Jia's gaze to the window where she met the dark figure. She blinked. Her expression gradually turned to terror. "A ghost!" Bai Yao screamed, jumping off the bed and clinging to Qin Jia's waist, hiding behind her. Instinctively, she blurted out the name from her dream. "Sister-in-law, save me." Qin Jia. What did she was stunned. When did she become Bai Yao's sister-in-law? She had never even been in love. In the Dragon Nation livestream, it wasn't just the two women who were frightened. Even the viewers outside couldn't escape. Holy crap. What is that thing? Scared the piss out of me. I bet you already pissed yourself. Could it be a monster attacking at night? No martial honor. Good thing Commander Qin spotted it. Am I the only one who noticed Bai Yao calling Commander Qin's sister-in-law? Can't criticize that, as she's a true sister dreaming of finding a wife for her brother. That's Qin Jia. If I were Bai Yao's brother, I'd count out to her. Wait, that doesn't look like a monster. I think it's that national fortune merchant. It wasn't just the live stream audience who noticed. After the initial shock, Qin Jia also realized the figure wasn't that. The national fortune merchant. Remembering his promise to come at night, it all made sense. Qin Jia's caution lessened, but she still kept her sword raised. Indeed, the dark figure was Bai Chen. He watched the two panicked women inside, especially Bai Yao's timid look, and couldn't help but find it amusing. But Qin Jia had misunderstood one thing. He hadn't been watching her. He had been looking at his sister. Then Bai Chen waved at them through the window, signaling them to come out. Qin Jia grabbed a flashlight, and with her sword in her other hand, cautiously approached the church door. After hesitating for 2 seconds, she opened it. Bai Yao hid behind her, peeking out, with wide, glaring eyes fixed on the figure outside. Her gaze was hostile. How infuriating. All she wanted was a good night's sleep, but there was always something. "What do you want now, eh? What, you think my egg fried rice was so good you want another serving?" Bai Yao asked from behind Qin Jia. "Bai Chen, let's not talk about that egg fried rice. I'm just here to complete our deal. Since I said I would, I will." With that, he turned and walked to the corpse wolf, dragging Jerry, who was tied to its tail, over. With a clatter, he threw him to the ground. Jerry groaned from the impact, his head covered in bumps. He had woken up several times during the journey, but Bai Chen had knocked him out again each time. Since Jerry was face down, Qin Jia shone her flashlight on him, but couldn't recognize him. She asked in confusion, "Who is he?" She didn't understand why the national fortune merchant was delivering a person. None of the Dragon Nation chosen ones had died, so they weren't short on people. Bai Chen didn't explain, simply bending down to grab Jerry's hair and lift his face. Then he said slowly, "His name is Jerry." The moment he spoke, Qin Jia froze. Jerry. This name Qin Jia naturally knows, and she will remember it for a lifetime. Because he is the enemy of the entire Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, Qin Jia looked at Jerry on the ground, shining her flashlight on his face. It really is Jerry. Qin Jia was momentarily stunned, completely unprepared for the national fortune merchant to deliver her enemy right to her doorstep. In an instant, scenes of the brutal battlefield from a year ago flashed rapidly through her mind. It was all because of Jerry that the flames of war were brought to the Dragon Kingdom. Monstrous creatures like a tidal wave violently assaulted the Dragon Kingdom's defenses on the interstellar battlefield. Countless lives were lost. Even her elite squad was completely annihilated. This incident became her lifelong obsession. Jerry. Qin Jia gritted her teeth, her voice squeezed out from between clenched jaws. She tightened her grip on the bloodstained sword. As she looked at the mastermind behind it all, murderous intent surged in her eyes. Jerry wanted to continue pretending to be unconscious and evade the situation. However, he never expected that the national fortune merchant would reveal his name just like that. He had no idea that the national fortune merchant would bring him to the Dragon Kingdom. Jerry could no longer maintain his pretense, because at this moment the nearly tangible killing intent radiating from the woman across from him sent chills down his neck. All the hairs on his body stood on end. He suddenly opened his eyes. How could it be you? When he saw Qin Jia and met her gaze filled with killing intent, Jerry was instantly startled, his whole body trembling, nearly wetting himself. He let out a strange cry, his pupils violently contracting from fear. He never imagined that he would one day fall into Qin Jia's hands in such a manner. But Jerry still held on to a glimmer of hope. Qin Jia, I am Jerry from the Lighthouse Kingdom. You must let me go immediately, or else you will face the wrath of our Lighthouse Kingdom. He was gambling. He was betting that Qin Jia did not know he was the mastermind from a year ago. Although Jerry had just exposed himself, only the people from the outside world of the Dragon Kingdom knew. But, fool, Qin Jia merely spat out 2 words. Stop struggling. Today is the day you pay for your blood debt with blood. How do you know? Jerry's eyes widened. The last shred of hope vanished with Qin Jia's words. Suddenly he seemed to think of something, his eyes turning wildly as he screamed. I know. You are in cahoots with that national fortune merchant. The Dragon Kingdom is cheating openly. You are colluding against me, against the Lighthouse Kingdom. I will report this to the will of the Blue Star. The Dragon Kingdom is cheating. Jerry's voice exploded. Meanwhile, Bai Chen, who was watching the show, suddenly received a system notification. Received a report. Lighthouse Kingdoms, Chosen 1. Jerry reports Dragon Kingdoms, Chosen 1. Qin Jia, for cheating, alleging collusion with the national fortune merchant. Please confirm the authenticity of the situation. Bai Chen. Looking at the system notification, he suddenly felt like someone was accusing him in court. Without hesitation, he chose to declare the situation as untrue. What a joke. What do you want me to punish myself and the country behind me? After Bai Chen responded, in the next second a cold electronic synthesized voice echoed throughout the entire Undying Clan ruins. Lighthouse Kingdoms, Chosen 1. Jerry reports Dragon Kingdoms, Chosen 1. Qin Jia, for cheating, alleging collusion with the national fortune merchant. Upon investigation, the situation is found to be untrue. Report rejected. Jerry's reckless reporting penalty. Lighthouse Kingdoms, current living resources 5. After this notification was sent out, in the live broadcast room of the Lighthouse Kingdom, the audience was dumbfounded. What the hell? Jerry, look what foolish thing you did. Oh my god. A 5 reduction in living resources. Do you know how great that loss is? National fortune survival. I believe you did not collude with the Dragon Kingdom. Please retract the punishment, I beg you. Damn, Jerry, you are simply a stupid rat. It's all your fault. Since the interstellar battlefield started, resources from various countries were already running low. Now the Lighthouse Kingdom had also reduced its living resources by 5. It may not sound like much, but this is the material of a nation. Against such a huge baseline, even a 1 loss is significant. Qin Jia's gaze was icy. She stepped closer to Jerry, each step crunching on the gravel, making a sound that hammered into Jerry's heart. Though she did not understand why the national fortune merchant was helping her, since the other party brought Jerry to her, she had no reason to refuse this gift. The blood debt of that year should be settled today. Today is your day of death. Go down and repent for our... As the words fell, Qin Jia's wrist exerted force, swinging the bloodstained sword. A cold light flashed. Pooh! Jerry's head fell to the ground. Gulu rolled far away, stopping only after hitting a stone. His eyes were still wide open, filled with unwillingness and fear. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the surrounding gravel and weeds, and the intense smell of blood instantly wafted through the air. In the next moment, the death notification boomed like thunder throughout the entire Undying Clan ruins. It clearly reached the ears of every Chosen 1. Dragon Kingdoms, Chosen 1. Qin Jia killed. Lighthouse Kingdoms, Chosen 1. Jerry. All Chosen 1s of Lighthouse Kingdom are dead. Lighthouse Kingdom eliminated. Failure penalty, Undying Clan invasion. The ruins fell into silence in an instant. The Chosen 1s from various countries were all dumbfounded. How could the top-tier powerhouse with Jerry at the helm be eliminated just like that? That was Jerry. This speed was unbelievable. Meanwhile, at the moment Qin Jia struck down Jerry, the outside world erupted in chaos. The Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room inundated with comments at breakneck speed. Wow, Commander Qin is amazing. That stinking rat Jerry is finally dead thanks to the national fortune merchant. Blood debt, paid in blood. Well done. The Lighthouse Kingdom deserves this. This is your retribution. Reporting you, what were you thinking? One sword slashing the enemy, it brought tears to my eyes. Dragon Kingdom is awesome. Qin Jia is awesome. The national fortune merchant is awesome. After Jerry's death, Bai Chen gazed at the scattered corpses and the rolling head on the ground. A satisfied expression flickered across the face beneath the dragon mask. It turned out that mice should honestly hide in their dark nests to survive. dare to jump out. Then they must be prepared to be carried away by the cat. In fact, Bai Chen could have killed Jerry himself, but that would have been too boring. Some grudges ought to be avenged by specific individuals. After that he said no more. After all, his identity could not be exposed. Bai Chen remounted his corpse. Wolf patted its neck, and it let out a low growl before turning and disappearing into the darkness. Thank you, came Qin Ziya's voice. Bai Chen did not respond. Watching his departing figure, Qin Ziya furrowed her brow slightly. She still couldn't understand why this national fortune merchant would help the Dragon Kingdom. However, the most important thing right now was that she had successfully avenged herself. She temporarily suppressed her confusion and turned to look at Bai Yao, who was still in a daze. Bai Yao had yet to react. Staring at Jerry's headless corpse, she asked, Sister Qin, who is this guy? Qin Ziya sheathed her blood-stained longsword. Jerry's blood added a touch of crimson to the blade. She took a deep breath, striving to suppress the surging emotions within her. His name is Jerry. A year ago, he was the one who led foreign tribes to the battlefield of our Dragon Kingdom, causing us to be simultaneously attacked by multiple clans, the root cause of our suffering. Though he was merely a pawn, this grudge must still be avenged. We didn't retaliate earlier simply because the time wasn't right. Now the time has come, and he deserves to die. So it's him. Bai Yao was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Then a surge of anger erupted within her. Although she had not personally experienced the interstellar battlefield, she understood that every soldier sacrificed on the interstellar battlefield left behind a shattered family. How many people did Jerry harm? Countless. Bai Yao gritted her teeth, storming over to Jerry's head, and raised her foot to kick it fiercely. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Jerry's head flew up into the air. Ultimately, no one knew where it was kicked off to. Such scum deserves to be sent to the underworld and boiled in oil. It's too easy for him to die. This scene of Bai Yao kicking Jerry's head like a ball was clearly recorded by the live stream of the Dragon Kingdom. The spectators from the Lighthouse Country were enraged. The Lighthouse Country could not sit still either, issuing images of Bai Yao kicking the ball to criticize the Dragon Kingdom. Your Dragon Kingdom's chosen one has gone too far. This is an insult to Jerry's corpse. The Dragon Kingdom must apologize publicly. Countless comments echoed below. Simply inhumane. We must unite with other countries to boycott the Dragon Kingdom. Even if Jerry was at fault, he shouldn't be treated this way. The Dragon Kingdom is too barbaric. In the face of Lighthouse Country's unreasonable outcry, the Dragon Kingdom's official response was swift. Bai Yao's kicking technique is precise and powerful. Her skills are commendable. The national team coaching staff is considering inviting her for a trial training session. Thank you for the valuable footage provided by your country. By the way, do you need some tape? The netizens of the Dragon Kingdom burst into laughter. The Lighthouse Country is anxious. Anxious. Just a bunch of clowns. Honestly, I think Bai Yao could really play football. You're thinking too much. Even if Sister Yao came, she wouldn't be able to lead the team. The next day, in the morning within the undead clan ruins, the crimson sun rose. Most of the chosen ones were still fast asleep. Suddenly, the next second, they were abruptly awakened by the cold notification sound of national fortune survival. Third wave attack, settlement panel, Dragon Kingdom 0 deaths, Snow Country 1 death, Sand Country 3 deaths, Lighthouse Country 5 deaths. Soon after, supplies were distributed. The third wave of attacks was successfully repelled. Supplies from each country are being distributed: 3 blue treasure chests, 15 green treasure chests, 30 white treasure chests. The chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom were awakened from their dreams. They immediately laid eyes on the piles of treasure chests stacked like small mountains. Bai Yao and Qin Ziya also woke up. So annoying, can't we get some more sleep? Bai Yao puffed out her cheeks, her face expressing a sense of despair. Let's see what tasks we have today. Qin Ziya was already accustomed to this situation. Upon waking, she immediately began to think. Today marked the third day of National Fortune Survival. According to the rules of National Fortune Survival, there would likely be tasks released today. As expected, as soon as Qin Ziya's voice fell, they heard the notification sound ringing again. It doused the enthusiasm of the chosen ones, who were eager to open the treasure chests with cold water. Attention, all chosen ones, an upcoming competitive task, hunt moment. Task rules: each country must send out 2 chosen ones to hunt the undead. After the task begins, the task will count the number of kills in real time over a period of 3 days. 1 point for corpse servants, 10 points for corpse ghosts, 100 points for corpse demons, 500 points for undead corpses. Task rewards: the top 10 countries will receive golden treasure chest rewards. Failure punishment: the bottom 10 countries will be directly eliminated. Supplementary note: during the task, if a chosen one dies, they will be replaced from the remaining chosen ones of their country, without limit, until there are no remaining chosen ones, at which point they will be directly eliminated. The task will officially commence in 1 hour. Please prepare your chosen ones from each country. After the task notification fell, the chosen ones from each country instantly fell into panic. The live stream chat exploded. Hunt moment. They actually have to hunt the undead outside. The difficulty is much higher than guarding the shelter. Not only that, real-time scoring is pressuring each country to compete internally. After all, being in the bottom 10 means direct elimination, which is too cruel. All they've seen is the cruelty. However, the top 10 will receive rewards of golden treasure chests. This task shouldn't be a problem for the Dragon Kingdom. It feels like they will definitely have a place among the top 10. That's obvious. We don't even need to mention Qin Zi's strength plus that Bai Yao and divine armor who can compete with them. Everyone was in chaos. Only the Dragon Kingdom remained calm. Qin Jia quickly gathered everyone for a meeting in the chapel. She stood on the steps, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. You must have heard the task's content, so now we need to select 2 chosen ones to go out and hunt the undead. However, I believe you all understand that these 2 must be the strongest. At this point, everyone else's gaze fell directly on Bai Yao. Commander Qin, apart from you and Bai Yao, who else can we send from the Dragon Kingdom? Haha, I know my own limitations. Qin Jia laughed upon hearing this. Indeed, there was no need for discussion on who to send. Undoubtedly, it would only be her and Bai Yao. Bai Yao had no objections either. She was somewhat tired of staying in the shelter, and the idea of going out to hunt undead sounded thrilling. Below, a female student spoke up. Commander, rest assured, while you hunt the undead outside, we will guard the stronghold. Even if monsters come, we can ensure they won't leave a single piece of their armor. Alright, then you can directly open those 3 blue treasure chests. Bai Yao and I won't need anything. Qin Jia wasn't particularly worried. After all, the 2 strong crossbow platforms on the rooftop could easily handle anything unless they faced a zombie tide like yesterday. Meanwhile, Bai Chen stopped his corpse wolf not far from a sand country stronghold. He waved his hand. Go get those treasure chests for me. After waiting all night, he was waiting for this moment. As soon as he finished speaking, one corpse ghost after another emerged from behind him and rushed straight into a sand country stronghold. Moments later, a heart-wrenching scream echoed through the sky. No, my treasure chest. Moments later, several robust corpse demons emerged from the base of the Asen Kingdom, dragging 3 blue treasure chests behind them. They did not harm anyone, they merely seized the chests. The command given by Bai Chen was simply to steal the blue treasure chests. Without provoking their own demise like Jerry from Lighthouse Nation, Bai Chen would not typically order the monsters to attack or kill. Stop! Put down our treasure chests. The chosen ones of the Asen Kingdom quickly followed from the base, completely bewildered. They could not comprehend why a group of corpse demons would suddenly rush in to steal their treasure chests. As they emerged, they saw Bai Chen riding a corpse wolf moving away. It's that national fortune merchant. What kind of merchant is this? This is a national fortune bandit. The chosen ones of the Asen Kingdom collectively lost their composure. They were hoping to open the blue treasure chests to obtain something useful for the upcoming competitive task. How could it be that someone stole their treasure chests? Minutes later, having moved a distance away from the Asen Kingdom base, Bai Chen commanded the corpse wolf to stop. He then instructed the 3 corpse demons to place the blue treasure chests down. Immediately, he activated his administrator privileges. Designate production of primary enhancement potions. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened the blue treasure chests one by one, and 3 green potions slowly floated out. He picked up a potion and drank it in one gulp. My. As soon as the potion was consumed, Bai Chen furrowed his brow, for the sensation he experienced this time was completely different from before. A burning sensation spread throughout his body in an instant. His muscles tensed as if to tear through his skin, and his bones emitted cracking sounds. Then the system notification sounded. Consumed primary enhancement potion, strength 10, constitution 30, speed 15, administrator, Bai Chen level 2, administrator experience 680, 1000, strength 100, constitution 95, speed 60. After using 3 primary enhancement potions, his strength only increased by 10 points. At that moment, upon seeing the system panel, Bai Chen immediately understood why. His strength had already reached the limit for the primary enhancement potion. At the same time, 100 points of strength represented a bottleneck. Now that he had touched this bottleneck, he felt as if he had undergone a transformation. I feel like I could take down 10 of my former selves with a single punch now. Bai Chen clenched his fist, feeling the unprecedented surge of power within him. His gaze gradually shifted to a drooling corpse demon beside him. Let's test my current strength. Bai Chen began to stretch his body. He then issued an order for the corpse demon to attack him. In the next second, the corpse demon sprang into action, its sharp claws swiping at Bai Chen. Bai Chen simply dodged to the side with ease. Then he punched the corpse demon in the face, sending it flying. That's about right. After a single exchange, Bai Chen already had a rough understanding. He immediately ceased the attack command. The corpse demon, after being knocked away, got back up. It was not dead, but its mouth had become crooked and it drooled even more. With my current strength of 100 points, I still can't take down a corpse demon with one punch. It seems I'm still far behind rank powers like Qin Jia and Jerry. I wonder how Qin Jia enhances her strength. He muttered to himself. He then remounted the corpse wolf and patted its neck. Let's go. It was time to continue searching for that troublesome fellow. On the other side, an hour quickly passed, and the cold notification sound of National Fortune Survival rang out on cue. The competitive task hunting moment officially begins. All countries are requested to send their chosen ones to hunt the undead. Qin Jia and Bai Yao were already geared up and ready to go. Bai Yao held a golden Alaska in one hand and had a portable flamethrower hanging from her waist. In her other hand, she was munching on a large chicken leg. She leaned over to Qin Zia's side and mumbled, "Sister Qin, let's head out." Qin Jia carried only a giant sword of the kingdom's guard on her back. The bloodstained sword had been left for the other chosen ones. One giant sword was enough for her. Upon hearing this, she smiled. Why are you always thinking about fighting and killing? If your brother saw you like this, he would probably be furious. Bai Yao did not respond, only chuckled. Qin Jia then reminded the chosen ones in the shelter of she and Bai Yao then left the church. As they stepped out of the small town, a semi-transparent real-time ranking panel suddenly appeared before them. The names of various nations were densely listed, all currently showing 0 points, with Longwa temporarily in first place. So many zeros, even more than Chuan Dust zeros. What do you mean? Qin Jia was puzzled, not understanding her words. Having been stationed on the interstellar battlefield for a long time, she had long lost touch with the online world. Sister Qin, you're quite naive. Bai Yao laughed, leaning in to explain. In the Longwa livestream, Bai Yao's joke triggered a flurry of reactions. Yao Jia, don't say nonsensical things, I can be a straightforward guy. Identification complete, upstairs, gold standard Yan Yuan. This Chuan Du person says these are all rumors. By the way, I have a friend who wants to ask which hospital has better anal surgery. 666, oh, out of nowhere, making friends. Let's search to the north first. I noticed that the monsters are mostly coming from this direction, so it should be easier to... Qin Jia changed the subject. The two women then headed north in search. Half an hour later, they looked at the 3 swaying corpse servants in front of them. Both women were taken aback. What the hell, where did all the undead around here go? They can't all have died in yesterday's monster attack, right? Bai Yao gritted her teeth. The excitement from when they first set out had completely vanished. She never expected that after searching for a full half hour they would only find these 3 corpse servants. Annoyed, she kicked a stone at her feet. The stone hit one of the corpse servants with a thud, causing it to slowly turn its head and reveal its yellowed sharp teeth. It roared and charged over. Dealing with you is a waste of time, Bai Yao muttered. Feeling very displeased, she chose to vent her frustration on the 3 corpse servants. She raised her golden Alaska and aimed at the corpse servants. Da-da-da, she pulled the trigger. The golden bullets whistled out, turning the 3 corpse servants into a honeycomb. Green, filthy blood splattered everywhere, and the corpses were riddled with bullet holes. Longwa kills corpse servants points. 1 Longwa kills corpse servants points. 1 Longwa kills corpse servants points. 1 The 2 women simultaneously looked at the ranking panel. Longwa's points changed from 0 to 3. However, their ranking had plummeted to 40th place. Meanwhile, Shuegua in first place had surged to 100 points, and the Sun Never Sets Empire in second place had 80 points. Even a country they had never heard of had reached 50 points. The gap was becoming increasingly apparent. Clearly their search for the undead had been very smooth. Bai Yao's face turned red with anxiety. It's all that National Fortune merchant's fault. Qin Jia looked at her in confusion. What does that National Fortune merchant have to do with this? Bai Yao pouted. Actually, I don't know, but my intuition tells me that our inability to see any undead here is somehow connected to that guy. She was not lying. Her intuition did indeed point towards that National Fortune merchant. If this continues, we won't just be in last place, we might really be eliminated. Meanwhile, Bai Chen, riding the corpse wolf through the ruins, suddenly remembered something and immediately ordered the corpse wolf to stop. Damn, how did I forget about this? He slapped his forehead. He had just recalled the task of the hunting moment. On the Longwa side, it was obvious that participating in the task were Qin Jia and Bai Yao. The 2 women's strength was absolutely fine. However, having faced 3 monster attacks, and with nearly all the monsters under Bai Chen's control around the Longwa base, there should hardly be any undead left over there. At this moment, Bai Chen had already imagined the scene of his sister anxiously pacing back and forth. He furrowed his brow and checked the system's leaderboard. Sure enough, Longwa had only a pitiful 3 points. This won't do, Bai Chen muttered to himself. How could he just sit back and watch in such a situation? System, open the map. The news of Longwa's failure in the hunting moment quickly spread. Lighthouse Nation and Sakura Nation jumped at the chance. God told me this is retribution. That's right, it must be that Longwa cheated before and was discovered by National Fortune Survival, and now this is their punishment. Haha. You guys from Longwa were so arrogant before, didn't you say your luck was great? How come you only have 3 points now? No matter how smoothly you did before, if you're at the bottom during the hunting moment, you'll still be eliminated. What does this prove? That taking shortcuts is useless, strength is the hard truth. However, at this moment, the two countries rejoicing the most had completely forgotten one thing they had already been. While the two nations were frantically mocking, someone suddenly noticed that in the Longwa live stream, the two women simultaneously looked in one direction. Following closely, the roar of a horde of monsters echoed. The undead had appeared. Sister Qin, did you hear that? Bai Yao tugged at Qin Zia's sleeve. Qin Jia nodded. I heard it. After she spoke, her expression grew serious. It sounds like there are quite a few, let's not be careless. Bai Yao's eyes shimmered with renewed excitement. Roar. This time they both clearly heard the movement of the creature. A series of intense roars echoed from afar, drawing closer. Accompanying it was a strong stench of decay. Bai Yao's eyes instantly lit up. Her earlier discontent vanished. She raised her golden Alaska and aimed at the source of the sound. They're finally here. I knew we wouldn't be that unlucky. Just as she aimed, in the next moment, a dark mass of corpses surged forward from the front. One after another. The grayish-blue skin became even more terrifying under the crimson sunlight, and sharp claws waved wildly in the air. They emitted wheezing sounds. As for the numbers, they were simply uncountable. Faced with such a horde of corpses, Bai Yao was not afraid, and instead she excitedly licked her lips. So many. Sister Qin, we hit the jackpot. Saying that, she unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. Da-da-da. The gunfire instantly rang in their ears. Golden bullets rained down upon the horde. Dragon Country kills corpse points 10. Dragon Country kills corpse points 10. The points increased because this group of corpses was not as easy to deal with as the corpse servants. Though they were not as strong as the corpses in the monster attacks, their vitality was still high, and several bullets hitting them did not bring them down. Qin Jia had already unsheathed her great sword when she heard the undead's movements. Now she raised her great sword, intending to rush in and help Bai Yao harvest the lives of the corpses. But after taking only a few steps, she suddenly stopped. She sensed something was off. After the first corpse was shot down, the ones behind continued to roar. Yet it was just thunder with little rain. Each one roared louder than the last. But they were all merely turning. It seemed they had no intention of attacking the two women. Outside, the audience from Lighthouse Country and Cherry Blossom Country, who witnessed this scene, were more anxious than anyone. After all, they had just said that Dragon Country had run out of luck and would soon be eliminated from the hunting mission. Yet the next moment they were slapped in the face. Damn, do these corpses have pig brains? The ones attacking you are right in front of you, go kill them. Come on, even if you can't kill Qin Jia, you could at least take down Bai Yao. Baka Dragon Country must be cheating again. Shouldn't the national luck survival be strictly checked for Dragon Country? This is unfair to the other countries, chosen ones. Exactly. It wasn't just the external audience who felt puzzled. At this moment, Qin Jia was also momentarily dumbfounded. Why aren't they attacking? Even she, with her rich battlefield experience, had never witnessed such a bizarre scene. A large group of corpses stood still, taking bullets without attacking. It was as if they were deliberately presenting themselves to her and Bai Yao to rack up points. Could such a thing really happen? Then these corpses must have a problem with their brains. Gradually, Bai Yao also noticed this incredible phenomenon. The gunfire slowed down. Hey Sister Qin, have you noticed that these corpses seem a bit off? Qin Jia, these corpses are very strange, suddenly appearing, yet not attacking us at all. Bai Yao was in the heat of the moment. A hint of hesitation flickered in her eyes. Then she glanced at the corpses before her, who were brandishing their claws, but not moving an inch. Not attacking. Who cares? Free points are not to be missed. Saying this, she pressed the trigger again. Since they aren't attacking us, it's just saving energy. Qin Jia did not stop her, because she thought the same. However, since they weren't attacking, there was no need for her to take action. She would just let Bai Yao practice. With that thought, Qin Jia couldn't help but glance at Bai Yao. She discovered that this girl was already getting into the zone. She really is born for the battlefield. Qin Jia murmured softly. If Bai Yao were to enter the interstellar battlefield, she would undoubtedly achieve significant accomplishments. She was simply a natural warrior. When Qin Jia first entered the interstellar battlefield facing alien races, she had felt fear for quite some time. That was instinct. But Bai Yao displayed none of that instinct. Soon the prompts for national survival began ringing one after another. Dragon Country kills corpse points 10. Dragon Country kills corpse points 10. Dragon Country kills corpse points 10. On the ranking panel, Dragon Country's points skyrocketed, visibly jumping from 3 points to 50 points, then to 100 points, 200 points. In just a few minutes. As the last corpse fell, Dragon Country's points also broke through the 500-point barrier, steadily stopping at 503 points, jumping directly from 41st to 1st. What the hell? 503 points. Is Dragon Country cheating? In Snow Country, Andre stared at the panel, his axe clattering to the ground. His jaw nearly dropped to the floor. He and his teammates had struggled for a long time just to barely scrape together 100 points. In Dragon Country, their increase in points was faster than a rocket. In the Empire of the Sun Never Sets, Alice was combing her golden hair. When she caught sight of Dragon Country's ranking and points, her face instantly paled. 500 points. Has Dragon Country found the undead? She murmured in shock. In India, Singh looked at the leaderboard, wanting to cry without tears. It was one thing for his treasure chest to be stolen, but now Dragon Country seemed to be on a cheating spree. Could this national luck game still be played? He was fed up. In Dragon Country, the remaining chosen ones in the church looked at the ranking panel, each one excitedly waving their arms. The female student shouted, "What did I say? Sister Chin and Sister Yao are definitely fine." Others echoed her. "This is stable. Maybe we'll even get a golden treasure chest." Outside, the live broadcast room had already exploded. Dragon Country's viewers watched the rapidly rising points, and the bullet comments flew by. Sister Yao's luck formula is working again. We're a Lighthouse Country and Cherry Blossom Country. Didn't you love to shout earlier? Come out and keep shouting. Tisk, 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 503 points. Directly in first place by leaps and bounds. This is the strength of Dragon Country. Wrong, this is clearly the power of Sister Yao's luck. No, have you all forgotten about that mysterious existence secretly helping our Dragon Country? At that moment, the audiences from Lighthouse Country and Cherry Blossom Country were completely silent. No matter how much they shouted, they didn't dare to show their faces. Occasionally, a few stubborn comments appeared. But the next second, they were instantly silenced by Dragon Country's netizens. When it came to quality, they had never bowed down to anyone. The audiences from both countries looked at Dragon Country's steadily increasing points, feeling their cheeks burning painfully. That slap was too harsh. On the other side, the system notification echoed as Bai Chen rode the corpse wolf hidden in the shadows of the ruins, announcing the experience gained from binding the chosen ones to slay the corpse demons. The notifications rang like a melodious tune. The experience bar steadily jumped from 680 to 1180. His lips gradually curled into a satisfied smile. It's not in vain that I specifically chose the 50 weakest corpse demons to send over. Bai Chen not only selected the weakest corpses, but also gave them an instruction. Do not attack humans. It was precisely because of this instruction that the group of corpse demons stood still, taking hits to help Bai Yao score points. Was this fair? Of course it was not fair. He could already imagine the immense outcry from the outside world, but Bai Chen did not care about the opinions of other countries. If you have the ability, you can also be an administrator. By the way, the experience bar is full. Why haven't I leveled up yet? Bai Chen frowned as he did not hear the sound he was hoping for. He opened the system panel only to find that his administrator level remained at level 2. Although the experience bar exceeded the limit, it showed no signs of moving. Bai Chen questioned in his mind, "System, why isn't there a level up despite having enough experience?" The cold mechanical voice quickly responded. The experience bar is temporarily locked. After the administrator completes the task of fixing the loophole, level 3 permissions will be unlocked directly, and the existing experience will not disappear. I see. Bai Chen sighed in relief. He did not care about leveling up right now. He was mainly worried about losing the experience. As long as the current experience did not vanish, he was fine. After all, this was hard-earned by his sister. Just as he was thinking, Bai Chen suddenly noticed that the corpse wolf beneath him seemed a bit off. In the next moment, the corpse wolf began to stir restlessly, anxiously scratching the ground, its sharp claws leaving 3 marks on the earth. It also emitted a low, rumbling whine from its throat. Something's wrong. Bai Chen immediately became alert. Having used the corpse wolf as his mount for a day, he was quite familiar with it. This creature had no thoughts of its own, only instincts. And something must have triggered its primal fear. With that thought, a name immediately appeared in Bai Chen's mind. It seemed that only the escaped undead could achieve such a reaction. Sure enough, just as Bai Chen guessed the undead's identity, the cold system notification chimed in. The chosen one from Myanmar, Mao Deng, has been killed by the undead. The chosen one from Myanmar, Zhu Suo, has been killed by the undead. The chosen one from Myanmar, Wu Dangsheng, has been killed by the undead. All chosen ones from Myanmar are dead. Myanmar has been eliminated. Did it directly attack the stronghold? Bai Chen was taken aback. When he heard the first 2 death notifications, he did not think much of it. He simply assumed 2 unfortunate individuals from Myanmar had met their end at the hands of the undead. But when the 3rd name appeared, he realized something was amiss. Normally during the hunting task period, monsters would not actively attack the chosen ones in the safe zones. Of course, the escaped undead was already a loophole, and it could act outside of the rules. This is interesting. That this guy seems to be a bit more troublesome than I imagined. Bai Chen's expression became serious. That silly girl Bai Yao must be able to hear these notifications. With her and Qin Zia's personalities, they will surely go after it. With that in mind, he immediately patted the corpse wolf's neck, speaking urgently, "Go pick up the pace." He had to find the undead before Bai Yao and the others. Otherwise, he would not be able to relax. Meanwhile, just as Bai Chen anticipated, Bai Yao was staring excitedly at the ranking board, showing 503 points for Dragon Country. If it weren't for a bit of restraint, she would have probably jumped up and cheered by now. She excitedly tugged at Qin Zia's arm, shaking her. Sister Qin, look. Our dragon country has 503 points, ranking first in the gap. Now we don't have to worry about being last. We will definitely get the golden treasure chest. The rewards in the blue treasure chest are already so good. I'm really curious about what will be in the golden treasure chest. Qin Jia helplessly rubbed her forehead about to remind her of something. But suddenly the cold notification from the national survival game fell like a bucket of cold water. The chosen one from Myanmar has been killed by the undead. Myanmar has been eliminated. Undead. Bai Yao's smile instantly froze, replaced by a look of shock. She did not expect a country to be eliminated so, but not long after her eyes brightened. She immediately leaned closer to Qin Jia, her tone devoid of fear towards the undead, filled only with anticipation for the 500 points. Sister Qin, it's an undead. How about we go take it down? That's a full 500 points. If we can get that, we'll leave the second place far behind. At that point, our position as first place will basically be secured. Qin Jia frowned tightly, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing the cold hilt of her great sword. But we are not clear about the undead's weaknesses. Its attack pattern, speed, and defenses are all unknown. Rushing in could very likely lead to disaster. But if the Snow Country or the Empire of the Never-Setting Sun seizes the opportunity, those 500 points will be lost. Bai Yao understood this reasoning. However, she was very reluctant to hand over those 500 points willingly. Qin Jia had the same thought, however her command style leaned towards caution. This stemmed from the situation Dragon Country faced on the interstellar battlefield. Any small act of recklessness could lead to serious consequences. However, at this moment, Bai Yao enlightened her. This was no longer the interstellar battlefield. Currently, in the undead ruins, Dragon Country was undoubtedly the strongest. As the strongest, if they did not take a bit of risk and continued to play it safe, they would eventually be surpassed by us. After realizing this, Qin Jia nodded. We can go, but this time there's no need for you to act. Just let me handle. Facing the completely unknown undead, Qin Jia was quite worried about Bai Yao's safety. Understood, Sister Qin, I promise to listen. Bai Yao nodded vigorously. But then she suddenly made a sour face, looking troubled. Wait, Sister Qin, where is the Myanmar stronghold? We can't just run there, can we? This ruin is so vast, by the time we get there the opportunity will be lost. Qin Jia found her anxious expression somewhat amusing. She then took out a neatly folded map from her backpack and waved it in front of her. This was something we confiscated from Huang Mao of Cherry Blossom Country. We can teleport directly there. Bai Yao leaned in to take a look, her eyes widening in surprise. There's actually this function. I didn't even notice it back then. Qin Jia nodded, then placed her hand on Bai Yao. We'll first teleport to the U Country stronghold. The Myanmar safe zone is shown on the map to have been destroyed, making it impossible to teleport. But this is good, we won't have to worry about disturbing the undead, and anyway the distance between these two country strongholds is only about 30 kilometers. These two strongholds might be the closest within the undead ruins. Meanwhile, outside the internet was, in the national survival game, the news of Myanmar's elimination had just spread across the countries through the national notification. Outside the game, a live broadcast of the event was being shared wildly. In the scene, there are no gigantic monsters. Only an undead creature of human height stands before the ruins of the refuge in Myanmar. Dressed in tattered black robes, its exposed skin is a ghastly shade of gray. Its fingers are long and sharp, with dark red blood still staining beneath its nails. What sends chills down the spine is the presence of a dozen zombie servants hovering around it, their clothing unmistakably that of the chosen ones from Myanmar. A closer look reveals that the faces of these zombie servants are filled with terror, their expressions frozen at the moment of infection. After watching this video, the internet across various countries erupted. Isn't that a chosen one from Myanmar? How did they turn into zombie servants? Does this mean the undead can transform humans into zombie servants? Hiss. If that's the case, then doesn't that mean all those zombie servants were once infected humans? That's terrifying. If it weren't for the survival of the nation, I wouldn't have known such a monstrous existence lurked within the undead. Thank goodness there are no undead in the interstellar battlefield, otherwise it would be a true disaster. It was at this moment that everyone realized the true horror of the undead was not brute force, but infection. The undead creature in the footage slightly lifted its chin. The zombie servants, transformed from the chosen ones of Myanmar, immediately marched in unison toward a single direction. It seemed to be preparing for something. However, just at that critical moment, the video abruptly cut off due to Myanmar's complete elimination and the live stream was shut down. The footage ends here. What was this undead creature preparing to do? Some began to speculate, feeling even more frightened. The ruins of the undead. Bai Chen had already ridden on a corpse wolf to the Myanmar stronghold. The air here was filled with a strong stench of decay and blood. The entrance to the refuge had been violently breached, revealing a scene of chaos within, with weapons and blood scattered about, yet not a single complete corpse in sight. There were not only no people, but also no undead. That undead creature had left after slaughtering the chosen ones from Myanmar. The place is empty. Bai Chen jumped down from the corpse wolf, kicking away the rubble at his feet, feeling an ominous premonition. Just then the system notification sounded. Undead information updated, please check promptly. He immediately opened the system panel and located the undead in the monster encyclopedia. Monster undead race, undead strength, 100 physique, 150 speed, 110, all three-dimensional attributes above 100. Bai Chen continued to read downwards. Ability infection control description leader of the undead possessing intelligence. If you do not wish to be infected, please take the basic enhancement potion in advance. It actually has intelligence. Bai Chen murmured. Having intelligence means this undead creature can devise strategies rather than merely following instincts. It could be troublesome. However, he did not expect that the basic enhancement potion could prevent infection from the undead. No wonder the probability of obtaining the basic enhancement potion in the blue treasure chest is as high as 50. There must be a reason for this. Bai Chen squatted down looking at the bloodstains stretching far into the distance. He opened the map for comparison and suddenly realized. Is it headed to attack the stronghold of Yu Country? Yu Country and Myanmar are the closest strongholds. The chosen ones of Yu Country probably still do not know that danger is approaching. Bai Chen immediately urged the corpse wolf to speed up and chase after. What Qin Jia thought of he also considered. Thus Bai Yao and Qin Jia likely teleported directly to the Yu Country stronghold using the map. This is bad. I hope they don't run into the undead. Bai Chen's heart tightened. Qin Jia had not taken the basic enhancement potion. If she were infected, it would be a nightmare for the other chosen ones. On the other side outside the Yu Country stronghold, as the light faded, Bai Yao and Qin Jia appeared there. As soon as Bai Yao steadied herself, she said, Sister Qin, let's hurry, we can't let that undead escape. Qin Jia, however, raised her hand to stop her and turned to look not far away. A dozen chosen ones from Yu Country were just running out of the stronghold, each carrying supplies and wielding weapons. It looked like they were preparing to leave the stronghold altogether. Leading them was a dark-skinned man with a long knife. The two parties unexpectedly collided. They all froze in place. Who are you? Which country's chosen ones are you? What are you doing here? The leading chosen one from Yu Country reacted first, tightening his grip on the long knife, his tone filled with hostility. In his view, the other party might be trying to rob supplies. Qin Jia spoke calmly, showing no signs of panic. We are the chosen ones from Long Country here to track the traces of the undead. Where are you heading? Upon mentioning the word undead, the expressions of the chosen ones from Yu Country instantly changed, and the leading man swallowed hard. Undead. We are trying to avoid the undead. Oh, we don't even plan to stay in this refuge. You should leave quickly. That is not a monster that humans can deal with. The chosen one of the Yu Kingdom, Anan, gripped his long blade, his voice trembling with lingering fear. We sent 2 people to carry out a hunting mission, and I was one of them. We were hiding nearby when the Mian Kingdom was eliminated. He swallowed hard. I saw with my own eyes as that undead creature injured 2 chosen ones from the Mian Kingdom. In less than half a minute, they were infected and became mere corpse servants, leading that undead creature to attack the Mian Kingdom's stronghold. Anan suddenly clenched his fists. In the end, the 2 of us were discovered as well. I managed to escape, but my teammate must have been infected too and may be leading that undead creature to attack us right now. We can't deal with that undead creature. We can only abandon the stronghold and run. Infection. Bai Yao was momentarily taken aback. An undead creature can actually turn humans into corpse servants. How is that different from the zombies in movies? It's just like hitting one and getting a whole bunch. She instinctively moved a little closer to Qin Jia, feeling a bit safer. Qin Jia frowned slightly. The ability to infect means that the undead will grow like a snowball. Therefore, it must be killed before it infects more people, or otherwise it will become increasingly difficult to deal with. The chosen ones of the Yu Kingdom were already in chaos. Anan forced a smile, saying, We can't stay any longer. I advise you to leave as well. Wait. As soon as Anan finished speaking, hurried footsteps suddenly approached from behind. Bai Yao and Qin Jia turned to look. They saw a burly man with a big beard running over. It was Andre from the Snow Kingdom, carrying a massive axe that seemed to match Qin Jia's giant sword. When he saw Qin Jia and Bai Yao, Andre suddenly halted in his tracks, clearly not expecting to find them here. He boomed, People from the Long Kingdom. How are you here? The countries in this area are quite dense. There are many strongholds near the Yu Kingdom, including the Snow Kingdom and the Empire of the Setting Sun. They had basically seen each other once or twice, but they had never encountered any chosen ones from the Long Kingdom. People here assumed that the Long Kingdom was far away, so Andre was astonished to see Bai Yao and the others. You arrived even faster than I did. Soon about 10 more people emerged from the back. Alice approached with her golden hair trailing behind her. The chosen ones from several nearby countries participating in the hunting mission were basically all here. This should be the first time so many countries' chosen ones have met, right? Alice smiled. Andre leaned closer to Anan, lowering his voice to ask, "What's the situation with that undead creature? Have you encountered it?" Seeing two strong chosen ones from powerful countries arrive, Anan's mind began racing. Andre was the strongest chosen one from the Snow Kingdom, and Alice was the same. Now the Long Kingdom goes without saying, so far no one has died, which is enough to prove their strength. If these people are here, do I even need to run? Thus Anan immediately recounted his experiences, only slightly altering his words. He made it sound less terrifying, otherwise he feared that Andre and the others would also want to flee. After listening, Andre frowned tightly. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly raised his head, his eyes lighting up as he looked at Qin Jia and Alice. "How about we join forces? Let's deal with that undead creature together, and whoever earns points in the end can compensate the others with supplies or something. What do you think?" Alice immediately nodded. The infection ability of that undead creature is too dangerous. If we let it go unchecked, those corpse servants alone will be a huge problem in the end. Qin Jia also nodded slightly. That works. The remaining chosen ones from the Yu Kingdom exchanged glances, hesitant. Anan became anxious. "We definitely have to stay. This matter is settled." Seeing that he had said this, the remaining chosen ones from the Yu Kingdom could only brace themselves and stay. Afterward, everyone began to discuss tactics. "Why don't we let Miss Qin command? We will just follow her orders," Andre suggested. "After all, her capabilities as a commander are widely acknowledged to be strong." "Don't look for me, I can't command," Qin Jia directly refused. In such a multinational joint operation, if something goes wrong, the blame will ultimately fall on the commander. She didn't want to take the fall for nothing. Andre wanted to persuade her further, but at that moment a hurried running sound grew closer. "What's that sound?" Alice instantly drew her sword. She looked warily towards the direction of the sound. Andre picked up his axe, squinting as he peered. The next second a shadow rushed towards them from not far away. It was moving so fast that only an afterimage remained, and it wasn't until it got close that everyone could see it was a huge corpse wolf. "It's a corpse demon." Andre shouted, ready to charge. "Wait, it's not an enemy," Bai Yao quickly reminded. She recognized it as the National Fortune Merchant. Andre was taken aback. He squinted again and noticed that someone was actually sitting on the back of the wolf. The figure looked increasingly familiar. "This isn't." Andre let out a strange cry. "It's you." He knew he hadn't been mistaken. Someone was indeed riding the corpse demon, and now that person was. The chosen ones from other countries were all confused, not understanding why Andre was so excited. Bai Yao, however, enthusiastically introduced, "This is the National Fortune Merchant. You can trade with him, and he is a conscientious merchant." Upon hearing Bai Yao's words, the livestream room outside exploded with excitement. The barrage was scrolling so fast that it was hard to see. "Ha ha, conscientious merchant. If the people from the Lighthouse Nation hear someone praise the National Fortune Merchant like this, they'll probably be furious." "Fuck, how can the National Fortune Merchant be called conscientious? He is clearly a robber." The chosen ones from the Long Kingdom are actually praising him as conscientious. They must be in the same boat. There's no helping it. Maybe we have good character, unlike some people. Those with bad character can't even bear to look at the National Fortune Merchant. Outside the Yu Kingdom stronghold, Bai Chen jumped down from the wolf's back. He glanced around at the multinational chosen ones present, taking in their curious expressions. A sly smile crept onto the corner of his mouth beneath the dragon mask. "It seems you are all discussing how to deal with the undead creature. I just happen to have detailed information about the undead as well as methods to counter the infection." As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes lit up. The information they had received so far was all from Anan, but this guy had not even fought with the undead and only knew about its ability to infect. Moreover, if they could learn how to prevent infection, they could fight without holding back. "Just tell us how to trade." "Very simple. All information can be exchanged for a blue treasure chest or a primary strengthening potion." "Pretty worthwhile, right?" The crowd exchanged glances. For those chosen ones short on resources, it was quite expensive, but to them, they felt the deal was worth it. Compared to 500 points and their lives, a blue treasure chest or a potion was practically nothing. Bai Yao and Qin Jia exchanged glances. They had used up all their items and had nothing on them. How could they trade? Before they could come up with a solution, Alice spoke first. "I have a primary strengthening potion here. I'll trade." She carefully took out a blue potion from her pocket and handed it to Bai Chen. Bai Chen took the potion, and Alice understood his intention and stepped forward to listen. Bai Chen handed her a note detailing the information about the undead. "What about the method to prevent infection?" Alice frowned. "It's very simple. Using a primary strengthening potion can prevent infection." "Alice." The others didn't know what she had heard. They only saw her face growing redder. It was a heated red. "I exchanged a primary strengthening potion for information, and you tell me that only this thing can prevent infection from the undead. What the hell? Where's the conscience?" Alice gritted her teeth, thankful that she still had a potion on her. Because her three-dimensional attributes had all surpassed 100, but she didn't want to give this item to others, so she kept it with her. She hadn't expected to nearly be scammed. All right, thank you, Alice said through gritted teeth. Then she turned around and wiped all expressions off her face. She kept quiet. Alice felt that she couldn't be the only one who got scammed. Alice, what was the information? Can you share it with us? Andre wanted to mooch off her. Alice merely glanced at him. Go trade for yourself. Ooh, I don't know anything. With no other choice, Andre also took out a potion and completed the transaction with Bai Chen, after which he fell silent. Doubting Alice. Understanding Alice. Becoming Alice. Andre also kept the information to himself. Thus all the chosen ones present ended up being scammed by Bai Chen, except for those from the Long Kingdom. After completing transactions with the others, Bai Chen glanced at Bai Yao, noticing her embarrassment. You're so beautiful, what else is there to say? Consider this a gift from me. Saying this, he shoved a primary strengthening potion and a note of information into her hands. This is the method to prevent infection. Bai Yao. Qingjia. Andre. Alice, your mother. Alice took out a small mirror to check her appearance. She looked very beautiful. Why not give me one? This is favoritism. It's simply outrageous. When Bai Yao received the basic enhancement potion, she was still a bit dazed. Thank you. She shyly expressed her gratitude. Seeing her embarrassed demeanor, Bai Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Why had he never seen her like this before? Sister Qin, hey, race the potion, use it, and you won't be infected by the undead. Qingjia nodded. She took the potion and used it directly, but her attributes had long exceeded 100 points. Thus, she felt no reaction. Meanwhile, the chosen ones from other countries were already in chaos. The initial enhancement potions were already scarce. One had even been swindled by the national fortune merchant. This led to many people having no potions to use. Consequently, this group turned their attention to Bai Chen. National fortune merchant, could you please return the basic enhancement potions to us? Someone pleaded, rubbing his hands together. Bai Chen glanced at him and directly took out all his initial enhancement potions. The crowd's eyes lit up. Just as expected. That woman from the Dragon Kingdom was right. The national fortune merchant was indeed a very conscientious merchant. It seems they were just playing with us earlier. Right? Galugulu. The chosen one. Bai Chen threw the empty potion bottle to the ground and wiped his mouth. Now it's gone. He had no obligation to help these strangers. From another perspective, this group were competitors of the Dragon Kingdom. Who knows, they might become the enemies of my sister tomorrow. So it was already quite good that Bai Chen didn't directly let them fall into despair, and now they want my help. Don't even think about it. In the live broadcast rooms of various countries aside from the Dragon Kingdom's audience, others were completely thrown off guard. Shameless national fortune merchant. Take out the basic enhancement potions. Luckily, the national fortune merchant didn't swindle our Dragon Kingdom, otherwise which country could withstand such? Not human, simply inhuman. National fortune merchant. I think it's more like national fortune CS. Hee. Sister Yao was so cute when she was shy just now. If she sheds a tear, it'll slaughter a city. Using the basic enhancement potion, strength 0, constitution 5, speed 30. At this moment, Bai Chen's attributes had all reached 100. I don't have any left, perhaps you can take a look at them. He pointed at the two people across from him, Andre and Alice. They were the two strongest countries present aside from the Dragon Kingdom. Both of them were indeed very wealthy. However, they truly had very few basic enhancement potions. Seeing everyone looking at them, the two hurriedly took out the few remaining basic enhancement potions and drank them at the same time. Don't look at me, I have none. Don't look at me, I have none. This desperate scene chilled everyone's hearts. Some had to take out the potions they had hidden away, while those without any could only stare in dismay. In the end, less than half of the people had used the basic enhancement potion. Bai Yao, Qingjia, Andre, Alice, Anan from the U Kingdom, and the chosen ones from two small countries. Seeing that everyone was more or less prepared, Bai Chen suddenly spoke up. They'll give you one more piece of information. The undead are already coming this way. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone instantly became tense. Even though they were ready, just the thought of facing the most terrifying existence in the undead ruins was nerve-wracking. The only one who felt differently was Andre. After drinking the potion and not fearing infection, he felt a surge of power coursing through him. Let me see how strong this guy can be. Andre walked toward the direction Bai Chen pointed, wielding his giant axe. You brainless fool. Alice rolled her eyes, then elegantly drew her sword. Don't yell for help when surrounded by the undead. Bai Yao glanced at Qingjia. Sister Qin, let's catch up. We must secure those 500 points. They had come here to kill the undead for the 500 points. Qingjia responded with a hum. The two girls quickly followed, not wanting Andre to take the lead. The chosen ones from the three strongest countries had already set off. The others could only follow behind with trepidation. Bai Chen rode on a corpse wolf, quietly summoning the system in his mind. Hey system, if the undead are killed by the chosen ones, will that count as me completing the task? Yes, upon receiving the reply, Bai Chen felt relieved. Otherwise, if it didn't count, he would have to snatch the undead from the hands of these 3 level powers. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. That's right. Alice was also a level power. Qin Jia Andre and Alice, the 3 level powers working together. They had all consumed the basic enhancement potions and were not afraid of infection. Bai Chen could not envision any survival for the undead. Everyone advanced toward the direction the undead were coming from, while the undead were also heading toward the Yu Kingdom. In this two-way rush, within half an hour, everyone heard the sound of chaotic footsteps and indistinct growls coming from ahead. The sound grew closer, sending chills down their spines. Andre tightened his grip on the giant axe, stopped, and squinted ahead. They're coming. Just as he finished speaking, a shadow appeared at the end of the ruins. It was a corpse servant. Its face was beginning to show signs of decay, oozing pus, yet one could still vaguely discern its features from before death. It was still wearing the clothing of a Yu Kingdom citizen. It was the unfortunate Yu Kingdom chosen one who had been infected by the undead. Upon seeing it, Ainan's face revealed an unnatural expression. There was something he had never said. In fact, the undead had initially targeted him. However, in the face of danger, he had fled faster than his teammates, so there was no crisis. This was clearly the leading corpse servant. The crowd did not let their guard down. Soon a massive horde of corpses surged from behind. Among them were not only corpse servants, but also corpse spirits and corpse demons. In the external live broadcast room, everyone was stunned upon seeing this scene. Only the audience from Lighthouse Nation and Sakura Nation cheered the most, as they had already been eliminated. Now they only wanted to see other countries being eliminated as well. Deserved. Using a Chinese idiom to describe you is being overconfident. If our Sakura Nation's chosen ones were still here, they would have chopped off the undead's head long ago, so blame it on the Dragon Kingdom for not saving them. Get eliminated, all of you, get eliminated. Hurry and end this national fortune survival. That's right, this was just a mistake. Next time in the National Fortune Survival, we Lighthouse Nation will show the world what strength truly means. No, how can there be so many undead? Looking at this astonishing number, Andre was dumbfounded. Didn't the undead only annihilate one country? The chosen ones from that country were fewer than 20, so how could there be so many now? Fool. Alice did not forget to retort him. The information provided by the National Fortune Merchant was very clear. The undead have a control ability in addition to infection. They must have controlled this group of monsters on the way here. This is a bit troublesome. Looking at the sheer number of corpses, Alice could no longer maintain her elegance. At the back of the horde, everyone finally saw the undead. At that moment, a group of divine chosen ones suddenly heard the fierce sound of gunfire ringing out. They turned to look. The seemingly delicate girl from the Dragon Kingdom was now holding a golden Alaska, her finger firmly on the trigger. The shyness and bashfulness on her face had vanished. All that remained was the thrill of wanting to eliminate the undead. The golden bullets shot out from the gun's muzzle, forming a line aimed at the undead. After numerous battles, Bai Yao's shooting skills had significantly improved. Coupled with the enhancement from basic strengthening potions, the recoil of the golden Alaska was now negligible for her. What kind of gun is this that doesn't require reloading? Alice exclaimed upon witnessing this scene, her elegant expression completely gone. She glanced at the sword at her side, and then at the powerful infinite bullet golden Alaska, as if a primitive person had encountered modern technology. She couldn't help but fall into silence. Were we participating in the same survival challenge? It felt like they were just handing her the victory. Roar. The undead sensed the threat and let out an angry roar. In the next second, it raised its palm and waved it in front of itself. Immediately, a massive, sturdy corpse bear blocked the way. The bullets struck the corpse bear's body, and its agonizing roars pierced through the air, causing pain to the ears. Despite its tough skin and flesh, it ultimately could not withstand the firepower of the golden Alaska. Dragon Kingdom kills a corpse demon, points 100 thud. The corpse bear's body collapsed with a loud crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Bai Yao was about to aim again, only to find that the undead had vanished without a trace. Clearly it had been frightened by the golden Alaska and had hidden away. If it were to be approached by a divine chosen, the undead could directly control other lower-level undead, easily drowning the chosen one. Yet faced with Bai Yao's long-range attack methods, it had no other way to respond except to have other monsters shield it from gunfire. Upon seeing the undead hide, Andre and the others let out a sigh of relief. Who wouldn't want those 500 points? Even if they could receive compensation, it would pale in comparison to the points. Thus, upon seeing Bai Yao miss and fail to kill the undead directly, they felt only joy. Bai Yao was still unaware of these anomalies. However, Qin Jia had noticed. She observed the changes in the expressions of the crowd, more convinced than ever that her refusal to command was the right decision. A team formed solely for the sake of interests would ultimately fall apart due to those very interests. With this thought, Qin Jia realized that the discord had already begun. Yao Yao, you stay here and shoot the undead when you see one, but don't get too close. Hearing this advice by Yao, don't worry Sister Qin, I understand. She knew what her advantages were. There was no way she would foolishly abandon her ranged attacks for close combat. Of course, what the two girls did not know was that even if Bai Yao charged in to kill, she would absolutely not encounter any mishaps. After all, Bai Chen was watching from behind. His authority was far superior to the control of the undead. It's just a pity that his level 3 authority was not enough to control the undead, otherwise Bai Chen would have directly controlled that guy to deliver a head to the Dragon Kingdom base. Qin Jia felt at ease. Then she raised her great sword and took a step forward, charging towards the tide of corpses. Roar! Upon seeing someone approach, the densely packed undead instantly became agitated. A multitude of sharp claws swiped at Qin Jia. Some undead even leaped up, attempting to smash Qin Jia's skull. In the face of such a situation, most people would have been too frightened to move. But there was not a trace of fear in Qin Jia's eyes, only extreme calmness. Swish! The great sword swept around her, and a flash of cold light passed by. All the monsters around her were bisected, instantly clearing a safe area. Dragon Kingdom kills a corpse, servant points 1. Dragon Kingdom kills a corpse, servant points 1. Dragon Kingdom kills a corpse, demon points 10. In the Dragon Kingdom livestream, the comments had already erupted. Speak. No matter how many monsters there are, Sister Qin can cut them all down with a single sword. That sword was too cool, oh my god. Why is there also a junior from the academy? My mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch after I showed her. She also knelt down. Sakura dog keeps barking. We only save people, not dogs. Besides, if you really had that kind of strength, would you still need to call for help? That's humorous. It's too terrifying. How does a commander have such high combat power? Andre couldn't help but narrow his eyes at this scene. Roar! Just then a portion of the undead suddenly changed their targets and charged towards Bai Yao's location. Qin Jia displayed extreme combat prowess. The undead knew they couldn't deal with her in the short term. Thus they aimed to eliminate Bai Yao, the potential threat. Alice watched the undead charge at Bai Yao, remaining unmoved. Qin Jia was already going wild within the tide of corpses, and it was uncertain when she would find the undead. She could not afford to abandon the contest for those 500 points just to save a Dragon Kingdom Divine Chosen who had nothing to do with her, even if this Divine Chosen little sister was quite adorable in her type. Come at me. Seeing the undead charging towards her, Bai Yao felt no fear. Instead, she was even more excited. Bai Chen was preparing to unleash his authority. Suddenly, hearing her sister shout like that, he paused momentarily. He saw Bai Yao put down the golden Alaska and take out a portable flamethrower. In the next second, boom. A large expanse of flames covered the front, engulfing the monsters. Continuous roars and the crisp sound of burning flesh echoed. Fuck! How does she even have this kind of weapon? Alice exclaimed upon witnessing this scene, unable to contain her usual elegance. Yura! At that moment, Andre howled and charged forward with his giant axe. Alice gritted her teeth. Not bothering to look back, she quickly followed. Andre swung his giant axe at the nearest corpse servant, cleaving it in half and splattering green blood everywhere. Alice's movements were agile, her sword accurately stabbing towards the neck of a corpse servant, capable of delivering a lethal blow in one strike. However, even combined, they did not match the number of kills Qin Jia had achieved. At that moment, Andre suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. He turned around and found that the undead had somehow circled behind him. Roar! Seeing that Andre had discovered it, the undead revealed itself and charged directly at him. Caught off guard, Andre was slashed at the chest by its claw. In an instant, his flesh was torn. Yura! The pain turned Andre's vision red as he swung his axe down. But the undead had already fled. The giant axe only cleaved through the skull of a corpse demon. This beast's intelligence is not low. Don't treat it as an ordinary monster. Qin Jia gave a reminder while also becoming vigilant. Her strength was high among her attributes, but her physique was lacking. This was a challenge that humanity had always struggled with. If the undead's claws could injure Andre, they could also hurt her. Why have these undead suddenly stopped moving? Suddenly, Alice noticed something amiss. Alice suddenly halted her movements, her sword held horizontally before her, her brows tightly furrowed. Qin Jia and Andre also glanced around. The previously thrashing and howling undead servant zombies and even a few corpse monsters were now all frozen in place, like puppets caught in a freeze. Qin Jia's heart tightened as she recalled something. It's the scheme of the undying corpse. She immediately guessed the intentions of the undying corpse. It knows these low-level monsters can't stop us, so it deliberately uses them as a decoy, hiding in the shadows, ready to ambush at any moment. If we fall for it, there's a high chance it will ambush and kill us directly. Upon hearing this, Andre's eyes widened in shock, and in his fury, he cleaved a zombie in half with his giant axe. This beast's intelligence is surprisingly high, and it even knows how to use tactics. How are we supposed to fight against that? He gripped his axe tightly and looked at Qin Jia. What do we do now? It's hidden among these monsters. Who knows which one is the undying corpse? Qin Jia said nothing, focusing on calming herself. Then, drawing on her years of battlefield experience, she sensed everything around her. The undying corpse would have to move to launch a sneak attack. As long as it moved, she would be able to find it. Of course, there was also the possibility that the undying corpse was controlling the other monsters to create a false motion. Thus, she had to maintain extreme calm to discern whether it was a sneak attack or a trap. In the external live broadcast room, upon hearing Qin Zia's explanation, the audience became tense as well. Wow, the undying corpse is already strong, and you're telling me it can use tactics? Hiss. This level of intelligence is a bit frightening. Fortunately, we learned about the undying corpse in the National Survival Program. If it appeared on the interstellar battlefield out of the blue, humanity would be in big trouble. No worries, let's trust Commander Qin. The audience from various nations were all on edge. Prior to this, they thought these 3 chosen ones were invincible. But witnessing the cunning and treachery of the undying corpse made them worry for their own chosen one's safety. In the midst of the zombie horde, Qin Jia suddenly had a faint premonition. Her gaze followed this intuition and finally landed on a group of monsters to her right. At that moment, whoosh. The group of monsters she was staring at suddenly scattered, as if pushed apart by an invisible hand. In the instant the monsters scattered, the undying corpse crouching behind was directly exposed. It was frozen in place, confusion filling its crimson eyes. Clearly caught off guard by its sudden exposure. Now's the time. Qin Jia didn't have time to ponder this strange scene. Upon seeing the undying corpse, she exerted force beneath her feet, her figure shooting forward like an arrow. The giant sword sliced through the air towards the undying corpse. Swoosh. The giant sword tore through flesh and blood, cleaving from the undying corpse's left shoulder to its right waist, severing half of its body. Green blood sprayed out like a fountain, splattering high into the air. The undying corpse let out a piercing wail, its remaining half thrashing wildly on the ground, but it hadn't fully lost its life yet. Andre stood frozen in place, his mind still processing the situation. Alice's pupils constricted. Her reaction was quick. After realizing that Qin Zia's strike hadn't completely killed the undying corpse, she immediately gripped her sword and charged forward. Her mind was filled with only one thought. 500 points. Shameless. Qin Jia glanced at her attempt to claim the kill, snorting coldly as she refrained from finishing off the undying corpse. Instead, she pivoted her sword and swung it towards the approaching Alice. Have you lost your mind? Alice exclaimed, hastily dodging. She realized that Qin Zia's sword was clearly not holding back. If she hadn't dodged, she would have been bisected on the spot. I'm not insane, you are. Qin Jia blocked Alice's path. Today no one would steal this kill. Alice looked at the nearly dead, undying corpse, her heart filled with urgency. Yet the moment she made any move, Qin Jia would lift her giant sword to strike her. Qin Jia also couldn't relax in dealing with the undying corpse because Alice's sword was faster. If she turned around now, the undying corpse would surely be picked up by Alice. However, this stalemate did not last. Tat tat tat. Suddenly a series of rapid gunshots rang out. Several golden bullets pierced through the head of the undying corpse. Dragon Kingdom kills the undying corpse. Points 500 on the leaderboard. During the hunting moment, the Dragon Kingdom's score instantly surpassed 1,000. First place, Dragon Kingdom, 1309 points. Second place, Empire of the Setting Sun, 498 points. Third place, Snow Country, 490 points. Fourth place. Alice, why is everyone else using blades while you have a gun? Damn those European royals. She felt like a clown just now. Qin Jia gave a thumbs up to Bai Yao, who was not far away with her golden Alaska. Outside, the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room erupted with excitement. Commander Qin is amazing. Bai Yao is amazing. Fortunately that Alice wasn't able to steal the kill. I just checked Alice's identity. Guess what? She's actually a royal princess. 666. Even a royal princess can be so shameless. The audience of the Dragon Kingdom cheered. Meanwhile, the audience from the Empire of the Setting Sun and Snow Country were lamenting. 500 points, that's 500 points. Moreover, the value of killing the undying corpse was not just those 500 points. It was which chosen one killed the undying corpse. The country behind them would gain more face. After all, isn't life all about face? After the undying corpse died, the surrounding monsters instantly began to lose control. Seeing this, Alice quickly looked at Qin Jia. You've already killed the undying corpse. According to our agreement, you need to give us some compensation. How about this? You don't need to compensate us with any supplies. Leave this group of undead to us. Let us handle it. Qin Jia glanced at the remaining number of monsters. There were quite a few. However, after being divided among several countries, chosen ones each would not get much. Qin Jia certainly wouldn't refuse and nodded. However, the other countries, chosen ones, were not pleased. We disagree. They could see through Alice's intentions. She just wanted to leverage her strength to gain more points. If you disagree, then scram. Didn't we see you do nothing just now, and now you're complaining? Andre retorted directly instantly, leaving them speechless. Because they couldn't afford to offend these two. But they didn't want to suffer a loss either. Thus they turned to Bai Yao. You need to compensate us. Bai Yao. She pointed at herself. Me. Several chosen ones nodded in unison. They could see that Bai Yao was relying on her equipment. In reality, she was still a soft persimmon. This shameless attitude directly made Bai Yao laugh in anger. You can't afford to offend them, so you're coming to offend me. In fact, based on the national survival program, the Dragon Kingdom was the one you couldn't afford to offend the most. But what about after leaving the national survival program? Offending Snow Country and the Empire of the Setting Sun would lead to trouble later on. But the Dragon Kingdom was different. They wouldn't be able to spare time to deal with trouble from such small fry. Bai Yao's face darkened. Then I won't give you any compensation. Then we will have to seize it ourselves. A few of them revealed fierce expressions, seeing that Qin Jia was far away if they could capture Bai Yao as a hostage. Even if Qin Jia was strong, she wouldn't dare act rashly unless she was willing to abandon her teammates. Just as they were about to act. Whoa! Suddenly a wolf howl rang out. The few were startled and turned around to find the corpse wolf under the national merchant charging towards them. Help! But cries for help were futile. The corpse wolf shattered several of their skulls in just 10 seconds. Afterwards, Bai Chen casually walked over. Looking at the corpses on the ground, he sincerely explained, Sorry, my corpse wolf is also of the undead type. It was affected by the undying corpse and suddenly lost control. But since you all are dead anyway, I won't provide any compensation. Bai Yao. Qin Jia. Live broadcast room. Can your explanation be any more absurd? Truly beyond absurd. In the live broadcast room, viewers from several small nations were unable to sit still upon witnessing their chosen one being killed by the corpse wolf of the national fortune merchant. Can national fortune merchants kill at will? Please, Blue Star will punish this guy. Our chosen one died unjustly. This is not a fair competition. The national fortune merchant is clearly aiding the Dragon Kingdom, which is extremely unfair. However, the audience from the Dragon Kingdom was everywhere. They had not been shouting for long before being drowned out by the barrage of the Dragon Kingdom's audience. Did you not think of the consequences when you attempted to kidnap Sister Yao? It's hilarious. Did you really think you could succeed without the national fortune merchant? Once Sister Yao's golden Alaska appears, you'll be shot to pieces. Have some shame. The audiences of the two nations were in a heated argument. In the undead clan's ruins, the uncontrolled monsters were quickly cleared by Alice and Andre. Both nations gained over 200 points. Alice took out a small mirror she carried and looked at it. Her face regained its elegance. However, upon hearing Andre's words, she was once again on edge. Your Dragon Kingdom's points are too high. Who could possibly surpass you now? Hearing this, Alice immediately opened the leaderboard. Just a glance made her expression freeze. Hunting moment points ranking: first Dragon Kingdom 1309 points, second Snow Kingdom 718 points, third Empire of the Setting Sun 710 points, fourth. Not only was there a huge gap of nearly 600 points with the first place Dragon Kingdom, but their ranking was also surpassed by the Snow Kingdom by 8 points. Even so, with the current points of both nations, it would be extremely difficult for the chosen ones of other countries to shake their second and third positions in a short time. Alice stared at the Dragon Kingdom's far ahead points, her lips curling slightly. Though she felt unwilling, she had to admit the gap. The Dragon Kingdom not only had the astonishing combat power of Qin Jia, but also had Bai Yao, who was equipped with divine gear. Catching up to them would be incredibly challenging. Alice put away the mirror and walked in front of Qin Jia, surprisingly not putting on her usual defiant demeanor. Commander Qin, let's talk. I represent the Empire of the Setting Sun and extend an invitation for cooperation. Cooperation? What kind of cooperation do you want with me? Alice got straight to the point. Cooperation means that the chosen ones of our three nations will join forces to secure the top 3 spots in the hunting moment task. Though your Dragon Kingdom's points are high, today is just the first day, and you cannot guarantee that everything will go smoothly for the next 2 days, can you? However, if we join forces, this ranking will pose no threat whatsoever. Alice now understood that it was nearly impossible to surpass the Dragon Kingdom. Yet even if she couldn't secure first place, she had to at least aim for the top 3. Thus she thought of a tripartite cooperation. Just imagine the 3 nations that are already in the top 3 joining forces. Would the chosen ones of other nations have any chance then? Even if we couldn't find monsters, we could still find you, right? You have to choose between points and life. However, Alice did not say this out loud as the broadcast was still ongoing, and she dared not speak such words openly. Qin Jia pondered for a moment. Alright, but the cooperation is limited to these 3 days. If you play any tricks on the Dragon Kingdom during this time, I will immediately withdraw from the cooperation. And retaliate. The moment the word retaliate was spoken, Alice's pupils constricted. She knew that Qin Jia could indeed do so. Rest assured, my cooperation is very sincere. I represent the royal family's face and will not act like some mice who only resort to underhanded tactics. That's true, but that mouse is already dead. Qin Jia replied in a flat tone. At this point, watching the two women reach an agreement, Andre was already baffled. Wait a minute, Alice, did you consult me about the tripartite alliance? Was there any need to consult you? Andre fell into silence. Indeed, there was no need to consult him. The Empire of the Setting Sun and the Dragon Kingdom had confirmed their alliance. If he did not agree, he would undoubtedly end up with a bad outcome. Thus, Andre could only agree in a muffled voice. Fine, let's consider that I agree. Meanwhile, Bai Yao was squatting aside, drawing circles around the corpses on the ground and cursing them. What? They are dead, and you're still cursing them. Cursing them to be reborn as mice in their next life. At this moment, Bai Yao suddenly remembered something, stood up suddenly, and looked around only to see a large menacing corpse wolf. The figure wearing the dragon head mask had vanished without a trace. Huh, where did that national fortune merchant go? Bai Yao was stunned. She muttered to herself, he was just next to the corpse wolf. She stood up and looked around, but found no one. Instead, the corpse wolf had been following closely behind her. Bai Yao tentatively reached out to stroke its neck. The corpse wolf showed no reaction. Could it be left here for me? Meanwhile, in another part of Jiang City, Bai Chen had returned to his bedroom. The dragon head mask on his face he rubbed his black robe a couple of times and tossed it into the wardrobe. At this moment, a crisp prompt sound from the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Detected that the breach in the Undead Clan ruins has been repaired. The task is completed. Congratulations, administrator level has risen to level 3. Level 3 administrator privileges: can control 150 monsters, can manipulate corpse servants, corpse ghosts, and corpse demons. Map range 300 kilometers. Can control treasure chest level golden, may choose rewards for blue chests and below. Immediately thereafter, as the system's voice faded away, Bai Chen's panel information appeared before him. Administrator Bai Chen, level 3, Administrator experience 1360500, strength 100, constitution 100, speed 100. All three-dimensional attributes are at 100. What should I do next to continue improving? Bai Chen rubbed his chin, realizing that the low-level enhancement potions from the Undead Clan ruins were now useless to him. Moreover, not only the three-dimensional attributes, but that daunting experience bar of 5,000 was giving him a headache. It takes 5,000 experience to go from level 3 to 4. How many monsters would Bai Yao need to kill to gather that much? At this point, it seemed that neither the three-dimensional attributes nor the administrator level could be improved solely through the Undead Clan ruins. Looks like I'll have to wait for the next National Fortune Survival event. Bai Chen leaned back in his chair, knowing he couldn't improve anymore, so he stopped thinking about it. Instead, he recalled the scene of the undead being defeated and couldn't help but shake his head. Indeed, it was not the undead that controlled the dispersing corpse group, but him. If he hadn't directly exposed the undead's location, Qin Jia and the others would have had to expend considerable effort, perhaps even getting injured. After the alliance agreement was reached among the three kingdoms, this six-member team moved through the Undying Clan ruins with an overwhelming presence. They were practically a flawless squad. In just 2 short days, wherever they went, they slaughtered everything in sight, claiming all the monsters within the Undying Clan ruins. They feasted on meat, while the chosen ones from other countries could only sip broth. There were conflicts with other chosen ones, but under Andre's educational approach, the opponents promptly surrendered any monsters they found. Strength is the ultimate truth. Thus 2 days swiftly passed, during which the scores and rankings of the Dragon Kingdom remained far ahead, showing no signs of being shaken. In contrast, the rankings of the Snow Kingdom and the Empire of the Setting Sun fluctuated frequently. At one moment one was second, and in the next the other claimed the position, leading to numerous arguments between Alice and Andre. She claimed he had killed one more monster, while he retorted that the slow would miss out. Ultimately, after the 6 chosen ones from the 3 countries had traversed most of the Undying Clan ruins, they happened to arrive at the Dragon Kingdom's base. Up ahead is our base. Now that we are here, let's stay and celebrate. Bai Yao, sitting atop a corpse wolf, pointed to the distant church. With this corpse wolf, the two of them, Bai Yao and Qin Jia, had it the easiest over the past 2 days. While the other 4 had to walk, only they had mounts. Through these 2 days of collaboration, relationships among the group had become considerably more harmonious. Inviting them to a meal for celebration was nothing remarkable. Alice and Andre looked up and saw the small town, but the two still hadn't realized the problem. They readily agreed. Sure. Soon the 6 entered the town, and shortly after saw the very The 4 foreign chosen ones were momentarily stunned. They saw that the outer walls of the church were wrapped in thick alloy armor, appearing incredibly sturdy. The powerful crossbow turret on the rooftop gleamed coldly. Andre took a glance, and instantly felt a strong sense of crisis wash over him. Of course, there was no one operating the turret. Yet he could sense that if the turret were to target him, he would undoubtedly pay. Is this a shelter? Alice was dumbfounded. After encountering the Dragon Kingdom, this was yet another time she failed to maintain her ladylike elegance. Andre recalled the outpost of his own country. Compared to this, it was as different as heaven and earth. The four felt an uncanny sense of having just entered a city. Survival for the nation was indeed a struggle, but after seeing the Dragon Kingdom's shelter, they realized it was as if they had come for a vacation. In the Dragon Kingdom's livestream, viewers couldn't help but laugh at their expressions. This is the moment we've been waiting for, finally seeing this. I can't blame them for being so shocked. I just checked their outpost. Alice's side was acceptable, but the Snow Kingdom didn't even properly build a shelter, just picked a shabby village and called it a shelter. This fits my stereotype of Andre. By the way, I hope Alice won't get scolded when she returns as a royal princess. She has already lost her composure several times. The chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom immediately noticed Bai Yao and Qin Ziya's return and rushed out to greet them. Commander Qin, Bai Yao, you have finally returned. Who are they? Bai Yao briefly introduced the group. Upon learning that Alice and the others were now out, the enthusiasm of the crowd increased. They directly invited them into the church. Guests are guests. Although they were chosen ones from other countries, everyone trusted Bai Yao and Qin Ziya's judgment. Since they chose to cooperate and could bring back these people, it indicated that there was absolutely no issue with them. Tables were set up inside the church laden with delicious food, and the aroma spread throughout. The Dragon Kingdom's food resources had long surpassed mere compressed biscuits and canned goods. Alice gazed at the food before her, completely discarding any semblance of ladylike etiquette. Outside, she could still maintain her composure, but in these days of survival for the nation, she had been eating compressed biscuits daily. At this moment, seeing so much food, she could no longer hold back. Andre felt similarly, and even found himself drinking with a middle-aged worker among the Dragon Kingdom's chosen ones. Half an hour later, the celebratory feast concluded just as the notification sound for the survival of the nation. The hunting mission has ended. Leaderboard announced: first place, Dragon Kingdom 3130 points, second place, Snow Kingdom 2040 points, third place, Empire of the Setting Sun 2000 points, fourth place. 10th place, Asan Country 344 points. Beyond the fourth place, there were no four-digit scores, indicating the overwhelming advantage of the top three's collaboration. How bitterly the chosen ones of other countries had it. Rewards distributed: the top 10 on the leaderboard receive 1 golden treasure chest. Special reward: the first place Dragon Kingdom's survival resources increase by 10. The second place Snow Kingdom's survival resources increase by 5. The third place Empire of the Setting Sun's survival resources increase by 3. Hearing this, Andre instantly sobered up. He slammed the table and stood up. Did I hear that right? The Snow Kingdom's survival resources increase by 5%. Isn't it the survival resources of the chosen ones from the Snow Kingdom that increase by 5%? Alice was also shocked, but quickly collected herself. You heard correctly, it's not the chosen ones, it's our country. Though there was only a 3-word difference, the meaning was worlds apart. Andre's face turned red with excitement, while Alice let out a sigh of relief. Our cooperation was indeed correct. The special rewards for the top 3 are immensely valuable, and we cannot let them slip away. As she spoke, she couldn't help but envy the Dragon Kingdom. The first place reward was the highest, a full 10%. At this moment, even the usually calm Qin Ziya felt a surge of excitement. She clearly understood what this small 10 could bring to the Dragon Kingdom. Throughout the Undying Clan ruins, the other countries' chosen ones listened to the special rewards for the top 3. For a moment, envy and jealousy intertwined, a mix of emotions. But soon some began to panic. The bottom 10 ranked countries are all eliminated. When this notification appeared, the expressions on the chosen ones' faces in the outposts of the bottom 10 countries gradually turned to fear. In the next second, bang, 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 their heads suddenly exploded, blood and brain matter splattering across the walls, creating a scene too gruesome to bear. When this scene was broadcasted to the outside world, many lacked the courage to watch. This is too cruel, a direct head explosion. We were all stunned by the Dragon Kingdom's smooth sailing. The smooth sailing is theirs, while we could die at any moment. Luckily, my country ranks 11th from the bottom. We almost met the same fate. The rules of this task are too brutal. 10 entire countries were directly eliminated. When the survival of the nation ends and the punishment descends, how many lives will be lost? The audiences from various countries watched in horror. Inside the church, the group had already packed their things and was preparing to say goodbye. Qin Ziya recalled that she still had a teleportation map available. I can send you back directly. Although it could only teleport to one location, the outposts of these two countries were not far apart, which was far better than returning on foot to the Dragon Kingdom. Thank you. We invite you to visit our Empire of the Setting Sun in the future. Alice resumed her elegance. Andre replied, me too. Afterward, the group exited the church, and as they reached the open space, their steps abruptly halted in unison. They saw a burst of golden light rushing towards them. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alice, with a confused gaze, counted the treasure chests before her, her voice trembling more with each count. Ultimately, she counted to 8. Can someone tell me why your dragon kingdom has 8 golden treasure chests? In the outposts of the other 7 countries ranked in the top 10, heart-wrenching cries rang out. Oh my treasure! In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments exploded instantly. The audience from countries ranked 4th to 10th were completely stirred up originally, filled with joy, thinking that the golden treasure chest would surely fall into their hands. However, it unexpectedly vanished without a trace. At this moment, seeing the 8 neatly arranged golden treasure chests in the dragon country, their hearts were filled with anger. Where did their rewards go? It's obvious, isn't it? Oh, come on. This is a golden treasure chest. You can steal the blue ones, but the golden ones too. Give it back to us. Quickly return it to us. To be honest, stealing golden treasure chests is actually normal. Otherwise, can they even pay attention to our white treasure chests? I want to report this. Does the will of Blue Star manage that guy who stole the treasure chest or not? Whoa. Our country has finally managed to break into the top 10 with great difficulty, just waiting to use this treasure chest to make a stunning comeback. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Country's live broadcast room, the audience showed no reaction to the outside noise. After all, we don't even know how the treasure chest came about. What use is it to look for us? Oh, you're talking about returning the treasure chests. That won't do. Hiss. Could it be that mysterious existence is helping again? Tisk. The previous blue treasure chests could be forgiven, but this time, even the golden treasure chests are not spared. Although this method is a bit CS, I like it. 8 golden treasure chests, just looking at them makes my mouth water. In Jiang City, in the bedroom, Bai Chen was focused intently on the golden scene in the live broadcast room, clapping his hands with a satisfied expression. That's right. It's still him. As for the comments on the barrage condemning him for stealing the treasure chests, Bai Chen didn't take them to heart at all. Can we really call the administrator's actions stealing? This is obviously a reasonable transfer of resources. He is merely allocating resources fairly according to his own standards. What? You question that this distribution is unreasonable and ask why the Dragon Country can have 8. Big guts. I am the administrator. What I say is reasonable is reasonable. If you are not convinced, then go be an administrator. In fact, Bai Chen had initially planned not to transfer any more treasure chests. After all, the Dragon Country now completely lacks blue treasure chests. Bai Yao doesn't even need the little rewards inside. But golden treasure chests, such rare treasures, are another matter. In fact, his initial idea was to transfer the treasure chests from Shui Country and the Empire of the Sun Never Sets as well. But recalling how Andre and Alice had been relatively honest during the cooperation over the past 2 days without any small tricks, he decided to let them off the hook. Otherwise, what would be appearing in the Dragon Country right now would be 10 golden treasure chests. This 3rd-level authority is really useful. I can manipulate even the golden quality treasure chests at will. Bai Chen was very glad that he had decisively taken on the task of patching the loopholes. Otherwise, he might still be stuck at the 2nd level now. Then he would have missed out on this wave. After a sigh, Bai Chen continued to focus on the live broadcast room. At this moment, he was also curious about what rewards could be opened from these golden treasure chests. Outside the church, Andre was about to ask how come there were so many treasure chests. However, before he could speak, Qin Jia, as if reading his mind directly, did not give him the chance to open his mouth. You've seen too much. I'm now sending you back. She didn't want to explain the origin of the treasure chests at this time. After all, she herself was also completely in the dark about how these treasure chests came about. How could she explain that? Would she tell you that the treasure chests grew legs and ran over by themselves? Who would believe that? Alice, standing beside her, was equally puzzled. She had originally wanted to ask, but upon seeing Qin Ziya's unquestionable attitude, she instantly understood that she definitely wouldn't say anything, so she silently stood next to Andre. Looking forward to our next collaboration. Alice elegantly said her goodbyes. Qin Jia remained silent, quickly opened the map for teleportation, and accurately determined the teleportation location to be the stronghold of the Empire of the Sun Never Sets. Immediately afterward, a dazzling white light flashed, and the figures of Alice and the others instantly disappeared without a trace. After sending the 2 away, Qin Jia turned around and saw Bai Yao, who had come to the treasure chests at some point. With a look of infatuation, she let out a silly laugh. So many golden treasure chests. She carefully squatted beside the treasure chest, reaching out to gently touch its surface, her eyes filled with excitement. The previous blue treasure chests had completely lost their appeal to her, but the golden treasure chests were different. Seeing her greedy look, Qin Jia couldn't help but smile wryly. Stop touching them. These treasure chests are all yours. Hurry and open them. Bai Yao suddenly raised her head, her eyes sparkling with surprise as she incredulously asked, Really? Qin Jia smiled helplessly and affirmed, Really. She was very clear in her heart that there was definitely a mysterious figure secretly helping the Dragon Country. Moreover, judging from the other party's actions every time before, he was very biased towards Bai Yao. Therefore, Qin Jia could almost conclude that these golden treasure chests were definitely prepared specifically for Bai Yao. Qin Jia not only wouldn't snatch them for herself, but she also wouldn't let other chosen ones snatch them from Bai Yao. She was still able to distinguish between a full meal and a banquet. However, Bai Yao had not yet fully realized that someone was behind her. After receiving Qin Ziya's permission, Bai Yao excitedly rubbed her hands. Eagerly she approached the first treasure chest. Open! She suddenly lifted the lid of the treasure chest, and in an instant a dazzling golden light burst forth from within. It was so bright that she could hardly open her eyes. Then she took a deep breath. Subsequently, she quickly opened the lids of the second, third, and so on. All 8 treasure chests with 8 brilliant beams of golden light illuminating half the sky. At this moment, the chosen ones of the dragon country were all attracted over. Bai Yao was also forced to squint her eyes against the intense golden light. However, before the dazzling golden light could gradually dissipate, she suddenly heard a sound somewhat similar to a dog barking. Where did that dog come from? She looked around in confusion. P.S. I opened a fan group. You can join from my homepage. Those interested can join. After a while, the dazzling golden light gradually dissipated. Once the radiance faded, everyone could finally see clearly what was inside the treasure chest. After a while, the dazzling golden light gradually dissipated. Once the radiance faded, everyone could finally see clearly what was inside the treasure chest. Why is this one empty? Just as everyone was immersed in the delight of the rewards, only Bai Yao noticed that the chest in the very center was completely empty. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but frown slightly. How strange could it be that the treasure chest could also open up empty? Isn't that just a trick? Suddenly, the inexplicable dog barking from earlier flashed through her mind. Her curiosity intensified, so she directly moved closer to take a look. As a result, what she saw was truly surprising. There behind the empty treasure chest was a dark, fuzzy mass. It looked a bit like a dog with a furry bottom sticking out. It seemed to think that if it hid, no one would discover it. It vividly demonstrated what it meant to cover one's ears while stealing a bell. That barking just now was made by this little thing. A hint of affection flickered in Bai Yao's eyes. Girls generally love fluffy things, whether they are toys or pets. Although she couldn't see the appearance of this dark thing clearly at the moment, just looking at its furry bottom, it seemed quite adorable. What are you hiding for? Come out. Bai Yao thought nothing of it. Surely whatever came out of the golden treasure chest couldn't be a monster, right? If a monster could emerge from the treasure chest, it would have to be a punishment from the heavens for being so unlucky. She directly reached out, grabbed the thing by its tail, and yanked it out. Quickly, Bai Yao could see its true form. It was a small beast only the size of a palm with messy fur and bright sparkling eyes. It looked fierce. Whether its ferocity was genuine or feigned was unclear. Before Bai Yao could examine it more closely, the little beast exploded in fluffiness as soon as it was pulled out. It opened its mouth and bit down hard on the back of Bai Yao's hand. Bai Yao. Now she understood. The fierceness was not an act. She silently withdrew her hand, noticing a faint bite mark on the back of her hand. Although there was no blood, it still hurt slightly. After a moment of silence, Bai Yao suddenly turned to Qin Ziya. Tears filled her eyes instantly as she pitifully said, "Sister Qin, it bit me." In the outside world, viewers in the Long Nation live stream instantly went wild upon seeing this scene. This little thing is so fierce, so bold. It dared to bite our Yao. Jia, do you know you've offended the group pet? Bai Yao is so cute. I can't bear to watch who I said if she sheds a single tear, I'll destroy a city. You destroy a city, I'll destroy. 666. The living king of hell has arrived. Wait, aren't you guys curious about what this little creature really is? It must be something extraordinary to appear in a golden treasure chest. Outside the church, Qin Jia looked at Bai Yao, who appeared pitiful. She couldn't help but twitch her mouth slightly. She walked over and examined Bai Yao's hand, finding no major issues, and spoke irritably. You can face so many terrifying monsters without flinching, yet you cried over a bite from this little thing. It didn't even draw blood. That's different. My brother said that the crying child gets candy. Bai Yao explained seriously. In truth, her reaction was purely instinctive. Because in the past, whenever she wanted to eat something delicious, she would use this trick to trick Bai Chen. Her silly older brother would always buy her food without hesitation. But clearly this tactic didn't work on Qin Jia. You open the reward yourself, deal with it yourself. Upon hearing this, Bai Yao wiped away the 2 tears she had forced out. Then she immediately changed her expression. She turned to look at the little beast, which was still baring its teeth, looking quite unconvinced. At that moment, Bai Yao suddenly saw a panel floating above the little beast's head. Glutton quality, golden status, juvenile description, a hybrid of an adult glutton and a dog with impure bloodlines, yet still possesses the characteristic of eating without excreting. It has an extremely large appetite. Please feed with caution. Battle pet has been bound. Bai Yao. She was utterly speechless. They talked about feeding with caution, yet it was directly bound. At least give it a chance to be cautious. Glutton. A creature that is said to only eat and never excrete. Can she really afford to raise one? But there was no choice, since it was already bound. Bai Yao narrowed her eyes and showed the little beast a gentle smile. Come here, little one, I mean no harm. He'll give you something delicious. Sniff sniff. The glutton seemed to understand, tilting its head, hesitating for a moment before finally waddling over with its short. Of course it probably only understood the part about something delicious. As soon as the glutton reached Bai Yao, she grabbed its tail and lifted it up. Little one, you bit me just now, right? Bai Yao stopped pretending. Oh woo, oh woo. The next moment a heart-wrenching scream echoed in the open space. Bai Yao showed no mercy. In her eyes there was no affection for the cute creature, only excitement in avenging the bite it had given her. Dare to bite me again. Dare to act fierce with me. My brother doesn't even dare to be fierce with me. If you dare to bite me again, I'll pull out all your teeth. Don't you love to eat? I'll make sure you can't eat anything. The glutton let out a desperate cry. It surrendered. It had long since surrendered. The surrounding chosen ones watched this scene, breaking out in a cold sweat. This scene was simply too cruel to watch. Meanwhile, in the Long Nation live stream, the comments exploded. Wow, isn't Yao Jia from Jiangxing? Why does she have the feel of a Sichuan Tyrannosaurus? Glutton juvenile, I was terrified at that moment. Sai, why did you pick a fight with our Yao Jia? Hiss. Yao Jia, be gentle. Don't beat it up too badly. After all, it's a golden quality battle pet. Suddenly I wonder if Yao Jia is this fierce. How did our brother fare at home? In Jiangxing, inside his bedroom, Bai Chen looked at the furious woman in the live stream and fell into silence. Bai Yao, you make me feel so unfamiliar. He rubbed his temples, unable to help but murmur, so this is the real her. How could she act so well? And Bai Chen couldn't help but recall how many times he had been playfully annoying his sister in the past. She had never revealed her true character. You're so good at enduring. Outside the church, Bai Yao gave the Taotai a good beating and only let it go when it became obedient. The Taotai huddled on the ground, not daring to move. No longer daring to bare its teeth, Bai Yao squatted down and poked its head. If you dare to bite me again, I will feed you poop. Upon hearing this, the Taotai brightened up, staring thoughtfully at Bai Yao's hand. Bai Yao, you actually— the legendary Taotai only eats and does not excrete, similar to the Pishio, but while the Pishio loves to eat treasures, the Taotai eats any trash. So I suggest you not use this to threaten it. Qin Jia calmly explained from the side. Then she looked at the Taotai on the ground, lost in thought. However, it's fine that it eats everything. It is still in its juvenile stage. If you can raise it, it will surely become a formidable ally. Bai Yao's eyes lit up. Right? After all, it is one of the 4 great ferocious beasts. Although its bloodline is impure, its strength should not be lacking. Hearing Qin Jia say this, she began to fantasize about the scene where the Taotia as an adult would accompany her in the survival of the nation rampaging through the battlefield. At that moment, someone suddenly shouted, "We haven't looked at the rewards from the other treasure chests yet." Bai Yao then remembered the rewards from the other 7 treasure chests. She ignored the Taotai and went on to count the rewards from the other golden treasure chests. Among the 7 rewards, Bai Yao only found 2 items appealing. It wasn't that the other items were bad, but they were simply of no use to her. Most of them were melee weapons. She didn't want to engage in close combat with those monsters. Thus, Bai Yao experienced the feeling of being a little rich lady, directly waving her hand to distribute the other 5 rewards. Qin Jia picked out a finely crafted longsword. Sister Qin, why do you like swords so much? Bai Yao couldn't help but ask upon seeing the weapon she chose. Qin Jia smiled. It's just that I'm used to it. The long sword she selected was called the Sword of the King's Oath. Sword of the King's Oath, quality golden attack power 80. The sword carried by the king throughout his life. During the invasion of the undead, he used this sword to behead an undead corpse, but the king was still defeated. Before he died, he saw a second undead corpse, bringing even more undead. She was slightly lost in thought, looking at the information of the Sword of the King's Oath. Her intuition told her this information was definitely not meaningless. This meant that there was likely a second undead corpse within this undead relic. By the way, tomorrow is the 7th day. Qin Jia suddenly came to her senses. On the last day, according to the rules of national survival, it was impossible for things to be peaceful. The greatest danger might be tomorrow. Crack, crack. Suddenly a crisp, crunching sound woke Qin Jia from her thoughts. She looked to the side. The giant sword she had discarded was already half eaten by the Taotai. Bai Yao was squatting beside it. Right? Just eat like this, but you must never eat poop again. Qin Jia. Headache. Yao Yao, what are the 2 rewards you left behind? Deciding to change the subject, Qin Jia asked. These 2. Bai Yao took out 2 stone-like objects. Upon seeing these 2 stones, Qin Jia's pupils shrank instantly. Exotic stones. Sister Qin, do you know what these are? Although Bai Yao had seen the panel information, she still couldn't figure out how to use them. Undead clan exotic stone, quality golden, an extremely precious essence of the undead clan. After absorption, it can enhance strength attributes and has a very small chance of granting a characteristic of the undead clan. She didn't know how to absorb it. Qin Jia quickly calmed down, pulling Bai Yao to the side to whisper. This is a good thing, very rare. One has to go through several wars with foreign tribes in the interstellar battlefield to obtain an exotic stone. I became stronger by absorbing exotic stones. Exotic stones can be classified into types strength, constitution, and speed. Strength-type stones are the most common, so those of us who absorb exotic stones generally have strength several times greater than the other two attributes. As for how to use them, it's through blood as a medium. Touching the exotic stone will automatically absorb it. She wasn't afraid that this information would be broadcast to the outside world. Since exotic stones appeared in national survival, it wouldn't be long before that information was also exposed. She was just worried that others would have improper thoughts after learning about it. Bai Yao listened and got the general idea. But if it says there's a chance to absorb the undead's characteristics, what if I absorb it and end up becoming one of those ugly monsters? Bai Yao imagined what she would look like. Wouldn't she be treated like a monster and be killed by her brother upon returning home? It won't happen. Qin Jia chuckled. You're worrying too much. The characteristics refer to something like self-healing. If you can absorb it, it's certainly beneficial, but the probability is very small. Bai Yao suddenly understood. Then, under Qin Jia's guidance, she absorbed the two exotic stones. Although Qin Jia was also envious. This was Bai Yao's possession, and she wouldn't take it. Successfully absorbed Undead Clan Exotic Stone Strength 50. Successfully absorbed Undead Clan Exotic Stone Strength 50. Gained Undead Clan characteristic self-healing. Bai Yao was momentarily stunned. Then she looked at Qin Jia and said, Hee Sister Qin, I absorbed a characteristic. Qin Jia. Annoying lucky one. In Jiang City, Bai Chen had just finished eating and sat down when a system prompt suddenly rang in his mind. Chosen 1. Bai Yao successfully absorbed Undead Clan Exotic Stone Administrator Strength 50. Chosen 1. Bai Yao successfully absorbed Undead Clan Exotic Stone Administrator Strength 50. Administrator gained Undead Clan characteristic self-healing. So this can also provide feedback. Suddenly, with an increase of 100 points in strength attributes, Bai Chen felt an overwhelming heat coursing through his body. An impulse urged him to release the power within. Bang! Bai Chen punched the wall. The solid wall was instantly penetrated, and when he pulled back his hand, a large hole had been left behind. His fist was scraped, but under the effect of the self-healing characteristic he had just acquired, the wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. In less than a minute it completely healed, showing no signs of injury. Not bad, not bad. Bai Chen was very satisfied with his current strength and realized how Qin Jia had gained her power. So it was through the exotic stones of foreign tribes. With this thought, Bai Chen suddenly had an idea. Exotic stones are of golden quality. If in the future my administrator level increases and my authority allows me to freely choose golden treasure chest rewards, wouldn't I be able to get as many exotic stones as I want? His eyes lit up, feeling as if he had found a path to greatness. As for how to obtain golden treasure chests, do I even need to ask? What else could it be? After calming down, Bai Chen suddenly noticed the hole he had left in the wall. He peered through the opening and could see a toy bear on the opposite side with its head blown off. Cotton was scattered everywhere. This was Bai Yao's room. Oh no! Bai Chen suddenly realized he seemed to have caused trouble. Day 7. In the early morning, as the crimson sun just began to rise above the horizon, a cold notification echoed throughout the Undying Clan's ruins. Ultimate Challenge initiated. Challenge rules: each nation will send 2 chosen ones to the Buried Corpse Valley to jointly fend off the undead attacks. Note: if both chosen ones from a nation die, that nation will be immediately eliminated. After defeating the undead, this round of national survival will come to an end. Those who kill the undead will receive special rewards. Contribution values from each nation will be announced after the challenge ends. Countdown for teleportation: 10 minutes. Nations, please confirm your chosen fighters. Qin Jia had already awakened. After understanding the task's content, her expression suddenly sharpened. Her intuition was indeed correct. After seeing the information about the King's Oath sword yesterday, she had this premonition in her heart. Today it had come true. There was a second undead hidden within the ruins. At this moment, Bai Yao approached with her beast, feeling frustrated, and said, Didn't we already kill one undead? Why is there another one? She continued, It's just dealing with one undead. Do we really need to make such a fuss about it like it's a big boss? Qin Jia shook her head. Don't underestimate it. You are not wrong, this is indeed the final boss. This undead must be the most challenging part of the national survival arrangement, definitely not to be underestimated. Bai Yao nodded. Don't worry, Sister Qin, I'm just saying that. I won't underestimate it. The feeling of facing the final boss in a game challenge excited her. However, she also understood that underestimating could lead to severe consequences, especially since Qin Jia had warned her about it. Soon the fighting personnel from the Dragon Nation were confirmed. No surprises here. It was still Bai Yao and Qin Jia. The others had no objections, knowing their own strength wasn't enough, and patiently waiting to be carried along. Meanwhile, after the announcement of this ultimate challenge task, the live streams of various nations exploded. What the heck? Is there really a second undead? This is outrageous. Last time the Dragon Nation, the Snow Nation, and the Sun Never Sets Empire had to team up to take down that undead. This time who knows how many cannon fodder will die. Seriously, if 2 people die the nation is eliminated. Who would dare to fight? If we fail we will— What if our nation only has 1 chosen one left? What do we do then? Why do I envy the Dragon Nation? Is it too late for me to immigrate there? Until this moment many finally realized the crisis. Those outside were not without risk either. If their nation was eliminated they would face punishment. They could end up dying amidst the invasion of the undead. In contrast, the people of the Dragon Nation had no such worries. Because as it stood, Bai Yao and Qin Jia were definitely not going to die inside. After all, if even Bai Yao and Qin Jia were to fall, it would indicate that the national survival had reached a point where all nations were doomed. In the church, after Bai Yao washed up and had a light meal, she took her beast and walked outside. The corpse wolf was still waiting outside. She patted the corpse wolf's neck. "You can go now." The corpse wolf showed no reluctance and within moments disappeared without a trace. It was after all a thoughtless creature. Naturally, it wouldn't develop any attachment. Not long after the corpse wolf left, the 10 minutes passed quickly. Bai Yao and Qin Jia stood in an open space waiting for teleportation. "Are you nervous?" Qin Jia asked. Bai Yao shook her head and directly raised her golden Alaska. "I've never been nervous. That question should be posed to the undead." After saying that, she looked down and poked her beast. "Right, little rascal." The beast rolled its eyes and turned its head away. Suddenly a burst of white light enveloped the two and they vanished from their spot. After the teleportation ended, they opened their eyes to a strong stench of decay. The ground was covered with bleached bones, and the dried corpses of the undead hung from the rocks on both sides of the valley. This was the stronghold chosen by the chosen ones from the Cherry Blossom Nation. Buried Corpse Valley. So disgusting. Bai Yao frowned and instinctively held her beast tighter. It wasn't fear of the corpses, but fear that the beast would sneak a bite. She now understood that this little rascal truly would eat anything. Last night it even gnawed on the bed she slept in. Furious, Bai Yao had woken up in the middle of the night and given it a beating. This was the reason the beast had been very obedient up till now. At this moment, nearly 100 chosen ones from various nations had gathered in the center of the valley. Andre from the Snow Nation, carrying a giant axe, lit up upon seeing Bai Yao and her companion. "Commander Qin, we meet again." At this moment Alice also walked over with an elegant smile. "Shall we join forces again? The life of the undead will be taken by our skills. Whoever kills it gets the credit." Qin Jia nodded without much hesitation. Sure. Alice's meaning was very clear, although she knew that she and Andre wouldn't easily hand over the head of the undead. However, compared to competing with the 100 chosen ones present, having only 2 opponents made it much simpler. The 3 major powers were discussing strategies. Bai Yao couldn't understand, so she observed the reactions of the other chosen ones around her. She noticed some were huddled in corners, hands clasped in prayer. Others were excitedly waving their weapons, ready to show off their skills. Some even tried to hide away, wanting to avoid the confrontation. "Bai Yao, where did you pick up this dog?" Suddenly Alice's voice rang out. She had just noticed the beast in Bai Yao's arms and curiously approached. "It looks quite unique. Let me touch it." Without waiting for Bai Yao's permission, she reached out her hand. As a result, the beast suddenly bit down on her finger. Alice, so fierce. She pried open the beast's mouth to retrieve her finger, frowning as she took out a handkerchief to wipe it. "Your pet is not elegant at all." Bai Yao chuckled. The beast was only gentle towards her. "Who told you to touch it right away? You should train it well. In my house, even a dog needs to learn manners." As soon as Alice finished speaking, the freshly cleaned finger was bitten again by the beast. "Alice!" She was furious, her face turning red, but before she could explode, suddenly, boom! A loud noise echoed from deep within Buried Corpse Valley. In the next moment, everyone present clearly felt the entire Buried Corpse Valley starting to shake violently. Then a series of cracks suddenly appeared on the ground not far in front of them. Is there an earthquake? Is the valley about to collapse? Someone screamed in panic. "Wait, look at those cracks. A monster is coming out." Someone screamed in terror. Following his words, the crowd looked ahead and saw pairs of decaying hands suddenly reaching out from the cracks in the ground. Countless hands scrambled to crawl out from beneath the ground, all squirming together in a nauseating. If someone with a fear of clusters were here, they might faint on the spot. Soon, when the first corpse servant claw, the fissure behind it burst open like a dam, unleashing countless monsters. There were corpse servants, corpse ghosts, and even a few corpse demons mixed in. This horde of undead instantly surged towards the crowd like a tidal wave of darkness. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the audience in the live stream shuddered at the sight. Holy crap! No wonder it's called the Graveyard Valley. All the monsters are buried underground. How terrifying! The number is probably greater than the combined total of the previous 3 waves of monsters. Who even remembers that this was originally the chosen stronghold of the Sakura Kingdom's elect? 666. You're seeking death without me. If you really took me along, you wouldn't be happy. They started to flee. What are you running for? It's just a bunch of corpse servants and corpse ghosts, so watch how I deal with them. A chosen one from an unknown country brandished a powerful weapon he had just acquired yesterday. He faced the countless monsters before him without a hint of fear. It was clear that he had great confidence. At that moment, he even began to fantasize about becoming famous for his battle and turning into a national. He charged forward, and his weapon was indeed formidable. He easily killed several corpse ghosts. But soon as the number of monsters increased, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Moments later, a panicked cry for help rang out. "Help! Save me!" But his cries were destined to go unanswered. Who would dare respond? Who could rescue someone from this tide of corpses? Soon the calls for help turned into horrific screams. In mere seconds, he was completely engulfed by the horde. Foolish man. From behind, Qin Jia watched this scene with a face full of helplessness. How could someone be so foolish? In such circumstances, even she would face a life-or-death situation. One fist cannot fight four hands. Just look at how many hands there are. Bai Yao was looking around anxiously. Why haven't I seen that undead creature yet? Knowing that killing the undead, right now all she could think about was quickly defeating the undead and returning home to have her brother cook for her. It had been 7 days since she last had a meal prepared by Bai Chen. The more she thought about it, the hungrier she became. The intelligence of the undead is not low. It definitely won't reveal itself easily. Qin Jia was not surprised by this. Then she assessed the situation. Seizing the moment before the undead horde fully erupted, she immediately ordered, "Let's go retreat to the valley entrance. The terrain there is narrow and easier to defend." Alice and the others were not fools. They knew that rushing in now would be a death sentence. So they obediently listened and began to retreat with Qin Jia. In the outside world, upon witnessing this, the audience from the Sakura Kingdom, who had just calmed down, started to jump around again. People from Dragon Kingdom really lack the warrior spirit. They only know how to run. If it were the chosen from Sakura Kingdom, they would definitely charge into fight. However, their comments did not anger any audience from Dragon Kingdom. "Oh yes, your warrior spirit is the best. Make sure to pass it on. This is hilarious. When you pass it on, you might find no one left to inherit it. Only you, Sakura Kingdom, can be called warriors for delivering heads. Charging into battle at this time doesn't show warrior spirit, it shows you're playing crazy." Meanwhile, everyone quickly retreated to the entrance of the valley. There was only a narrow path here. If the monsters came, they would face significant restrictions. Not long after they retreated, the undead also followed. However, there weren't too many of them. Tat-a-tat. The sound of gunfire suddenly erupted. Bai Yao, with a stoic expression, pulled the trigger. Flames burst from the gun's muzzle, and the golden bullets accurately hit the heads of the monsters. In just a few seconds, she killed several corpse servants and corpse ghosts, instantly tearing a gap in the undead horde that followed. "Let me do it." At this moment, Andre shouted and leaped out. He had long been itching for a fight. He charged in with his giant axe, going on a rampage, and with Bai Yao's precise shots, it took less than 2 minutes to defeat all the undead. At that moment, the previously obedient Tao Dai suddenly dashed out from beside Bai Yao, moving incredibly fast. By the time everyone reacted, they only saw a shadow of it. When they could see clearly again, it was already drooling beside a corpse of a recently killed undead servant. "You little brat. Come back here." Bai Yao immediately sensed something was wrong. She seemed to know what Tao Tai was planning. Sure enough, the next second, Tao Dai's mouth suddenly opened to an exaggerated degree. Then it swallowed the corpse servant whole. After that, it rushed to other corpses, gulping them down rapidly, and in no time cleaned up all the dead undead. Witnessing this scene, Alice and the others were left dumbfounded. After a hearty meal, Tao Tai wagged its tail and ran back, wanting Bai Yao to hold it. "Go away." Bai Yao kicked it aside with a look of disgust. "I won't hold you anymore, you're dirty now." In truth, while Bai Yao loved cleanliness, she was not to the point of being a germaphobe. It was just that the undead were simply too disgusting. Tao Tai showed no reaction to her words and just stared at Bai Yao, as if to say, "If I don't eat corpses, how will you?" The two stared at each other. At that moment, Andre swaggered over. "What kind of creature is this? That was too scary just now. Does it eat everything?" Bai Yao nodded. "Yes, it eats anything." Andre's eyes lit up. He playfully offered his giant axe to Tao Ye, jokingly saying, "Come on, if you have the ability, eat this." He originally just wanted to tease Tao Tai. Unexpectedly, Tao Tai was quite unceremonious, rushing over, and with a crunch bit off a chunk from the giant axe. Bai Yao's eyes lit up at Qin Jia's words. "Yes, let it eat live once. Although it's a bit dirty, it will help us deal with the monsters, which is a good thing. And it's definitely better than eating corpses. This way it can help us and get full at the same time, a perfect win-win situation." She then turned to the Tao Ye, pointing at it with a serious expression. "Did you understand? No more eating corpses next time, it must eat live once." The Tao Tai tilted its head. "Roar." Just then, a series of roars echoed as several corpse servants stumbled into the valley entrance. Upon seeing this, Bai Yao immediately shouted at the Tao Ye, "Get them." The Tao Tai understood the command. With a flick of its tail, it dashed forward. When it reached the corpse servants, they attempted to attack, but their agility was no match for the Tao Dai. None of the attacks from the corpse servants landed on the Tao Ye, which easily dodged them all. Then the Tao Dai's mouth opened wide. In one gulp it swallowed several corpse servants whole. It devoured them completely, leaving not even a single bone fragment. The two girls exchanged glances, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. It seemed they had previously underestimated the Tao Dai's strength, thinking it lacked combat capability in its juvenile state. They were gravely mistaken. Upon realizing this, Bai Yao successfully experienced what it felt like to be a commander. For the monsters that appeared next, she couldn't be bothered to lift her gun and simply directed from the back. Let the Tao Dai charge into battle. Its performance was unexpected. Not only could it consume corpse servants, but it also swallowed the much larger corpse ghosts in one bite. Andre and Alice were completely taken aback. With this Tao Dai around, they felt like mere background characters, completely unnecessary to intervene. Thus, under Bai Yao's command, the Tao Dai feasted frantically. 2 hours passed. Bai Yao suddenly rubbed her eyes, and after confirming she wasn't mistaken, she quickly called Qin Jia over. Then she pointed at the Tao Ye. Sister Qin, look quickly. Hasn't its size grown a bit? Qin Jia took a closer look and found that indeed it had. After continuously swallowing the undead, the Tao Dai's size had indeed increased slightly, though not very noticeably. It was only Bai Yao's keen observation, having been focused all along, that allowed her to notice. At this moment, Bai Yao suddenly froze. She heard a notification in her mind. The Tao Dai has comprehended the trait self-healing by consuming the undead. What's wrong? Qin Jia noticed the change in Bai Yao's expression and curiously asked, Sister Qin. Bai Yao hesitated for a moment, then pointed at the Tao Dai and said, just now the national survival notification told me that it gained the self-healing trait from consuming the undead. Isn't that similar to absorbing exotic stones? Upon hearing this, Qin Jia fell silent. She remembered the enormous cost she had to pay each time to obtain an exotic stone. She had even come close to losing her life several times because of it. Thus far she had only acquired a single trait. Meanwhile, this Tao Dai could just eat the undead to comprehend traits. It felt as if she living and struggling was not even as good as a Tao Dai. Just as she felt a bit defeated. Roar! Suddenly a deafening roar came from deep within the burial corpse valley. The eardrums of the group buzzed. Their expressions changed instantly. That sound. It's the undead. That guy has finally come out. Qin Jia immediately got up. She drew her king's oath sword. Let's go. We must take this guy down quickly, otherwise it will hide again, and that will be troublesome. The group hurriedly followed, rushing deeper into the valley. Moments later they saw a dense mass of corpses surrounding a tall figure. Upon seeing the size of this undead, Bai Yao immediately understood why it could be the final boss. Just its size was 3 times that of the previous undead. Its combat power must be much higher as well. However, at this moment, there was a long spear sticking out from its rear, the shaft swaying slightly with its movements. In the undead's hand, the owner of the spear had already been separated from their body, their head gripped tightly in the undead's hand, with a look of terror still on their face. This scene was both bloody and comical. In the live broadcast room, viewers suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for the undead. Wow! Which country's chosen one is this so brave? Impressive, to stab a spear into the undead's rear. This person must have some strength. Ouch! That looks painful. No wonder the undead screamed so loudly earlier. Just had a hemorrhoid surgery, and now I feel even more pain after watching this. Undead, if you had just approached differently, I wouldn't have killed you. Why attack my rear? Do I not have dignity? In the burial corpse valley, Qin Jia looked at the dense mass of corpses, her brow furrowing. To approach the undead, they could only force their way through with no other options. As for any strategies to attract attention, they might work on ordinary monsters, but against the undead, it would likely only make them look foolish. Thinking of this, Qin Jia turned to Bai Yao and said, Yao, stay here and don't get close. Just use the golden Alaska to attack the undead. Bai Yao nodded. She then turned to Alice and Andre. We must charge, and if we miss this opportunity, it will only become more dangerous. All right. Both of them had no objections. The 3 wasted no time and immediately rushed forward. As soon as they moved, they caught the attention of the undead. The undead let out an angry roar. In the next moment, the surrounding undead began to move, surging toward the 3 like a tide of darkness. Da-da-da! Bai Yao seized the moment and opened fire. By the time the undead reacted, it was already too late. Uffed! The bullet struck its head, creating a spray of blood. However, the undead did not fall. A single golden bullet was not enough to take its life. But facing Bai Yao's firepower suppression, it did not want to sustain further injuries, and could only retreat clumsily into the crowd of corpses. With that, it lost its control. The pressure on Qin Jia and the others was greatly reduced. Swish! With a quick slash of her king's oath sword, a corpse ghost's head flew off. Following that, her strike seemed to trigger a chain reaction. Several nearby monsters were also slain. However, the corpse mass seemed endless with wave after wave coming. Progress was extremely difficult. Just as Qin Jia felt a bit heavy-hearted, suddenly a bizarre, yet familiar scene unfolded. The monsters originally charging at the three suddenly turned around and began to fight among themselves frantically. In an instant, the corpse mass descended into chaos with flesh and blood flying everywhere. It was as if a path had been forcibly carved through the chaos. A figure appeared before them. It was the sudden internal conflict among the corpses caused an uproar in the live broadcast room. Everyone was left in bewilderment. What on earth is happening? Why are the monsters attacking each other? Could it be that the undead's control has faltered? After all, they have a weapon stuck in their back. Perhaps they were distracted. No. Have you all forgotten? The last undead had a similar fate. It's too bizarre. Just a wild guess. Perhaps the one behind us has started to exert their influence. In the bedroom, Bai Chen sat in a chair with his legs crossed, watching the chaotic scene of corpses in the live broadcast. A slight smile crept onto his lips. It's done. Indeed, it was once again his doing. Although the second undead was larger and a bit stronger in combat, it would definitely not be a match for Qin Jia in a heated confrontation. The only trouble was the overwhelming number of lesser undead, which were quite bothersome. Therefore, in order to see his sister as soon as possible, he also wished to avoid seeing Qin Jia, the chosen one of the Dragon Kingdom, get hurt. He resorted to his old trick, letting the undead fight among themselves. After all, it was just a matter of moving his fingers. Then Bai Chen's gaze fell upon Bai Yao on the screen. He watched her serious expression while shooting and couldn't help but murmur, "Sister, if you have the chance, make sure to secure the kill. Don't let your brother down." He still hoped Bai Yao could secure the head of the undead. After all, each undead was worth 500 experience points. His brother was in desperate need of experience. Qin Jia reacted the fastest. As soon as the corpses parted to reveal the undead, she charged forward with the king's oath sword in hand. She had only one thought in her mind: to kill the undead, to keep the special reward within the Dragon Kingdom. It took Andre and Alice a few seconds to react. Andre shouted anxiously, "Wait for us." How could he not be anxious? Who wouldn't want to kill the undead and gain the special reward? Alice said nothing and quickened her pace to catch up. In the end, it was Andre the only one speaking. Qin Jia was incredibly fast. Her agility seemed low only in comparison to her excessive strength. In just a few seconds, she had already charged in front of the undead. The long sword slashed down with a whoosh. Die. Thud. The long sword sank deep into the undead's torso, dark green blood gushing out. This strike nearly bisected the undead. The attacking power of the king's oath sword was no joke. The undead let out a painful and furious howl, its claws striking out violently at Qin Jia. Qin Jia quickly retreated to dodge. The claws grazed her shoulders, smashing into the ground and creating a deep pit with flying debris. This guy seems to have entered a berserk state. Qin Jia panted heavily, her heart still racing. If that hit had connected, her bones would have shattered. At that moment, Alice and Andre finally caught up. But the undead was now completely mad. There was no chance to attack whatsoever. They had to be cautious not to be hurt by the undead. The three of them found themselves at a loss, unable to deal with it. This creature's vitality was too high. It had been shot in the head and slashed at the waist, yet showed no signs of weakening. "I'll take care of it." At that moment, they suddenly heard Bai Yao's voice from behind. The three turned around to see Bai Yao hadn't moved at all, though. She simply lifted the beast in her arms and threw it forward with great force. "Brat, eat it." The beast arced through the air. In fact, it didn't need Bai Yao's prompting. It had already caught the scent of the undead. It was a rich aroma. If it consumed it, it would grow stronger. With a thud, the beast landed in front of the undead and rolled over due to the momentum. Strangely enough, when the beast steadied itself, emitting a faint aura, the previously enraged undead suddenly froze. Now's the time. Qin Jia seized this fleeting opportunity and charged forward again, swinging her sword down fiercely. Thud! The long sword pierced through. Qin Jia delivered a kick. The undead was instantly split in two, crashing to the ground. Yet even so, it was still moving, still struggling. However, seeing the undead that had almost lost its ability to resist, the beast's eyes lit up. It opened its large maw and devoured the undead in 2 bites. At the moment of the undead's death, a prompt echoed throughout the undead ruins in everyone's minds. The Dragon Kingdom's chosen one Bai Yao has slain the undead. Ultimate challenge completed. Andre and Alice exchanged glances, both feeling helpless. Another kill claimed by the Dragon Kingdom. They had tried their best, but there was no way to compete. With the beast out, who could compete with it? Andre sighed, "Forget it, as long as the challenge is completed, we can finally..." Alice also sheathed her sword. "At least we weren't eliminated." As soon as her words fell, the prompt sound for national survival followed closely behind. Countries eliminated in this ultimate challenge: a 3-nation divine, elephant nation, diving nation. A long list of eliminated nations appeared. By the end of this round of national survival, 2/3 of the countries had been eliminated. Ultimate Challenge Contribution Value 1st place, Dragon Kingdom 70 2nd place, Empire of the Setting Sun 10 3rd place, Snow Nation 10 0 4th place, Kangaroo Nation 1. In simple terms, aside from the Dragon Kingdom, they were all losers. A bunch of losers. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom for receiving the special reward for killing the undead National Attributes 30. After the special reward was announced, the whole world erupted. National Attributes increased by 30. What does that mean? An ordinary soldier's attributes hover around 50. At this value, breaking through becomes extremely difficult. At least the vast majority will never break through in their lifetime. With this reward, any bottleneck ceased to exist. The combat power of the Dragon Kingdom's Interstellar Legion had directly risen to a new level. Settlement complete. Eliminated countries will immediately face penalties. All chosen ones, please note you will soon be teleported away from the undead ruins. Please prepare yourselves. Bai Yao looked at Qin Jia. Sister Qin, remember to come find me. Okay. As her words fell, countless beams of white light descended, enveloping their bodies. The first round of national survival finally came to an end. On this day, the Dragon Kingdom celebrated wildly. However, the eliminated nations wept, and their cries were heart-wrenching. When the undead appeared in reality, those who could only bark like dogs finally understood what true despair was. When her consciousness regained clarity, Bai Yao was the first to catch the scent of food. Brother, I'm back. After returning from the national fortune survival. However, the glutton did not stay there, but followed Bai Yao out. At this moment, upon smelling the delicious aroma of food from home, Bai Yao's mood instantly became excited, and so did the glutton in her arms. The glutton also smelled the scent, struggling frantically to jump out. But Bai Yao did not let it go, worried it would cause chaos at home. Moreover, her brother was just an ordinary person. What if the glutton hurt him? As she walked into the living room, Bai Yao immediately saw Bai Chen wearing an apron carrying the last dish from the kitchen. Welcome home. Bai Chen smiled, lightly, showing little reaction, his attitude unchanged from before. This immediately sparked Bai Yao's intense dissatisfaction. With her hands on her hips, her beautiful eyes glaring, she exclaimed, Stinky, Bai Chen, why aren't you excited at all that your good sister is back? Why should I be excited? Are you saying you were just fooling around before? Bai Chen rolled his eyes at her, irritably replying, Eat. I want. You should say, welcome, esteemed little sister. Are you eating or not? Hee, I will eat. Bai Yao knew her limits and quickly returned to normal. Then she looked at the table filled with dishes. Sweet and sour ribs, cola chicken wings, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, braised pork knuckle. All her favorite. At the bottom of the table, the glutton was squatting there, drooling, incessantly eager to jump up and eat. Brat, come here. Bai Yao dashed forward and gave it a big nose poke. The glutton immediately became obedient. All right, sit down. Bai Chen watched the scene with amusement before bringing the last 2 bowls of rice to the table. Brother, your cooking is still so delicious. You have no idea, I've been craving it for days. Bai Yao mumbled as she stuffed her mouth with food. By the way, I also learned how to make fried rice. Hee, did you see that the national fortune merchant was drooling over my fried rice? One day I'll make you a portion to try. Bai Chen, who was drinking water, choked upon hearing this. Cough, cough. No need. How could I let you cook? Leave the cooking to me. Although he hadn't tasted that fried rice, it was said to have made even a corpse wolf vomit, which spoke volumes. He really didn't dare to try. Then the two of them chatted while eating. Bai Yao excitedly recounted her experiences from the national fortune survival. She was afraid Bai Chen might have missed the live broadcast and overlooked her. Brother, let me tell you, Sister Qin is incredibly strong. With her strength, she could probably knock out 10 of you with one. Also, my strength is quite strong now. I could probably knock out 5 of you with one punch, so you need to be polite when talking to your sister, understand? Little Chen. Bai Chen. She was really getting ahead of herself. Seeing him silent, Bai Yao thought she had intimidated him and became even more arrogant. No choice, little Chen, the competition for the air is always like this. Upon hearing this, Bai Chen could only laugh with anger. Why don't we give it a try, eh? No way, what if I hurt you? If I say try, then try. Bai Chen raised his voice slightly, and Bai Yao immediately shrank her neck. TCH, if we try and I get embarrassed, don't blame me. The food on the table was nearly finished. Bai Chen found a bowl to dump the leftovers into and tossed it to the glutton. Then they began arm wrestling on the dining table. 3, 2, 1. Start. Crack. Before the gunshot, the sound of the assassin's wrist being shattered echoed. In the moment before he could pull the trigger, Bai Chen broke his hand and seized the weapon. Then he gripped the assassin's throat to stifle any cry. Get in here. Leveraging the forward momentum, Bai Chen yanked him violently into the house. Ugh. Ugh. The assassin was dragged inside. With his throat constricted, his face turned the color of a pig's liver, his feet kicking wildly off the ground, shoes scraping against the floor with a harsh screech. Fearing the noise would wake his sister, Bai Chen hoisted the man higher. The assassin stood only 1.7 meters tall, while Bai Chen at 1.8 86 meters could easily lift him, so his feet dangled. In the assassin's eyes was sheer disbelief. The intelligence he had received clearly detailed all information about the siblings Bai Chen and Bai Yao, including their friends. They had no relatives. The report also stated that Bai Chen was an ordinary person without even a routine exercise regimen. Yet what was this? How could an ordinary man possess such formidable strength, leaving no room for him to fight back? With such amateur skills you dare to cause trouble in my home? Bai Chen narrowed his eyes. The assassin struggled frantically. Do you have something to tell me? He asked calmly, his voice devoid of warmth. Hearing this, the assassin nodded frantically. He had already planned to ambush Bai Chen the moment he was released. After all, he was an assassin. Ambush was his forte. I'm not interested, Bai Chen replied. The assassin was dumbfounded. You mother. He struggled to force out 2 words through gritted teeth. Crack. In the next second, Bai Chen twisted his neck. He had no interest in extracting information from this assassin, as he could roughly guess who sent him. He didn't need to think hard to understand their scheme. Bai Yao fought desperately in the national survival game only to return to reality for less than a day before her brother was assassinated. They aimed to sow discord. Why not directly assassinate Bai Yao? Her gains from the undead clan ruins were considerable, and her current strength far exceeded what ordinary assassins could handle. Those capable of killing her couldn't enter the Dragon Kingdom at this critical moment. This assassin had likely been in the country for a long time. Their scheme was insidious. Unfortunately, they miscalculated this variable. With his neck snapped, the assassin's struggles ceased instantly, his body collapsing like a broken puppet. Bai Chen removed his helmet and mask, revealing a typical lighthouse country face. Just like your Jerry, you're all a bunch of rats. Bai Chen smirked. Then he noticed the Taotai watching from the side, head tilted. Eat it, he commanded. He tossed the corpse over. The Taotai's eyes lit up, instantly opening its massive maw to swallow the body whole. A perfect disposal. Bai Chen casually threw the helmet and mask into its mouth as well. After swallowing everything, the Taotai smacked its lips and nuzzled against Bai Chen's foot, as if seeking praise. Perhaps hoping for another feeding. Bai Chen walked to the sofa and sat down, his fingertips lightly tapping the armrest. He could already foresee that the coming days would not be peaceful. Knock, knock, knock. Just then a knock sounded again. Bai Chen frowned. Another one. Was the lighthouse country relentless? Wait for the next national survival game. If I don't destroy you, I lose. Bai Chen was annoyed not because assassins came for him, but because it might disturb Bai Yao. He stood up, walking toward the door with irritation. Then a familiar voice came from outside. Yao Yao, are you home? I'm here. It was Qin Jia. Bai Chen paused. The anger in his heart dissipated instantly. He opened the door to find Qin Jia not in combat gear, but casual clothes. Seeing Bai Chen at the door, she paused for half a second. Then with subtle curiosity, she swept her gaze over him. Just as Bai Yao had said. He was indeed handsome. Come in, Bai Chen said with little reaction, stepping aside. Qin Jia nodded. Without much ceremony, she entered the home. She sat on the sofa while Bai Chen fetched a glass of water. Before she could take it, he spoke. An assassin came just now targeting me. A few minutes before you arrived. His tone was as casual, as if discussing what he had for lunch. Hearing this, Qin Jia's pupils contracted sharply. An assassin. Did he escape? Bai Chen pointed at the Taotai, licking its paws. He was eaten by it. Qin Jia breathed a sigh of relief. Then with a hint of apology, she said, sorry I came late. I rushed over after leaving the undead clan ruins precisely for this matter. Yet they still slipped through. As she spoke, Qin Jia pulled out a silver handgun and handed it to Bai Chen. This is a self-defense weapon for you. You're Yao Yao's family, and we will ensure your safety. You can stay in our safe zone. If you prefer not to move, we can arrange plainclothes officers to patrol the neighborhood 24-hour shifts. Bai Chen took the gun, weighing it in his hand. It was heavier than the assassin's. I'm fine staying here. I don't need protection. His secrets were too significant. Until his administrator level improved, he wasn't ready to reveal them to anyone. With his own strength, few assassins could take him down. Still, the gun was decent, so he kept it. Then, disregarding whether Qin Jia agreed to his refusal of protection, he pointed at the bedroom. Yao Yao is still sleeping. She hasn't had a peaceful rest in the ruins. Please forgive her, Commander Qin. If you don't mind, stay for a while. When she wakes up, we can have dinner together. My cooking is quite good. Qin Jia remained silent. She stared at Bai Chen intently, making him uneasy. I know I'm handsome, but you can't just stare like that. He touched his face, wondering if Qin Jia had taken a liking to him. Realizing her lapse, she blushed a bit. They were silent for a moment. Then Qin Jia suddenly spoke. Can I see your room? Bai Chen nodded. Under her expectant gaze, he slowly replied, not convenient. Qin Jia was speechless. Why not if it wasn't convenient? For the time that followed, the two sat in the living room in silence. Until a faint sound of the door opening broke the stillness. Bai Yao rubbed her eyes as she walked out from her bedroom, and before she even saw anyone in the living room, she called out, Brother, I'm hungry. Let's eat. As her words fell, she noticed Bai Chen ignoring her, prompting Bai Yao to finally open her eyes and see Qin Jia looking at her with a peculiar expression. It seemed she was trying to stifle a laugh. "Sister Qin, you actually came today," Bai Yao exclaimed in surprise, instantly becoming alert. She hadn't forgotten her intention in inviting Qin Jia over. Bai Yao simply wanted to have another sister-in-law. What ill intentions could she possibly have? Bai Yao walked over and sat directly next to Qin Jia while simultaneously glancing at Bai Chen. "Brother, I'm hungry food." She needed to distract Bai Chen before she could whisper with Qin Jia. Bai Chen sighed. "Fine. I'll indulge my little sister." He got up to cook in the kitchen while Bai Yao excitedly looked at Qin Jia and asked, "Sister Qin, what do you think of my brother?" "I think your brother is a bit aloof." Qin Jia hadn't guessed Bai Yao's thoughts. Assuming it was just a casual question, she honestly shared her first impression of Bai Chen. Aloof indeed, very cold. What kind of good person can sit in silence for an entire afternoon without uttering a word? He was like a robot. Unless asked, he would never speak first. "What? Aloof?" Bai Yao looked incredulous. "You think he's aloof?" Qin Jia nodded. "Maybe it's because we're not very familiar yet." She felt a bit strange saying that. Qin Jia wasn't narcissistic. She truly knew she was beautiful and had a great figure plus her position as a commander. Any normal person would be excited to see her, right? But Bai Chen was different. He had no reaction whatsoever. In reality, Bai Chen's personality was such he only had many things to say to Bai Yao. To others it was a completely different demeanor. The two women gathered together, and who knows what they talked about. When Bai Chen finished cooking and came out, he found that Qin Jia was looking at him with a fiery gaze. After the three finished their meal, Qin Jia praised Bai Chen's cooking skills endlessly. "Sister Qin, let's go shop." Bai Yao suddenly proposed the idea of shopping. Without waiting for Qin Jia to respond, she immediately turned to Bai Chen and said, "Brother, beg me, and I'll let you come with us." Upon hearing this, Bai Chen's face instantly changed. Accompanying Bai Yao on a shopping spree was nothing short of torture. But torture aside, every time Bai Yao wanted to go shopping, Bai Chen would accompany her. But how could she expect me to beg? "I have my Just as Bai Chen was about to agree, although he wouldn't beg, he still had to accompany his sister. An icy mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Attention administrator, the second phase of National Fortune Survival is about to begin. Given that the administrator has acquired certain experience, please participate in the selection of this survival location." Hearing the system's prompt, Bai Chen remained expressionless and smoothly turned down the request. After all, he didn't have to worry about their safety. Not to mention Qin Jia. Just Bai Yao's own strength was enough to ensure that no one would have ill intentions. Upon hearing that Bai Chen had actually declined, Bai Yao instantly panicked. How could her plans proceed if he didn't go? She immediately clung to Bai Chen's arm and began to act cute. "Brother, please take me. Just accompany me, okay?" Watching her act cute, Bai Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner. "Oh, you're just pretending again. Huh, I've seen through you." At that moment, Qin Jia suddenly spoke up. "It's okay, Yao, we can go without him. Let your brother rest at home." She hadn't yet told Bai Yao about the assassination attempt on Bai Chen. She felt it might be related to this incident. There was no helping it since Qin Jia had said so. Bai Yao could only yield. After the two women left, Bai Chen immediately returned to his bedroom to open the system. 3 panels popped. Survival location 1, Goblin Forest time 3 days, monsters regular goblins, elite goblins, goblin leaders, fallen holy maidens, difficulty easy. Survival location 2, Ancient Corpse Village time 5 days, monsters, white zombies, purple zombies, black zombies, flying zombies, difficulty high. Survival location 3, Auspicious Village time 7 days, monsters, paper ghosts, puppet ghosts, coffin ghosts, burial clothes ghosts, village chief, difficulty nightmare. Note: if this survival location is selected, the number of participating countries will be reduced to 20. After seeing the difficulties of the 3 survival locations, Bai Chen's first reaction was to choose the simplest Goblin Forest. After all, the easier it is, the safer his sister will be. But just as Bai Chen was about to confirm his choice, a news alert suddenly popped up on his computer. Lighthouse Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, and Kimchi Nation privately united, intending to redirect the undead punishment towards Dragon Nation, discovered and repelled by the Interstellar Army at the first opportunity. Looks like you guys never learn, do you? Bai Chen paused for a moment, his eyes instantly growing cold. He recalled the assassin who had come to kill him today. The decision he had made just moments ago changed in an instant. Select survival location 3, Auspicious Village. Since we're playing, let's go big. After all, I'll protect my sister. Who do you have to protect you? Selection complete. The second phase of National Fortune Survival will commence in 7 days, Auspicious Village. P.S. Everyone rest assured there won't be any filler in the daily life. The next chapter will go straight into the dungeon. On the day Qin Jia finished shopping with Bai Yao, she left. As the commander of the Interstellar Army, she had many tasks to attend to. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. That day, just after 9 in the morning, a familiar cold mechanical voice suddenly exploded in the ears of everyone around the world, drilling into their minds without warning. The second phase of the National Luck Survival will commence in 10 minutes. Please prepare, all chosen ones. The chosen ones who survive the last phase will enter the national luck survival again, and the vacant positions will be randomly filled by newcomers. The 20 countries participating in this national luck survival are Longwood Dungta country, Inghua country, Paokai country, Asin country. It was as if a bomb had been dropped on the global internet, instantly causing a huge uproar. The servers of major platforms instantly spiked in activity. What the hell? Why so urgent? It's only been 7 days since the last phase ended. Is the will of Blue Star in a hurry to exterminate us? Hiss. Jixiang Village. That name sounds quite festive. It seems this second phase of national luck survival should be quite simple. Fortunately, the chosen ones will not be replaced. Our Longwa still has Sister Yao and Commander Qin were at home. Bai Yao was lying on the sofa munching on an apple while scrolling through her phone. Upon hearing the prompt, she was momentarily stunned, then instantly sat up straight. Brother, did you hear that? Bai Chen, who was peeling an apple beside her, nodded. I heard it. You're going to participate in the national luck survival again. Just kidding, I knew earlier than any of you. Bai Yao felt a bit frustrated. How long has it been? Why is it back again? I haven't rested enough yet. She pouted. But the annoyance in her heart quickly dissipated. Bai Yao stood up and stretched. Then she tossed the apple core to the glutton by her feet. She ran over to Bai Chen's side, patted his shoulder, and lifted her chin high. Ahem. Little Chen, you didn't watch the live broadcast seriously last time. This time, you must watch closely. Wait and see as my sister showcases her skills again. It was clear. After gaining a significant boost in strength within the Undying Clan's ruins, Bai Yao was now quite full of herself. Even the undead corpses were slain by me this time. No matter what, I will handle it. What? You say the undead was devoured by Tao Tai after Qin Jia was severely injured? Qin Jia and Tao Tai are also part of my strength, alright. Seeing her behave so unrestrained, Bai Chen's face darkened for a moment, then he squinted and smiled. Alright, I'll wait and see then. He had originally wanted to remind his sister that this time the survival location Jixiang Village was not a good place at all. He knew well. His sister had been afraid of ghosts since childhood. She might act tough at other times, but when it came to ghosts she was genuinely scared. But now, looking at Bai Yao's arrogant demeanor, Bai Chen suddenly changed his mind. Her mentality was already problematic, so just let her go in and get it. Better than not taking any monster seriously. Of course it would only be a scare. After all, with him around, he would definitely not let Bai Yao suffer any real harm. Alright, hurry and change your clothes. Remember to bring this little brat along. Bai Chen instructed. Hearing someone calling its name, Tao Tai raised its head and tilted its head. It had already come to believe that brat was its name. Humph, don't forget me. Bai Yao skipped back to her room to change clothes, and after a while she came out wearing sportswear. At this time the 10-minute countdown was also nearing its end. Tao Tai squatted nearby, its round eyes fixed on Bai Yao, as if sensing something. It nudged against her pant leg. Bai Yao bent down and picked it up. In the next second, a beam of white light struck from the void. The cold prompt resonated. Countdown complete. All chosen ones enter the survival location. As the white light enveloped them, Bai Yao and Tao Tai's figures directly vanished from the spot. Bai Chen returned to his room. He didn't rush to open the system, but quickly took out his phone to make a call. Hello, master, come patch up a wall. After hanging up, Bai Chen leisurely opened the live stream and the system on his phone. The list of chosen ones visible only to him appeared before his eyes. The chosen ones from Longhua were still the same, unchanged. However, Dungta country, Inghua country, and others had a whole new set of names. But Bai Chen wasn't paying attention to the names. What he focused on was the combat power behind their names. Dungta country had 2 A-class combat powers. Inghua country had 2 A-class combat powers. Paokai country's strongest was A-class combat power. They are indeed hiding their strengths. Just judging by the combat powers of the chosen ones, Dungta country and Inghua country had already completely surpassed Longhua. Bai Chen merely scoffed. But it doesn't matter anyway in this national luck survival. No matter how many of your people come, just as many will die. New grudges and old debts. This time let's settle it all in Jixiang Village. On the other side, the sky above Jixiang Village was clear and spotless. Bai Yao suddenly opened her eyes. The golden Alaska and portable flamethrower were still stored in the chosen one's space. She could take them out at any time. Then Bai Yao began to look around. She found herself standing on a narrow village path lined with rows of old adobe houses. Some of the walls were peeling and the red lanterns hanging under the eaves had faded significantly. At first glance it looked no different from the villages in Longhua. If one were to say what was different, it was that this village was quite large. Strange, why does it feel so ordinary? It seems much simpler than the Undying Clan's ruins. She scratched her head. Don't be careless. Suddenly a familiar female voice came from behind. The more a place seems calm, the more deadly the hidden dangers may be. Hearing the voice, Bai Yao immediately turned around and saw Qin Jia standing not far behind her under an old locust tree. She had changed into a black combat outfit, holding the silver-glowing King's Oath sword. Sister Qin. Bai Yao instantly brightened up, running over with quick steps, linking her arm with hers, as if she had found her backbone. You've finally come. I felt like something was missing without you. Qin Jia smiled helplessly. Just as she was about to speak, the surroundings suddenly lit up with beams of white light, and one by one chosen ones appeared out of thin air on the village path. The chosen ones from Longwa quickly gathered. But soon everyone noticed something was amiss. The teleportation white light had not yet ceased. Following that, chosen ones from other countries also began to appear. This time the National Luck Survival unexpectedly teleported everyone together. Soon Qin Jia found the leader among the chosen ones from various countries. The leader from Dengta country was two soldiers in combat uniforms. They appeared to be twin brothers. As soon as they showed up, they immediately cast hostile glances at Longwa. The representative from Yinghua country was a woman in a pink kimono along with a short warrior. Why are all the— Bai Yao frowned. With so many people gathered, trouble was bound to ensue. Moreover, until now the detailed information about the survival location was still unknown. After the details of the survival location appeared, there was hardly any reaction in the live broadcasts from other countries. But the situation in the Dragon country was different. The live broadcast in the Dragon country exploded with excitement. What the hell? Paper dolls, coffins, funeral garments. Tell me, besides the name, what does this auspicious village have to do with auspiciousness? Just hearing these names made my scalp tingle. The monsters in this auspicious village are all related to funerals. Hiss. The difficulty this time is probably not lower than that of the Undying clan's ruins. Looking at their expressions, our Dragon country's chosen ones have already realized the seriousness of the situation, while those foreigners are still laughing. Haha, I wonder if they'll still be able to laugh when the monsters appear. Clearly they've never experienced Chinese horror. The bullet comments flew by rapidly, and some even started sending flowers. On the road in auspicious village, Qin Jia felt her arm being gripped painfully. She saw Bai Yao's lips starting to tremble. The arrogant demeanor she had before entering the survival challenge was long gone in front of Bai Chen. This is bad. This is a doomed situation. Don't panic him here. Your brother must be watching too, Qin Jia comforted in a low voice. Bai Yao forced herself to calm down. Yet her body honestly shrank back behind Qin Jia. Qin Jia, Bai Yao. Suddenly, two familiar voices rang out. Hearing their names, the two girls turned to see Andre and Alice walking over. It's good that you're here. We can continue cooperating now, Andre said. Alice nodded in agreement. Both were well aware that after going out they had also seen the content online. They were quite familiar with Qin Jia's strength. However, they didn't know that Bai Yao's luck was even more extraordinary. Thus, upon being transported in, they were very clear about their goal. That is to cling to the strong. Before Qin Jia could respond, Alice pointed in a direction. I think it's better for us to cooperate. Look over there. Bai Yao and Qin Jia followed her gaze. They saw on the other side a woman in a kimono from Sakura country with a samurai who had found the twin brothers from Lighthouse country along with people from Kimchi country. After finding Lighthouse country, they seemed to have said something. Then they all looked towards the direction of Dragon country. It was obvious what they were after. So Qin Jia nodded. All right, we can cooperate. After all, they were old friends, and Qin Jia felt quite reassured about them. Cough, cough, cough. Just then an old cough suddenly broke the silence like a broken windbag. The chosen ones turned to look in the direction of the sound. An old man leaning on a jujube wood cane slowly emerged from behind a mud brick house, wearing a faded pilled blue cloth jacket. His face was so wrinkled that it could trap mosquitoes, and his eyes were murky and hollow. After appearing, the old man remained silent, simply staring fixedly at the crowd. He occasionally coughed a couple of times, which sounded particularly jarring in the stillness of the village path. Bai Yao's heart moved as she immediately thought of the task. Qin Jia, should we ask this old man about staying overnight? Qin Jia nodded. What Bai Yao thought of she held Bai Yao back to keep her from moving and stepped forward to politely ask, Elder, we are just passing through and would like to stay in the village for one night. Is that possible? Upon hearing this, the old man grinned. Staying overnight, of course, but it can't be for free. He paused and poked the ground with his cane again. You will need to pay. Everyone was instantly stunned. The National Survival Challenge clearly stipulated that no external items could be brought in, and naturally money could not be brought either. Where would they get money to spend? The old man's smile grew even more eerie, his eyes squinting into slits. It seemed he was waiting for this moment. No money. That's fine. Help the villagers with work, and once you've done enough you will receive a reward. After saying this, he turned and walked deeper into the village. Follow me. Qin Jia decisively took the lead with Bai Yao following, and the chosen ones from Dragon country along with Andre and Alice hurriedly followed. The people from other countries exchanged glances and could only brace themselves to move forward. After all, there was only one road. They couldn't just stay there and wait to die. Auspicious village was indeed quite large. The chosen ones from 20 countries walked along the village path, and it was not crowded at all. Whoa, 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 whoa. Just a few steps and a faint crying sound drifted over. It was delicate, sometimes near, sometimes far, making one feel uneasy. Why is someone crying? Bai Yao's face stiffened. Listening to this eerie crying sound, she suddenly felt a chill rushing from her soles up to the top of her head. Let's go see. Qin Jia was unwilling to miss such a clue. She immediately followed the sound forward and turned. Not far ahead, they saw a group of people gathered in front of a bungalow. All of them were dressed in white mourning clothes, kneeling uniformly in front of a pitch-black coffin, their heads bowed low, and the crying sound was coming from among them. The coffin was dark and looked like it was made of old cypress wood. The lid was not tightly closed, leaving a gap the width of a finger, revealing a dark interior, and nothing could be seen clearly. It exuded a chilling aura. Just entered and already encountered a funeral. Bai Yao frowned tightly. In reality, she would even take a detour upon seeing a flower wreath. But at this moment, there was no way to circumvent it. This group of mourners just happened to block the narrow village path, and the chosen ones had to go past them. A chosen one from a sand country had long since grown impatient. His face was filled with irritation. He walked directly up to them. Get out of the way. Don't block the road. Did you not see we have business to attend to? One villager kneeling in front slowly raised his head. His face was as pale as a ghost, devoid of any expression. He stared straight at him for a moment, then lowered his head and continued mourning. The crying was neither loud nor soft, but it pierced the ears like needles, driving one to distraction. You can't understand human speech, can you? The Asan country chosen one was completely enraged. He reached out and pushed the villager's shoulder. But just as his hand touched the villager's clothing, the mourning suddenly erupted. It was sharp enough to pierce the eardrums, and everyone instinctively covered their ears, feeling a buzzing in their heads. When the crying finally subsided, everyone looked back at the chosen one from a sand country. He stood frozen in place as if he had been petrified. Hey, Rajiv, are you okay? Another chosen one from a sand country sensed something was off. He stepped forward quickly and patted his shoulder. Rajiv turned his head. The expression on his face was eerily identical to that of the villagers, a face of sorrow. Tears streamed down his face. At that moment, the villagers began to cry again. As they cried, Rajiv also joined in his body, uncontrollably kneeling towards the coffin. He imitated the villagers, bowing his head repeatedly. Bang! 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 The speed increased, and by the end his upper body even left afterimages. Finally, with a loud bang, Rajiv's head split open, and he fell dead, never to rise again. The outside world. The barrage and the Longwa live stream lagged for 2 seconds. Then it exploded with comments. What a way to die. After watching, I almost went with him. My wife asked why I was kneeling to watch, so I showed it to her, and she kneeled too. How a bunch of useless people. Are they all so scared that they kneel down? Their mental fortitude needs improvement. Alright, I won't say more. I'm going to wash my pants now. I just want to know how to deal with such monsters. The undead can be killed at will, but this one we can't even touch. The fear of traditional Chinese horror is ingrained in the bones of Longwa. Even without facing the monsters, they understand better than anyone. If they used the methods for dealing with other foreign tribes against this group of peculiar beings, the outcome would undoubtedly be one thing. That is death. Lajaf's corpse lay crooked on the ground, blood splattering onto the black coffin flowing down along the wood grain. Yet the grieving villagers seemed oblivious, crying even harder. The village road was suddenly plunged into a deathly silence. A gust of wind blew by. The red lanterns creaked with sound. It was clear to hear. Lajaf's death had turned many faces pale, their legs trembling. The bizarre scene kept replaying in their minds, refusing to fade away. Now looking at those villagers still kneeling before the coffin mourning. Everyone's feet felt as if they were filled with lead, and no one dared to step forward. But there was only one road into the village. Without walking it, they couldn't enter, find work, or find a place to stay. Bai Yao was also somewhat afraid. But as she looked at the mourning villagers blocking their way, a thought suddenly arose in her mind. Sister Qin, shouldn't we offer some silk money? Qin Jia was momentarily taken aback. Then she seemed to ponder. But we don't have any red envelopes. All we can offer is this. As she spoke, she lifted the King's Oath sword in her hand. Though she was confident in her strength, the villagers before her were too strange, and if possible, she never wanted to engage with them, let alone fight. That's too extravagant. Even though the sword wasn't hers, Bai Yao felt a pang of regret. But there's no other. Qin Jia felt helpless. If she could, she definitely wouldn't want to part with this sword. It was a very rare golden quality sword. After making the decision, Qin Jia immediately called over the other chosen ones from Longwa and explained the plan to them. Fortunately, the chosen ones from Longwa were all from the previous session. They all had some valuable items on them. Then Bai Yao and Qin Jia led the group forward. They saw more. The villagers stood up, and when they realized who was coming, their eyes flickered slightly. Yet they remained silent. At this moment, Bai Yao took out a necklace from the chosen one's space. This was a tool against the undead. It could reduce the damage caused by the undead, but now that there were no undead, this item was nothing more than a beautiful trinket. She clutched the necklace and moved forward, her voice trembling but unyielding. We wish to pass. We'll give you this. Seeing this scene, a woman from Yinghua country snickered from a distance. Her sharp voice mocked. It's just a broken necklace. The people of Longhua are truly ridiculous, thinking this could make the monsters yield. The twins from Lighthouse Country crossed their arms and sneered. It's simply asking for death. Their eyes were filled with glee, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. But the next second, they couldn't laugh anymore. They saw the villager at the front slowly raise his head, his hollow eyes fixed on the necklace, his withered hand reaching out. He waited for a moment and nodded slowly. It seemed useful. Qin Jia was also preparing to hand over her King's Oath sword. But Bai Yao pulled her back. Sister Qin, wait a moment. As she spoke, she took out a portable flamethrower and handed it to the villager. Upon seeing the flamethrower, the villager's murky eyes brightened, and he immediately accepted it. Other chosen ones from Longhua saw this, and quickly pulled out items from their spaces. After everyone offered their gifts, the villagers accepted one by one. Although their faces remained expressionless, they all retreated to the sides. Hurry! Qin Jia pulled Bai Yao forward, and the people of Longhua followed closely behind. After they got through, suddenly a villager followed them, pulling out a stack of colorful paper money and handing it to Bai Yao. Is this for me? Bai Yao was stunned. The woman in kimono who witnessed this was also taken aback. Her eyes widened in disbelief. She never expected that the chosen ones of Longhua would actually succeed. And not only did they pass, but these villagers would even give them money. Seeing this, she hurriedly pulled the warrior forward, hoping to sneak through Longhua's path. But just as she stepped into the opening created by the villagers, they suddenly all looked up in unison, their hollow eyes fixed on them. This instantly rendered them motionless. They could only silently retreat. After distancing themselves from the villagers, the woman in kimono anxiously began to stomp her feet. Why can't we pass? She certainly knew they had to offer something. But the problem was that the chosen ones of Longhua country were all new recruits with no items on them. How could they offer anything? Just as she was panicking, a numb voice suddenly floated from the front villager's mouth. If you have no money, then trade your body parts. What a... Those words instantly plunged the woman in kimono into an icy abyss. Jiangqing, in a bedroom, Bai Chen had just sent off the master who repaired the wall and turned to watch the live stream. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Wanna pass? Did you ask me first? In auspicious village, the villagers' light voices turned the woman's face, dressed in a kimono as pale as paper. She staggered back a few steps. What a joke. She only wanted to cross the road, yet they demanded a part of her body. She would never agree to. Who knows what these strange villagers want? What if they asked for her heart or some vital organ? Wouldn't that mean her immediate death? Just thinking about it sent a chill down her spine. Step aside, step aside. Don't block the way. At that moment, seeing her hesitating and blocking the path, Andre could no longer hold back. He planned to follow after the chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom. However, he was outpaced by the people from Cherry Blossom Country. Andrei's booming voice suddenly erupted, shattering the standoff like thunder. He strode over, wielding a giant axe that was missing a chunk, with the chosen ones of Snow Country following behind him. He also carried a bulging cloth bag. Inside were items obtained from the Undying clan's ruins. Here, let us pass. He handed the bag over to the villagers. His gruff voice rattled the ears. Is this enough? The foremost villager slowly raised his head. With hollow eyes, he stared at the bag for 2 seconds. Then he reached out to take it, weighed it in his hands, looked at the contents, and finally nodded slowly. The villager shifted aside, making way for a narrow passage. Andre successfully walked through. However, he did not immediately catch up with the Dragon Kingdom. Instead, he approached the villagers, staring eagerly at his hands. What about the money? He had seen the villager give money to Bai Yao earlier. Just now you gave her a stack of paper money, why not give me some? The villager's eyes were vacant, as if he could not understand his words. Are you letting me through or not? Andre, I will pass. He realized that the villager had no intention of giving him money. This was blatant discrimination. Though frustrated, Andre could only curl his lip. After witnessing the bizarre death of the chosen one from a sand country, he dared not confront the villagers' heat, in fearing he would be the next Rajiv. Outside, the live chat rooms of various countries erupted in chaos, the comments flying faster than rockets. Why can the Dragon Kingdom get a necklace for paper money, while our Snow Country's pile of items barely gets us a single bill? I'm so jealous. With that paper money, the Dragon Kingdom's chosen ones might not even need to help the villagers anymore. Biased. This is favoritism towards the Dragon Kingdom. We also want paper money, give us paper money. Some viewers from the Dragon Kingdom saw these comments, and their faces twitched. Though they knew the paper money could be used in auspicious village to purchase lodging opportunities, seeing a group of people crying out for paper money made them feel quite unlucky. The comments also included many viewers from Cherry Blossom Country and Lighthouse Country. Clearly, it was Snow Country that was being discriminated against. They were even more anxious than the people involved. On the village road, seeing that Andre had passed smoothly, Alice ignored the commotion behind her. She directly led the chosen ones from the Sun Never Sets Empire forward, holding a bag that contained their passage fee after handing it to the villagers. The villagers nodded, signaling for Alice and the others to pass. As Alice led her group past, she glanced back intentionally, seeing that the villagers' hands were empty, confirming they had given nothing. It seems it's not just Andre that's being treated differently, only Bai Yao receives special treatment, Alice said with envy in her tone. 3 countries had already passed smoothly. Other chosen ones holding items saw this and gritted their teeth, stepping forward one after another. Some handed over a dagger inlaid with diamonds, while others pulled out a crystal that emitted warm light. These items were all produced from the Undying clan's ruins. Most were designed for dealing with the Undying clan and were utterly useless in Auspicious Village, which was filled with ghostly monsters. In any case, they served no purpose. Rather than taking up space in their inventory, it was better to exchange them for passage. The villagers accepted these items one by one. Their faces remained devoid of expression, like emotionless collecting machines. Only after collecting all the items did they simultaneously step aside, leaving a narrow path for just one person to pass. Soon only those without items were left on the village road. The brother from Lighthouse Country named Tom cast a sinister glance at the chosen ones from Pickled Vegetable Country. As if looking at trash. This gaze made the people from Pickled Vegetable Country quite displeased, but they dared not voice their feelings. At that moment, Tom suddenly spoke, "You come here." The chosen one from Pickled Vegetable Country that he pointed at shuddered in fear. He didn't dare to step forward. Although they had just agreed to ally against the Dragon Kingdom, he now wore a different face. Anyone could tell that Tom had no good intentions. How could he dare to step forward? What? Can't understand my words. Tom sneered, taking a step forward and grabbing the person's collar, lifting him half a foot off the ground. Now I need you to offer up a body part, so that our chosen ones from Lighthouse Country can pass. You have 2 choices, either agree or die here right now. At this time his brother Jack also walked over, speaking with disdain. Help us pass, and you might keep your life. Later we from Lighthouse Country will take care of your Pickled Vegetable Country otherwise. He deliberately paused, revealing a sinister smile. You know the consequences. The chosen one from Pickled Vegetable Country, named Park Dowsher, turned pale, but dared not resist. The reason was simple. Even if all 20 chosen ones from Pickled Vegetable Country acted together, they couldn't defeat these twin brothers. The captured chosen one, Park Dowsher, gritted his teeth, his voice trembling. All right, I will go. His eyes were filled with despair, yet he trembled as he walked towards the villagers, each step feeling like treading on a blade. Park Dowsher took a deep breath and whispered to the villagers, I will exchange a body part for passage. The villagers slowly raised their heads, their bony fingers pointing at him. Finger. Before Park Dowsher could react, there was a snapping sound, and suddenly a finger fell to the ground, blood gushing out instantly. He screamed in anguish, crouching down while clutching his bleeding hand. At that moment Tom had already grabbed the next chosen one from Pickled Vegetable Country. The villager glanced at him and said, teeth. As soon as the words fell, one of his front teeth fell out, mixed with blood and spitting onto the ground. Tom continued grabbing another person. This time the villager softly said, I. The next moment the chosen one from Pickled Vegetable Country felt darkness envelop him, and his left eyeball simply fell out. It rolled on the ground a few times before coming to rest at the villager's feet. My eye. A piercing scream echoed down the entire village road, sending shivers down everyone's spine. However, Tom and Jack remained expressionless. After all, the ones dying were not their own. They didn't even. Initially, one would think the viewers in Pickled Vegetable Country's live chat would condemn the Lighthouse Country's chosen ones for their inhumanity. Instead, their comments were shocking. They completely refreshed everyone's understanding of shamelessness. The Dragon Kingdom's chosen ones definitely still have many items. Why don't they proactively offer to help us? Exactly. They have so many treasures. Oh, what's the harm in giving us a little? We are all humans. Is it really necessary to be this selfish? The Dragon Kingdom has gone too far. Ignoring the dying. I curse their chosen ones to have their eyes plucked out, especially that Bai Yao. Look how happy she was when she received the money. The next to die will be her. The viewers from the Dragon Kingdom were instantly infuriated to the point of laughter, immediately launching a wave of comments in the Pickled Vegetable Country's live chat. In Jiang City, Bai Chen also saw the comments from Pickled Vegetable Country. He stared at the comment cursing his sister to death, and the smile on his face vanished instantly. Not only that, he also heard the chosen ones from Pickled Vegetable Country in Auspicious Village cursing the Dragon Kingdom out of fear. Their current predicament was forced upon them by Lighthouse Country. They dared to target the Dragon Kingdom, but did not dare confront them. And they even had the audacity to curse his sister. Bai Chen's anger turned to mockery. His disdain for the people of Pickled Vegetable Country reached its peak, now on par with that of Cherry Blossom Country and Lighthouse Country. He opened the system. Monsters ghost servants, please edit the command. Indeed, these sorrowful villagers were not genuine ghosts. They were merely ghost servants. Bai Chen's current level 3 authority could not control real ghosts. However, he could still command ghost servants to eliminate the chosen ones from Pickled Vegetable Country. Just as he was about to issue the command, the system's prompt suddenly sounded. Due to the difficulty of the second phase of the national survival location reaching nightmare level, please the administrator enter auspicious village and take on the responsibility of assisting the chosen ones. Your identity is merchant. The chosen ones can use paper money to trade with you. Upon accepting the task, you will immediately receive 5,000 administrator experience. Bai Chen paused. Hearing the content in his ears, it was like this. Please the administrator immediately gain 5,000 administrator experience. Accepted. Administrator experience 5,000 experience bar is full. Administrator level rises to level 4. Permission upgrade. Controllable currency amount increased to 10,000. Controllable monsters: paper ghosts, puppet ghosts, burial suit ghosts, coffin ghosts. Permission unlock. Teleportation full. Map range. After accepting the task, Bai Chen felt a flash of white light envelop him, his clothing transforming into the same simple attire as the villagers of auspicious village. A burden was placed on his shoulder, carrying 2 cargo boxes. The dragon head mask also reappeared on his face. A dark murky passage appeared before him. Just as Bai Chen was about to step in, he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly opened the system. Edit command: eliminate the chosen ones from pickled vegetable country. In auspicious village, the last chosen one from pickled vegetable country was also captured by Tom. However, perhaps because he saw the miserable fate of his companions ahead, he was consumed by fear and began to struggle desperately. As the chosen ones from the pickled cabbage nation fell one after another, cold notifications of death echoed above Jixiang village like a funeral bell. The chosen one Park Daosi from the pickled cabbage nation has been slain by the coffin ghost servant. The chosen one Jin Minjun has been slain by the coffin ghost servant. The chosen one Li Jiaxian has been slain by the coffin ghost servant. All chosen ones from the pickled cabbage nation are dead. The pickled cabbage nation has been eliminated. Elimination penalty: the coffin ghost will descend upon the city. The wailing villagers abruptly ceased their cries, heads bowed in unison, their emaciated hands gripping the edge of the black coffin. They silently walked deeper into the village. The village path, which had been completely blocked, suddenly became vacant. Are they leaving? The remaining chosen ones exchanged glances, utterly unprepared for these strange villagers to simply depart. Except for Bai Chen, no one knew why these ghost servants suddenly left. This was not an order from him, but rather their own reason. Previously, Bai Chen had refrained from allowing these ghost servants to directly kill due to this. Their power is limited. Each time they kill, it depletes their strength, and once their power is exhausted, they need to return home. Outside at this moment, the Pickled Cabbage Nation's live stream was in complete chaos. The barrage of comments nearly overwhelmed the screen. We've been eliminated. The coffin ghost is going to enter the city. Those 2 beasts from the Lighthouse Nation. They are the ones who pushed us out. This is also the responsibility of the Dragon Nation. I strongly demand that after the survival of the national luck ends, the Dragon Nation should deal with the coffin ghost. Exactly. If the Dragon Nation hadn't stood by and done nothing, the Lighthouse Nation wouldn't have forced our people. If they hadn't kicked that villager, there wouldn't have been any deaths. You all are absolutely right. The Dragon Nation must give us an explanation. Surprisingly, the Pickled Cabbage Nation really began to question the Dragon Nation. In response, the Dragon Nation sent a picture of tape and also specially recorded a video of the Interstellar Legion assembling. The Dragon Nation is willing to extend a helping hand to the Pickled Cabbage Nation, but after fighting the coffin ghost, our soldiers will definitely need rest, so please let the Pickled Cabbage Nation yield the capital city to provide a resting place for the Interstellar Legion. The intent behind this response was obvious even to a fool. What does it mean to yield the capital city? Are you just going to take the Pickled Cabbage Nation for yourselves? After realizing that the Dragon Nation was not afraid of their provocations, it is unclear whether the Pickled Cabbage Nation has become sober or intimidated, but they did not dare to act out again. On the path of Jixiang village, the remaining chosen ones looked at each other, still not reacting. Only the kimono-clad woman from the Cherry Blossom Nation flashed a hint of delight in her eyes, her lips curling up involuntarily. It's surprisingly easy. Just letting a few chosen ones from the Pickled Cabbage Nation die cleared the way. This is so worth it. The samurai beside her frowned, but remained silent. No matter what, getting into the village is better than being blocked at the entrance. Meanwhile, Bai Yao along with Andre and Alice had already moved forward. Finally, they entered the village. The scene before them made everyone feel a sense of unease. In the village, between the scattered earthen houses, there were many shops. Most of them were closed, and the faded signs were no longer legible. Those shops that were open were all identical paper effigy stores. Red paper cars, Western-style houses, and servants were arranged neatly, the vivid red color exuding an inexplicable eeriness in the gloomy village. What was even more unsettling was that at the entrance of each paper effigy store stood an old woman, dressed in blue cloth with her hair in a round bun. Even the wrinkles on their faces were replicated identically. Their faces were as pale as if they were smeared with a layer of paper, their eyes hollow, as they stared blankly ahead, unmoving. So eerie. Bai Yao looked at this scene, involuntarily breaking out in goosebumps. The arrogant demeanor she had at home had completely disappeared. She shrank closer to Qin Jia. Qin Jia frowned slightly. Why are all the open doors paper effigy shops? In the monster information provided by the Survival of National Luck, there was indeed a paper effigy ghost. If possible, Qin Jia really did not want to approach these ghosts. But there was no way. All the open doors were paper effigy shops. Clearly this was forcing the chosen ones to make a choice, either lose the opportunity to stay or earn money from the ghosts. Outside in the Dragon Nation's livestream, upon seeing this, the audience instantly felt their scalps tingle. Wow, just looking at it feels terrifying. If I went in, I would probably be scared to death. Indeed, it has to be our style of Chinese horror. Exactly, just this scene is far scarier than a ghost suddenly jumping out. The more you look, the more afraid you become. By the way, didn't we just earn paper money from those wailing villagers? If it's not enough, then don't go work there. No way. Who knows if that money is enough? What if it's not enough? The hearts of the audience were in their throats. Just then, at the nearest paper effigy store, the old woman, she slowly raised her twig-like hand, pointing at the paper money in Bai Yao's hand, her raspy voice sounding like sandpaper. Do you want to buy paper effigies? 10 yuan each. Qin Jia stood protectively in front of Bai Yao. We don't want any paper figures. The old woman's hollow eyes shifted, and her expression seemed to show a hint of disappointment. Qin Jia keenly sensed this emotion and boldly stepped forward. Elder, we are here seeking shelter in the village. We don't have enough money. Can we work for you in exchange for lodging? Look, there are many of us, and we are strong. The old woman fixed her gaze on Qin Jia's face, studying her for a full half-minute. During this time, no one dared to move, even breathing lightly, fearing to disturb the ghost before them. Finally, the old woman slowly nodded her throat, rasping out a few words. Come in, all of you. With that, she turned and walked deeper into the paper figure shop, her frail figure resembling a paper man that might collapse at any moment. Be careful, Qin Jia reminded, once more leading Bai Yao to follow. Bai Yao took a deep breath, calming her. She was very afraid of ghosts, but she understood that such fears were of little use. She still hoped to trust her luck. One by one, the others followed the old man into the paper figure shop. Passing through a shop filled with paper wedding cars and Western-style houses, they found a spacious courtyard at the back. The air was thick with the scent of paper and bamboo shavings. The place was large enough to accommodate 60 people. At this moment, before anyone could ask questions, the old woman pulled out a stack of yellowed patterns from her bosom, her bony fingers flicking them onto the stone table in the center of the courtyard. Before sunset, each person must make 10 paper figures in exchange for tonight's lodging. Not even one less. The crowd hurriedly stepped forward to grab the patterns, but as soon as they saw the designs on them, several people gasped in shock. This figure looks just like me. What does this mean? Do we have to make paper figures in our own likeness? The patterns clearly depicted the faces of 60 individuals. A tall, thin chosen one from the Empire of Never-Setting Sun was so frightened that his legs went weak. The pattern fell to the ground. Can I change the pattern? I really can't make this one. Upon hearing this, the old woman suddenly broke into a wide grin, her mouth nearly stretching to her ears, revealing a set of crooked teeth. Change the pattern, then follow me, and I will find you a better one. Wait, no need to change. Alice, quick-witted, immediately picked up the fallen pattern and stuffed it back into the chosen one's hands, then forced a stiff smile at the old woman. No need to change, he just got confused earlier. This pattern is great. The chosen one snapped back to reality and nodded vigorously. Yes, I was mistaken. Let's use this one. I was confused earlier. The old woman's smile instantly froze on her face, resembling a wax statue, and she let out a cold snort. She slowly returned to the corner of the wall, resuming her motionless, numb demeanor. Only her eyes occasionally shifted, reminding others that she was still watching. At this moment, the chosen one from the Empire of Never-Setting Sun was drenched in cold sweat. He had no doubt that if he had followed her earlier, he would have met a terrible fate. Stop dawdling, hurry up and get to work, Qin Jia reminded the chosen ones from Longhua, urging them to stop watching the spectacle. Bai Yao also wanted to participate, but Qin Jia patted her shoulder and whispered, You should have enough paper money, don't make paper figures. It's too strange here. If you can avoid it, better not to make them. Just help us keep an eye on that old woman. Then Qin Jia addressed the old woman again, who also agreed. Bai Yao found a corner where she could see the entire courtyard and set the Taotai down from her arms. The little creature showed no signs of fear. It looked at the paper figures in the courtyard, seemingly drooling. It could smell food in these items. Meanwhile, the others dared not delay any longer. They hurriedly picked up bamboo strips and yellow paper, busying themselves. The sound of scissors cutting paper echoed throughout the courtyard, but it couldn't mask the hurried breaths of the people. However, not long after, strange occurrences began to happen one after another. One chosen one, while cutting yellow paper with scissors, found that even though his fingers were still half an inch from the blade, the scissors seemed to be controlled by something. They trembled and directly sliced through his index finger. Blood dripped onto the paper, and the eyes of the paper figure suddenly glowed red, as if coming to life. "Oh, my hand!" Another chosen one screamed as his middle finger was cut by the scissors. The crowd felt a chill run down their spines, but they didn't dare to stop their actions. If they didn't finish making 10 paper figures before sunset, who knew what consequences awaited them? As time passed, laughter from children occasionally drifted in from outside the window. But each time someone peeked outside, all they found was the empty village road, not even a shadow. This made the laughter sound increasingly eerie. Half an hour passed in a flash. Many people had completed their tasks. When the last chosen one trembled as he placed the 10th paper figure on the ground, the entire courtyard suddenly fell into dead silence. The sounds of wind and laughter vanished completely. In this deathly silence, the door of the paper figure shop creaked open. A slow-paced footstep echoed from the darkness, each sound striking at the hearts of the crowd. Everyone turned in unison to look. A figure walked out from the dark shop, and then a hoarse voice sounded. "Is anyone here wishing to make a deal with me? P.S. Please don't block my path, I really beg you, Shunny." Bai Chen emerged from the darkness carrying a goods-laden pole with a leisurely pace. A string of copper bells hung at his waist, swaying gently with each step. Ding, ding. The sound was crisp and clear. Initially, upon seeing his attire, the crowd was merely curious about which spirit from Jixiang village had arrived. However, when the crowd caught sight of the dragon head, masked, the air in the entire courtyard seemed to freeze. "It's Yue." Bai Yao suddenly stood up. "The national fortune merchant." Her voice rose, pointing directly at the mask, her eyes wide with disbelief. She was certainly unable to forget that mask. In fact, anyone who had encountered Bai Chen in the Undying clan's ruins could not possibly forget that dragon head mask. That robe merchant. This time Bai Yao hesitated to speak, unable to bring herself to call him a conscientious merchant. After leaving the ruins, she had seen clips of the national fortune merchant online. It turned out that his integrity only existed within the Dragon Kingdom. In other countries, he truly exploited every opportunity to cheat. Others had similar reactions. "Tisk, how could I forget you, you rogue merchant? Don't think that just because you changed your clothes we wouldn't recognize you. I am not the national fortune merchant." Bai Chen paused for a moment and glanced at her. "I am a peddler." "Huh?" Bai Yao looked puzzled. "Isn't that still the national fortune merchant?" Bai Chen remained silent. The identity of the national fortune merchant was something he had fabricated, and he could cheat without reservations. But this time was different. The identity of the peddler was assigned to him by the system. His duty was to assist the chosen ones. Of course, he could still cheat if he wanted to, but he wished to salvage a bit of his image. To prevent his foolish younger sister from ruining his reputation further, Bai Chen chose to remain unresponsive. Instead, he scanned the crowd. His voice was not loud, yet it pierced into everyone's ears like a nail. "Paper dolls, 5 each. Cash only, no credit." As soon as he finished speaking, Alice moved. She picked up 10 paper dolls that resembled her own appearance. With elegant steps, she walked closer, twirling a strand of hair with her fingers, and smiled. "So you're the peddler. Given how beautiful I am and how well made the paper dolls are, could you sell them to me for 10 each? She leaned in a little closer, a fragrant scent wafting toward him. She lowered her voice. "Last time my image wasn't great, but this time I've dressed up deliberately." It was evident that Alice did not believe Bai Chen's words at all, seemingly convinced that he was indeed the national fortune merchant. She was inherently a beauty enthusiast. Before entering the Undying clan's ruins last time, she had also made a special effort to dress up. However, after enduring multiple battles, even the most exquisite appearance could be ruined. But this time was different. She was currently at her most radiant moment. Initially, she thought that this national fortune merchant would be somewhat moved. Yet unexpectedly, Bai Chen hardly glanced at her. He simply raised his hand, snatched the paper dolls, and stuffed them into his goods box. His movements were swift and decisive, so much so that Alice had no time to react. The transaction was completed. Bai Chen pulled out a 50 yuan note from another box. Slap. He slapped it into her palm. 50. Transaction completed with the chosen one of the sun never sets empire. Alice, paper money 50. Alice, you. Her elegant smile froze on her face. Holding the yellowing banknote, her face gradually turned red. This was not shyness, but rather a warm embarrassment. In the outside world, in the live streams of various countries, the audience was starting to lose their composure. "I can't take it anymore, Alice, come back. The national fortune merchant says he won't hit you anymore." "Just kidding," the national fortune merchant said. "He'd dare to come back and beat you to death." Why is someone's nose turning? I must say this peddler seems to be more conscientious than the national fortune merchant. At least, he has clear prices and actually pays. Sigma, the peddler absolutely will not accept any coercion. The crowd fell silent. Someone looked down at the paper dolls they had made, quietly reaching out to press their finger against the nose of the paper doll. They began to ponder whether to sell it to this national fortune merchant. Alice's face flushed with anger, but she dared not say anything. Ultimately, she could only return with a belly full of frustration. Just then, A hoarse whisper came from the corner. "Peddler, what are you doing here?" The old woman slowly lifted her head, her eye sockets dark like two empty wells. She trembled as she stood up, a flicker of murderous intent glinting in her eyes. "My shop does not welcome you." Bai Chen glanced at her. He did not feel surprised. The peddler identity assigned to him by the system was not merely a simple identity. He truly existed in this Jixiang village, and the villagers all recognized him. The old woman of the paper-cutting shop wanting to drive him away was also within reason, as the paper dolls she made for the chosen ones were of great use. Bai Chen looked at her, his tone flat. "Get lost." As he spoke, he issued a command to the old woman. The old woman moved. "Are the NPCs about to fight?" Bai Yao eagerly watched alongside Qin Jia. "I don't know." Qin Jia frowned slightly. But regardless, her intuition told her that trading the paper dolls to the peddler was the correct choice. If those paper dolls were taken away by the old woman, something would likely go wrong. "If it really comes down to a fight, I would prefer this peddler to win." Bai Yao pouted. "What peddler?" "I see him clearly as the national fortune merchant. I wonder if he will, considering how cute and beautiful I am, give me something nice again this time." Just as everyone thought this peddler was about to fight the old woman, a scene unfolded that left everyone dumbfounded. The old woman seemed to have found a rope from somewhere. Grasping it, she walked deep into the courtyard, ultimately hanging herself from a tree. Did she really just die like that? Bai Yao stared in shock. At this moment, a chosen one from the sun never sets empire witnessed the old woman being killed. He hurriedly raised his hand, his voice trembling. "I want to sell." "Okay." Bai Chen nodded. The two successfully completed the transaction. The crowd instantly erupted. "I want to sell too. Buy mine first." "Get out of the way, who dares to sell such poor quality?" "Let me sell first." Don't push. "Can we take turns?" Some were so red-faced from arguing, yet no one paid attention to what they were saying. After all, no one could guarantee how many paper dolls the peddler would accept. What if he refused to buy before it got to them? The old woman was dead. How would they get paid? The chosen ones huddled together like madmen, tightly clutching the paper effigies they had crafted, fearing that if they hesitated even slightly, they would miss the chance to sell them. In no time at all, except for Qin Jia, everyone else's paper effigies were sold out. Many people with sweaty palms clutching their paper money finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least they had enough for a night's lodging. In the end, only Qin Jia remained standing in the courtyard. She took a deep breath and walked forward with a calm demeanor, gently placing the 10 paper effigies she had crafted on the stone table. Bai Chen glanced over and instantly burst into laughter. He couldn't help but laugh, but quickly stifled it. Yet it was of no use. Qin Jia still heard him. "Qin Jia, you just laughed, right?" "No, you must have misheard," Bai Chen replied seriously. Qin Jia stared at him with a skeptical look for a few seconds. Then she glanced at the paper effigies she had made. Alright, she couldn't really blame him. Just when she thought the vendor might not take her paper effigies, Bai Chen finally exclaimed two words so ugly. Qin Jia's cheeks instantly flushed with a faint blush. She indeed did not have a talent for this, and had crafted them poorly. But she felt a bit unsettled inside. The old woman was dead, and if these paper effigies did not sell, she would have nowhere to stay tonight. Moreover, who knew what strange happenings might occur in this eerie village at night? She was even prepared to be undercut. It was fine if she received less money as long as she could secure a place to stay. However, before she could think much further, Bai Chen changed his tone. "However, they are uniquely ugly. I've never seen paper effigies with such character before. They are quite collectible. They'll take them for 10 yuan each." Off. Qin Jia was stunned, standing there in a daze with her eyes slightly widened. She even doubted if she had heard it wrong. 10 yuan each. This was double the price compared to others. Before she could react, Bai Chen reached out, grabbed her wrist, and swiftly stuffed the paper effigies into the nearby goods box with brisk efficiency. Immediately after, a rough 100 yuan bill was pressed into her palm. "Thank you." With the money in hand, Qin Jia felt a bit delighted. After completing the transaction with Qin Jia, Bai Chen turned to look at Bai Yao in the corner. "Where are your paper effigies?" Bai Yao, seeing him ask her, shrugged her shoulders with confidence. After completing the transaction with Qin Jia, Bai Chen turned to look at Bai Yao in the corner. "Where are your paper effigies?" Bai Yao, seeing him ask her, shrugged her. Bai Chen replied with an "oh." He then casually walked forward, pulled out a brand new 100 yuan bill from the goods box, and handed it to her. "Forget it. If you didn't make any, then you didn't make any. Since you are already so beautiful, what more is there to say? This 100 is a gift for you." Bai Yao, Qin Jia, other chosen ones. "Wait, you guys." As soon as those words were spoken, the entire place fell silent. Just moments ago, the chosen ones had been so red-faced and nearly on the verge of fighting over 50 bucks. Now they couldn't help but twitch their lips. Favoritism. The NPC is showing favoritism. Alice, who had just calmed down, was now furious again, her chest heaving, almost grinding her back teeth. She realized it was not about whether she was pretty or not. The vendor was simply partial to Bai Yao. Outside the live stream room in Longhua exploded with comments. The refresh rate was so fast it was hard to read. 666, oh Vinder, you aren't even pretending anymore, huh? Well, just earlier you were pretending not to be a national fortune merchant. Damn, why is the national fortune merchant here again? I really don't want to see this crooked businessman. Baka, why don't we have such treatment? Tisk so sour. Bai Yao held that 100 yuan bill, her eyes vigilant as she looked at Bai Chen. You aren't trying to pursue me, are you? But my brother won't let me date. He said that any man who dares to approach me, he will break that person's legs. Upon hearing this, Bai Chen instantly felt a headache coming on. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. He had indeed said that a few years ago, although his sister had never dated, she was at the age where early romance was common. Therefore, Bai Chen was understandably vigilant. Of course, that rule still counted today. He was too lazy to explain anything to Bai Yao. He knew his sister best. If he explained one issue to her, she would come back with 100 questions. He didn't want to get into an argument with his silly sister over trivial matters. There were other transactions waiting for him elsewhere. Bai Chen paid no mind to the various gazes directed at him. He picked up the vendor's burden and turned to leave, the sound of copper bells gradually fading away. The moment he stepped out the door, he vanished instantly. After he left, the crowd in the courtyard was momentarily at a loss for what to do, exchanging glances filled with confusion. Qin Jia was the first to react. She glanced at the spot deep in the yard where the old woman had hanged herself and frowned slightly, opening her mouth to remind everyone. The old woman is dead, and we have the money in hand. We can leave here now and look for a place to stay. Everyone nodded in agreement. The most crucial thing was that no one wanted to stay even a second longer in this bizarre paper effigy shop. Just as everyone was tidying up their things to leave, Qin Jia noticed that Bai Yao had not come along. Instead, she was standing in the paper effigy shop, staring thoughtfully at the remaining paper crafts inside. Yao Yao. Qin Jia walked over and patted her shoulder. What are you looking at? Why aren't you leaving? Bai Yao turned her head, her eyes darting. She chuckled. Sister Qin, I think it's too wasteful to leave these paper crafts. No, Sister Qin, that's not what I meant. I'm not interested in these things. She stepped aside. Qin Jia immediately spotted the gluttonous creature drooling over the paper crafts on the ground. It seems like it is very interested. Qin Jia, well, that's not entirely out of the question. Bai Yao pointed at the mountain of various paper crafts piled up in the shop, including cars, houses, and paper effigies. She said to the glutton, go ahead. These are all yours. Upon receiving approval, the glutton instantly became excited. It opened its big mouth and devoured all the paper crafts in the shop in just a few bites. Nothing remained. Not only that, it even ran back into the courtyard and swallowed the corpse of the old woman who had hanged herself in one bite. After finishing all this, the glutton visibly grew in size. The two girls exchanged glances. It was important to note that previously, when they were in the Undying Clan's ruins, the glutton had eaten so many Undying Clan members and only grown a tiny bit. Yet here in this auspicious village, it had only consumed some paper crafts and hadn't even eaten a real ghost, and it had grown so much. Outside in the Longwa live stream room, the comments flooded the entire screen. Ha, it's still Sister Yao, making sure nothing goes to waste. Paper zombie thief. There are thieves. Glutton, hi, I'm full. Truly deserving of being a glutton, it eats everything. That scared me to death earlier. I thought Sister Yao really liked those paper things, but it turned out it was just because the glutton was hungry. In the next life, I also want to be the glutton raised by Sister Yao. Wake up, bro, you can't even be a dog. An auspicious village at the paper effigy shop. After the feast, the two women quickly followed the crowd. Qin Jia glanced at the sky. The night had spread like spilled ink, and she hurriedly said, let's go, we can't delay any longer, we need to find a place to stay. At this, everyone seemed to awaken from a dream and began to move. At that moment, the red lanterns by the roadside swayed in the wind, casting distorted shadows on the ground, engulfing the entire village in an indescribable, eerie atmosphere. Not long after, the group suddenly saw a villager standing ahead. His face was devoid of any expression, staring at them like a wooden post. The chosen ones instantly became alert, and Andre subconsciously tightened his grip on the giant axe. Others also reached for their weapons. However, the villager seemed unperturbed and spoke first. Do you need a place to stay? 50 yuan a night. Yes, we want it. Hearing this, the chosen ones let out a sigh of relief. After a long day of turmoil, they finally found a place to stay. The 50 yuan earned from selling paper effigies was just enough to cover the accommodation fee. The villager approached expressionlessly, collecting the paper money one by one. After collecting, he nodded and turned to leave, saying, follow me. The group dared not delay and hurriedly caught up with him. After walking for about 5 minutes, a dilapidated inn appeared before them. The inn sign was half fallen, and the remaining characters of auspicious inn had faded. You are the first group to arrive. There are enough rooms. The villager pointed to the creaking inn door, his voice unwavering. 3 people per room. Here are your keys. He threw down a large bunch of keys. Without waiting for a response, he turned and disappeared. As the group pushed open the inn door, a strong, musty smell hit them, making them frown. Everyone team up 3 to a room, and be quick about it. Qin Jia clapped her hands, breaking the silence. The chosen ones did not dare to waste time, and quickly formed their teams. The rooms were assigned randomly, some on the first floor, some on the third, and a few on the fourth. Qin Jia, Bai Yao, and Alice were assigned to room 443. The 3 climbed the creaky wooden stairs to the 4th floor, and pushed open the door to room 443. Inside was much better than the lobby, at least it could be considered clean. Alice was still somewhat dissatisfied. After all, as a royal princess, this environment was still too poor for her. Yet she said nothing. Her dissatisfaction was kept to herself. In this survival of national fortune, having a place to stay was already quite good. Who would dare to be picky? Qin Jia sat on the bed by the door and spoke. We need to discuss what to do next. We can't just remain passive forever. Just like the paper effigy shop today, if it weren't for the vendor's sudden appearance, if that old woman had taken our paper effigies, who knows? It wouldn't have been as simple as it is now. At this moment, Qin Jia remained quite composed. Although this eerie situation was new to her, the strong psychological resilience cultivated on the interstellar battlefield kept her from feeling any fear. But what can we do? Up to now, we haven't even seen the true form of the ghosts. Alice's tone was filled with helplessness. And that vendor's so annoying. Bai Yao whistled, acting as if it had nothing to do with her. Qin Jia shook her head. Now is not the time to be tangled in this. The auspicious village at night is definitely unsafe. Even if we have a place to stay, we cannot let our guard down. Tonight we will take turns keeping watch and remain vigilant. We will check the village for clues tomorrow morning. Just then the 2 women heard Bai Yao's voice. Oh, look what I found. The 2 women looked over at the same time. They saw Bai Yao had unearthed a blue treasure chest from somewhere. Qin Jia. Alice. Meanwhile, Bai Chen was leisurely carrying his vendor's burden slowly, making his way to the last paper effigy shop. As he walked, he complained. There are really few treasure chests at this survival location. Just a moment ago, he had specifically opened the map to check for treasure chests. He discovered there were only 6 blue chests. No wonder it was on nightmare difficulty. There was practically no help to be had. However, even the smallest mosquito is still meat, and Bai Chen still transferred all 3 chests to Bai Yao. She should have found them by now, Bai Chen muttered. He glanced into the paper effigy shop. Inside, the old woman's eyes were moving strangely. She was staring at the group of chosen ones in the courtyard. The lighthouse country and the Sakura country had chosen this place. Tom, Jack, the kimono woman, and the samurai, these 4 great fighters, were gathered together. Yet no one dared to voice any resistance against the old woman. The 2 corpses left in the courtyard with only their skins remaining told the tale of the price they had paid for resistance. Seeing that their paper effigies were nearly done, Bai Chen lifted the curtain and walked in. Upon seeing the familiar dragon head mask, Tom and Jack's eyes instantly turned red. Including the other chosen ones from the lighthouse country, their gazes toward Bai Chen were filled with hatred. The national fortune merchant. It was this guy who had caused their Jerry's death. Otherwise, how could such a strong country as the lighthouse country end up eliminated? The kimono woman from the Sakura country had long heard of the notorious reputation of this national fortune merchant. At this moment, she also fixed her vigilant gaze on Bai Chen. Bai Chen completely ignored their little movements and walked straight toward the old woman in the corner. The old woman raised her head, her eye sockets dark. What do you want? My shop does not welcome you. Her face wore a displeased expression. Because Bai Chen had walked into 11 paper effigy shops. 11 old women had died. This time Bai Chen couldn't even be bothered to talk. After editing an instruction that did not allow for resistance, he directly hanged the old woman on a tree himself. After killing the old woman, he turned his head. Instantly, the chosen ones in the courtyard trembled in fear. Bai Chen's gaze slowly swept over the paper effigies in their hands. He spoke, I'm here to trade to collect paper effigies. Everyone's expression stiffened. They all had grievances against the national fortune merchant. But Tom still asked, how much will you pay? Bai Chen paused. 1 yuan. What? 1 yuan each. Tom exploded instantly. He felt as if he had been played. Bai Chen shook his head. Bai Chen's voice came through the dragon head mask. His tone sounded calm, yet it had an undertone of suppressed laughter. That short sentence exploded in the minds of the chosen ones like a thunderclap. Grab less. Tom's face instantly turned a shade of pig liver. The veins on his forehead bulged. Are you out of your mind? 10 for $1. What's the difference from outright robbery? Exactly, after all our hard work, you're only giving us this little. You could have taken it directly, yet you still want to give us $1. The woman in kimono from Sakura country frowned tightly. She had long heard that the fortune merchants were deceitful, but she never expected it to be to this extent. Not selling? Then forget it. Bai Chen wasn't going to indulge them. He pretended to turn around. Anyway, the old woman is already dead, and I'm the only paper man in the entire Lucky Village. If you keep these paper figures, they are neither edible nor useful, and you'll have nowhere to stay at night. If something from the village sets its sights on this, you will bear the consequences. His tone carried a hint of nonchalance, yet it precisely struck the soft spot of the crowd. In the corner of the yard, the two corpses that were nothing but skin were still there. That was the fate of those who had resisted the old woman. Their deaths were quite strange. If an old woman from a paper-making shop ended up like this, one could only imagine what awaited them at night. They didn't want to repeat the same mistake. Tom was shaking with anger, yet he felt helpless. He knew Bai Chen was speaking the truth. In this bizarre village, aside from this unscrupulous merchant, no one would take these paper figures. This is a blatant scheme. Jack hurriedly tugged at his arm. Forget it, just endure. Having something is better than nothing. At least we can exchange for some money. Maybe we can figure out how to gather enough for lodging. Tom gritted his teeth, his gaze darkly sweeping over the crowd from Sakura country, suddenly rushing forward to snatch away all their paper figures. Some resisted during the process. However, Tom slapped one hard enough to make him spit blood. The woman in kimono and the warrior were enraged but dared not speak. First, their strengths were inferior to Tom and his brother. Secondly, if they dared to resist these two, it would bring trouble from the lighthouse country. They couldn't afford such responsibility. Soon Tom had snatched all the paper figures. Since it's 10 for $1, I'll take all of these. Tom and the others hurriedly approached Bai Chen with all the paper figures and brutally tossed them into the nearby cargo box. Bai Chen ignored their dispute. He pulled out 4 crumpled 10-yuan bills. Take it. Transaction completed with Lighthouse Countries. Chosen 1 Tom. Paper money 40. Good luck to you. Bai Chen didn't even pretend to act. There was a hint of amusement in his voice. It seemed that tricking them brought him joy. Tom's expression twisted in anger. He could only watch helplessly as Bai Chen picked up his burden and turned to leave. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the live broadcast rooms of Lighthouse Country and Sakura Country exploded. Viewers were furious and began to curse. Fuck. This merchant is definitely sent by Dragon Country to target us. This is too much. This is outright cheating. Baka. This is excessive. Why are they so generous to the chosen ones of Dragon Country, yet so harsh on us? It's unfair. We're done for. Our chosen ones only have 40 yuan, and just saw that it costs 50 for a night stay for one person on Dragon Country's side. What do we do now? Selling the paper figures isn't even enough for one person's lodging fee and scrupulous merchant. Tom, hurry and report this merchant to the Blue Star Will. Report. You think we have too many resources. Lucky Village. After Bai Chen left the paper-making shop, he was directly teleported by the system to the edge of the village under an old locust tree. He looked at the mountain of paper figures piled in the merchant's burden, a cold smile creeping across his lips. These paper figures had collected the essence of the chosen ones during their creation. If the chosen one dies, 10 paper figures would be consumed at once to resurrect them. They were a very precious tool for resurrection. However, the premise was that this item could only be used for resurrection if it was in the chosen one's possession. If it was taken by the old woman, it would no longer be a resurrection tool, but rather a tool for death. It would make the chosen ones even more dangerous. Because only when the chosen one dies would the tool for death be able to appear. Just now the old woman from the paper-making shop has taken the paper figures. I don't know where she has put them. Now I only have 2,000 resurrection paper figures in hand. That means 200 chances for resurrection. Among them, the paper figures from Dragon Country, Snow Country, and the Empire of the Setting Sun cannot be used yet. The cooperative relationship among the 3 countries was becoming increasingly solid. Putting those aside, there were only 1,400 paper figures left, which meant 140 chances for resurrection. This nightmare-level difficulty dungeon, distributing 140 chances for resurrection to the 2 of them, means each only has 71 lives. That still feels a bit lacking. Bai Chen muttered to himself while shaking his head. But his hands didn't stop. He directly erased the faces from all the remaining paper figures. Qin Zia's paper figure was too ridiculous. It was utterly unusable. On the other side, several people in the paper-making shop's yard were still arguing about the paper figures that were just snatched. At that moment, footsteps suddenly approached the entrance. The rhythm was slow and heavy. Everyone instantly fell silent, instinctively stopping their quarrel and cautiously looking towards the door. A villager dressed in a gray cloth coat stood there, hunched over with a dazed expression like a puppet. He stared blankly at them and hoarsely asked, "Overnight stay, 50 yuan a night." Tom and Jack exchanged glances, both seeing deep despair in each other's eyes. They only had 40 yuan in hand, not even enough for one person's lodging fee. The 2 from Sakura Country turned pale. They had their paper figures snatched by Tom and didn't have a single penny left. Tom, steeling himself, edged forward with a slightly pleading tone. We don't have enough money. Could you make an exception?" He was mentally prepared to be kicked out, already thinking about where to hide at night. But the villager fell silent for a moment. Then he spoke. "Special price room, 40 yuan for 4 people. Upon hearing this special price, everyone instantly became excited. "We'll take this room." Tom quickly handed over the 40 yuan paper bills. The villager took them and turned to leave. You can stay in this paper-making shop. Ooh, all the ghosts here are dead, so there shouldn't be much danger. Tom looked at the remaining chosen ones and spoke with an undeniable tone. The special price room only had 4 spots. It was certain that only the 4 strongest among them could stay. As for the remaining chosen ones, it didn't concern him. They were merely from another country. If something really happened, so be it. After saying that, he jacked the woman in kimono, and the warrior hurriedly followed the villager. Moments later, they were brought to a dilapidated inn. The villager gave them a key. Room 444. They had no time to think further as the sky had completely darkened. They rushed into the inn searching for room 444. At the same time, in room 443 of the lucky, in the expressions on the faces of the 2 women, Xinjia and Alice, had completely lost their composure. 1, 2, 3. They simply could not imagine how so many treasure chests could be found in such a small room. At this moment, Bai Yao dragged out another blue treasure chest from under the bed. This was the last one. All right, there are no more now. She clapped her hands. We found a total of 6 blue treasure chests. This room was definitely the right choice for us. Xinjia looked puzzled. Why did she feel otherwise? She instead thought that the appearance of these 6 blue treasure chests in room 443 was due to Bai Yao being there. Of course, it was just a guess. She would wait until tomorrow to ask the others if they had found any blue treasure chests outside in the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room. Whoa, why does it feel like Sister Yao is radiating a layer of golden light when I watch her? Wake up, kid. That's not light, it's the effect of luck. I really can't take it anymore. I just peeked into the Sakura Country's live broadcast room, and guess what? Their paper dolls are selling for 10 for $1. What? So cheap? Then what? They have nowhere to stay at night. They're all in that paper shop, but it seems Tom and the others have come to the inn. I wonder which room they are in. Let's open the treasure chests. Bai Yao noticed both women were in a daze and reminded them. You can just open it. Xinjia remained dismissive. Alice, however, was not superstitious and took a treasure chest to try for herself. Thus she took 1, while Bai Yao took 5. Bai Yao rubbed her hands and directly opened all the treasure chests. Inside were 3 talismans, a golden bag, and an old firewood cutting knife. Breaking evil talisman quality blue. A wandering Taoist passed through Lucky Village and discovered its strangeness, wanting to stay and investigate. The next day he died, leaving behind 3 pieces of paper that can temporarily repel ghosts. Golden bag quality blue. Ghosts cannot be killed, but gold can suppress their powers. If you can trap a ghost in this golden bag, you might consider trading it with the merchant. Cutting knife quality blue. I say this knife is sure to dismember any ghost it encounters. This old knife may not last long, and using it might bring similar side effects. 3 rewards were obtained. However, it brought forth much information. The 3 women in the room exchanged glances, all seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Ghosts cannot be killed. Is there really a kind of existence in this world that cannot be killed? There were powerful outsiders before, but no matter how strong they were, they could still be killed. It was just a matter of the price being higher. But now the 3 women learned that ghosts truly cannot be killed. Then what about the old woman we encountered in the paper shop? She seemed to have truly died. Alice frowned, remembering the scene in the paper shop. Xinjia shook her head. Maybe she wasn't a real ghost, or perhaps only the merchant can kill her, I'm not sure. But the information provided by the Tao of Survival cannot be wrong. If we want to deal with real ghosts, we can only use gold to suppress their powers. This information is too important. Fortunately, Yao opened the golden bag. Otherwise, if ghosts appear in the outside world in the future, and we don't know how to deal with them, humanity will surely suffer heavy casualties. Outside, the news that ghosts cannot be killed quickly spread across the globe. Whoa, are ghosts really that terrifying? They can't be killed. I originally thought the monsters in Lucky Village were just a bit strange, but now it seems this is simply a nightmare. The will of Blue Star has gone mad. How can humanity possibly contend against monsters like ghosts? All countries will be eliminated, I'm telling you. Hurry up and collect gold. Without gold, how can we deal with coffin ghosts? At this moment, the global audience was in a state of panic. Except for the Dragon Kingdom, because they had already seen Bai Yao take out that golden Alaska. In room 443. Bai Yao looked at the golden bag and suddenly thought of something. She took out the golden Alaska from the Chosen One's space. If gold can suppress ghosts, then this golden Alaska of mine must also be effective, right? After all, the bullets of the golden Alaska are also made of gold. Xinjia and Alice couldn't help but be taken aback. It seems that is indeed the case. Hiss. The weapon obtained from the Undying Clan ruins can actually be useful in Lucky Village. Then the 3 breaking evil talismans were evenly distributed among the 3 women, 1 for each. The golden bag was in Xinjia's hands. She was more skilled in close combat. Alice didn't dare take the old chopping knife. There was no choice, Bai Yao had to put it away as a trump card. This item was seen as a burden by all 3 women. Dismembering a ghost would also lead to dismembering oneself. So if ghosts cannot be killed, does that mean I cannot be killed either? Alice, it's your turn. After distributing the items, Bai Yao and Xinjia looked at Alice. Alice, imitated by Yao, rubbed her hands, and then directly opened the treasure chest. Silver thread quality blue. What kind of stinky hands can open this? But I'll keep it might be useful. Alice. Her face turned red again. Fuck. This was already the second time Alice had cursed live on global broadcast. After taking out the silver thread, she angrily grabbed the blue treasure chest and stormed towards the door, throwing it out angrily. Go to hell. Opening a treasure chest is one thing, but why do you have to mock me? Room 444, doesn't that number seem a bit? On the stairs, the woman in the kimono frowned while holding the key. Usually she might not think much of it outside, but this was in Lucky Village, a place filled with strangeness. The number 444 was hard not to associate with certain things. Don't think too much about it. Just be grateful we have a place to stay. We must survive this ordeal first, and then we can find trouble with that luck merchant later. The door to room 443 has been closed. Tom's face darkened as he grabbed the woman in the kimono. Let's find a room to settle down first. The woman in the kimono gritted her teeth, ultimately swallowing her anger. The four of them walked towards the room where the treasure chest had been thrown. They discovered it was room 443. Their room 444 was right next door. Inside room 443, Alice pressed her ear against the door, listened for a while, then sat on the bed and whispered, I think I just saw people from the Cherry Blossom Nation and the Lighthouse Nation. Qin Jia was checking a dispelling talisman and nodded upon hearing this. Yes, I heard them. They should be staying in room 444, right next to us. Upon hearing this, Bai Yao looked left and right, then suddenly made a gesture of cutting her throat. Sister Qin, why don't we take advantage of their inattention and eliminate this threat early? No way. Qin Jia shook her head immediately. We don't know if going out casually will trigger danger, and there are 4 of them while we only have 3. It wouldn't be wise to confront them hidden. Bai Yao pouted, sitting back down on the bed somewhat disappointed. In fact, she was just suggesting an idea. If Qin Jia agreed, she would definitely go for it. But since Qin Jia disagreed, she obediently followed and wouldn't act on her own. Qin Jia looked at her expression and suddenly smiled. Just because we can't go out doesn't mean the Tao Tai can't. Bai Yao was taken aback for a moment. She then heard Qin Jia continue, Tao Tai is one of the 4 fiends, and in theory it should be more terrifying than the ghosts in the village. Even if its bloodline isn't pure, it shouldn't be killed by a ghost. She still remembered that even the strongest undead in the Undying clan's ruins had been frightened by the Tao Tai. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had the chance for a successful sneak attack. If even the undead were like that, then the ghosts should be similar. Hearing this, Bai Yao's eyes lit up, and she quickly grabbed the Tao Tai. Did you hear that, little one? I'm letting you out now. Go cause some trouble at the entrance of room 444. It would be best if you could lure the ghost directly into their room. She didn't expect the Tao Tai to take down those 4 people, but creating some commotion to get them targeted shouldn't be a problem. The Tao Tai reluctantly called out. Just as it was about to protest, it saw Bai Yao smiling and raising her hand. The Tao Ya. It swiftly dashed to the door, waiting for Bai Yao to open it. Meanwhile, Tom and the others also entered room 444. As they pushed the door open, a cold wind rushed. The room was empty. There wasn't even a bed, let alone a table or chair, and a thin layer of dust covered the floor. The wardrobe door in the corner was ajar. Damn, what kind of place is this? There's not even a bed. Jack couldn't help but complain, kicking a stone in the corner and kicking up a cloud of dust. Having a place to stay is better than sleeping outside. Tom frowned as he walked to the center of the room. Let's just make do on the floor for one night. However, the woman in the kimono didn't move. She was staring at the slightly open wardrobe door, her face turning pale. I feel something is off. Don't you think? It feels like someone is watching us. The 3 of them paused, glancing around. Other than the dust, there was nothing. The woman in the kimono pointed at the wardrobe. The warrior immediately stepped forward and pulled the wardrobe door open, revealing it to be completely empty. Don't scare yourself. This village is inherently strange. The warrior forced a calm demeanor, but his slightly trembling voice betrayed him. We'd better not sleep tonight. If anything happens, we won't have time to react. Then let's play a game to keep our spirits up, the woman in the kimono suggested. Tom and Jack exchanged glances, then nodded in agreement. It would be too hard to stay awake all night. There was nothing to pass the time with. Playing a game would be better than just standing around doing nothing. How about playing hide and seek? He'll be the cat and you 2 can be the mice. After a countdown of 30 seconds, he'll start looking. Sure, Tom didn't care what game they played. Alright, let's start the countdown. The woman in the kimono turned around and covered her eyes. 30:29. Tom and the others immediately scattered. Although the room was empty, it was quite large with a kitchen and a bathroom. There were plenty of hiding spots. When the countdown ended, the woman in the kimono turned around, looking at the empty room, but not immediately going to search. Instead, her eyes flickered as she looked at the wardrobe she had just checked. If I really wanted to find them, it would be too easy. Why don't I hide too and see who finds who first? She directly hid inside the wardrobe and closed the door tightly. Not long after, she suddenly heard a slow, unhurried sound of footsteps coming from the outside room. The woman in the kimono was still chuckling to herself. It seemed the others couldn't hide and had come out. In a game, how could it be fun without a twist? However, it seemed that the two brothers from the Lighthouse Nation had rather bad tempers. If they got angry later, she would have to coax them well. The woman in the kimono was just thinking. She was completely unaware that the footsteps had already stopped in front of the wardrobe where she was hiding. Creak. In the next moment, the wardrobe door emitted a piercing sound as it was suddenly pulled open. The woman in the kimono looked over but didn't see the warrior. Neither was it Tom or Jack. Instead, a pale face with pure black eyes devoid of any white was staring intently at her. Upon realizing that the woman in the kimono had seen it, its mouth curled up to the roots of its ears. I found you. Oh. A sharp scream instantly echoed throughout the entire inn. In room 443, Bai Yao, who had just let the Taotai out not long ago, was startled by the scream. Did the little one act so quickly? In the corridor, the little Taotai was rubbing against someone's pant leg. Bai Chen stood in front of the door to room 444, the corners of his mouth slightly curling beneath the dragon mask. Isn't it too boring for 4 people to play hide and seek? They'll send you a companion to play with, no need to thank me. Indeed, the ghost was released by him. However, he didn't come solely for the purpose of releasing a ghost. He wasn't that idle. He came to find Bai Yao. He originally came to deliver paper figures to Bai Yao. These paper figures need to absorb the target's essence to take form, and it only takes placing them under the bed for a night. However, the screams from room 444 echoed continuously, piquing his interest, so he leaned against the corridor wall to watch the show. At that moment, the door of the adjacent room, 443, quietly opened a crack. Bai Yao's cautious voice called out, "Brat, come in." The glutton at Bai Chen's feet perked up its ears and scampered over. Bai Yao was focused on pulling the glutton and completely unaware of the figures standing not far away. Inside room 444, Tom, Jack, and the warrior heard the woman's screams in a kimono. They were all startled and rushed out from their hiding spots. When Jack crawled out, his back was covered in dust and a spider web hung from his hair. The warrior directly lunged towards the woman in the kimono. He grabbed her arm and asked urgently what happened. What is going on? The woman in the kimono slumped to the cold floor, trembling uncontrollably. Her face was pale with terror, her eyes bulging. She pointed towards the wardrobe, her voice trembling almost out of tune. A ghost. There was a ghost just now. It opened the wardrobe door and just stared at me, grinning. The 3 followed her gaze. The wardrobe door was ajar and it was empty inside. Are you scared out of your wits? There's no ghost here. Jack frowned. The warrior circled the wardrobe, even reaching in to feel the inner wall, shaking his head. There's nothing. Maybe you're just too nervous and seeing things. The woman in the kimono was almost in tears, flailing her hands in desperation. It's real. I'm not lying to you. Its face was ghostly pale, its eyes were all black, and it grinned while saying it found me. The warrior pressed down on her trembling shoulders, his tone somewhat reassuring. All right, whether there's a ghost or not, let's not play anymore. Let's just squeeze together and sit here for the night and wait until morning to talk. The 4 of them now dared not play any games. If there truly was a ghost, it was already a miracle that the woman in the kimono was still alive. The 4 sat in the center of the room, not daring to look around, move, or speak. The air was filled only with their hurried breathing and the occasional eerie wind from outside. Before long, the woman in the kimono rubbed her shoulders, frowning tightly, as she muttered, "Strange, why do my shoulders suddenly feel so sore, as if a stone were pressing down on them? Ugh, idiot, it's definitely your own psychological effect. Stop mumbling about it here. If you really invoke something, I'll be the first to kill you." After being threatened like that, even though the woman in the kimono felt her shoulder aching even more, she dared not speak out again. However, the 4 were now very calm. But outside in the live broadcast room, the viewers couldn't stay calm. The bullet comments had already exploded. They only knew that the woman in the kimono was not lying, and that it was no psychological effect. There was indeed a ghost that had pulled her out from the wardrobe. And there was a reason why she said her shoulder hurt. Because at this moment the ghost was standing on top of the woman in the kimono, its feet firmly pressing down on her. Only the 4 people in the room couldn't see it at all. What the hell? That ghost hasn't left at all. Fuck. You scared me to death. I was just eating, and when I looked up there was a ghost standing on her head. It scared me so much that I just dropped everything I had. My God. It's so close. Its face is almost touching her hair. Wait, are the people from Sakura Country blind? How can they not see such a big ghost? Why isn't anyone warning her? I'm so scared I won't be able to sleep tonight. I need to go find old Wang's wife next door for comfort. That's called cheating. The viewers from various countries were almost scared to the point of cardiac arrest by this extremely eerie scene. But the 4 in the room remained completely oblivious. The woman in the kimono saw that no one believed her. She shook her shoulders again, trying to alleviate the increasingly heavy soreness. But with that shake, the ghost seemed to become impatient. It slowly lowered its head, its ghostly white face almost touching her ear, its lips moving as if whispering something. The woman in the kimono only felt a tickling in her ear and thought it was dust blown in by the wind, instinctively raising her hand to scratch it. This scene made the viewers in the live room gasp in shock. The ghost is talking to her. I feel like this woman in the kimono is about to meet her end. Baka. This useless girl hasn't even realized there's a ghost standing on her. She's really embarrassing Sakura country. She should hurry and commit seppuku to apologize. In the corridor, Bai Chen had no intention of caring about these people's lives. The ghost was arranged by him. He knew exactly how the woman in the kimono would die. But that was her fate. The ghost was from the inn, and it would latch onto whoever stayed in room 444 at a discounted rate. Even without Bai Chen, this scene would have unfolded. His intervention merely accelerated the timeline. Bai Chen finished stuffing the paper doll under Qinzia's bed and then directly teleported away. He had no intention of staying longer. What if someone woke up in the middle and saw him? How could he explain, I came to stuff paper dolls for you? Only a fool would believe that. Bai Chen's figure had just completely vanished from the room. Qinjia suddenly sat up in bed, as if a switch had been flipped, her eyes wide awake with no trace of sleepiness. Why would a national fortune merchant come to our room? She frowned slightly and muttered to herself. Originally, she felt someone had appeared in the room, and Qinjia had thought it was a ghost. Her hand was already resting quietly on the broken talisman hidden under her pillow. If she hadn't peeked with her eyes slightly open, she would have thrown that talisman away. Though the room was very dark, she could still make out the outline of a figure. It looked like someone carrying a burden. Who else could it be but a national fortune merchant? Qinjia cautiously got out of bed barefoot. The coldness of the floor seeped through her soles, making her more alert. She squatted by the bed and tentatively reached under to touch a pile of soft objects. Pulling one out, she found it was a crumpled paper doll. There was no other way. There were 700 paper dolls. Without crumpling them, they wouldn't fit inside, but it didn't affect their use, just made them look a bit ugly. Qinjia opened the curtains. Using the moonlight to observe, she found the paper surface was dazzlingly white, but its face was completely blank. However, upon closer inspection, she discovered that the blank areas were slowly spreading outlines like an ink painting. Although slow, she could still see that the eyebrows, eyes, nose, and lips bore some resemblance to her own face. Why would the paper doll have my face? She speculated inwardly. Her fingertips traced the edge of the paper doll, recalling how Bai Chen always appeared with goodwill towards Longhua, towards her, and Bai Yao. After hesitating for a few seconds, Qinjia still gently stuffed the paper doll back under the bed. Trust him this once, he shouldn't mean us any harm. After this incident, Qinjia was completely unable to sleep. She turned to look at the other two beds. Bai Yao was curled up into a ball, while Tao Dai lay sprawled out at her feet. Alice maintained her elegance, even in sleep, lying motionless like a statue. It was supposed to be Bai Yao's turn to keep watch at this time. However, Qinjia did not wake them. Holding the broken talisman, she scanned every corner of the room vigilantly. Only when the first light of dawn began to appear did she relax slightly. She had stayed up all night. Qinjia walked to the bathroom and splashed her face with cold water. The chill instantly dispelled her lingering drowsiness. Then she walked to the window where the two were sleeping and gently nudged them. It's dawn, time to get up. Bai Yao opened her eyes groggily and rubbed them. Hey Qinjia, why didn't you wake me to keep watch? Alice stretched lazily as she sat up, rubbing her throbbing temples and mumbling. You didn't call me either. Qinjia was just about to say something when suddenly a cold, emotionless, mechanical voice exploded in the minds of the three. Stage task: staying in the village has been completed. Survivors who complete the task gain 5 speed. Stage task 2, visit the village chief. The first 5 survivors to reach the village chief's home and complete the visit will receive a special reward. As soon as this prompt disappeared, Bai Yao jumped up from the bed as if she had sprung from a spring. Instantly, all drowsiness vanished. Special reward. Qinjia, it's a special reward. Alice also seemed a bit excited. The 3 girls, now experienced, naturally knew what the so-called special reward entailed. It was a national reward. Their purpose in entering the national fortune survival was precisely for this. Qinjia's face couldn't hide her joy, but she quickly restrained her emotions and said in a serious tone, the special reward concerns the nation. We must be among the top 5, but we need to prepare our gear before setting off. This village may not be safe during the day. As she spoke, she took a golden sack from the chosen one's space and tied it around her waist. She then stuffed the broken talisman into her pocket for easy access. Bai Yao directly pulled out a golden Alaska from the space. With a click, she chambered around. Ghosts fear gold. Oh, let's see which ghost dares to mess with us today. Tao Tai seemed to understand, circling around her twice and letting out a howl. Alice. She felt a bit out of place. With nothing of value on her, she could only hold the broken talisman with a bitter expression. The 3 of them quickly packed up, and Qinjia took one last glance at the room. Confirming that the paper dolls under the bed hadn't been disturbed, she spoke, Are we all ready? Let's go. Ready. Opening the door, they could already hear many hurried footsteps inside the inn. Clearly everyone was preparing to rush for the top 5 tasks. Qin Jia found a Longwa chosen one and asked him to relay the message. Your task today is not to visit the village chief, but to continue working. The inn should be safe. You might have to stay here for these 7 days. Alice felt the same. As they left the inn, Andre had already been waiting outside. Let's go. Meanwhile, in room 444, Tom and the others emerged with pale faces. Their eyes were bloodshot and dark circles were prominent beneath them. Clearly they hadn't slept a wink all night. The woman in the kimono still had drooping shoulders, limping as if carrying something heavy. This situation had worsened since last night. Even her back was starting to curve. That Qin Jia from Longwa should have already gone out. We need to hurry as well. We absolutely must get the special reward. And we can't let Longwa get it. Tom snorted coldly. The last thing he wanted to see was Longwa becoming even. The woman in the kimono looked pained. Slow down. Take it slow. The morning in auspicious village was shrouded in thick fog. The red lanterns by the roadside swayed gently in the breeze, lacking the eerie quality of the night, but adding an odd sense of tranquility. Qin Jia, how do we find the village chief? It seems like all the houses here look the same. Qin Jia also looked around. I should be right, the old man who welcomed us into the village yesterday is the village chief. Let's see if we can encounter any villagers and ask around, otherwise we might never find it on our own. Bai Yao and her 3 companions walked along the village path in Jixiang village, glancing around, hoping to encounter a villager to ask for directions. However, they had barely walked for 3 minutes. A suffocating sound of crying suddenly floated over with the wind. Bai Yao halted abruptly, shivering. She was all too familiar with this sound of wailing. Why is it this group of mourners again? She looked ahead with tears in her eyes. In the center of the intersection lay that pitch-black coffin. The glossy coffin gleamed with a cold light. A group of villagers dressed in plain clothes knelt before the coffin, their heads bowed low, their wails even more heart-wrenching than yesterday. Bai Yao instinctively huddled closer to Qin Jia, gently nudging her arm and whispering a question. Sister Qin, should we ask them for directions? But these villagers seemed too strange. They were already crying when we entered the village yesterday, and they're still crying today. Who could have died to evoke such sorrow? Qin Jia furrowed her brows tightly. Her fingers were already gripping the golden sack at her waist. The scene was very eerie, but the path ahead was blocked, leaving them no choice but to move forward. Meanwhile, in the outside world, in the Longwa live broadcast room, seeing the mournful villagers again, the audience was instantly alert. While they're still crying. Dude, who's in that coffin? This is too bizarre. It feels like they're here to block people. That coffin is the same as yesterday's, and it still has the blood of that chosen one from the Asan nation. Commander Qin, should we wait? I see Tom and the others are also coming out. Let them go first. Tom, it's hilarious. That woman from Sakura country is even stepping on a ghost. She really leaves no way out, haha. We can only ask them for directions, at most we can give them something. After all, we've collected quite a few items in the Undying Clan ruins, and this time we have fewer people, so it should be enough. Qin Jia didn't want to waste time. After all, they already figured out the rules of this group of mourners yesterday. At most they would just need to offer some benefits. Seeing that Qin Jia had said so, Bai Yao naturally had no objections. Alice and Andre exchanged glances and nodded after a moment of hesitation. All right. The 4 of them walked towards the villagers. However, just as they got within 3 steps of the villagers, they hadn't even had the chance to speak. The rising and falling cries suddenly came to an abrupt stop, as if a tape had been cut. All the villagers simultaneously raised their heads, their dozens of faces turning towards them in unison like puppets being controlled. Even the sound of their necks turning could be faintly heard. Bai Yao instantly felt goosebumps all over her body. She grasped the back of her Tiao, ready to throw it away at any moment. Tiao. Qin Jia took a deep breath and quickly calmed herself. She took a small step forward, trying to keep her voice steady. Hello, we'd like to ask how to get to the village chief's house. We're here to visit him. The villagers stared blankly at the 4 of them, their eyes hollow like 2 dry wells devoid of any vitality. After a 2-second pause, the leading villager slowly raised a hand and pointed towards the west side of the village. In a hoarse voice, he said, go straight from here and you'll reach it at the end. Thank you. Qin Jia quickly expressed her gratitude, pondering whether they would demand something like last time. However, the villagers simply parted to the sides, clearing a path. Seeing this, the 4 of them dared not hesitate and quickly walked past. As they passed the coffin, they could feel a chill penetrating through their clothes. After walking more than 10 meters, Bai Yao turned around to confirm that the villagers hadn't followed. Only then did the 4 of them relax simultaneously. Alice patted her chest, completely unable to care about being elegant at this point. That scared me, their eyes just now were so creepy. It was best that no danger occurred. The 4 continued to walk. On the way, Bai Yao suddenly frowned at a closed shop by the roadside. Sister Qin, look. Why are all those paper shops from yesterday closed? Qin Jia followed her gaze. Sure enough, the paper shops that were once filled with paper figures with an old woman standing at the entrance were all closed now. Today the shops that were open in the village had all turned into funeral clothing stores. The shops were small and dark with not a soul in sight, only rows of black and white funeral garments hanging on bamboo poles. As the wind blew, the sleeves of the funeral garments swayed back and forth as if waving to everyone. If we earn more money today, I'm afraid I'll have to work at this funeral clothing store. Bai Yao bit her lip, her tone filled with worry. Qin Jia nodded, not stopping her steps. Yao, you don't have to be afraid. The paper money you have now is enough to last 3 days. You have money to spend. If it really doesn't work, just wait at the hotel. Oh, at least it's safe there. I must go to the funeral clothing store after visiting the village chief. Oh, I'm not reassured about the other chosen ones from Longhua. The others did not possess her strength and Bai Yao's luck. Even with experience, the level of danger in the Undying Clan ruins was incomparable to Jixiang village. If they encountered danger, it would be a matter of life and death. Upon hearing this, Bai Yao immediately shook her head, gripping her golden Alaska tightly, her eyes earnestly. Sister Qin, I will go with you. With this golden Alaska, I can drive away ghosts if we encounter them. You've taken care of me so many times, and now it's my turn to take care of you. Since the first day she entered the country's survival game, Qin Jia had been taking care of her. Now in Jixiang village, only Bai Yao could contend with this group of ghosts. How could she possibly leave Qin Jia behind? Qin Jia felt warmth in her heart. She raised her hand and patted Bai Yao's shoulder. All right then, this time I'll have to rely on you. Bai Yao raised her little face. Leave it to me. In fact, there was something else in her heart that she didn't say. What sister? If she came to visit a few more times, she'd be a sister-in-law. By the way, Sister Qin, all the paper shops are closed. If someone stayed in there overnight yesterday, wouldn't that be disastrous? No way. Who would be so foolish as to spend the night in a paper shop? As the four of them chatted and walked, they completely failed to notice a shadow following closely behind them. Bai Chen expressionlessly twisted the neck of a ghost servant, breaking it, and directly tossed the body into the cargo box. This was the third ghost servant he had dealt with on the way. This meant that Bai Yao and the others would have faced 3 attacks. Bai Chen was truly uneasy about Bai Yao, so he had followed behind. There was no choice. The task of visiting the village chief was too difficult. His current level 4 authority could not control the village chief. Perhaps level 5 administrator authority could. But leveling up to 5 required a full 15000 experience. And right now he only had a pitiful 36001500. Leveling up is so hard. Bai Chen sighed. Can I get some more administrator tasks, or maybe a monster slaying task for the chosen ones? The system. 20 minutes later, Bai Yao and her companions stopped walking. They had reached the end of the path as directed by the villagers. However, upon arriving here, the 4 of them were all stunned. What village chief's house was in front of them? There was only a solitary shop, its door wide open, and the interior was pitch black. The sign above the door was engraved with 5 distorted blood-red characters. Jixiang Coffin Shop. Isn't this supposed to be the village chief's house? Why are we at a coffin shop? The 4 were startled. Bai Yao's pupils contracted. She had not forgotten the ghosts that lurked in this auspicious village. The coffin ghost is among them. Now that they have been led to the coffin shop, are they not about to face that ghost? Alice was the first to regain her composure. She took 2 hesitant steps forward, staring at the dark entrance of the shop, and said, "How about we go in and take a look? What if the village chief is inside? We might complete the mission and get the reward right away." Just as she finished speaking, Tao Tai suddenly bared its teeth and growled at the inside of the shop. Its tail was taut like a drawn bowstring, and the fur on its back stood on end. It was as if there was something terrifying inside that instinctively repelled it from entering. Seeing this, Bai Yao and Qin Jia immediately abandoned their thoughts of exploring the coffin shop. If others did not know, how could they be unaware? If something could scare Tao Tai like this, if they truly entered the coffin shop, they would be facing a life-and-death situation. Bai Yao immediately tightened her grip on the golden Alaska. There's something wrong with this coffin shop. Oh, I think we should not go in. Hearing this, Andre frowned. But if the village chief is inside and we don't go in to visit, we won't complete the visitation mission and we won't get the special reward. Just as the 3 hesitated, Qin Jia suddenly shouted sternly, "We cannot go in." The 3 turned back in unison, finding her face had drastically changed, as if she had suddenly recalled something. Qin Jia stepped forward and grabbed Bai Yao's arm, pulling her back. At the same time, she spoke to Alice and Andre. "Let's go. The village chief is not here. I know where he is." "Huh? Sister Qin, you know where the village chief is?" Bai Yao looked confused. Alice and Andre also looked at her in unison. Evidently, they did not understand what she meant. Wasn't the village chief's house this coffin shop? Now you say the village chief is not here. Could it be that the group of weeping villagers tricked them? Alice, being quite curious, although not understanding, still followed up with the question, "Qin Jia, do you mean we were all deceived by those villagers?" Unexpectedly for this question, Qin Jia shook her head. "They didn't lie. Oh, I asked the wrong question." As soon as she spoke these words, the 2 became even more confused. However, Bai Yao's eyes lit up as if she had understood something. I understand now, as Sister Chin was asking where the village chief's house is to pay a visit, so the villagers told us it was the village chief's house, but the village chief might not necessarily be at home. If we rashly enter that coffin shop, we might end up dead in there. As for where the village chief is, I don't know that. Qin Jia nodded. Bai Yao was expressing exactly what she meant. All right, let's not ask any further. Follow me back. Where the village chief is, I'm just guessing, but I think I'm likely correct. The four hurriedly retraced their steps. However, they had not walked for 5 minutes before they ran into Tom and his 3 companions who were rushing over. Among them, the woman in kimono was the most eye-catching. She was now completely unable to straighten her back, bending at a 90-degree angle, her face pale. Had it not been for the samurai supporting her, she might have had trouble walking. Tom was taken aback when he saw Qin Jia and the others walking back. Then his brows furrowed into a knot, and he directly blocked their way. Why are you going back? Isn't the village chief's house over there? Haven't you completed the visitation mission? His eyes widened in disbelief as he questioned, what does it matter where we go? Before Qin Jia could reply, Andre was the first to lose his temper. He had long been displeased with this group from Lighthouse Country. I didn't ask you, are you looking to fight me? Tom's expression darkened. Just then, everyone present suddenly heard the sound of a gun being cocked. Click! Get out of the way. Bai Yao narrowed her eyes, holding the golden Alaska. She had already begun to aim. Seeing her prepared to fire, the faces of the four across from her changed drastically. They were aware of the power of the golden AK-47. Even the undead could not withstand its might, let alone them. Put your gun down. At that moment, 3 steel nails suddenly appeared in the woman's hand. She was an expert in hidden weapons from Sakura country. She was confident she could take Bai Yao's life the moment she fired. Even though she could not straighten her back now, it did not affect her. Her posture was just a bit awkward. Suddenly, Qin Jia, who had been silent, drew her long sword. If your country wants to be eliminated, feel free to try it. She actually did not wish to engage in a full-blown fight with other chosen ones in Auspicious Village. If she could secure a one-hit kill, that would be fine, but if she were injured, she could very well be taken advantage of by the monsters here. However, that did not mean she would tolerate the provocations from other chosen ones, especially from Lighthouse Country and its lackeys. Just then, the woman in kimono suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. She fearfully glanced around, but found nothing out of the ordinary. However, as a hidden weapon expert, her instincts were very accurate. She could almost confirm that if she dared to strike at Bai Yao, she would immediately meet a tragic end on the spot. What the hell? Forget it, Tom. Let's hurry to find the village chief's house. The woman in kimono put away the steel nails as she had backed down. However, Tom did not care about her life at all. He wanted to press forward one more step. Just as his foot was about to lift, Qin Jia's sword moved. Whoosh! Tom reacted quickly and hurriedly retreated. But his chest was still sliced open. Had he been a moment later, he might have been cut in half. FCK. Tom cursed angrily then. He ran directly. The other 3 were stunned for a moment and hurriedly followed suit. It was no joke. If Tom was running, what were they waiting for? The Dragon Country had rewards from the previous National Fortune survival, while they had nothing. Outside in the Dragon Country live broadcast room, seeing Tom and his group fleeing in panic, the audience burst into laughter. Humorous Tom, the one who wanted to make a move, was him, and he was the first to run. This guy has been so cocky from the beginning. I thought he was really impressive, but it turns out to be this. Speaking of which, what exactly is Commander Chin playing at? She said she knows where the village chief is, but I can't figure it out at all. If you could figure it out, you wouldn't just be watching the live broadcast at home. Hiss. Did you all see just now? That ghost on the woman in kimono seemed to have been staring at Sister Yao all along. Holy SHD. I saw it too. It can't be waiting to harm Sister Yao after the woman in kimono dies, right? Big guts. How dare a mere little ghost act against Lady Yao? She sheds a tear, and I wipe out a city. Leave me Shweb Bingcheng alone, thank you. Auspicious Village. 20 minutes later. A suppressed wailing sound reached their ears, but the people were unseen. The sound arrived first. The 4 lightened their footsteps. Only when they got closer did they discover the leading villager was sitting beside the coffin with his back to them. He was holding a hammer, knocking something on the coffin lid, producing a dull thudding sound. The 4 of them walked lightly, approaching the wailing villagers. With each step closer, the cries resonated more intensely, tightening their hearts. After all, it was known that this group of villagers were not human, but rather ghosts, with the specters so near who wouldn't feel fear in their hearts. Finally, the 4 could clearly see what the villager who was knocking on the coffin was doing. He was squatting next to the coffin, his back to them, gripping a rusted hammer. He was striking the coffin nails. The nails were dark and rusty, with a hint of dark red stains at the tips. With each strike, the coffin gently trembled, as if something inside was stirring. The sound of their footsteps startled him. The villager paused, slowly turning his head. His hollow eyes fixed on the 4, filled with confusion. Didn't I already tell you where the village chief's house is? Why are you back here? Qin Jia stepped forward. Her gaze was locked on the ominous coffin as she calmly said, I came to pay a visit to the village chief. Please let him meet with us. Upon hearing this, Bai Yao and the others were momentarily stunned. Bai Yao blinked and quickly glanced around. The kneeling villagers remained as still as statues. Apart from the eerie coffin, there was no sign of the village chief. Andre furrowed his brow and muttered, "Could the village chief be mixed in with these villagers? But no one looks like a village chief, right?" Alice looked at Qin Jia in confusion, then at the coffin. The words that came to her mouth were swallowed back down, leaving her feeling uneasy. In the outside world in the Dragon Country livestream, not only were Bai Yao and the others puzzled, but so, what does Sister Qin mean? The village chief is here. I've been staring at the screen and can't find him. Could it be those kneeling villagers? That doesn't seem right. Wait, it seems we've overlooked something. Don't forget about the coffin. What if the village chief is in the coffin? Oh my, watching you all guess gives me goosebumps. That seems logical. The village chief's family runs a coffin shop, so isn't it normal for the village chief to rest in a coffin? Normal, my foot. Who sleeps in a coffin at their own coffin shop? The leading villager, after hearing Qin Jia's words, immediately displayed an impatient expression and squeezed out a sentence from his throat. What a hassle. He casually tossed the hammer to the ground, then reached out grasping a half-driven coffin nail and pulled with force. The nail was forcibly extracted from the coffin lid, dripping dark red blood from its sharp tip. He discarded the nail aside, grabbed the edge of the coffin lid with both hands, took a deep breath, and pushed it aside with all his might. Creak. A piercing screech echoed, making one's teeth ache. The coffin lid was initially pushed open with a gap the width of a finger. Then with a strong shove, the lid crashed down heavily onto the ground. Bai Yao and the others held their breath, their eyes fixated on the interior of the coffin. Inside the coffin lay a layer of dark satin upon which rested an old man. It was the same old man who had welcomed the chosen ones from various countries at the village entrance yesterday. So he was the village chief. Upon seeing the village chief truly inside, Qin Jia also breathed a sigh of relief. She had guessed correctly. She then explained to everyone. Actually, I felt something was off yesterday. We had been following the village chief closely, but in the blink of an eye he vanished, and then we encountered the mourning villagers. At that moment, I wondered if the village chief might be in the coffin. However, I had too few clues at the time, and wasn't sure if my guess was correct, so I didn't bring it up. Only after seeing that the village chief's home was actually a coffin shop did I start to confirm my suspicions from yesterday. Now it turns out he had been in the coffin all along. Bai Yao made a face, contemplating visiting the village chief lying in the coffin. This was too eerie. Could it be that the village chief was actually a coffin ghost? No. In the information at the survival site, the village chief and the coffin ghost were clearly separate entities. The village chief was the village chief, and the coffin ghost was the coffin ghost. Forget it. Who cares what kind of ghost it is? Now that we are here, and besides, isn't this village filled with strange happenings? At that moment, the four suddenly heard a familiar coughing sound. In the next instant, the old man in the coffin suddenly opened his eyes wide. You have come to visit me. Is there something you wish to discuss? Meanwhile, as Bai Yao and Qin Jia successfully visited the village chief amidst the mourning villagers, Tom and his group had already arrived at the coffin shop at the end of the village road. Is this the village chief's house? Tom felt something was off and hesitated about whether to go in. What are you afraid of? The chosen ones from Dragon Country just went in and came out unscathed. Are we really worse than Dragon Country? Jack felt embarrassed about their earlier escape. Now that he thought about it, they simply lacked weapons as powerful as Qin Jia's. With a good weapon, Qin Jia would definitely not be their match. So now in front of the coffin shop, Jack did not want to lose face. What he didn't expect was that Qin Jia was there. But she didn't go inside. Only a fool would walk in there. Let's wait a bit. Tom grabbed Jack, who was hastily trying to enter. Then he turned to look at the woman in the kimono. What are you looking? The woman in the kimono was startled. Could it be? She felt an ominous premonition. Sure enough, the next moment Tom grabbed her and moved forward. You should be aware of your own situation. I now believe what you said yesterday. Oh, indeed, there is a ghost involved. And that ghost must be targeting you. We cannot help you, and judging by your condition, you probably won't last long. How about you scout for us? If the mission succeeds, the reward will be yours from Sakura Country. If it fails, the four of them now dared not play any games. If there truly was a ghost, it was already a miracle that the woman in the kimono was still alive. The cries of the woman in the kimono were muffled inside the coffin shop. The shop was engulfed in darkness, and she gradually began to feel a sense of despair. Outside in the live broadcast room, the reactions of the audiences from various countries were varied. Tom was absolutely right. This woman from the Sakura Country was not going to live much longer. She was meant to be a scout. Otherwise, what would happen if our chosen ones from the Lighthouse Country encountered danger? Exactly, I support Tom. It's an honor for our Sakura Country to serve the Lighthouse Country, and this woman actually dares to resist. Fortunately, her husband seems to be sensible. Tisk, how can one become addicted to being a dog? My useless husband, reality check. The woman in the kimono cried her heart out, her throat nearly hoarse from screaming. At that moment, a steady sound of footsteps came from the depths of the shop. In the quiet space, the sound was exceptionally clear. The woman in the kimono suddenly raised her head and saw a figure with a goods-laden shoulder pole slowly approaching. It's that merchant, the national fortune merchant. She seemed to grasp onto her last lifeline, crawling over and desperately clutching the pant leg of Bai Chen. Save me. Please save me. As long as I can live, I'll do anything. Bai Chen remained silent with little expression on his face. He slowly raised his hand. In the next moment, he accurately grasped the ghost that was on the woman's shoulder. The ghost struggled wildly after being captured, emitting sharp and piercing shrieks as its limbs flailed in the air. Bai Chen's gaze turned cold. He raised his hand and slapped it twice with a loud crack. The crisp sound of slaps echoed in the shop, and the ghost immediately became obedient. Then Bai Chen forcefully twisted his wrist. With a sharp crack, the ghost's neck was directly broken. He casually tossed the ghost's corpse into the cargo box behind him. This ghost actually dared to look at his sister just now. If it dared to look today, tomorrow it might dare to lay hands on Yao Yao. Therefore it had to die. Seeing that the ghost on her body had been dealt with, the woman in the kimono was overjoyed, her tear-streaked face still damp as she hurried to express her gratitude. However, Bai Chen's icy voice spoke before she could. Do you think I am helping you? The smile on the woman's face instantly froze. Bai Chen moved aside, and she quickly saw a pitch-black coffin silently placed not far behind the merchant. Unbeknownst to her, the coffin lid had already been lifted. Bai Chen directly grabbed the woman's arm. A week from a day of despair, she had no strength left to resist. Unable to move as Bai Chen dragged her towards the coffin, she could only emit helpless screams. At that moment, a system prompt suddenly rang in Bai Chen's mind. Warning. Multiple instances of intentional harm against chosen ones detected from the administrator. Please adhere to administrator behavior norms. Bai Chen, is there a punishment? No, just a warning. Bai Chen, then I won't listen. After saying that, he exerted force and threw the woman in the kimono into the coffin. Then with a heavy thud, he closed the coffin lid sharply and decisively without needing to issue any commands. The coffin was immediately filled with the woman's piercing screams, which lasted only a few seconds before abruptly stopping. Then with a heavy thud, he closed the coffin lid sharply and decisively without needing to issue any commands. The coffin was immediately filled with the woman's piercing screams, which lasted only a few seconds. Thus, anyone who posed a threat to Yao Yao had to die. On the village road, Qin Jia was still pondering how to respond to the village chief's inquiry. After all, the task required a visit, as she couldn't just stand there in silence. But before she could formulate her words, the old man in the coffin spoke again. Tomorrow is the village festival. Since you are here, remember to help out at the ancestral hall tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly lay back in the coffin, stretching out his withered hand to pull the coffin lid back into place. His movements were extremely practiced. The four people in front of him hadn't even reacted to what had just happened. In the next moment, the national fortune survival prompt rang clearly in the minds of all chosen ones. Simultaneously, it spread across the live broadcast rooms in various countries. The chosen one from the Dragon Country, Bai Yao, has completed the task of visiting the village chief. Special reward from the Dragon Country, 5,000 tons of gold resources. The chosen one from the Dragon Country, Qin Jia, has completed the task of visiting the village chief. Special reward from the Dragon Country, 1 special golden battleship. The chosen one from the Sun Never Sets Empire, Alice, has completed the task of visiting the village chief. Special reward from the Sun Never Sets Empire, 5,000 tons of gold resources. The chosen one from the Snow Country, Andre, has completed the task of visiting the village chief. Special reward from the Snow Country, 5,000 tons of gold resources. All special rewards were unexpectedly gold. The entire venue fell into a strange silence in an instant. No one expected that the task would be completed by the Dragon Country so quickly. In front of the coffin shop, Tom and Jack stared at each other, and after a long while, one finally spat out, "Fuck. We were tricked." Bai Yao opened her mouth. Was it this simple? I thought there would be a fight. Andre also widened his eyes, scratching his head in disbelief. Alice patted her chest. It's good that it's done. You idiot, what good would it do us to fight with ghosts? Only Qin Jia frowned. Don't celebrate too early. The village chief wants us to help with the village festival tomorrow. I feel it's not a good thing. The four of them fell silent. Indeed, the real danger might very well be tomorrow. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, the audience's joy quickly faded. At the same time, in the coffin shop, Bai Chen sat on the coffin, looking at the slowly emerging system panel. In the column of the chosen ones, the originally fixed list of 20 people now unexpectedly had the words Tao Tai added at the end. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, this was still his doing. Ever since his permissions were upgraded to level 4, he had unlocked a small feature that he had not paid much attention to before, which was not mentioned during the permission update. He had only just discovered it while idly looking at the list earlier. It was the adjustment of the Chosen Ones list. Now the quota for the Chosen Ones in Long Country had temporarily become 21. However, once the mission in Jixiang Village concluded, one person would be removed from the Chosen Ones team. In fact, this was a good thing for the other Chosen Ones in Long Country. Bai Chen had limited energy and could not care for everyone as he did for Bai Yao. Ordinary Chosen Ones still faced a life-or-death situation. What if? Bai Chen squinted at the list. What if I add my own name to the list of the Chosen Ones in Long Country? He suddenly had such a thought. If he could add his name, could he also join his sister in the quest for survival? If he could participate, wouldn't that be like the administrator directly intervening? The more Bai Chen thought about it, the more excited he became. In fact, it didn't matter whether he was cheating, he just wanted to be with Bai Yao. In the outside world within the Long Country's interstellar army headquarters, a huge sealed warehouse suddenly had 5,000 tons of gold appear out of nowhere, forming a small mountain of glistening gold. The dazzling light almost blinded the eyes, illuminating the entire warehouse. The person in charge, Qin Jun, suddenly narrowed his eyes. He had been waiting for this moment. He immediately raised his hand and ordered everyone be on alert. Quickly dispatch professional sealing personnel and master craftsmen here, record everything on video, and the gold must be properly secured. Not a single error can occur. This gold is not for the market, it is our lifeline. Perhaps by the time this quest for survival ends, there will be an additional foreign enemy on the interstellar battlefield. Qin Jun had already reported to headquarters as soon as he saw the special reward prompt during the live broadcast. Ultimately, it was confirmed that all 3 special rewards would be allocated to the interstellar army. After all, no matter how one looked at these rewards, they were intended for combating evil spirits. The interstellar army was on the front lines against both foreign enemies and evil spirits. These resources would only have maximum effect in their hands at critical moments. Just as he arranged for the gold sealing, Qin Jun's communicator started beeping urgently. It was very urgent. General, the Golden Warship has also appeared, and the technical department is currently testing various performance parameters. Everything is normal. The excited voice of his subordinate came through the communicator. Qin Jun's tense nerves relaxed slightly as he exhaled, hanging up the communicator and turning towards the command center. However, just as he pushed open the door to the command center, a chilling gust of wind met him, making him shiver, and his nerves tightened instantly. Inside the room, the advisors were all sitting upright, their backs straight, but their expressions were unusually stiff. Their eyes involuntarily glanced towards the conference table. Following their gaze, Qin Jun saw a barefoot woman standing at the center of the conference table. Her head was lowered, long hair obscuring most of her face, her expression numb, and a faint cold aura surrounded her. Qin Jun's pupils contracted sharply. He recognized this ghost. It was the one that appeared in Jixiang Village, haunting the woman in a kimono. Hadn't it been captured by the peddler and stored in a cargo box? How did it become a special reward for Long Country? Qin Jun pondered for a long time, but could not understand. But this did not prevent him from erupting with uncontrollable ecstasy. He quickly walked to the conference table, circled around the ghost twice, observing it closely, unable to hide the excitement on his face. He was not excited about how powerful this ghost was. In the interstellar battlefield, any battle with foreign enemies involved at least 50,000 participants. Although the ghost was strong, it dealt single target damage. It actually wouldn't have much effect on the battlefield. What excited Qin Jun was the word controllable. As long as it could be controlled, this ghost could be assigned to closely protect important figures such as researchers and high-ranking officers. It could also be sent to research departments for in-depth study. As long as they could decipher the ghost's weaknesses and characteristics, mastering their rules would allow Long Country to take the initiative when encountering evil spirits in the future, which was much better than simply having a strong fighting force. Of course, if a decapitation operation was needed, the ghost could unleash her true power. Immediately notify the research department to send the top team over for coordination. Conduct strict monitoring throughout. She must be securely guarded. The ghost should not undertake any operational arrangements for now. Commander Qin will decide once she returns from the quest for survival. However, in the interstellar army, he had to listen to Qin Jia as she held the highest authority. He could arrange for the gold and the warship. However, in the interstellar army, he had to listen to Qin Jia as she held the highest authority. He could arrange for the gold and the warship. But matters concerning evil spirits should still be left to those with experience. In Jixiang Village, in front of the coffin shop, Tom and Jack turned pale upon hearing the completion notification for the task of visiting the village chief. The two exchanged terrified glances, both seeing the strong fear in each other's eyes. Without any hesitation, they turned and ran back. Fuck, we've been tricked. This coffin shop is definitely a trap. Jack's voice cracked. The arrogance they had just displayed had vanished without a trace. The warrior followed closely behind his legs, trembling with fear, his face filled with dread. Fortunately, they had pushed the woman in a kimono into scout, otherwise if they had entered rashly, they would surely have died inside. The three of them ran frantically along the village path for several hundred meters. As they turned a corner, they crashed right into a group of people. Fuck, are you saltwater shrimp? Tom was in a state of anger and panic. A casual glance revealed they were not villagers, but chosen ones, and he raised his head to curse. However, after a furious tirade, the other party showed no reaction, offering neither apology nor anger. Only then did Tom raise his head. Why are you here? He was stunned. Standing before him were indeed the chosen ones from their lighthouse country and cherry blossom country. What are you doing here? Jack also stopped asking in surprise. They were well aware that this group had stayed overnight in the paper shop. When they discovered the paper shop was closed today, the two had thought for sure they were doomed. Yet now they stood before them completely unharmed. Not a single person was missing. It seemed that they had not experienced any danger at all last night. What happened while you were staying in the paper shop last night? Tom, we didn't stay in the paper shop. One person stepped forward to respond. After you left, we followed you out. Although there were no ghosts in the paper shop, something still felt off. Fortunately, we all managed to escape, otherwise we might have been trapped inside today. The person spoke with a sense of relief from having survived a disaster. At this moment, the warrior also caught up. So where did you spend the night? Did you encounter any danger? We just sat by the roadside all night, and there was no danger at all. Hearing this response, Tom and the others exchanged incredulous glances. They had paid 40 yuan for a discounted room at an inn, encountered a ghost, and the woman in kimono had died as a result. Now they were being told that they had spent the night by the roadside without any danger. What a joke. Had they known this would be the outcome, they wouldn't have gone to that so-called discounted room. They had been led to their doom. I see that the shops opening today are the funeral shops. If what you say is true, then we might as well not work for money. We could just sit by the roadside, survive these few days, and be done with it. Jack's expression seemed to have seen. Indeed, this was definitely a trap like the coffin shop. Jixiang village was different from the Undying clan ruins. In the ruins, one only needed to face the monster's attacks. But here one also had to guard against various traps set by the rules. The task of staying overnight in the village must be one of them. Not staying overnight in an inn wouldn't pose any danger. On the contrary, going to the inn meant working for money. Working for money would lead to being tricked by unscrupulous fortune merchants. There were various dangers in the shops as well. Finally, reaching the inn didn't guarantee safety either. Therefore, sitting by the roadside was the best choice. In the outside world, in the live broadcast room, Jack and others were completely unaware that the audience was filled with terror. Fuck. Don't believe them. They spent the night in the paper shop last night, and now their camera is dark. Tom, are you scared of the saltwater shrimp? Look at their expressions. Is that how a living person should look? It's over. These two fools are going to meet their end, aren't they? But Tom and the others couldn't see anything. They were completely unaware of the anomaly. The expressions on the faces of this group of chosen ones were frozen, their faces pale. However, Tom merely thought they were just scared after sitting in a ghost village for a whole night. Who could rest well in such a... Jack the assassin was still patting his chest in self-satisfaction. It's settled. Tonight we will camp by the roadside and absolutely won't touch any shops in the village. I refuse to believe we can encounter ghosts again. Tom and the warrior nodded repeatedly, especially the warrior. He wore a look of relief from surviving, completely unaware that he had already stepped into a trap more dangerous than a coffin shop. Meanwhile, on the village road in Jixiang village, Bai Yao held up a taoya, looking at it with a strange expression as she examined it up and down, even poking its belly with her finger. You little rascal actually became a chosen one. If you can be a chosen one, can my brother also be? Qin Jia was rendered speechless by Bai Yao's peculiar metaphor, her mouth twitching slightly. Rubbing her temples helplessly, she said, "Why do you compare your brother to a beast? They are not the same at all." Bai Yao chuckled. "I'm just used to it." As they joked, the four began searching for their own countries, chosen ones in the village. Not far along, they spotted a funeral clothing shop with its door wide open. However, a glance inside revealed it was run by people from Asian country. Bai Yao turned and left. After a few more shops, they finally found the chosen ones from Longhua. In front of this shop, through the open curtain, Bai Yao saw several chosen ones from Longhua busy with their heads down. Not only them, but also the chosen ones from the Unsetting Sun Empire were among them. Andre scanned the area, but did not see his companions from Shuegua, so he waved to the three. "I'll go look for my teammates, you all continue with your work." After saying that, he turned and quickly left, his footsteps carrying a sense of urgency. The people from Shuegua were not with Longhua. That would definitely be dangerous. He had to hurry and find them. After Andre left, Bai Yao, Qin Jia and Alice lifted the curtain and entered the funeral clothing shop. The shop was filled with a strange odor of old fabric intermingled with a faint hint of mildew. "Are you here to buy funeral clothing? 50 yuan each." At that moment, a cold voice sounding quite stiff. They turned to look in the direction of the voice. The three women saw a plump woman standing behind a counter. Her expression was very unnatural, resembling the paper effigies they had seen yesterday. She was wearing a brand new funeral garment. Bai Yao first looked at her, then glanced at herself, and finally tilted her head to look at Qin Jia. Her tone immediately became a bit displeased. TCH. She turned to look at Alice, feeling slightly more balanced inside. Qin Jia didn't notice Bai Yao's little mood. We aren't buying funeral clothing, we are here to work. The plump woman raised her head. You three. Two of us, she looked at them. Qin Jia pointed to herself and Alice. The plump woman nodded. All right, then you two will sew 20 pieces of funeral clothing each. The stitches must be neat, not a single one should be slanted, or it won't count. Each piece of funeral clothing must also be embroidered with the characters for longevity. Finish before sunset, and each piece will earn you 2.5 yuan. 2.5. Alice frowned. This funeral clothing shop sells each garment for 50 yuan, yet we only get 2.5 for making one. Each piece of funeral clothing must also be embroidered with the characters for longevity. Finish before sunset, and each piece will earn you 2.5 yuan. Qin Jia tugged at Alice. This should be the rule. We can earn a maximum of 50 yuan per day working, pushing us to continue working afterwards. Alice understood this as well, but still felt unhappy. However, there was no choice but to do it. They couldn't just sleep on the streets. Who would be so foolish as to voluntarily spend the night outside? The two each picked up a neatly folded set of white cloth and needle and thread, finding a vacant spot to sit down. Bai Yao set down the taoyue, directly lifting the golden Alaska, her eyes aiming at the plump woman, seeming ready to fire at the slightest movement from her. She would not allow anyone so large to exist in this world except for Qin Jia. The shopkeeper said nothing more, merely sitting slowly while her gaze fixated on the chosen one's sewing, repeatedly urging, hurry up, and so it needs to be worn tonight, don't waste time, or it could lead to serious consequences. Her voice was not loud, but it pricked at the hearts of everyone like a needle. The chosen ones dared not slack off, quickly busying themselves with their heads down the thread weaving through the white cloth. Qin Jia and Alice moved swiftly. Before long, they matched the speed of the other chosen ones. As time passed, everyone had sewn up to the 19th piece of funeral clothing. The sun outside was about to set. As they were about to complete the task, a hint of relief appeared on each person's face. But just then, a dressing mirror hanging in the corner of the shop suddenly cracked with a loud sound. The glass shattered into cracks resembling a spider web. Fresh red blood seeped from the fissures, slowly flowing down the mirror and pooling on the ground. It exuded a strong smell of blood. What's going on? Everyone looked up in unison. They saw the blood in the mirror continuing to seep out gradually, revealing a ghostly figure clad in funeral clothing. Its face was a bluish-gray, eye sockets sunken, and its mouth split to the ears, reaching out with a withered hand towards the mirror. The next second, the ghostly figure slowly walked out of the mirror. It held a sewing needle that glimmered coldly in its hand. Be careful! Qin Jia shouted softly, suddenly standing up ready to draw her longsword. But just then, tat-a-tat, a dense gunfire erupted. Bai Yao had opened fire. The golden bullets rained down upon the funeral clothing ghost, each bullet precisely striking its body. Each bullet slowed the ghost's movements. Stop! The plump woman's expression changed instantly. The stiffness that had been on her face vanished, replaced by a fierce look. Bai Yao cast a glance at her. The gun muzzle slightly adjusted its direction, firing a few shots at her as well. Puff! 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 The bullets pierced through the plump woman's chest, and the next second she deflated like a punctured balloon, ultimately turning into a paper effigy. Bai Yao watched the paper figure on the ground collapse into a crumpled heap, and a faint smile finally curled at the corners of her lips. Her mood instantly lightened. Having dealt with the paper effigy of the shopkeeper, she redirected her aim toward the burial gown ghost that had crawled out of the mirror. By now, the burial gown ghost had been slowed by the golden bullets, its ashen skin riddled with holes. Without a word, Bai Yao unleashed another volley of shots. The burial gown ghost let out a piercing shriek before collapsing to the ground, completely immobilized by the golden bullets lodged within its body. Only then did Bai Yao nod in satisfaction and holster her golden Alaska. Meanwhile, outside, the Dragon Kingdom's livestream had erupted into chaos. Viewers who had been fretting over the safety of their nation's chosen one witnessed Bai Yao dispatch both ghosts with a single burst of gunfire, and their excitement ignited instantly. Holy crap! Sister Yao is a beast. This golden Alaska is way too overpowered. Why do I feel like Sister Yao was getting revenge on that shopkeeper? Hiss. I'm starting to think this golden Alaska was tailor-made for Lucky Village. Exactly. Infinite golden bullets are a natural counter to evil spirits. No matter what ghost you are, can you still move after 100 golden bullets? If 100 isn't enough, then 200. The Dragon Kingdom's audience cheered. Meanwhile, viewers from other nations grew uneasy, especially those from Sakura country. They couldn't shake the feeling that this golden Alaska should have been theirs. Inside the burial gown shop, after a brief lull, Qin Jia drew the golden sack from her waist. Golden bullets can suppress it, but it's not foolproof. Let's use this to contain it for now. She stepped forward and slipped the burial gown ghost into the sack. Just then Alice's expression shifted abruptly as she pointed at the flattened paper figure on the floor. A sudden realization dawned, and she exclaimed, "Wait a second. If she's dead, who's going to pay us?" Her words struck like a bucket of cold water, jolting everyone present. In their rush to neutralize the threat, they had all forgotten that their work was meant to earn money. Now that the shopkeeper had turned into a paper figure, all the burial gowns they had sewn all afternoon would be for nothing. Yet no one blamed Bai Yao. After all, given the situation, if Bai Yao hadn't acted against the shopkeeper immediately, waiting until someone died to retaliate would have been too late. Now everyone was fretting over what to do for the night. They couldn't possibly sit by the roadside all night, could they? That would be idiotic. Bai Yao scratched her head, also feeling troubled. Earlier she had only been focused on fighting the ghosts. She had completely forgotten about the money. Though she still had some cash on her, it was nowhere near enough to cover lodging for her. Qin Jia pondered for a moment before speaking firmly. "Maybe we can take the finished burial gowns with us. Another shop in the village might want them." Alice's eyes lit up. "That's a good idea. Lucky Village has more than just this shop. We can go ask around and see if we can trade these gowns for money. After all, these gowns were sewn according to the standard requirements, and all shops should have the same rules." As they discussed how to handle the burial gowns, the shop door creaked open. A figure carrying a peddler's pole stepped inside. Everyone looked up and instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Well, now there was no need to worry about money. How could they have forgotten him? The newcomer was Bai Chen. The moment he entered, his gaze fell upon the flattened paper figure on the floor. He paused briefly, then muttered under his breath, "Saves me the trouble of dealing with it myself." Judging by the bullet holes in the paper figure's chest, it was clearly Bai Yao's handiwork. Originally, Bai Chen had intended to eliminate the shopkeeper during their transaction, as none of the village's establishments welcomed a peddler like him. Now, he didn't have to lift a finger. Bai Chen's eyes swept across the shop, finally settling on the golden sack and Qin. It was obvious that the sack contained a ghost. "National Fortune Merchant, you're here to collect the burial gowns, right? Tell us you're here to collect them." Bai Yao's voice snapped Bai Chen out of his thoughts. She was a little excited. Earlier, in the heat of the moment, she had nearly cost everyone their earnings. Though no one blamed her, she still felt uneasy. But now the National Fortune Merchant had arrived with money. "I am not the National Fortune Merchant. Please call me the peddler." Bai Chen corrected her. Bai Yao nodded. "Okay, National Fortune Merchant. Bai Chen." He decided not to argue with this stubborn girl and turned to the others. "I'm here to collect the burial gowns. 2.5 per piece. $2.50 for one." Alice's eyes widened. She instinctively raised her voice. "Your price is exactly the same as that ghostly boss from earlier. Can't you raise it a bit? How about $5 for one?" This time Alice had learned her lesson. She did not attempt to use her beauty to sway this unscrupulous fellow. This guy is just a despicable lowly enthusiast. He only likes young and cute types like Bai Yao, showing no interest in an elegant lady like herself. As for her price increase, Bai Chen's response was quite straightforward. "No way. Do you think my paper money comes from the wind? Do you know how precious this money is? You just casually asked for $5 each. I said $2.50 is the price today. It won't change for anyone." Seeing this, the chosen ones from the sun never sets empire sighed. "Useless, Alice." Soon they all stepped forward to complete the transaction, receiving $50 in paper money for the day. At this moment, Qin Zia's gaze was also quietly evaluating him. She then gently nudged Bai Yao with her elbow. Although she didn't say anything, Bai Yao immediately understood. She quickly ran a few steps to Bai Chen, looking up at him with a feigned shyness, and said, "National Fortune Merchant, we've sewn all afternoon and even fought with a ghost. Can't you give us a bit more? How about $5 each?" After saying that, she looked at Bai Chen with eager eyes, her fingers poking together, waiting for his response. Bai Yao's smooth moves directly left the live stream audience in awe. Wow, is this the same person who shot the corpse ghost earlier? "Hey, that evil spirit better hurry up and get off my sister Yao. I can't take it anymore. Bai Yao is so cute, I'm losing it. I'm really begging you, don't pollute my eyes. What are you doing as a guy? Beg. You have to line up for that. Where's my city slaying brother? If she sheds a tear, I'll drink honey. Snow Ice City. 666, and still reformed." Bai Chen looked down at her. The corner of his mouth beneath the mask couldn't help but lift. It was rare to see his sister acting cute. Although he was not used to it, she was so adorable. But on the surface, he still pretended to be calm and resolutely replied, "No way." Before he finished his sentence, his hand had already pulled out a $100 bill from the cargo box and stuffed it into Bai Yao's hands. "Alice, that's not cool. She hasn't even sewn the shroud." "Hee, thank you." Upon receiving the money, Bai Yao immediately smiled. "Don't mention it. It's just a little paper money, not a precious item. I have plenty more on hand." "Alice, what the hell?" Qin Jia stood to the side watching this scene with a slight frown. Although Bai Chen had been trying hard not to laugh, but his voice slipped for a moment, which Qin Jia keenly picked up. This voice, it seems familiar. Now she could be certain that this National Fortune Merchant's voice had definitely been disguised. In other words, he did not want others to hear his true voice. If he was really just an NPC, why would he have such concerns? Or is it that NPCs are also... Alice pouted and muttered softly. This guy is too biased, he only treats Bai Yao well. Just then Qin Jia caught this remark, and her gaze shifted slightly. It seemed like, hello. Just as Qin Jia was lost in thought, Bai Chen's voice suddenly pulled her back to reality, forcefully interrupting her. She came back to her senses and found that Bai Chen had completed the transaction with the other chosen ones from Long Country. Everyone had received $100 in paper money. The chosen ones from the Sun Never Sets Empire looked on with envy. They were even thinking perhaps they should just follow Long Country from now on. Alice, you are so useless. Are you selling the ghost in your hand? Bai Chen didn't care about what others thought, he continued speaking. He fixed his gaze on the ghost in Qin Jia's hand. Qin Jia took off the golden sack hanging at her waist and lifted it slightly. This one? Bai Chen nodded. He noticed that Qin Jia's expression seemed hesitant. So he immediately explained. This ghost is useless to keep in your hand. You can't control it, nor can you kill it. On the contrary, if you trade it to me, I can help you deal with it once. As a merchant, he needed to facilitate transactions, and trading one ghost for his assistance counted as a deal. Moreover, it was a great value. Bai Yao was also watching Qin Jia, but did not speak. She couldn't be bothered to think about the pros and cons. She would just listen to whatever Qin Jia said. After a while, Qin Jia finally nodded. All right. She handed the golden sack to Bai Chen. Remember to return the bag. Bai Chen. What does this overly deliberate reminder mean? Does he look like such a ruthless person? Qin Jia's gaze was firmly locked on the golden sack. Bai Chen had no choice but to untie the bag, grabbing the shroud ghost with his bare hands and pulling it out. He then tossed the bag back. He spoke in a calm tone. As a token of our successful transaction, let me give you a little warning. Things like vengeful ghosts should not be defined by common sense, for example. As he spoke, Bai Chen suddenly tore off the shroud from the ghost's body and threw it to the ground. The next second, the body on the ground instantly transformed into a puddle of corpse water. Meanwhile, the shroud in Bai Chen's hand began to thrash wildly. The shroud is its true form. In front of a vengeful ghost, one careless move could lead to death. Watching this scene, Qin Jia was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Thank you for the warning. If it weren't for the merchant demonstrating, she might not have thought of that. After all, the shroud ghost had just been shot to pieces by Bai Yao using a golden Alaska, and the bullets had suppressed its movements. Who could have guessed that the shroud was actually the true form? At this moment, the struggling shroud in Bai Chen's hands suddenly became still. This was because he had given the command, putting the ghost's consciousness into eternal slumber. Then Bai Chen walked back to Bai Yao and draped the shroud over her. What are you doing? Qin Jia panicked. Just after saying the shroud was the ghost's true form, he now throws it over Bai Yao? Is he trying to harm her? Wait, Qin Jia, I'm fine. Bai Yao hurriedly called out to Qin Jia as a panel suddenly appeared before her eyes. Ghost Shroud Quality Red Defense 200 produced by the merchant from Jixiang Village, purely handmade. Without technology, can block the killing rules of 3 vengeful ghosts daily, ignoring all mental pollution. Red. Bai Yao was dumbfounded. At the same time, the outside world exploded. Wow, a big red one. Isn't this just right? She just got a piece of red quality armor for free. Looking at the description, it's really impressive. It can block the killing rules of 3 vengeful ghosts daily. That previous Rajiv was killed by the killing rule of the mourning villagers, right? Shouldn't the more impressive one be the merchant? Yeah, why is no one paying attention to this? He actually turned a ghost into armor. This burial garment, is it for me? In the funeral clothing store, Bai Yao pointed at herself, her face filled with disbelief. Although she had always known that the national fortune merchant favored her greatly, how could it be to such an extent? You are my brother. What, you don't want it? Of course I want it. This sentence was not spoken by Bai Yao, but by Qin Jia. Seeing the appearance of a red quality item, the legendary commander finally could not maintain his composure. He noticed Bai Yao still standing there in a daze. Qin Jia hurriedly rushed over and pressed the burial garment onto her. She feared that the national fortune merchant would change his mind. Observing this, Bai Chen waved his hand. Good luck to you all. How could he change his mind? Tomorrow's village festival is quite dangerous. He was preparing to leave. Suddenly, the door of the funeral clothing store was pushed open again, and a blank-faced villager walked in. He scanned the room and said in a stiff tone, "Are you staying overnight? 50 yuan per person." The people from the Sun Never Sets Empire looked pained. They had just managed to earn 50 yuan, and it was gone in an instant. They would have to go out to work again tomorrow. Yet no one dared to bargain with the villager, and they could only pay up. On the other hand, the chosen ones from the Dragon Kingdom felt much better. After paying the 50 for tonight, they still had 50 left. They could take a little rest tomorrow. After collecting the money, the villager turned to Bai Chen. "Do you want to stay too?" Bai Chen. He ignored the villager and walked straight out. As soon as he stepped out of the funeral clothing store, Bai Chen's figure vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, at the other end of Jixiang village, Tom, Jack, and the warrior were sitting against an old locust tree. Surrounding them were other chosen ones from the Lighthouse Kingdom and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. The expressions on their faces were filled with pride, believing they had seen through the village's traps. I told you I was right, Jack said smugly. As long as we don't enter any shops and don't deal with that unscrupulous national fortune merchant, we won't be tricked. Look, it's already dark and we haven't encountered any danger, right? Tonight we can just rough it out by the roadside. There's no need to waste that money. Tom nodded. You're so clever, otherwise we would have definitely been tricked by that national fortune merchant again today. Whenever I think of that national fortune merchant, I get angry. Ew, I've never seen such an unscrupulous person. The warrior echoed, that's right, we won't fall for it today. He won't earn a single cent from us. While the three were talking, suddenly a figure appeared in front of them. It was none other than Bai Chen, whom they had just been discussing. Upon seeing Bai Chen, Tom and the others' expressions changed instantly, but soon returned to their arrogant demeanor. Jack stood up, crossed his arms, and looked down at Bai Chen, saying, Aren't you the national fortune merchant? What do you want to trade with us today? Let me tell you, no way, we don't have a single dime on us. Don't even think about tricking us. Bai Chen calmly scanned them with his gaze. He said lightly, Who says you can't trade without money? I receive everything, including your national. He then took out a burial garment and displayed it in front of the group. Not staying in a hotel is quite dangerous at night. One burial garment in exchange for one of your country's fortune. He glanced at the other chosen ones beside the three. Trading with fortune? What are you dreaming about? We absolutely won't encounter any danger tonight. Jack sneered. Tom stepped forward, his tone provocative. Are you deaf? We said today we won't engage with any shops in the village, and we won't make any deals with you. You won't get anything from us. Bai Chen looked at their arrogant faces, showing no sign of emotion, only the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Are you sure you don't want to trade with me? Of course not. Tom replied decisively. Bai Chen shrugged, said nothing more, and turned to leave. Not long after he left, a sudden gust of chilly wind swept around them. Jack couldn't help but shiver and frown, saying, Why is it so cold? As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar sound suddenly echoed in his ears. Snap! Snap! It seemed to be the sound of scissors cutting paper. Snap! Snap! The sound of scissors cutting paper grew closer, as if it were right next to their ears. A strong smell of paper pulp wafted in. Who? Come out! Tom suddenly stood up, his eyes alertly scanning the surroundings. In the darkness, only a series of red lanterns emitted a faint light. The warrior swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. Just now, that sound seemed to come from right beside. As soon as he finished speaking, a chosen one from the Lighthouse Kingdom, who had been silent all along, suddenly moved and lunged at Tom. Brian, what are you doing? Tom was startled. At that moment, Brian's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. His vacant eyes held no glimmer of life, yet the corners of his mouth twisted into a strange grin, revealing a stiff smile. Tom dodged Brian's attack. Only then did he see that he was holding a pair of scissors that he didn't know when he had picked up. The scissors made a sharp snap-snap sound as they opened and closed. Immediately after he lunged toward Jack, the scissors aimed directly at his throat. But Jack kicked him away, sending him flying 10 meters. A large hole was torn in his abdomen, yet no blood flowed out. It looked more like a torn piece of paper. Fuck, he's not human. Tom's pupils dilated, and before he could react, the other chosen ones around them stood up, each holding the. They all surrounded Tom and his companions. They're paper people, the kind we saw in the paper-making shop before. Tom exclaimed. He finally understood why they felt something was off today, but couldn't pinpoint the reason. It turns out they hadn't come out alive from the paper-making shop. The group that emerged was already paper people. Jack cursed angrily when he saw the torn Brian charging at them again, and he threw a punch. He smashed Brian's head. At this moment, a chilling death notification echoed in everyone's ears. Lighthouse Kingdom, Chosen One Brian has been killed by Lighthouse Kingdom, Chosen One Jack. Tom, Jack, and the warrior were all stunned, their expressions of terror instantly replaced by disbelief. Well, what? Tom was dumbfounded. Wasn't Brian already turned into a paper person? Hadn't he already died? Why was it indicated that Jack was also confused. But I clearly killed a paper person. The warrior suddenly thought of something, and his face turned pale. Could it be that they never turned into paper people, eh? They were just controlled by ghosts. As this thought emerged, all three felt a chill down their spines. If that were the case, then the ones they had just killed were their real compatriots. Who cares if they are or not? Let's kill our way out first. Jack quickly snapped back to reality, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. So what if they are human? Are we just going to let them kill us? As he spoke, he charged forward and punched a paper person to death. The chosen one of the Sakura country Sato has been killed by the chosen one of the Lighthouse country Jack. The chosen one of the Lighthouse country Lahai has been killed by the chosen one of the Lighthouse country Jack. Tom looked at the dwindling number of chosen ones with pain in his heart. But he also knew that Jack was right. This was not the time to hesitate. Gritting his teeth, he joined the battle. All three possessed a level combat power, and together they were no match for a group of paper figures. Soon a large number of them fell. Just when the three of them sighed in relief, they suddenly found that the remaining paper figure chosen ones had all stopped. They stood stiffly and placed their heads, all turning in the same direction, still wearing that eerie smile. Why aren't they moving? The warrior looked at the paper figures vigilantly, sensing an ominous premonition. Jack frowned. Just as he wanted to step forward to investigate, a crisp child's laughter suddenly echoed from the darkness. He. The laughter carried an indescribable eeriness, as if it were coming from all directions, drilling into everyone's ears, sending chills down their spines. Who is laughing? Show yourself, Tom shouted, looking in the direction of the laughter. The laughter grew louder and closer. Then from the darkness, a group of small figures slowly emerged. They were about half a person's height, wearing colorful paper clothes, and their faces were drawn with red paper, their eyes dark and hollow. These paper children had never appeared in the paper shop before. However, the three were not unfamiliar with their laughter. The paper children lined up neatly, walking step by step toward the three. They wore the same stiff smiles as the paper figure chosen ones, constantly chanting, "Play with us. Play with us." Damn it. Jack's expression changed, instinctively sensing danger, wanting to take action. Wait. Tom suddenly pulled him back, looking at the paper children behind them with fear in his eyes. The paper children automatically parted to create a path. A woman in a dark red funeral garment slowly walked out. Her hair was graying and styled in a bun, her face covered in deep wrinkles, her eyes murky. Yet her mouth was twisted into an exaggerated arc, just like the old woman who sold paper in the previous paper shop. The difference was that her aura was far more dangerous than what they had encountered before. As she approached, Tom and the others felt it hard to breathe. "You all, why are you not obediently staying in the paper shop and come out instead?" The old woman's voice was hoarse and dry. "My children haven't had playmates for a long time." She pointed to the paper children beside her, who immediately cheered excitedly. "Playmates! Playmates! We want playmates. Come play with me." The warrior's palms were covered in cold. He lowered his voice and said to Tom and Jack, "This old woman is too strange, and this group of paper children. I feel we shouldn't act rashly. How about seeking help from the national fortune merchant? It's better to be tricked by him than to die here." Hearing the warrior's suggestion, Tom looked reluctant. "Let's try." Jack also sensed that the situation was dire and looked around, but found that the group of paper figures had surrounded them again. "Where should we retreat to?" "We have no way to retreat." Tom was drenched in cold sweat. He punched a nearby paper figure to death and then ran for his life. Jack and the warrior followed closely behind. The three ran with all their might, the children's laughter and the old woman's hoarse voice chasing them relentlessly. "Run! Run! You can't escape." The paper children moved swiftly, floating toward them like a gust of wind. They had small paper scissors in their hands, stabbing blood holes into the bodies of the three. The pain made them scream. "Get away, you ghostly things." The warrior's eyes turned red as he slapped a paper child flying nearby to death. However, the next second the old woman appeared, quickly repairing the paper figure and sending it back to continue the chase. "Baka, these things can't be killed," the warrior shouted in despair. The old woman leisurely followed behind, her face always bearing that eerie smile. "My children cannot be killed. You should obediently stay and be their playmates." The three were growing more frantic as they ran, their stamina quickly depleting. Meanwhile, the paper children and the old woman relentlessly pursued them, and they were about to be caught. Tom looked ahead at the faint figure that was appearing. A glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. "Help!" The next moment, Bai Chen suddenly appeared, blocking their path. "Come complete our deal." Although he wore a dragon head mask, Tom and the others could clearly hear that he was laughing. They could even imagine how happy the Blackheart guy must be under that mask. "I already warned you. Who told you not to listen to me? Now I'm very angry, so for a funeral garment, you need to pay 2 of the national fortune." "Fuck." Jack was completely caught off guard by Bai Chen's sudden price increase. "I made a deal with you, just give me." At this moment, the warrior suddenly shouted in panic, for he had already seen the paper children chasing them again. Bai Chen directly handed him the funeral garment. The next moment, a prompt sounded. "The chosen one of the Sakura country in no way Ichiro has completed the transaction. 2 of the Sakura country's fortune has been deducted." The warrior quickly put on the funeral garment. He was astonished to find that the paper figures behind him had indeed given up on him, turning to fly toward Tom and Jack. The two were instantly horrified and shouted in unison, "I want to exchange too." Bai Chen smiled as he took out 2 more funeral garments. "The chosen one of the lighthouse country Tom has completed the transaction. 2 of the lighthouse country's fortune has been deducted." "The chosen one of the lighthouse country Jack has completed the transaction. 2 of the lighthouse country's fortune has been deducted." Tom and Jack lunged forward almost simultaneously. They frantically snatched the 2 ceremonial robes from Bai Chen's hands, struggling to put them on. The coarse fabric rubbed against their skin, carrying a faint scent of blood. At that moment, these robes seemed more precious than any treasure in their eyes. As soon as they donned them, the paper dolls that had been chasing them abruptly froze midair, as if an invisible hand had pressed the pause button. After hovering for a few seconds, they all turned towards the old woman, showing no further interest in the two men. The danger was lifted. Bai Chen also teleported away. Jack's legs went weak, and he collapsed onto the ground. He gasped for breath, cold sweat continuously sliding down his forehead, his back already drenched. Finally safe for the time being. He looked down at the ceremonial robe on him, his expression complex. Relief and fear mingled within. Yet there was still a hint of unwillingness for having been tricked. After all, a ceremonial robe could never compare to the value of national fortune. At least he was still alive. Considering his strength, he likely wouldn't face severe punishment once they got out. After all, if he and Tom, whether they could still draw powerful chosen ones in the next national fortune survival when the lighthouse nation's beacon was lit was uncertain. Tom leaned against an old locust tree nearby, his legs still trembling slightly. FCK, that heartless national fortune merchant actually tried to raise the price on us. He gritted his teeth and muttered angrily, though he was well aware of the truth. If it weren't for the timely appearance of the national fortune merchant, they would probably have become playthings for the paper dolls right now, perishing without a trace. Wushi Jing Shunlang stroked the ceremonial robe on him. The strange sense of safety brought by the thin fabric made him unable to resist speaking. No matter what, as long as we survive, that's all that matters. Tom remained silent, not responding. He looked up towards the direction where the national fortune merchant had vanished, a mix of emotions swirling within him. Meanwhile, Bai Chen appeared in an open space at the edge of Lucky Village, the system's prompt ringing in his ears. Congratulations to Administrator Bai Chen for completing 3 national fortune transactions, earning a total of 6 national fortune. National fortune has automatically replenished to Long Kingdom. Current national fortune increased by 6. New feature unlocked: National Fortune Store. For every 1 national fortune gained, it can automatically be converted into 1 national fortune coin. Current balance 6 coins. National Fortune Store. Bai Chen muttered, then opened the system panel. Sure enough, a new store icon appeared. A slight smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Although it had been satisfying to exploit the Lighthouse Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation, but seeing Long Kingdom's national fortune grow, that was his most satisfying result. Immediately, Bai Chen clicked on the National Fortune Store. A dazzling array of goods laid before him. Savior requires 25 national fortune coins, can be used once per national language. Survival marks, 1 chosen one, as the savior, doubling their 3-dimensional attributes. If the savior survives after the end, national fortune rewards double. Mystery Stone Blind Box requires 5 national fortune coins, randomly obtain 1 foreign mystery stone. Administrator Experience requires 1 national fortune coin, instantly gain 1,000 administrator experience. After a quick scan, Bai Chen found that most of the items in the store were beyond his budget. Even the ones he could afford were not particularly needed. The Mystery Stone Blind Box clearly lacked cost-effectiveness. Administrator Experience was the same, buying experience was the worst choice. Fortunately, in the end, he discovered another item. Lucky Roulette. 1 national fortune coin can be activated once. 10 national fortune coins can be used for a 10 consecutive draw. The prize pool includes all items worth within 25 national fortune coins. Bai Chen's eyes brightened instantly. This Lucky Roulette isn't bad. However, he currently only had 6 national fortune coins. He always believed that 10 consecutive draws were the real lottery. The odds of winning were higher. Let's save up for now. Once I gather 10 national fortune coins, I'll give it a try. Bai Chen closed the system panel, already formulating a plan in his mind. The most important thing at present was still tomorrow's village festival. The chosen ones were unaware of the dangers associated with the village festival. Did he not know? Meanwhile, on Tom's side, the old woman stared at the ceremonial robes on them, a strange smile still lingering on her lips. Her gaze seemed to be that of looking at 3 corpses. Yet she made no further move. Nor did she say anything. She simply turned and left. The paper dolls and the remaining paper figures receded like a tide, quickly vanishing into the darkness, leaving only a ground littered with crumpled scraps of paper. The old woman's figure gradually became transparent, ultimately disappearing completely. Only a chilling breeze swept past, causing the 3 to shiver. Finally gone. Jack let out a long breath, collapsing and no longer wanting to move. The earlier escape had nearly drained all his energy. Tom leaned against the tree trunk, taking a while to slightly recover. He looked down at the ceremonial robe and suddenly thought of something. Did you guys feel that this robe not only stopped the paper dolls from attacking, but seems to have other effects as well? Jing Shunlang paused slightly. After a moment of careful sensation, he replied, "It seems. My body feels a bit lighter." Jack also stood up and jumped a little, realizing it was indeed true, but their body shapes had not changed. What the hell? Tom frowned. I don't know, but now that the ghost from the paper shop has left, we should take off this ceremonial robe. We should try to use as little of what the national fortune merchant gave us as possible. Jack shook his head. Don't forget it was those paper dolls that told us it was safe at night, which means we are still in danger. Perhaps the moment we take off this robe the ghosts will set their sights on us. I suggest we keep wearing the robe until morning before taking it off. As the three discussed outside, the live stream was also buzzing with chatter. The Long Kingdom audience was ecstatic. Ha ha ha, the Lighthouse Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation suffered a huge loss this time, being taken for 6 of their national fortune. Satisfying. I love the national fortune merchant. Ooh, I'll never call you a scammer again. Big guts. What national fortune merchant? That's clearly our dear foster father. Wait, don't you think it's strange? The national fortune merchant can't be so kind of based on his style. The things he gives must have problems. That's old news. This time, he's a merchant selling goods, doing legitimate business. Meanwhile, the viewers from the Lighthouse Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation were all enraged. Baka, that damn national fortune merchant. He actually took so much of our national fortune. Tom and Jack, those two fools, why did they agree to use national fortune for transactions? These two wastes deserve to die. Oh, how dare they exchange national fortune for ceremonial robes? Do they even deserve it? Once this round of national fortune survival ends, we must make Jing Shunlang commit seppuku to atone. Lucky Village. By the village road, Tom and the others were still discussing their plans. How about we go back to the inn? At worst, we can look for other countries' chosen ones to see if we can borrow some money. Jing Shunlang suggested. Borrow? Who would lend us money? Jack scoffed. Who would be willing to lend money they've worked hard to earn? Besides, the money they earn is spent on rooms. Where would they get money to lend? Tom shook his head as well. Jack is right, borrowing money won't work. We should first find a relatively safe place to rest and figure out a way when dawn comes. The three stood up, deciding to leave this ominous place first. But just then Jack suddenly felt something give way under his feet, unsure of what he had stepped on. He suddenly fell through the ground. FCK, pull me up. He instinctively tried to steady himself, but it was already too late. Immediately after, Tom and Jing Shunlang experienced the same fate. They tried to grab onto something, but around them was nothing but air. What's happening? Tom exclaimed, fear etched on his face. He looked down at the ground, only to see a pitch-black space appearing out of nowhere. A powerful pulling force emanated from beneath their feet, dragging them down. Help! Jing Shunlang shouted, but the moment his voice escaped, it was swallowed by some unseen force. The three didn't even have time to see what was happening before their bodies were enveloped by an invisible force. Moments later, where Tom and the others had originally been was left with an empty village road, as if they had never existed. Only the scattered pieces of paper on the ground proved that something had occurred here. Seeing this scene unfold, many Long Kingdom viewers patted their chests. This is more like it, otherwise they felt something was amiss if the national fortune merchant's goods didn't have any issues. Now it felt much more comfortable. Inside the inn, Bai Yao was wearing the red quality ghost ceremonial robe, tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep. She was too excited. She had obtained a powerful red quality armor for free. She turned over again and noticed that Qin Jia was also awake. In the room, 3 women were present. Only Alice was asleep, still elegant, as if she had left her body. Sister Qin, why do you think that national fortune merchant has been so kind to me? Could it be that he's truly an evil Lilican? Bai Yao turned over again, lying on the bed. She propped her face on her hands, confusion filling her eyes. Qin Jia was organizing her things. Upon hearing this, she paused, raised her eyes to look at her, a subtle twitch at the corner of her mouth. There aren't that many evil lowly fans, she replied dismissively. Yet in reality her heart was already stirred with waves. Since the time at the funeral home, she had been guessing. Now she could be certain that the national fortune merchant was definitely an NPC, played by someone else. And this person must be someone Bai Yao knew. A figure suddenly flashed through Qin Zia's mind. Looks a bit like him. She raised her eyebrows slightly. If it really is him, then everything makes sense, but that smelly, dull guy doesn't look like him at all. She shrugged. Once this national fortune survival ends, I will probe a bit more. Qin Jia thought quietly in her heart. Yet on her face, she maintained an impassive expression, continuing to speak to Bai Yao, who wore an inquisitive look. Maybe it's just your good luck he happens to find you appealing. After all, you are indeed quite likable. Really? Bai Yao's eyes brightened. Qin Jia chuckled lightly at her excitement, shaking her head helplessly. Stop dwelling on this. The most important thing now is tomorrow's village festival. I have a feeling the village festival will be much more dangerous than the shops these past 2 days. Hurry and rest, gather your strength. Tomorrow we might face a fierce battle. Bai Yao obediently lay down. Yet she couldn't help but murmur. Mainly the feeling I get from this national fortune merchant is very much like my brother, who enjoys taking care of me in various ways. Qin Jia, quickly sleep. Bai Yao responded with an "oh." She fell silent, but remained excited and wide awake. Seeing this, Qin Jia also ceased to speak, leaning against the head of the bed with her eyes closed. The room fell quiet, only the sound of Alice's steady breathing could be heard. Bai Yao tossed, and turned her eyelids, gradually becoming heavy. Meanwhile, outside, Bai Chen sneezed. Achoo! He rubbed his nose. Why do I feel like someone is scolding me? It must be that girl Yao Yao. With no evidence, he relied solely on his intuition to uncover the truth. Just then a voice rang out in Bai Chen's mind. Ding! The time challenge task will start in 10 minutes. Please select the task type and assign it. Task 1: Night exploration of the village chief's house. Details: under the cover of night, break into the coffin shop and steal the village chief's journal. Task: reward golden treasure chest. Task 2: burning the paper offering shop. Details: enter any paper offering shop, set fire to all paper offerings, and escape from the paper ghost pursuit. Task: reward golden treasure chest. Task 3: haunted hotel. Details: group task: ghosts will attack all rooms in the hotel. Task: reward blue and golden treasure chests. Please review the details of the 3 tasks carefully. Bai Chen quickly made a decision in his heart. Now the Cherry Blossom Nation and Lighthouse Nation's chosen ones were no different from being completely wiped out. He no longer needed to target anyone. In that case, he would choose Task 3, for no other reason than that this reward would allow everyone to receive a treasure chest. But undoubtedly, these treasure chests would eventually end up in Bai Yao's hands. After all, how could they expect to open the treasure chests after taking them? Why should all the good fortune be theirs alone? Choose Task 3. Administrator has completed selection. Attack task: haunted hotel has been initiated. After Bai Chen confirmed his choice, a cold mechanical prompt suddenly exploded in the minds of all the chosen ones. Attention, all chosen ones. Attention, all chosen ones. Attention, all chosen ones. Attack task has begun. Please be prepared. In 10 minutes, a large number of ghosts will appear in the hotel. Task requirements: protect your room, while do not let the ghosts breach it. Task success: reward blue treasure chest. Rooms that deal damage to the ghosts within the top 10 will receive golden treasure chest. Task failure punishment: chosen ones whose rooms are breached will be devoured by ghosts, resulting in total death. This prompt sounded like thunder, instantly waking all the sleeping chosen ones. In room 443, Bai Yao suddenly sat up from the bed. Her eyes widened, all sleepiness vanished. What's going on? Qin Jia also instantly opened her eyes, her gaze sharp as she quickly got up. Another sudden attack: get up and prepare. Not long after the prompt appeared, the entire hotel was thrown into... How could there be a sudden attack task? Are the ghosts going to break into the hotel? How could we possibly fight against powerful ghosts? It's over, I don't want to die. Who will save me? The chosen ones fell into complete panic. They had thought that paying for accommodation would ensure a peaceful night, but little did they know they would encounter such an event. They had long experienced the terror of powerful ghosts. Faced with those illogical, unresistible killing rules, they had no chance of victory. Bai Yao was originally a bit flustered as well, instinctively reaching for the golden Alaska beside her, her fingers tightly gripping the gun's body. Instantly she calmed down. Qin Jia quickly analyzed. With only 10 minutes of preparation time, the only things we have to fight against the powerful ghosts are those 3 talismans and your golden Alaska. But others are definitely in a situation of certain death. However, I don't think the National Fortune Survival will arrange such a situation of certain death. Just as she finished speaking, sure enough, the second National Fortune prompt rang out again, bringing a glimmer of hope to the panicking chosen ones. Supplemental prompt: the hotel will randomly refresh talismans, props, and other items. Some items can temporarily repel ghosts, while others can deal substantial damage to ghosts. Task duration: 1 hour. After 1 hour, all ghosts will automatically disappear. There are props. Bai Yao's eyes lit up, instantly becoming energized. Sister Qin, let's hurry out to find talismans and props. Qin Jia nodded, her tone urgent. No time to waste, let's go now. Alice, wake up quickly. When the prompt sounded earlier, Alice had already awakened. However, looking at her expression, it was clear her mind was still in a muddle. Bai Yao and Qin Jia went straight up to her. One grabbed Alice's arm, both girls lifting her up from the bed, forced to wake. What happened? Alice looked bewildered. There's an attack task now. In 10 minutes the hotel will be filled with ghosts. We need to hurry out to find props. Alice instantly sobered. Fuck. What was the point of paying for our accommodation? No time for nonsense. Let's go. Qin Jia urged, pulling on Alice's other arm. Alice, no longer daring to delay, quickly nodded and got up to leave with the 2 girls. The 3 of them burst out of room 443, stunned by the chaos unfolding in the corridor. The once tidy hallway was now a scene of disarray, with flower pots overturned. The entire hotel echoed with the shouts and curses of the chosen ones as they scrambled for resources. Clearly the supplies were limited. Whoever could seize more would find themselves safer. Look over there. Qin Jia suddenly raised her hand, pointing towards the end of the corridor. Bai Yao and Alice followed her gaze and saw 6 people fighting at the entrance of 2 rooms. The target of their struggle was a yellow talisman lying on the ground. The talisman emitted a faint yellow glow, making it particularly eye-catching amid the chaos. Bai Yao squinted her eyes as the information panel for the item automatically appeared. Exorcism Talisman. Quality blue. Effect when affixed to a door, it prevents ghostly attacks for a short period. An Exorcism Talisman. Bai Yao's eyes lit up. This talisman can be used in critical situations. Sister Qin, should we? Qin Jia nodded. This exorcism talisman is crucial, we must obtain it. The combatants were unfamiliar chosen ones from minor nations. In this situation, there was no need for courtesy. Moreover, they were also scrambling. The exorcism talisman had no owner yet. Just as she was about to take action, Alice moved even faster. She strode directly towards the two groups of people fighting. At that moment, the two sides were engaged in a fierce struggle. A blond man had a firm grip on a brown-haired man's hand, shouting, "We saw the talisman first." "Nonsense. We clearly picked it up first." The brown-haired man retorted fiercely, lifting his foot to kick. Just then a slender figure suddenly squeezed in. Alice bent down, reached out, and deftly snatched the exorcism talisman from the ground. The entire motion was fluid, almost too fast for anyone to react. Both groups instantly ceased fighting, staring blankly at Alice, their faces filled with disbelief. "Do you think we are blind?" They were ignored by Alice. This infuriated both sides. The blond man regained his composure, his eyes wide with anger as he reached out to snatch it back. "Hand over the talisman." "That's ours." Alice sidestepped to avoid his hand, arching an eyebrow at him with a hint of mockery. "Yours. Now that the talisman is in my hand, it belongs to me." Bai Yao and Qin Jia were somewhat reasonable. Typically, they wouldn't take things from others without cause. But Alice was different. "Yours. If I seize it, it's mine." Moreover, this exorcism talisman had you. The blond man's face turned red with anger, ready to strike. "Wait." A companion beside him suddenly grabbed his arm, lowering his voice in trepidation. "Take a good look at who this is. It's Alice from the Empire of the Setting Sun. Over there are Bai Yao and Qin Jia from the Dragon Kingdom. We cannot afford to provoke these three women. Whether they were the chosen ones who survived the previous Undying Tribe ruins, or newly selected, once they all understood the strength of the Dragon Kingdom. Handling malevolent spirits might be a challenge for Qin Jia, but dealing with their kind of minor powers would be a piece of cake. Not to mention Bai Yao. She had someone backing her. The blond man's gaze met Qin Jia's cold eyes as well as the dark muzzle of Bai Yao's golden Alaska. He shuddered, his earlier anger dissipating instantly as he reluctantly withdrew his hand. The other group also noticed Bai Yao and Qin Jia exchanging glances, no one daring to approach. They knew very well that in terms of strength they were no match for these three women. Rather than fight over the talisman and invite death, it was better to quickly search elsewhere for other items. "Fine. You win this time." The blond man gritted his teeth and said to his companion, "Let's go, let's check the third floor." The two groups quickly dispersed, leaving Bai Yao and the others standing there. Alice handed the exorcism talisman to Qin Jia, proudly lifting her chin. "All done." "Well done." Bai Yao gave her a thumbs up. "But we need to hurry and scour the place. We don't have much time, the ghosts will be here soon." Qin Jia put away the talisman, nodding. "Let's split up and carefully search the fourth floor. Don't miss any corners." The three of them immediately spread out to search the fourth floor. "Here's one." Not long after, Alice found a talisman hidden under a flower pot. It was a destruction talisman. It seemed there were quite a few of these. In just 10 minutes, the three had gathered 4 destruction talismans. "What's this?" Bai Yao suddenly stopped by the service desk on the 4th floor. Her sharp eyes had spotted an object covered in cloth. She lifted the cloth to reveal a metallic device. It was a small crossbow platform made entirely of golden crossbow platform. Quality blue. Effect after installation, it automatically locks onto malevolent spirits and fires golden crossbow bolts to attack. Cooldown time 60 seconds. Unlimited ammunition. Golden crossbow platform. Bai Yao's eyes lit up. This is amazing. It can automatically attack ghosts when installed at the entrance. She hurriedly ran back, holding the crossbow platform. She explained its function to Qin Jia and Alice. Both women were pleasantly surprised. The three of them quickly set up the golden crossbow platform. "Done." Bai Yao clapped her hands. "We've almost finished searching the 4th floor. Let's check the 3rd floor. Maybe there are more good things." The three descended the stairs. Just as they reached the 3rd floor, they felt a more intense chill than on the 4th floor. After walking a few steps, Alice suddenly stopped, pointing at a red talisman hanging on the wall ahead. "Look, there's a red talisman." The talisman was bright red, adorned with intricate black runes radiating a strong wave of energy, completely different from the yellow talisman they had found earlier. Bai Yao and Qin Jia hurried forward. The system panel instantly popped up with detailed information. Ghost suppression talisman. Quality blue. Effect when used actively, it can unleash a powerful exorcising force, dealing significant damage to all ghosts in the vicinity. Can you withstand the power of my 30 years of cultivation with this talisman? Wow, this ghost-suppressing talisman looks incredibly powerful. Bai Yao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she read the description on the panel. She rubbed her hands together, eager to tear it off. But the moment she took a step forward, a sharp gust of wind suddenly swept in from the diagonal behind. Watch out. Qin Jia reacted swiftly, grabbing Bai Yao's arm and yanking her back 2 paces. Whoosh! An iron arrow gleaming with a dark luster grazed past Bai Yao's shoulder. It struck the wall where the talisman hung, the arrow's tail still vibrating with a low hum. Who's there? Bai Yao was startled. If she had been even half a beat slower, that arrow would have embedded itself. The 3 women turned simultaneously. Following the trajectory of the arrow, they spotted a dark figure flash past the stairwell on the 3rd floor, vanishing around a corner in an instant. Ignoring the fleeing silhouette, Qin Jia strode forward, tore the talisman from the wall, and clutched it tightly in her hand. She turned to Bai Yao, her gaze solemn. Are you alright? I'm fine, thanks to your quick reflexes, Sister Qin. Bai Yao patted her chest, her expression darkening with fury. Which bastard ambushed me? Qin Jia carefully stored the talisman away. There's no time to pursue him now. I've been counting the minutes. The ghost will emerge in 60 seconds. If we chase him, we risk being attacked by the specter midway. She paused. And I'm certain he wasn't after the talisman. That arrow was aimed at your heart, Yao. He's targeting either you or me. His goal is clear: to harm us. If we end up mutually weakened, that would play right into his hands. Bai Yao furrowed her brow. Have we offended anyone? Whoever it is, Qin Jia said coldly, there are only so many chosen ones. The monk may run, but the temple stays. Once this assault mission is over, we'll search every room and drag him out. When that time comes, we'll settle this score properly. Their temporary retreat was due to the ghostly threat, but that didn't mean the matter was over. Qin Jia was fiercely protective of her own. If someone dared to lay a hand on Bai Yao, she would turn Lucky Village upside down to find them. Alice chimed in. Rest assured, I, as a chosen one of the never-setting sun empire, will fully support you. And that fool Andre. They'll have him mobilize his people to search as well. Andre was staying on the 2nd floor. They couldn't reach him for now, but they believed he would lend his full support once he learned of the incident. Bai Yao nodded, suppressing her anger. At least I'm not injured. Let's head back first. The 3 wasted no more time. By then the lights on the 3rd floor were flickering wildly, the air growing thick with an eerie chill. Quick! The ghost is coming. They quickened their pace, dashing up the stairs to the 4th floor and straight toward room 443. No sooner had they closed the door than terrifying roars erupted from outside. The ghost had descended. Outside in the Dragon Kingdom's livestream room, the audience was seething with rage. Bai Yao and her companions hadn't seen it, but the viewers with their omniscient perspective had witnessed everything clearly. You wretched 3 kingdom folk, always pulling underhanded tricks, and now you dare ambush our sister Yao. Wait, where did that bow and arrow come from? I didn't see any other treasure chests. He picked it up in the paper sculpture shop. There are plenty of such weapons, but they're not gold, so they're useless against vengeful spirits. Holy crap. Look at the 3 kingdom livestream. The benefactor has appeared. On the 3rd floor of the inn, Sunil leaned against the wall, an antique bow in his hand, panting heavily. Close call. Good thing they didn't chase me. He was the one who had ambushed Bai Yao. So close. I almost killed her. Sunil slapped the wall in frustration, his face twisted with resentment. He had waited a long time for this opportunity. It was his mission. Because in the undead ruins, Bai Yao had repeatedly received favors from the fortune merchant. This had ignited a burning jealousy in the 3 kingdom nation. Why did the merchant treat them like a profiteer and show favoritism toward the Dragon Kingdom? Thus they sought to eliminate Bai Yao. They believed that once she was dead, the fortune merchant would no longer aid the Dragon Kingdom, thereby weakening its strength. I aimed for her heart, but she dodged it. That Dragon Kingdom's Qin Jia is incredibly fast. But it's alright. There will be another chance. Sunil took a deep breath, his eyes turning malevolent. The ghost is about to appear. I can still find a way to destroy their door. Even if I have to die with them, it'll be worth it. He was muttering to himself when a sudden chill crept up from behind. Who? Sunil spun around, leveling his bow at the shadow. But in the gloom of the stairwell, a figure stood silently. The person wore a dragon head mask, their exposed pupils radiating murderous intent. The fortune merchant. Sunil was stunned. When had he arrived? Bai Chen said nothing, merely raising his hand slowly. Sunil instinctively tried to shoot, but it was too late. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap echoed through the stairwell. Sunil felt a tremendous force hit his face. He was sent flying like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily against the wall with a dull thud. Blood spurted from his mouth and several of his teeth were knocked out. Bai Chen approached in silence, then stepped on his ribs, breaking them. You dare to touch Bai Yao? You've got some nerve. He was furious. He wanted to kill. Sunil collapsed to the ground, his chest heaving violently, the broken ribs causing him excruciating pain with every breath. He lifted his head, gazing at the approaching national fortune merchant. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. He could not comprehend why the national fortune merchant would go to such lengths for Bai Yao. It was merely an unsuccessful ambush. Why resort to such brutality? What? What do you want? Sunil's voice trembled, yet he still forced himself to maintain an expression of defiance in the face of death. He had prepared himself internally. No matter what the other party asked, he would not reveal a word. If it came to death, at least he could protect the secret of the Asen kingdom. Bai Chen stopped looking down at him from a height. The gaze behind the mask was devoid of any warmth. Sunir gritted his teeth, waiting for the anticipated interrogation, even envisioning himself heroically sacrificing for his cause. However, the expected interrogation did not arrive the next second. Bai Chen reached out, grabbing his hair and applying sudden force to his wrist. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking echoed in the stairwell. Sunir's eyes widened instantly, his expression frozen in utter shock. His lips moved, yet no sound emerged. Until death arrived, he could not understand. Why not ask a question before killing? This was not how the national fortune should operate. Bai Chen released his grip, and Sunir's lifeless body slumped to the ground, devoid of any vitality. He never intended to interrogate. Since it was the Asen Kingdom's chosen one who dared to harm his sister, there was no need to leave any survivors. There was even less need for interrogation. Why not simply eliminate the Asen Kingdom? Just then a warning sound suddenly echoed in Bai Chen's mind. Warning! Warning! The administrator has seriously violated the regulations by arbitrarily killing a participating chosen one, disrupting the fairness of the game. Bai Chen raised an eyebrow, replying flatly, "Is there a punishment?" The system paused for a moment before responding. 1 experience point will be deducted as a warning for the administrator. Deduct experience points. Bai Chen was instantly furious. If you dare to deduct my experience points today, will you dare to expel me as an administrator tomorrow? I see this system doesn't want to continue functioning, does it? He knew very well that as an administrator, he could not interfere excessively in the actions between chosen ones. But Bai Yao was his biological sister. Whoever dared to touch her would die. Even God would be useless. System. A brief silence fell in his mind. It seemed the system had crashed at that moment. After a while, the system's voice finally rang out again, noticeably weaker. Due to an unknown system failure, automatic reboot in progress. Violation notification ineffective. No violations detected. Reboot complete. At this moment, the live broadcast rooms of various countries had already erupted. The scene of Bai Chen killing Sunir was fully captured by the live cameras. All the viewers were stunned. In the Asen Kingdom's live broadcast room, angry comments flooded the screen instantly. The national fortune merchant has gone too far. How dare he deliberately kill our chosen one? This is a serious violation, disrupting the fairness of the game. We want to report this. Sunir merely attempted an ambush and didn't succeed. On what grounds did he directly kill him? Exactly, he didn't even truly harm Bai Yao. Is it really necessary to be so petty? The Dragon Kingdom must have bribed the national fortune merchant. Otherwise, why is he always biased towards the Dragon Kingdom's chosen one? Yet their anger and protests received no response. Other countries' viewers either watched coldly or were completely indifferent. After all, everyone knew that Bai Yao was the favored one of the Dragon Kingdom. Although they did not know what reason made the national fortune merchant favor her, as long as they did not provoke her, it was fine. At most, they would lose a few treasure chests. If they did, so be it. They just needed to see themselves as part of the game. But to seek discomfort and dare to attack Bai Yao, wasn't that just asking for death? Meanwhile, in room 443 of the hotel, the atmosphere had reached a boiling point. Thump, thump, thump. Heavy footsteps echoed from the corridor, growing closer, finally stopping at the door of room 443. The footsteps were unusually strange, unlike anything a normal human could produce. They sounded more like a ball bouncing off the ground. Behind the door of room 443, Bai Yao, Qin Jia, and Alice held their weapons and talismans tightly in their hands. Bai Yao aimed her golden Alaska at the door. Unable to resist, she asked, "Sister Qin, why do the footsteps sound so eerie?" Qin Jia, "Isn't that obvious? There's a fierce ghost outside. How can it not be eerie?" However, while answering, she was also a bit curious about what kind of ghost was outside the corridor. "You two stay alert," Qin Jia reminded the two again. Just then the footsteps outside stopped right in front of room 443. She immediately crouched down. There was a considerable gap at the bottom of the hotel room door, allowing her to see the floor outside clearly. Qin Jia prepared to sneak a peek through the gap. However, just as she lowered her head to look outside, she found herself locking eyes with a pair of eyes. Her mind went blank instantly. What kind of ghost is this? Why are the eyes on the feet? Just then the ghost outside suddenly let out a spine-chilling, eerie laugh. Hee hee. I found you. The voice also came from below. Only then did Qin Jia suddenly. This wasn't a ghost with eyes on its feet. Rather, this ghost outside was simply walking on its hands. That eerie sound of footsteps was the sound of its head hitting the ground. Bang! The ghost began banging on the door. Alice clenched the talisman tightly. "I'm ready. If it dares to come in, I'll smash it with the talisman." However, just then the golden crossbow platform on the door suddenly started moving, automatically aiming in one direction. Then, whoosh! A sharp sound cut through the air as the golden crossbow platform installed on the door suddenly activated. A golden arrow shot out at high speed. Bang! The arrow seemed to hit its target, producing a dull, penetrating sound. But it didn't sound like piercing flesh, rather it sounded like it struck something hard. Just as the three women were puzzled, a piercing, ghostly wail erupted outside, shrill and grating, sending chills down their spines. Now they could be certain. The golden crossbow platform did not miss. At the same time, a semi-transparent leaderboard panel popped up before Bai Yao and her companions' mighty ghost hotel damage rankings. First place, Room 443 Dragon Kingdom Sun, Never Sets Empire 100 points damage. Second place, Room 207 Dragon Kingdom 35 points damage. Third place, Room 211 Snow Kingdom 20 points damage. Why such a miserable scream? Bai Yao covered her ears with her fingers. After a long moment, hearing no more noise from outside, her curiosity quickly overpowered her nervousness. She imitated Qin Jia crouching down to peer through the crack in the door. On the corridor floor, a dark shadow lay motionless. It was evidently subdued by the golden crossbow bolt. It's not moving. Bai Yao's eyes lit up as she straightened up and patted her chest. Seems this ghost isn't that tough. One arrow did the job. Sister Qin, how about we open the door and take a look? I want to see what kind of ghost this is. Qin Jia pondered for a moment, finding Bai Yao's suggestion reasonable. The ghosts in Lucky Village were diverse: weeping villagers, paper effigies, burial shroud, ghosts, the village chief. Now this one that walked on its hands had appeared. Seizing this opportunity to learn more about the various ghosts of Lucky Village would allow them to take precautions in advance. After all, the rule of national survival was that danger increased as time went on. She nodded, then cautioned, "All right, but be careful." "Got it." Bai Yao immediately raised her golden Alaska, aiming at the door, ready to fire at any moment. Qin Jia signaled Alice to step back, then slowly pulled the door open. The scene outside instantly came into view. The ghost was indeed lying on the ground, curled up and motionless. The golden crossbow bolt had struck precisely between its legs. No wonder it had screamed so horribly. Outside in the Dragon Kingdom livestream room, viewers, especially the men, shuddered. "Holy crap, that looks painful. This is the first time I've felt sympathy for a ghost. Kinda tragic. Why does it hurt for me too, even though the bolt hit it? Help. My wife is watching the livestream too. My ex-girlfriend contacted me yesterday, and now my wife's staring at me funny. Good luck, bro." The crowd felt for a ghost. Alice couldn't help but burst out laughing. That must hurt a lot. Bai Yao frowned, imagining the ghost walking on its head earlier. She couldn't help but complain, just imagining it feels so awkward. Qin Jia shook her head, helplessly stepping closer to examine the ghost's peculiar features. Its face was normal, but its skin was rough as tree bark, dark brown in color and stiff to the touch. This seems like... Qin Jia frowned, a name flashing in her mind. "It's a puppet ghost." Puppet. Bai Yao grew interested and leaned in. Taking advantage of the ghost being restrained by gold, she boldly reached out and tugged its arm. Whether she used too much force or not, with a soft crack, the ghost's arm came off entirely. "Hey, that fragile." Bai Yao froze, looking down at the arm on the floor, then at the break on the ghost. At the break, several thin copper wires were visible, wrapped around the inner wood, resembling the mechanism of a mirror. "It really is a puppet." Alice also leaned in. "But this probably isn't the real puppet ghost. The real one shouldn't be this weak." By now they had a basic understanding of the fierce ghosts in Lucky Village. Not all paper figures were paper effigy ghosts, and not all burial shrouds were burial shroud ghosts. There was only one true ghost, and it was immortal. The other ghost servants, though possessing killing rules, could be... Bai Yao nodded. "Simple, just see if it can be killed." With that, she raised her golden Alaska and sprayed the puppet ghost's head. Rat-a-tat. The golden bullets pierced through the puppet ghost's skull instantly. On the leaderboard, the damage for room 443 skyrocketed. 120, 150, 200. Finally, with a bang, the puppet ghost's body dead as could be. "Now we're sure. This isn't the real puppet ghost." "Qin Jia, you two are idiots. We were supposed to test its killing rule." The smiles on Bai Yao and Alice's faces froze. Thump, thump, thump. At that moment, footsteps echoed again from the fourth-floor corridor. "Oh no, another ghost is coming." Bai Yao reacted instantly, aiming her golden Alaska at the source of the sound. Qin Zia's expression changed too. "Quick, back to the room. Close the door." She had already spotted the inverted figure appearing. Though curious about the puppet ghost's killing rule, she wasn't foolish enough to test it with her own life. The three wasted no time retreating into the room as Bai Yao slammed the door shut. The golden crossbow bolt's cooldown was almost up, so the women stopped worrying about the door's safety and sat on the bed. "Wait." Alice suddenly slapped her thigh, startling the other two. "What's wrong? Do you remember the silver thread I got from the blue chest earlier?" Alice had never figured out what to do with a single silver thread. But after seeing the copper wires on the puppet ghost, it suddenly dawned on her. Wasn't it the same thing, just different material? Copper versus silver. So could the silver thread also be related to puppet ghosts? Could it be that we're supposed to make our own puppet ghost? Bai Yao's imagination ran wild as she entertained the possibility. But her idea actually seemed plausible to Qin Jia and Alice. If so, we'll need to find materials to assemble. Bai Yao thought of the dead ghost outside. Isn't there a ready-made one out there? Qin Jia shook her head. Probably not. Silver thread is clearly a higher grade than copper, so we might need materials more advanced than that ghost outside to assemble one. Let's set that aside for now. The priority is to test the puppet ghost's killing rule. Qin Jia was suddenly a scene flashed through her mind. On the first night, the National Fortune merchant had sneaked into their room and stuffed a bunch of paper figures. How could she almost forget that? She hurriedly got off the bed and pulled out the stack of paper figures from under it. On the paper figure's face was now a face identical to Qin Jia's. Lifelike. Its eyes were closed, but the next moment, as if startled, they flew open. It let out a scream. The footsteps in the corridor on the 4th floor still echoed. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor by the door of room 319, Bai Chen stood silently gazing at the room number on the door. The occupant of this room is the chosen one of the Asen Kingdom. Bai Chen's eyes were as still as a cold pond. Sunir's death was merely the beginning. The attack on Bai Yao was certainly not his personal idea, someone must have instigated it. And who could guarantee that the other chosen ones of the Asen Kingdom hadn't received such a mission? Thus, since there is uncertainty, it would be better to eliminate them all. When it comes to the safety of Bai Yao, Bai Chen would rather err on the side of caution than let anyone go. What? You say Bai Yao has a paper doll to resurrect. It can only be revived 70 times, that's simply too few. What if that one life is crucial in a critical moment? Moreover, how painful it must be to die. Bai Chen couldn't bear to let his beloved sister suffer. He raised his hand and gently beckoned towards the empty corridor. Dong! 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 The puppet ghost that had appeared on the 4th floor instantly came to the 3rd floor. It looks so awkward as it dies. Bai Chen couldn't help but scoff. With a flick of his hand, the puppet ghost finally turned around. Kata! Kata! The crisp sound of joints twisting echoed. It walked straight to the door as if it hadn't seen the living person right in front of it. Bai Chen snapped his fingers. Bash the door. As soon as the words left his lips, the puppet ghost lunged forward, its shoulder violently crashing against the door of room 319. Bang! 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 The door trembled violently, dust cascading down quickly, revealing a conspicuous crack. Inside the room, 3 chosen ones of the Asen Kingdom were already terrified beyond belief. They had long heard Sunir's scream, but they didn't know how he had died. Now being battered by the puppet ghost only made them shiver with fear. What do? We are being targeted by a ghost. A chosen one named Kareem turned pale, his voice trembling. What are you panicking for? We have a dispelling talisman. Another chosen one named Rahim forced himself to stay calm, pulling out a yellow talisman from his pocket. Once the door is knocked down, I'll use the talisman to fend off this ghost. No way. This puppet ghost is too fierce. The door can barely hold, said the 3rd chosen one, straining against the door, veins bulging on his forehead. Bang! Another loud crash. The crack in the door widened with splintering everywhere. Rahim knew he couldn't wait any longer. He took a deep breath, gripped the dispelling talisman tightly, and shouted to the other 2. I will count to 3 and you both let go. I'll slap the talisman. 1, 2, 3. The 2 immediately released their grip, and Rahim forcefully pulled the door open, slapping the talisman out with great force. The talisman flew out with the sound of wind, accurately hitting the figure at the door. Just as a flicker of joy appeared on Rahim's face, it instantly froze. What the talisman hit was not the puppet ghost, but Bai Chen standing next to it. The dispelling talisman stuck to his chest, glowing faintly. Yet it had no effect. The dispelling talisman was meant for evil spirits. Using it on a person would yield no results. Bai Chen. He glanced down at the talisman on his chest, then looked up at the 3 stunned chosen ones in the room, slowly extending his hand to tear the talisman off and pocket it. National Fortune Merchant. Rahim was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body, his legs giving way, almost causing him to collapse. He never expected that the talisman he desperately slapped would hit the National Fortune Merchant. The other 2 were also completely dumbfounded, their faces drained of color, eyes filled with despair. They could never have anticipated that it would be the National Fortune Merchant bringing a ghost to their door. National Fortune Merchant, we have not offended you. Why do you want to harm us? Rahim stared wide-eyed. I want to report the National Fortune Merchant for harming chosen ones. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Chen recalled the system's prompt in his mind. Dear Administrator, you have received a report. Please verify. Fake. The next second, the warning sound of National Fortune Survival echoed throughout the entire hotel. Rahim from the Asen Kingdom reports that the National Fortune Merchant harms chosen ones. Upon verification, the situation is found to be untrue. The report is not approved. Rahim's random report penalty. Asen Kingdom's current living resources 5. Rahim was left dumbfounded. Bai Chen didn't utter a word, nor did he glance at them again. He turned and left. His objective had already been achieved. There was no need for him to worry any further. As Bai Chen's figure disappeared around the corner of the corridor, the puppet ghost moved again. Its crimson eyes locked onto the three chosen ones in the room, letting out a strange low laugh before pouncing in. Oh! A chilling scream erupted from room 319 and mixed with the sounds of bones cracking and the eerie noise of puppet joints twisting, sending chills down the spine. Not long after the death prompt exploded in the minds of all chosen ones. Asen Kingdom, chosen one Kareem, has been killed by the puppet ghost. Asen Kingdom, chosen one Rahim, has been killed by the puppet ghost. Asen Kingdom, chosen one Mord, has been killed by the puppet ghost. 3 consecutive death alerts sent a chill through the hearts of all chosen ones. If someone were to glance in now, they would find the scene inside room 319. There was no bloody scene. The 3 chosen ones stood motionless in place, their pupils devoid of light, their bodies twisted in a grotesque manner resembling 3 marionettes. As the puppet ghost exited the room, the 3 followed suit, each step emitting a crisp sound from their joints. Kata, kata. After just a few steps, the puppet ghost fell over again, the 4 puppets producing a strange dong 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 sound as they wandered through the hotel. Outside in the Asen Kingdom's live broadcast room, there was an unusual absence of curses. They were scared. The survival resources of the Asen Kingdom were already scarce. Now with a further decrease of 5, it was simply deadly. We were wrong. National Fortune Merchant, please don't kill us, let us go. It's all that Sunir's fault. Why did he have to attack Bai Yao? Now look what trouble we are in. And Rahim is an idiot. Doesn't he know that failing to report has penalties? The audience of the Asen Kingdom showed a sincere attitude of admitting their mistakes. However, Bai Chen could not see it. Even if he did, it wouldn't change his mind. Sometimes only when they were frightened would they behave themselves. Bai Chen's footsteps showed no sign of stopping as he walked towards the next chosen one's room in the Asen Kingdom. Among the 20 chosen ones of the Asen Kingdom, only 9 were currently staying in the hotel. Rooms 301 and 109 were still left. As Bai Chen walked past, more eerie footsteps echoed in the corridor. Room 443. 3 women looked at the paper doll standing before them with a vigilant expression. They were in shock. Sister Qin, this is simply your avatar. As Bai Yao's words fell, Alice also gathered around, her eyes filled with astonishment. Can it talk? Can it move by itself? No sooner had she spoken than the paper figure opened its mouth, its voice identical to that of Qin Jia. Even the tone was exactly the same. I can speak. Don't stand so close to me. The paper figure frowned and took a half step back. This was the first time Qin Jia had encountered such a situation. She couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and ask, when I first saw you, you had no face. How did you become me? The paper figure seemed to only heed Qin Jia's words. I absorbed too much of your essence, so I naturally became you. Don't be afraid. I'm merely a paper figure that can serve as a substitute for death. Substitute for death. This left all 3 women stunned. Indeed, regardless of how you die after death, you will be resurrected in my form. Rest assured, when you come back to life, you will no longer be a paper figure. Of course, if you remove me now, I will lose the ability to serve as a substitute for death, so please don't let me come back to life. The paper figure bore all of Qin Jia's memories. It even precisely guessed all her thoughts and concerns, responding before she could voice them. Qin Jia felt a sense of delight in her heart. She had considered many possibilities. To her surprise, the National Fortune Merchant had gifted her and Bai Yao such a significant surprise. So what other abilities do you have? The paper figure replied, after coming back to life, I will possess your memories, and you can allow me to act independently. Any new memories formed during my existence will be passed on to you. Qin Jia's eyes lit up. This perfectly aligned with her thoughts. She was troubled about how to probe the puppet ghost's killing rules. Now it had come to her. The Pathfinder had arrived. At that moment, Bai Yao, listening to the dialogue between the person and the paper figure, quickly glanced under her own bed. Let me see if I have any. She rummaged under the bed and indeed found the same paper figures, and there were quite a few. Just as she was about to take them out, she was stopped by Qin Jia. Don't take them out yet. Let my paper figure go first. Your paper figures are under the bed. They are tools for substituting death. All right. Bai Yao obediently shoved the paper figure she had already pulled halfway back under the bed. Seeing that both of them had 70 paper figures, Alice couldn't help but look under her own bed. She reached out to feel around for a moment and only touched one. Then in disbelief, she got off the bed to take a look. Alice, why do I only have one paper figure? Damn, another day of being isolated. She could tell just by her instinct that this paper figure must have been sent by the National Fortune Merchant at some unknown time. Aside from him, no one would treat them so differently. Qin Jia smiled and then looked at her substitute paper figure. You will now go out to investigate the situation of the entire hotel and find out where the puppet ghost is. You must test its killing rules. Though it is another version of myself, Qin Jia had no hesitation in sending the other to face death. In her eyes, it was merely a paper figure tool. Understood. The paper figure nodded and turned to walk toward the door. Qin Jia stepped forward to crack the door open, confirming that there was nothing unusual outside before allowing the paper figure to slip out sideways, then quickly closing the door tightly. Just at the moment the paper figure left the room, a series of death notifications exploded in the minds of the three women. The chosen one of the Asen nation, Prakash, has been killed by the puppet ghost. The chosen one of the Asen nation, Vijay, has been killed by the puppet ghost. The chosen one of the Asen nation, Raj, has been killed by the puppet ghost. Qin Jia furrowed her brows slightly. Why were the ones dying again from the Asen nation? In a brief period, 6 notifications of the chosen ones from the Asen nation had already appeared. Bai Yao tilted her head in confusion. What's wrong with the chosen ones from the Asen nation? They are dying so quickly. Could it be that they are being targeted? Perhaps it's just their bad luck? Qin Jia merely felt a bit strange, but didn't think too much of it. After all, among the 20 countries participating in the auspicious village's national fortune survival, the Asen nation's strength was already considered at the bottom. In such circumstances, if they were even a bit unluckier, it was completely normal for them to die. Meanwhile, outside in the live broadcast room, the audience from the Dragon Nation was already in an uproar. Awesome. The national fortune merchant never holds grudges overnight. You Asen Nation folks are in for it now. TSK tisk, the Asen Nation is on the path to being eliminated. I'm about to lose it. Alice has once again broken through her defenses. Comparing people makes one angry. Alice, I seem to be a bit superfluous. Should I just return to the empire of the setting sun? It's fine, Alice. Whenever you come to the Dragon Nation, the national fortune merchant won't show favoritism. At this moment, Qin Jia's substitute paper figure had quietly stepped out of room 443, walking slowly along the 4th floor corridor. She didn't intentionally cover up any noise, for her task was to provoke the puppet ghost into attacking her. To test the puppet ghost's killing rules, the 4th floor corridor was deserted. After the paper figure turned around for a while and found that there were no puppet ghosts on this floor, it headed toward the stairs. It slowly descended the stairs to the 3rd floor. The chilling aura on the 3rd floor was even more intense, clearly indicating that this level was more dangerous. Yet the paper figure still found no trace of the puppet ghost. She frowned. Where have all the puppet ghosts gone? With no other choice, she could only continue down the stairs. The situation on the 2nd floor was similarly unchanged, but standing on the stairway to the 2nd floor, the paper figure heard a series of eerie thuds. It was the sound of the puppet ghost's footsteps. Listening to the source of the sound, it was coming from the 1st floor. The paper figure scratched its head. Why has everything run down to the 1st floor? Having discovered where the puppet ghost was, the paper figure didn't linger on the 2nd floor. Continuing down, it arrived at the 1st floor of the inn. Just as it reached the corner of the corridor, it heard a violent crashing and screaming. It immediately came to a halt. Cautiously peeking toward the source of the noise, the sight instantly left the paper figure stunned. There at the door of room 109 stood a figure wearing a dragon head mask. It was the national fortune merchant. Surrounding him were more than 10 puppet ghosts, all of whom were currently at the entrance of room 109. Inside room 109, terrified screams and angry curses could be heard. One could roughly discern that it was the people from the Asen Nation. The puppet ghosts were violently banging against the door of room 109. Bang, bang, bang. The door was being battered to the point of swaying, precariously covered in cracks. Bai Chen stood among the group of ghosts, hands in pockets, as if he were merely watching a farce that had nothing to do with him. The paper figure was already dazed. It possessed Qin Jia's memories, naturally knowing what the national fortune merchant was up to. Wasn't he just a vendor? But now, why was he leading the puppet ghosts to attack the chosen ones? The paper figure's analytical ability was still not as good as Qin Jia's. If it were Qin Jia herself here, she would have been able to guess some reasons. At that moment, the paper figure's footsteps startled one of the surrounding puppet ghosts. That puppet ghost took a step forward, and the paper figure took a step back. In the next second, a clicking sound immediately echoed from her body. Her skin rapidly turned to wood. Then her pupils lost their luster. She had died. Bai Chen slowly turned his head and saw the paper figure that had transformed into a puppet. He couldn't help but shake his head. Why bother? You could have just asked me directly. Then he withdrew his gaze, looking back toward the door of room 109. That's enough. He snapped his fingers. In the next second, all the puppet ghosts surged forward. Bang! A loud explosion. The door of room 109 was completely smashed, and dozens of puppet ghosts rushed in. Even with some talismans in the hands of the chosen ones from the Asen Nation, inside, it was all futile. Facing such a number of puppet ghosts, unless they had a golden Alaska, otherwise, no one would survive. Moments later, the screams within the room continued to ring out, then abruptly fell silent. The chosen one of the Asen Nation, Alan, has been killed by the puppet ghost. The chosen one of the Asin nation, Bai Chen, has been killed by the puppet ghost. 2 death notifications rang out once more. Asin nation eliminated. All chosen ones of the Asin nation have died. Asin nation eliminated. Elimination penalty. The puppet ghost will randomly descend upon a city. Inside room 443, Qin Jia suddenly stood up. Sister Qin, what happened? Bai Yao was startled and instinctively raised her golden Alaska, vigilantly staring at the door. Did something happen to the paper doll? Alice calmed down a bit, having guessed the reason. Qin Jia nodded. The paper. She said this as she sat back down, closed her eyes, and began to receive the memories transmitted back from the substitute paper doll. Bai Yao and Alice exchanged glances, neither saying a word. They quietly waited nearby. In less than 2 minutes, Qin Jia slowly opened her eyes, her gaze returning to its usual calmness. Sister Qin, what did you find out? Bai Yao immediately leaned in. Do you know the killing rules of the puppet ghost? Yes, I know, Qin Jia replied in a calm tone as she sat back down. The killing rules of the puppet ghost are quite simple. You cannot make the same movements as it does. The same movements? Alice furrowed her brow. In the memories returned by the paper doll, it encountered a group of puppet ghosts attacking room 109 at the corner on the first floor, Qin Jia explained. At that time, one puppet ghost noticed the paper doll and took a step forward, causing the paper doll to instinctively take a step back, which triggered the killing rule due to the corresponding actions of advance and retreat. The killing rules of this puppet ghost are terrifying. They seem much harder to deal with than the paper-cut ghost and the burial clothes ghost, Bai Yao exclaimed with wide eyes. In fact, she was also unclear about the killing rules of the paper-cut ghost and the burial clothes ghost. However, if they were as strict as the puppet ghost, they would have been in trouble long ago. Actually, this is also its weakness. As long as one does not make the same movements, it will never attack. Just be particularly cautious when dealing with puppet ghosts. Having said that, Qin Jia pondered for a moment and then mentioned the national fortune merchant as well. After hearing her recount the events, Bai Yao and Alice suddenly thought of a possibility. So the one who ambushed me from the shadows at that time was very likely a chosen one from the Asin nation. Qin Jia nodded. However, the Asin nation has already been eliminated, so after the ambush mission is over, we can ask the national fortune merchant about it. Bai Yao looked displeased. Why would people from the Asin nation ambush me? We have no grievances or enmity. Just then a heavy step echoed outside the door. They're coming again. Qin Jia immediately reacted. This was the sound of the puppet ghost's footsteps. As soon as she finished speaking, the golden crossbow mounted on the door frame automatically locked onto its target. With a whoosh, a golden arrow shot out and accurately struck the figure outside the door. The next moment, the damage leaderboard in front of the 3 women refreshed. The damage value for room 443 surged to 300 points, still firmly in first place, leaving the second place far behind. It's done. Bai Yao let out a sigh of relief. This golden crossbow is so useful we don't even need to lift a finger. Qin Jia pondered. If the actions of the national fortune merchant earlier were in retaliation against the Asin nation, then now that the Asin nation has been eliminated, those puppet ghosts must have disbanded. Her speculation was correct. Bai Chen had already left the hotel at this moment. But just then the prompt for national fortune survival suddenly rang out. Attention, all chosen ones, in 10 minutes a paper-cut ghost will appear at the hotel entrance. Successfully repelling the paper-cut ghost will grant an additional golden treasure chest, and the current hotel ambush mission will end immediately. The prompt sounded. The 3 women in room 443 brightened up, simultaneously revealing expressions of delight. A golden treasure chest. Bai Yao focused entirely on the golden treasure chest. She grabbed Qin Jia's arm, shaking it excitedly. Sister Qin, it's a golden treasure chest. We must get our hands on it. Having said that, she directly picked up the golden Alaska. Although she was very afraid of the vengeful spirits at first, after several battles with them, she had lost her initial pain, especially when holding the golden Alaska. After all fear stems from insufficient firepower. Qin Jia nodded. Indeed, we must obtain the golden treasure chest, but before that we need to clear out the remaining scattered puppet ghosts in the hotel. Alice understood Qin Jia's meaning. That's right, we cannot allow these puppet ghosts to ambush us from behind while dealing with the paper-cut ghost. That would be troublesome. We must deal with them first. Alright, let's set off. Bai Yao walked to the door, confirmed that the corridor was clear, and slowly opened the door. The 4th floor corridor was eerily quiet, with only 2 puppet ghost corpses pierced by golden arrows lying on the ground. There was no other movement. Sister Qin, it seems there are no puppet ghosts on the 4th floor, Bai Yao whispered. Let's, Qin Jia said. Move quickly, we only have 10 minutes, and must eliminate these hidden dangers before the paper-cut ghost leader appears. The 3 of them quickened their pace toward the staircase. Just as they reached the staircase corner, they spotted a puppet ghost wandering upside down in the corridor. Bai Yao did not hesitate to pull the trigger on the golden Alaska. Da-da-da. The golden bullets rained down, hitting the puppet ghost's body accurately. The puppet ghost let out a piercing wail. No matter how it struggled, it could not withstand the suppression of the golden power. Bai Yao arrogantly walked up to it. The gun muzzle was almost touching its mouth. Damage 20, damage 30, damage 50. The damage value for room 443 continued to rise. Until this puppet ghost was killed. Done. Bai Yao triumphantly raised the golden Alaska. The three continued to descend. Soon the chosen ones throughout the entire hotel heard a series of gunshots that did not cease. On the leaderboard, the damage value for room 443 surged ahead of the second place by a full 1,000. Everyone was stunned. In Andre's room, he lay on the floor in despair. I'm not going out to let them kill these three crazy women who could possibly defeat them. Other chosen ones were still hiding in their rooms, praying not to be targeted by the ghosts. But you guys, you just went out and killed. 10 minutes later, the three women had reached the lobby on the first floor. At this moment, the hotel's front door was wide open and the sky outside was dark and gloomy. Time's up. Oh, is the paper-cut ghost coming? Bai Yao's gaze was fixed outside. At this moment, the other chosen ones also rushed out after discovering that the puppet ghosts inside the hotel had all been killed. Just then, on the village path outside the hotel, a hunched figure suddenly appeared, and the sound of children's laughter echoed around. Qin Jia narrowed her eyes slightly. Be careful, the paper-cut ghost is coming. As Qin Zia's voice fell, a hunched figure outside the inn slowly lifted its head. Beneath the moonlight, its pale paper-like face became distinctly visible. It was the old woman from the paper effigy shop. Accompanying the appearance of the paper ghost, the laughter of children grew increasingly close. Dozens of small paper effigies emerged from the darkness, swirling around the paper ghost. They let out strange giggles, creating an exceptionally eerie scene. The other chosen ones had just rushed to the first-floor hall, and upon witnessing this sight, their faces instantly turned pale with fear as they retreated. They dared not approach the door. Only Bai Yao and her two companions stood firm in their place, unwavering. Is that all? Bai Yao held her golden Alaska with a dismissive gaze. The paper ghost had just appeared, and it hadn't even taken a step yet. The next moment, da-da-da, the sound of dense gunfire erupted. The gazes of the chosen ones from other countries instantly fell on the golden Alaska in Bai Yao's hands. This gun had gained notoriety after the first round concluded. However, this was the first time they had seen it in person. The golden bullets poured down like a torrential rain, accurately striking the paper ghost and the surrounding small paper effigies. That group of paper children was instantly blasted apart. Their laughter immediately transformed into sharp cries. The old woman's expression changed. She hurriedly grabbed a paper child that had been blown apart and began to restore it. It was uncertain whether Bai Yao did this on purpose. The previous moment, this paper child had just been restored. The next moment, the golden bullet struck it accurately. The old woman. Bayu. Another golden bullet struck hard against its head. The old woman's expression gradually began to twist. She raised a hand. Ow! The surrounding paper children and paper figures surged forward with astonishing speed. Hey, aren't those the chosen ones from Sakura Country and Lighthouse Country? Bai Yao's keen eyes recognized the identities of those paper figures immediately. Indeed, they were the paper figure chosen ones who had been taken away by the old woman at that time. However, Bai Yao only let out a soft sound of surprise. She showed no sympathy. Instead, she aimed her gun. Da-da-da. Chosen 1 Defiji from Lighthouse Country has been killed by Chosen 1 Bai Yao from Dragon Country. Chosen 1 Meichuan Wazai from Sakura Country has been killed by Chosen 1 Bai Yao from Dragon Country. So it really is them. Surprise aside, Bai Yao's finger on the trigger did not loosen. However, the assault from the paper figures was extremely fierce. Clearly, Bai Yao's firepower alone was somewhat insufficient. At this moment, Qin Jia directly took out a ghost-repelling talisman and threw it. Boom! The paper figures at the forefront were instantly reduced to ashes. The other chosen ones from different countries were all stunned. They knew Dragon Country was fierce, but they never expected it to be this fierce. Only outside in the live broadcasts of Lighthouse Country and Sakura Country, wails echoed continuously. After all, those who died were their country's chosen ones. Don't kill us. If you keep killing, we'll be eliminated. Baka. They are all chosen ones. Bai Yao from Dragon Country is too despicable. She must be intentionally killing us. Next time we will definitely retaliate against Dragon Country for killing our people. The old woman watched as the paper figures fell in droves. Her eyes warily glanced at the golden Alaska in Bai Yao's hands. Then she looked at the funeral attire on her body. She instantly fell silent. After a long while, until another golden bullet struck her face. The paper ghost turned around. Congratulations to Chosen 1 Bai Yao from room 443 for repelling the paper ghost. This round of the haunted inn mission has concluded. Damage rankings are being calculated, rewards are being distributed. The prompt sound rang out consecutively. Bai Yao put down the golden Alaska, let out a long sigh, and revealed a proud smile. Done. The golden treasure chest is in hand. Soon the damage leaderboard panel appeared before all the chosen ones. Upon seeing the rankings, everyone was in an uproar. Not for any other reason, but because the top 10 rooms surprisingly all had the figures of chosen ones from Dragon Country. The chosen ones from Dragon Country, Snow Country, and the Empire of the Never-Setting Sun were closely related at this moment. Everyone was in an uproar. Not for any other reason, but because the top 10 rooms surprisingly all had the figures of chosen ones from Dragon Country. The chosen ones from Dragon Country, Snow Country, and the Empire. We were wrong from the beginning. Competing with Dragon Country for treasure chests is simply impossible. The chosen ones discussed among themselves, their gazes towards Bai Yao and her companions growing increasingly awed. Rewards are being distributed. The prompt sound dropped. 2 golden treasure chests appeared out of thin air before Bai Yao. One was the reward for repelling the paper ghost. The other was the ranking reward. However, this was not the end. Congratulations to room 443 for receiving the first place hidden reward. With the hidden reward prompt ringing out, a finely crafted puppet torso appeared before the 3 girls. Qin Ziya's eyes lit up as she looked at the puppet torso. However, she did not say much, and instead pulled Bai Yao. There are too many people here, let's talk after we get back. Bai Yao nodded. The 3 girls carried the treasure chests and puppet torso directly back to the 4th floor. The other chosen ones looked at the treasure chests in their hands with envy. Yet no one dared to entertain any thoughts. In room 443, Bai Yao placed the treasure chest on the table eagerly, saying, "Quick, let's open it and see what's inside." At this moment, Alice took a step back, shaking her head. "I don't want the treasure chest. I hardly contributed to this." She let out a bitter laugh, feeling as if she were merely a decorative accessory on the thigh of Dragon Country. Seeing her say this, Bai Yao and Qin Ziya did not persuade her further. Then Bai Yao picked up a golden treasure chest and forcefully pulled the lid, opening with a snap. 2 blood-red stones floated out. Eerie Ghost Stone, quality golden, an exceedingly precious essence of the Eerie Ghost. Absorbing it can enhance physical constitution and speed attributes with a minuscule probability of obtaining a killing rule of the Eerie Ghost. Meanwhile, Qin Ziya also opened the other golden treasure chest. However, she saw a snow-white mouse jump out from inside. Qin Ziya, Bai Yao, Alice. P.S. The past couple of days have been a bit sluggish. The update time is not very fixed. I apologize. Once I find a chance to adjust my state and save the draft, I will be able to set a fixed update time again. By the way, remember to check the author's note at the end of this chapter. Bai Yao has raised a few penguins, and they said they really want to meet everyone. You can also check my homepage signature. A piercing shriek exploded within the confines of the small room 443. Bai Yao and Qin Ziya could only helplessly cover their ears. Even the little mouse that had just leaped from the treasure chest was so frightened that it vanished without a trace. No one knew Alice's weakness. She was unafraid of the undead, unafraid of vengeful spirits. But she was truly terrified of mice. After Alice's screams finally subsided, a panel materialized before the 3 women. Treasure hunting mouse, quality gold status, juvenile introduction, a mouse born with a love for treasures, timid. Please take good care of it. It will bring you many surprises. Never bully the little mouse. A treasure hunting mouse. Bai Yao's eyes widened. Qin Ziya, however, noticed a line of smaller text beneath the panel, battle pet bound. Qin Ziya was not afraid of mice. Moreover, this mouse was the legendary treasure hunting mouse. Where did it run off to? Just then Bai Yao realized that the treasure hunting mouse, startled by Alice earlier, had hidden itself somewhere unknown. Even after looking around, she couldn't spot it. "Sorry," Alice said, on the verge of tears. She could no longer maintain her elegance and could only sit back on her bed. She watched the 2 women search the room for the treasure hunting mouse. Yet the room was only this big. They simply couldn't find any trace of the mouse. Squeak! Squeak! Suddenly a sharp squeaking sound arose. The 3 women turned their heads simultaneously towards the source. They discovered that the sound was coming from the mouth of the Taotai at the door. Squeak! Squeak! As the treasure hunting mouse's cries grew more urgent, the expression on the Taotai's face became increasingly guilty. The 3 women were instantly stunned. That treasure hunting mouse had actually crawled into the Taotai's mouth. Bai Yao looked at the Taotai in disbelief. She really hadn't expected that the mouse they had been searching for would end up inside the Taotai's mouth. "You little wretch. Spit it out right now." Seeing Bai Yao stride forward menacingly, raising her hand, the Taotai shuddered in fright and quickly opened its mouth. A white shadow instantly darted out. It was the treasure hunting mouse, covered in saliva, trembling at Qin Ziya's feet. The outside world was too scary. It would be better to go back into its box. Qin Ziya silently found a cloth to wipe the mouse clean. Meanwhile, the Taotai's wails had already begun. 5 minutes later, Bai Yao sat back down. The 3 women looked at the puppet torso on the table, lost in thought. After observing for a moment, Qin Ziya spoke. "The wood of this puppet torso seems much better than the puppet ghosts we encountered before. Perhaps it forms a pair with the silver thread Alice has." Alice brought out the silver thread. "Now we have the puppet torso and the silver thread. What's missing? The limbs and the head." Once we find those, we can assemble a puppet ghost of our own. Bai Yao's eyes gleamed with excitement. After all, wearing the ghost burial shroud, she feared nothing. However, at that moment the nation's survival prompt sounded again. Attention, all chosen ones. The ambush mission has ended. Today Jixiang Village will hold a village festival. All chosen ones must arrive at the Central Village Ancestral Hall by 6 in the evening to participate. Attend the village festival at 6 in the evening. Hearing this, the three women exchanged glances. Sister Qin, did the village chief tell us what time to go help? Bai Yao asked. Qin Jia was taken aback. It seems he didn't. Another trap. Qin Zia's voice grew. The village chief only said to help at the ancestral hall during the festival, but never mentioned a specific time. This is definitely intentional. Bai Yao frowned as well. He didn't set a time, but if we're late, something bad will definitely happen. This village chief is so annoying. Qin Jia felt a headache coming on. The survival location of Jixiang Village was fraught with traps at every turn. No wonder it was nightmare difficulty. It was too hard to constantly spot these pitfalls in such a high-pressure environment. Alice's face was pale, perhaps still not over the shock of the mouse. The three women fell into silence, the atmosphere in the room growing heavy. After a moment, Bai Yao raised her head abruptly. How about we go as soon as it's dawn? I remember you said, Sister Qin, that the nation's survival wouldn't put chosen ones in a completely hopeless situation. So going now is unlikely to be certain death. Although Bai Yao knew she could leave the inn safely now, a burial shroud and a golden AK-47 were enough to guarantee her safety. But the shroud was a gift from the nation's merchant later on. Under normal circumstances, a chosen one going out at night would be a sure death sentence. All right, dawn isn't far off. Let's just stay awake. Qin Jia was stunned for a moment, then a hint of relief shone in her eyes. Good. Yao was starting to think things through. Okay. Bai Yao and Alice said in unison. They had no objections. On the other side, before the Jixiang Village Ancestral Hall, a figure stood silently. It was Bai Chen, wearing a dragon head mask. The atmosphere around the Ancestral Hall was several times more sinister than the inn, with a faint scent of incense and decay lingering in the air. The mixture was nauseating. The hall's doors were tightly shut, carved with many eerie runes that looked particularly ominous in the dim light. But Bai Chen completely ignored them. His gaze swept across the door panels, his eyes calm and unruffled. You think this petty trick can harm my sister? You old geezer, look in the mirror first. That's right. As an administrator, Bai Chen knew all the village chief's plans. That was the purpose of his visit. Without hesitation, Bai Chen walked straight towards the Ancestral Hall's main gate. He didn't push the tightly shut doors. Instead, he simply lifted his foot. Bang! With a heavy crash, the hall door was kicked open. Cough, cough. The next second, a light, airy cough came from inside the hall. Peddler, no need to be so. As the coughing subsided, a stooped figure slowly emerged from the darkness within the Ancestral Hall. A pair of murky eyes stared intently at Bai Chen outside. It was the village chief. As the coughing subsided, a stooped figure slowly emerged from the darkness within the Ancestral Hall. A pair of murky eyes stared intently at Bai Chen outside. Bai Chen stood still. Send someone to pick them up tomorrow morning, or it'll tear apart every last one of your damn coffins. The village chief. After a long pause, the village chief replied gruffly, got it. Bai Chen heard him, but didn't leave. The village chief grew impatient. What are you still doing here? Bai Chen let out a scornful laugh and extended his hand. Your door just kicked my foot. Pay up. What are you still doing here? Dawn. The night gradually receded as a pale gleam of light appeared on the horizon. The outline of Jixiang Village slowly emerged through the morning mist. The door to room 443 was gently pushed open, and Bai Yao, Qin Jia, and Alice stepped out. Having not slept all night, the three showed no signs of fatigue. Instead, their eyes gleamed with excitement for the upcoming village festival. Bai Yao rubbed her eyes. Finally, dawn. I was about to fall asleep if this dragged on. Stay sharp, but we don't know what lies ahead yet. Qin Jia patted her shoulder, her gaze sweeping across the empty corridor. Let's head down quickly. Andre should be. They had almost forgotten yesterday. Andre had taken the same mission with them and was also supposed to help. Alice nodded, sticking close behind the two. After the scare from the treasure-hunting mouse last night, she was still shaken. Elegance. Whoever wanted that could keep it. The three descended the stairs, and as they reached the first-floor lobby, they saw Andre waiting by the wall. His face looked weary with faint dark circles under his eyes. Clearly he hadn't slept either. You're finally here, he said, relieved at the sight of them. I thought you might have overslept. No way. Bai Yao lifted her chin. We didn't sleep a wink either. Andre gave a wry smile. By the way, do you know what exactly we're supposed to help with? The village chief didn't explain, and I've been uneasy. We don't know either. Qin Jia shook her head. We'll take it step by step. We'll find out once we get to the Ancestral Hall. Let's go check things out first. The four walked to the inn's front door, and Bai Yao was the first to push it open. But as the door swung wide, the scene outside left them all stunned. On the open ground before the inn, three deep red sedan chairs were neatly arranged, their bodies carved with intricate patterns exuding exquisite craftsmanship. Kneeling beside the sedan chairs were a group of paper figures in white mourning clothes, their expressionless faces eerily prominent in the morning mist. Even more surprising, a villager in coarse cloth stood by the chairs. Seeing the four emerge, he immediately Bai Yao recognized him at once. It was the same villager who had been wailing in the village earlier. "I'm here to take you to the ancestral hall to help." The villager's voice was hoarse, his face devoid of expression as he pointed to the chairs. "The village chief instructed me to escort you. Please get in, and he'll take you there." Bai Yao and Qin Jia exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. They hadn't expected the chief to send sedan chairs to pick them up. This treatment exceeded their expectations. "Get in." Bai Yao curiously walked over, touching the chair's body. "Are these for us?" "Yes, one per person." The villager nodded, his gaze sweeping over the three women, ignoring Andre. Qin Jia discreetly observed the paper figures and the villager, and after confirming no anomalies, she nodded to Bai Yao and Alice. "Let's go get in." Bai Yao climbed into the middle chair, Alice hesitated before entering the left one, and Qin Jia stepped into the right. The chairs were lined with soft cushions, quite comfortable to sit on. As they boarded, Bai Chen stood silently behind a large tree not far away. His dragon head mask revealed no expression. Seeing this, he nodded to himself. Good, they're obedient. He wasn't here to spy, just passing by. By the sedan chairs, Andre was utterly dumbfounded. He stood there looking at the three chairs and the kneeling paper figures, then at the villager, his tone laced with "Wait, what about me? I'm supposed to help too. Why isn't there a chair for me?" The villager turned his tone flat. "Who are you?" "Andre. All were chosen ones, so why was he the only one without a chair? Even if there was discrimination, why did Alice get one?" He could endure being treated differently, but he couldn't accept that Alice, once equally sidelined, now sat with the two women from Dragon Kingdom. Pain. Such pain. But no matter how he protested, the villager ignored him, merely waving at the paper figures, acting as bearers. The paper figures stood up at once, lifting the chairs and heading deeper into the village. Andre watched the receding chairs, then glanced at the eerie surroundings, shuddering. He had no choice but to hurry after them. Andre felt aggrieved, but dared not speak. Meanwhile, the outside livestream exploded. Holy crap. Such style. Paper figures carrying sedan chairs. Laughing poor Andre, even Alice got a chair but not him. Hiss. This kind of discrimination looks so familiar. Could it be the Godfathers doing again? Did the national fortune merchant do it? Then that explains it. To be fair, Sister Yao's expression on the chair was so cute. Wonder if she has a boyfriend. Bold. Careful, her brother breaks your legs. Just kidding, one leg isn't enough in the never-setting Sun Empire's livestream. What if Alice got the chair only because of Dragon Kingdom's influence? No need to ask, what status does our princess have? Jixiang Village. On the village path, the chairs moved steadily, but not slowly. After about 10 minutes, they gradually stopped. Bai Yao stepped out and found herself at the entrance of the ancestral hall in the village center. Qin Jia and Alice also alighted. As they stood, Qin Zia's attention was drawn to the hall's door. A clear footprint was embedded in the wooden door, which was slightly deformed, clearly from a violent kick. Qin Zia's mind raced. Judging by this, someone had been here last night and forcibly kicked the door. They must have clashed with the village chief. Only the national fortune merchant would have such ability. Could the sedan chairs be because of him too? The more she thought, the more convinced she became. After all, the chief had set a trap for them, likely intending harm, so there was no reason for him to send a welcome. She silently noted this detail without revealing it. Just then Andre arrived, out of breath, and seeing the three already alighted, he couldn't help complaining. "This road is way too far. I'm exhausted." Creak. Before anyone could respond to Andre, the ancestral hall's door slowly opened, and the stooped figure of the village chief emerged. His face was grim, his gaze sweeping over Bai Yao and the others, finally resting on them. Bai Yao asked, "Chief, what do you need us to help with?" The chief seemed reluctant to speak, but had to assign tasks. He stiffly pointed inside the hall. "The village festival requires a puppet show. Your task is to help rehearse. Remember, rehearse well and make no mistakes, or face the consequences." "We understand." Qin Jia stepped forward, responding calmly. "Where is the script? Let's begin the rehearsal." The village chief pulled out a worn, yellowed script from his pocket and tossed it over. Bai Yao caught it, and as her fingertips touched the script, she felt a chilling sensation. The cover of the script bore no words, only a blurred blood handprint, giving it an eerie appearance. Follow the instructions in the script and control the 10 puppets to perform the auspicious dance. The village chief finished speaking and turned to enter the ancestral hall, leaving behind a cold remark. "There are puppets in the backyard, you can go there yourself. Don't try anything funny, ooh, I can see every move you make." Bai Yao opened the script, and the handwriting on the first page was crooked, as if written in blood. The most prominent feature was a line of repeatedly occurring lines. "Sacrifice the living, ooh, auspiciousness endures." Isn't this line too sinister? Bai Yao frowned and handed the script to Qin Jia. "Sacrifice the living. This is not an auspicious dance, it's clearly an evil dance. Qin Jia quickly flipped through a few pages. An evil dance is quite normal, this place is not exactly ordinary. Andre leaned in for a glance at the lines, and suddenly thought of something shivering in fright. Sacrifice the living. He doesn't intend to make us the offerings, does he? Should we run now? This puppet show is too bizarre. We can't escape. Alice shook her head. Rehearsing the puppet show is a way out, but if we run now we will surely die on the spot. She had one more thing to say. Except for Bai Yao. The four fell into a brief silence before Qin Jia spoke. Let's check the backyard first, we have quite a few props on us, so we might have ways to deal with this. Bai Yao nodded and tucked the script into her chest. Exactly. At worst we'll fight back. Brat, stick close to me. Tao Tai lazily responded. The treasure-hunting mouse was placed on Qin Jia's head. The four, accompanied by two battle pets, walked down the corridor along the side of the ancestral hall toward the backyard. The corridor was filled with a strong smell of decay, and many faded portraits hung on the walls. In the paintings, the faces of the people were twisted and deformed, as if they were silently screaming. They pushed open the wooden door to the backyard. In the open space, 10 puppets were neatly arranged. These puppets looked exactly like the puppet ghosts they had encountered before, stiff in form with no expressions on their faces. However, unlike before, they stood motionless, their gazes hollow, appearing just like ordinary puppets. These can't be the puppet ghosts, can they? Andre pulled out a giant axe that had a chip missing. Tao Tai quietly raised its head, looking a bit greedy. Qin Jia said nothing and walked straight up to one of the puppets. She noticed that each puppet had several copper wires hanging from the top of their heads. Let's try controlling these puppets to dance first. Alice and I will control 3 each, while Yao Yao and Andre will control 2 each. Andre, with his burly frame, clearly looked like someone with a simple mind and strong limbs. It would indeed be a bit difficult for him to control 3 puppets. As for letting Bai Yao control 2, it was purely a special consideration. Alice had no objections. The 4 immediately divided the tasks and began trying. Qin Jia opened the script and read the first section's action cues. First section: raise your hand, turn around, step forward. The 4 began to slowly control the puppets according to the cues. At first the movements were awkward and the puppets moved clumsily, but soon they mastered the technique and the puppets' movements became increasingly fluid. As the puppets began to dance, eerie creaking sounds echoed in the backyard. The sounds were from the puppet joints moving, mixed with the sound of the wires rubbing, sending chills down their spines. Sacrifice the living, auspiciousness endures. As Bai Yao controlled the puppets, she recited the lines, finding it increasingly unsettling. Why do I suddenly feel a chill behind me? Qin Jia's expression grew increasingly grave. Be careful, pay attention to the changes in the puppets. If any danger were to arise here, it would surely come from these puppets. At that moment, the puppet dance had just reached the 3rd section. Qin Jia read the cues for raising hands, bending down, and the sacrificial gesture. After the puppets performed the corresponding actions. In an instant, an eerie occurrence unfolded. The eyes of all the puppets suddenly glowed a crimson red. Not good. Qin Jia quickly jerked her hands back and commanded, stop controlling. But it was already too late. The puppets suddenly broke free from the control of the wires and turned to face Bai Yao and the others. Their movements were no longer stiff and controlled, they began to mimic the movements of the 4. At first they were clumsy like children who had just learned to walk, but just a few seconds later their movements became increasingly smooth. They are mimicking us. Alice immediately realized the killing rules of the puppet ghosts, her face turning pale as she hurriedly sprang into action. We can't make the same movements as them, or we'll die. Upon hearing this, Andre, frightened, swung his giant axe in a windmill motion. Show me what you've got. At that critical moment, Bai Yao suddenly pulled out a golden Alaska and aimed it at the puppet. Look at me, brat. The Tao Tai at her feet raised its head questioningly to Bai Yao, as if asking what to do. Bai Yao kicked its rear end and said irritably, not you, stay there. The Tao Tai whimpered in grievance and obediently retreated to the corner. As for the puppets mimicking the movements, upon hearing Bai Yao's shout, they paused for a moment and then also raised their arms to mimic her aiming posture. At that moment both sides' movements perfectly corresponded. Bai Yao felt a chill run through her body. But the next second the color of the ghostly attire she was wearing began to change. As if being soaked in blood, after a moment a third of it turned crimson. One opportunity to resist the killing rules was used up. Bai Yao paid no attention. Instead the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Mimicking me, eh? Then let you see what firepower suppression really means. Bai Yao sneered, and without hesitation pulled the trigger. Da-da-da. Golden bullets poured out like a torrential rain, shooting at the puppets. The bodies of the puppets were instantly riddled with several large holes with chips flying everywhere. The puppets mimicking the trigger-pulling action looked confused. It seemed they did not understand why they had no bullets to fire. The next second they were directly hit in the head by the golden bullets. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the puppet's head exploded, and the crimson glow extinguished instantly. Its body fell stiffly to the ground. These aren't even the puppet ghosts. Oh, where are the real puppet ghosts? Bai Yao frowned. However, upon seeing her deal with these puppets, Qin Zia's expression did not improve much. Everyone, I think we might need to run first. Don't forget, the village chief can see us. Qin Zia's reminder was like a cold splash of water poured over everyone. Bai Yao instantly realized that the act of destroying the puppet had surely been witnessed by the village chief. Without unexpected events, the village chief should be arriving soon. Damn, I forgot about this. That psychologically twisted peeper. Andre cursed. Bai Yao quickly put away her golden Alaska. Then let's run now. With her current gear and strength, she could handle the ghosts that could be killed. Encountering a real ghost would be somewhat tricky, not to mention the village chief of Jixiang village. Saying this, she looked at the Taotai squatting in the corner and kicked its backside. Stop dawdling and eat all the puppet remains on the ground, then hurry and come with us. The Taotai had long been drooling over those puppet remains. Upon hearing the command, it excitedly ran over, opened its mouth wide, and swallowed the scattered puppet fragments. Crunching sounds echoed as in no time the ground was cleared of puppet remains. Only a few scraps of wood were left. After finishing, the Taotai burped, and its body visibly expanded. Its fur also became thicker. Don't waste time, let's go. Qin Jia had already walked to the edge of the backyard wall, pushed against it with her hand, and found it wasn't too thick, appearing possible to climb over. Andre hurried over and volunteered. He'll go over first to check the situation. He took a deep breath, grabbed the top of the wall with both hands, and pushed himself over. A few seconds later, his voice came from beyond the wall. It's an empty courtyard over here, no one. A courtyard? The three girls were taken aback. They thought they could directly climb to outside the ancestral hall, only to find another courtyard. What's with having so many courtyards for one ancestral hall? Alice, you go first, then Yao Yao will bring up the rear. Qin Jia immediately made the decision. No matter what was on the other side, it was better than waiting here to be caught by the village chief. Alice agreed, and leaped over, moving very nimbly without any mishaps. Next was Bai Yao. Finally, Qin Jia grabbed the Taotai's scruff and tossed it to the other side. Then she jumped up directly and leaped over as well. Just as the four of them steadied themselves, a loud crash resonated from the previous courtyard. The back gate was kicked open. The hunchbacked figure of the village chief appeared at the entrance. He scanned the empty backyard, and then looked down at the few scattered wood shavings on the ground, his expression instantly turning icy. They sure run fast. As the village chief was about to chase over to the wall, a villager suddenly ran up behind him looking panicked and whispered a few words to the village chief. The village chief's expression changed drastically, his original anger replaced by surprise. He glanced towards the wall and weighed his options. Ultimately, he snorted coldly and hurriedly left with the villager. On the other side of the wall, the four held their breath, listening to the commotion outside, and only sighed in relief when the footsteps completely disappeared. Phew. That scared me. Alice wiped the cold sweat off her forehead. I thought he was going to chase us down. I don't know what happened that made him give up pursuing us. Qin Jia furrowed her brows. Whatever it is, as long as he doesn't chase us, it's fine. But here, I feel like this isn't a good place. The group started to carefully observe their surroundings. It was a small courtyard overgrown with weeds, and a few dilapidated wooden barrels were scattered around. In the corner, there were piles of miscellaneous items looking like they hadn't been tended to for a long time. At the end of the courtyard stood a shabby wooden house, the door tightly shut, with no idea if there was anything inside. While the four were observing their environment, the external live stream was also filled with danger alerts. Damn, that was too dangerous. They almost got caught by the village chief. Speaking of which, they were right in front of him, just separated by a wall. Why didn't the village chief chase? I don't know, couldn't he have been robbed? What's important is that they are safe now. Even if they get caught, it won't be a big deal since they have the paper dummies. Andre, what about me? In stark contrast to Longhua, the viewers in Yinghua country were filled with disappointment. Useless. The village chief is really useless. He couldn't even see such a good opportunity, and they managed to escape. That village chief should commit seppuku. He can't even handle a few chosen ones. There must be ghosts in this courtyard. Let's wait and see them get killed. Some were relieved that the four were safe, while others hoped for something to happen to them sooner. However, some people's expectations were destined to be disappointed. In the courtyard, Qin Zia's expression was grave as she scanned her surroundings and said in a deep voice, "We cannot let our guard down, and this courtyard seems rather unusual." Sister Qin, did you discover something? Bai Yao asked. Not anything specific yet. Qin Jia shook her head. But since we haven't escaped the ancestral hall, the danger certainly hasn't been lifted. Moreover, we can't go out now. Who knows if the village chief is still outside. But we also can't just sit and wait. How about we take this opportunity to boost our strength? As she spoke, she looked at Bai Yao. Yao, the two powerful ghost stones you opened from the golden treasure chest are still and used right. You should absorb them now. If we can absorb the killing rules of the powerful ghosts, we will have a better chance when facing them. Alright, let's give it a try. Bai Yao did not hesitate, taking out the 2 translucent black stones. As soon as the stones were out, they emitted a faint chill, and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop a few degrees. Then Bai Yao gently pricked her finger. She pressed it against the surface of the stone. The cold, eerie aura surged into her body through her fingertip. The chosen one, Bai Yao, successfully absorbed the malevolent ghost stone, gaining 50 to her physique and 50 to her speed. The administrator acquired the malevolent ghost's killing rule: she must not be harmed. When Bai Yao is injured, the killing rule triggers, allowing instant teleportation to her side, increasing damage to enemies by 500, and can be triggered once per day. This was just as Bai Yao successfully absorbed the stone. Bai Chen also received the administrator system's notification sound in his mind. At that moment, he was sitting in the central grand chair of the ancestral hall, crossing his legs, and did not even lift his eyelids upon hearing the notification. For him, these attribute boosts were secondary. The key was the teleportation and damage-enhancing killing rule. With this, even if Bai Yao encountered an insurmountable danger, he could arrive instantly to ensure his sister's safety. Although he could also teleport, he could not always be Bai Yao. What if he were to overlook something? Now it's fine. Who would dare to harm Bai Yao? Bai Chen could directly go over and give them a good smack. Let the enemies experience what it means to be a power authority. After gaining a general understanding of his abilities, Bai Chen withdrew his thoughts and continued to maintain his relaxed posture in the grand chair. The ancestral hall was dimly lit. After a short while, hurried footsteps could be heard from outside, and then the village chief rushed in. As soon as he entered, he saw Bai Chen sitting in the grand chair, and his expression darkened instantly, his tone laced with clear impatience. "Peddler, what do you want again?" Indeed, the news the villagers had just told him was that the peddler had come again, specifically asking for him. Otherwise, he would dismantle the coffins in the ancestral hall. Under the pressure brought by the other party, the village chief had no choice but to let go of the duck that was almost in his grasp. Thus, the village chief was feeling extremely irritable. Bai Chen remained calm, not even changing his posture. Today the village is holding a village festival. Such a big event, why wasn't I invited? The veins on the village chief's forehead throbbed instantly, almost unable to contain his anger. Didn't you come on your own? Was an invitation really necessary? That's not the same thing. Bai Chen shook his head, speaking earnestly. My coming on my own and being invited by you are 2 different matters. Forget it. Explaining it to you won't make sense. Those who are willing to learn don't need to be taught. Those who are unwilling cannot be taught. The village chief. He was stunned for a full 3 seconds before realizing. This guy was not here for an invitation. He was deliberately looking for trouble to distract him. The village chief instantly understood that it would be basically impossible to deal with the few chosen ones today. With this strange peddler entangled here, he could not break free. Seeing his angry expression, Bai Chen's lips curled slightly. Yes, his current authority could not control the village chief. However, the village chief could not kill him either. I can't control you, but I can annoy you. What do you want? The village chief gritted his teeth, suppressing the anger in his heart. He had no time to waste with the peddler. There were still many preparations for the village festival that were not finished. Nothing, Bai Chen said leisurely. I just came to join the fun. By the way, it seems like the paper for the village festival is running low, right? I have some stock. Do you want to buy some? High quality, reasonable price. The village chief watched as this guy dawdled, pulling out paper from his cargo box. He almost laughed out of anger. Isn't this just stuff from the paper crafting shop? You're bringing my things to sell to me. Are you buying or not? If not, I won't leave. If you have the ability, just try to leave. Bai Chen had the air of a rogue. The village chief's expression gradually twisted. He couldn't leave, nor dared to leave. As soon as he did, this guy would definitely cause trouble in the ancestral hall. Risking the entire hall to kill those chosen ones was not worth it. The village chief took a deep breath. He'll buy. After saying this, he took out paper money and completed the transaction with Bai Chen. Upon receiving the paper money, Bai Chen didn't even shift in his seat. Just kidding, even if you buy, I won't leave. The village chief, your mother. He snorted coldly. You peddler just doesn't want me to leave, right? Fine, then I won't leave. Even if I don't take action. They won't survive. On the other side in the courtyard, Qin Jia saw Bai Yao finish absorbing the stone and immediately walked over, asking eagerly. Yao Yao, how was it? Did you absorb the malevolent ghost's killing rule? Bai Yao nodded vigorously, excitement on her face. I absorbed it. Andre and Alice also hurried over, their eyes full of curiosity. Alice asked impatiently, what's the rule? Is it powerful? Bai Yao's excitement slightly diminished, replaced by a hint of confusion. The killing rule I absorbed is called must not be harmed. As long as I am injured, it will automatically trigger, but the introduction did not specify what would specifically happen after triggering. Upon hearing this, Qin Jia pondered. Being usable only once a day is normal. The killing rules of malevolent ghosts are things humans cannot accept. If there were no restrictions, it wouldn't be human anymore, and it could very well turn into a new malevolent ghost in the end. As for the effects after triggering, Qin Jia paused, continuing, we'll find an opportunity to test it out and then we'll know. Bai Yao nodded. Even if she accidentally tested herself to death, it was fine. After all, she had the paper effigy. She could afford to make many mistakes. Bai Yao kept Qin Ziya's words in her heart. Alright, I understand. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Just as she finished understanding the killing rule, she absorbed. At that moment, a sudden flurry of squeaks echoed. The four of them looked in the direction of the sound. They saw the treasure mouse standing on the head of the Taoye, displaying an unusual excitement, squeaking non-stop as if it had discovered something good. Qin Jia immediately thought of the information about the naturally enamored with treasures. This timid mouse requires your care. It will bring you many surprises, and please do not bully the mouse. Naturally enamored with treasures. Did you discover something good in this courtyard, eh? Qin Ziya's eyes lit up as she quickly crouched down to ask the treasure mouse. As soon as she did, the treasure mouse became even more excited, squeaking non-stop. Then, without waiting for Qin Jia to ask anything further, the mouse suddenly bit down on the furry head of the Taotai. Ow! Taotai yelped in pain, but understood the treasure mouse's intent, immediately running in a specific direction. The four of them quickly followed closely behind. The courtyard was not very big. Taotai dashed around and finally stopped in front of a door. This is... Bai Yao halted at the doorway. She discovered that the wooden door of this room was actually ajar, and inside stood a bright red tassel spear, its shaft covered in bloody handprints. However, there was no spear tip. Qin Jia raised her hand to signal everyone to slow down, her eyes warily scanning the open wooden door as she spoke in a low voice. Be careful, the situation inside is unclear. Bai Yao showed no sign of fear in her eyes. Instead, there was a hint of eager excitement. She replied softly, "Got it, Sister Qin." The four cautiously stepped over the threshold and into the room, where the light was dimmer than in the courtyard, and a faint musty smell lingered in the air. After taking just a few steps inside, Qin Jia, who was at the front, suddenly stopped. She let out a soft gasp as her gaze fell directly on a scarlet spear standing in the center of the room. In her line of sight, a panel of information suddenly floated above the red spear. Broken ghost spear. Quality golden. Attack power 10. The spear tip is broken, causing the ghost spear to lose its sharpness, but you might consider piecing it together into a complete spear. Qin Jia frowned slightly, mumbling to herself, her tone filled with confusion. Sister Qin, what is a complete spear? Bai Yao leaned closer. She didn't see any panel. Neither did Andre and Alice. The three followed Qin Ziya's gaze towards the red spear. Yet other than the spear shaft covered in bloody handprints and lacking a spear tip, there was nothing else to see. Upon witnessing this, Qin Jia understood. It seemed that this spear had chosen its master, and only she could see its panel information. She turned to explain to the other three. Only I can see the panel of this spear. It is called the broken ghost spear. Without hesitation, Qin Jia took a deep breath and slowly extended her hand. Just as her fingertips were about to touch the spear shaft, an unexpected change occurred. The originally still scarlet ghost spear suddenly soared into the air as if pulled by an invisible force, flying directly into Qin Ziya's hands. Sister Qin, Bai Yao exclaimed instinctively, wanting to rush forward. It's fine. Qin Jia raised her hand to signal her to relax, steadily catching the flying ghost spear. However, before she could fully assess it, an unexpected movement occurred at her waist. The king's oath sword hanging there suddenly broke free from its sheath and transformed into a white light that shot out. This scene left the four of them stunned. They watched as the king's oath sword flew to the broken tip of the ghost spear, perfectly aligning with it, merging the blade and spear shaft seamlessly. It formed a somewhat mismatched weapon. The spear body was scarlet, but the tip was a silver-white blade with the red tassel swaying slightly beside it. Meanwhile, the panel information in front of Qin Jia also changed. Ghost spear complete version. Quality golden. Attack power 150. The ghost spear, now integrated with the king's oath sword, currently has no special features, but perhaps it can be pieced together a few more times. The scene of the ghost spear merging with the king's oath sword left the online viewers in the live broadcast astonished. What the hell? What is a complete spear? I know, if you click complete meal 1,000 times you will also receive a complete spear. The person above is very clever. He pretends to jump off a building and then urinates down when enough people... No need to say the treasure hunting mouse is amazing. The glutton should learn well and not just eat. What do you know? The glutton is a nurturing class. However, the ghost spear that was integrated with the king's oath sword had no special effects. But the attack power increased from 10 to 150. This was already quite impressive. Inside the Undying Clan ruins, Qin Jia had always been a master with the sword. Her swordsmanship was remarkable, but that was because only swords could be used. In reality, Qin Jia preferred long spears. At this moment, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Qin Ziya's eyes as she gripped the assembled ghost spear, feeling the power radiating from it, which calmed her heart significantly. Bai Yao leaned over, curiously examining this peculiar weapon. How amazing that it can be pieced together like this. She thought of her golden Alaska and flamethrower, imagining how great it would be to combine them, shooting while breathing fire. But unfortunately, the flamethrower had already been given away as a toll fee. Sister Qin, is this spear especially powerful now? Yes, the attack power has increased significantly, but I'm not sure how effective it is against vengeful spirits. Even though this spear is named the Ghost Spear without a spear tip, whether it can harm vengeful spirits remains uncertain. Then Qin Jia turned to the treasure-hunting mouse squatting on the glutton's head, her tone filled with some emotion. Treasure-hunting mouse truly lives up to its name. Impressive. A golden quality weapon, how could it not be considered a treasure? The treasure-hunting mouse seemed to understand her praise, proudly chirping a few times. Just as the atmosphere began to ease a little, Bai Yao suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the table behind the original ghost spear. Look, there's a photo over there. The three immediately followed her gaze, and sure enough, they saw a yellowed photograph placed on the corner of the table. The four hurried over, surrounding the table and carefully examining the contents of the photograph. At that moment, their faces all changed. The photograph clearly showed a group picture of the four of them. In the photo, Bai Yao's face was pale. Alice's eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape, full of terror. Qin Jia furrowed her brows tightly, her expression grave, gripping her weapon tightly, taking a defensive stance. Andre had turned into a puppet standing there in a daze. How could there be a photo of us? Alice exclaimed in shock, her voice trembling as she instinctively took a step back, disbelief written all over her face. We have never taken a photo like this together. Andre's face was equally grim. After all, the three women were still alive, but he was directly dead in the photo. Bai Yao, who had been so arrogant for so long, was brought back to her original form by a single photograph. She felt a chill in her heart and instinctively leaned closer to Qin Jia. At this moment, Qin Jia also fell silent. She was certain that she had never taken this photo, and neither had the others. What concerned her was the terrified expressions of the four in the photo, as if they had encountered something extremely horrifying. Could this be some kind of prophecy? Or a curse? Just as she was about to examine the details of the photograph closely, a sudden, clicking sound came from the courtyard behind them. Not good. Qin Jia instinctively reached out to grab, but was still a step too late. The photo was blown away by the wind, flying out of the open wooden door, spinning in the air a few times before clack clack. The sound of the puppet ghost grew closer, seemingly approaching the house. Qin Jia took a deep breath and tightened her grip on the ghost gun. It seems we are about to face another fierce battle. Meanwhile, in the ancestral hall, the village head sat nearby with a grim expression. He stared fixedly at Bai Chen, who was leisurely seated in the master's chair, his inner fury nearly bursting forth. Give me back the photo. Not giving it back. Bai Chen firmly pinched a yellowed photo between his fingers, the very one Bai Yao had just found right in front of the village head. Bai Chen directly tore the photo into pieces. If you want to play, do it openly. Why resort to these underhanded tricks? Hey, this was indeed a cursed photo. Once the person in the photo saw it, they would be cursed, ultimately meeting the fate depicted in the photo. Originally, all four in the photo would die. However, since the three women had paper substitutes, only Andre would die. But this no longer mattered, as the photo had been destroyed by Bai Chen. Merchant. The village head shouted angrily. This guy had repeatedly disrupted his plans. Did he really think he had a good temper? With the village head's roar, a commotion of puppet ghosts and paper ghosts erupted around them. Soon they were surrounded by a swarm of vengeful spirits. But facing this situation, Bai Chen remained unfazed. He secretly issued control commands to the group of vengeful spirits summoned by the village head, ignoring all and attacking the village head. Once the command was issued, the vengeful spirits all turned their heads in unison towards the village head. Village head. Get him. Kill him. He still hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation. With his command, the vengeful spirits moved. However, they did not attack Bai Chen, but instead went for the village head. Merchant, you tricked me. As soon as Qin Jia's words fell, the four of them tensed, their gazes fixed on the open wooden door. The next second, a massive figure appeared at the doorway, completely blocking the light from outside. The four looked up and gasped in shock. This was no ordinary puppet ghost. The puppet ghost before them stood over 3 meters tall, more than twice the height of those they had encountered before, its previously slender wooden arms and legs now as thick as stone pillars. The wood grain on its body was clearly visible. Most bizarrely, its face no longer bore the previous dull expression, but rather showed one of fury. This should be the true puppet ghost. Qin Jia tightened her grip on the ghost gun. She guessed correctly. No sooner had she spoken than the giant puppet ghost moved. It raised its thick wooden hand, accompanied by a whistling wind, and slammed down towards the four at the door. Dodge! Qin Jia shouted, yanking Bai Yao back as she herself sidestepped. Andre and Alice reacted a bit slower, scrambling to hide inside the house. Bang! The wooden hand struck the door frame, fiercely shattering it instantly, sending wooden splinters flying. The immense impact caused the house to shake with dust from the corners falling down. That was close. Bai Yao patted her chest, still feeling a lingering fear. Alice's face was pale, gasping for breath. Why isn't this guy following the killing rules? The puppet ghosts they had encountered before only attacked upon triggering the killing rules. But this one. Qin Jia scanned the cramped room, silently lamenting. The room was already small, and now the doorway was blocked by the puppet ghost, leaving no escape. The puppet ghost, frustrated from missing, let out an angry roar. It slowly retracted its hand, and suddenly golden threads began to sprout from its body. The threads swayed in the air, curling towards the four inside like venomous snakes. Be careful of those threads. Qin Jia swung her ghost gun, slashing at the approaching golden threads. Clang! The gun blade struck the golden thread, producing a sound of metal clashing. The thread was cleaved and shattered. But that was just one of them. She alone couldn't handle it. Yet the room was too small, and with so many golden threads, there was simply no way to evade. Several threads had already wrapped around Andre, who swung his giant axe wildly. Yet he was still cut by the threads in several places. Panicking, he was sweating profusely. He wasn't afraid of pain, but who knew what effects would result from being injured by these golden threads? Bai Yao was also dodging the attacks of the threads. Her speed had increased significantly after absorbing the strange stone, and for now, she hadn't been touched by the threads. But it was only a temporary reprieve. She watched as the threads drew closer, glancing at the blocked doorway, when a bold thought suddenly sprang to mind. The killing rule she had previously obtained from absorbing the strange stone was cannot be injured. The triggering condition was being injured herself. Now might be the time to trigger it. Otherwise, even if they managed to take down this puppet ghost, they would suffer significant injuries themselves. Thus now was the perfect opportunity. After all, she still had a paper substitute. Even if things went awry, she would have a backup. With this in mind, Bai Yao stopped dodging. She took a deep breath, stepped forward, and rolled up the sleeve of her shroud, revealing her fair arm. Yao Yao you. Qin Jia called out to her just as she was about to pull her back. But she suddenly remembered the killing rule Bai Yao had just absorbed. Instantly understanding her intention, she exclaimed, Sister Qin, trust me. Bai Yao turned and smiled at her. Just as her words fell, a golden thread curled around, slicing towards the arm Bai Yao had rolled up. Bai Yao did not dodge, allowing the thread to slice across her arm. Sizzle. The thread grazed her skin, leaving a fine cut. Blood instantly seeped out. And on the shroud another part was dyed red with blood. This signified that the ghostly shroud had already withstood the killing rule for the second time today. But this was not a good thing. While Bai Yao had resisted the killing rule, Andre, who was similarly injured by the golden thread, had no shroud. Qin Jia and Alice turned to look. As expected, Andre was now stiff, all over, his face contorted in pain. Although he had not yet turned into a puppet, he was not far from death. Now the only way was to kill the puppet ghost. The two women looked at Bai Yao again. Bai Yao was still standing in place. At that moment, a prompt suddenly echoed in her mind. You have been injured. Do you wish to activate the killing rule? Cannot be injured. The moment the system prompt echoed in her mind, Bai Yao hesitated not for a second and silently chanted activate. She had no idea what would happen after activation, nor was she certain if this rule could handle the giant puppet ghost before her. She only knew that this was her only hope at the moment. The wound on her arm throbbed faintly, causing her eyes to redden. She was quite afraid of pain. Tears swirled in her eyes, yet she stubbornly held them back. Yao Yao. Qin Ji, you felt a pang of heartache. They had been together since the ruins of the Undying clan. She had already come to regard Bai Yao as her own sister. However, combating vengeful spirits was indeed not her strong suit. Qin Ji, you could only grip the ghost gun tightly, her gaze fixed intently on the golden threads approaching Bai Yao. He'll shield you. All she could do was prevent Bai Yao from suffering further harm. Alice also reacted, drawing her long sword and slashing at the golden threads closing in on Bai Yao. But there were too many golden threads, far too dense for the two of them to block. In an instant, several threads broke through their defenses, heading straight for Bai Yao. Bai Yao gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and braced herself for excruciating pain or even death. After all, she had a substitute paper figure. At worst, she could be resurrected once, and as long as she could resolve this puppet ghost, that cost was nothing. But it hurts. Boo-hoo, I miss you, brother. Meanwhile, in the ancestral hall, Bai Chen was watching with great interest as the village chief was besieged by the vengeful spirits he had summoned. Though the village chief would not be killed, he looked utterly disheveled, continuously cursing merchant. You want Diag? Bai Chen chuckled coldly, not responding. But at that moment, a strong premonition suddenly surged in his heart. Was his sister in danger? Bai Chen's nerves instantly tightened. Sure enough, a system prompt soon popped up in his mind. Killing rule, she cannot be harmed, has been triggered. Yao Yao. Bai Chen's expression instantly turned icy. The leisurely demeanor, he had vanished without a trace. He didn't even spare a glance at the chaotic village chief, his figure flickering as he disappeared from the grand chair. He was directly teleported to where Bai Yao was. The village chief was still entangled with the vengeful spirits when he suddenly noticed Bai Chen had vanished. He was momentarily stunned before quickly reacting. His expression turned ecstatic. Finally he was gone. Outside in the live broadcast room, the audience from the Dragon Country watched as Bai Yao voluntarily allowed the golden threads to cut into her. Everyone's hearts tightened. I feel so sorry for Sister Yao, such a deep cut, it looks painful. Boo-hoo, my Yao Commander Qin used to protect her, and now she stands up and voluntarily gets hurt to protect everyone. Yao has really grown. What do you mean you're Yao? She is clearly mine. Uncle warning. So what exactly is Sister Yao's killing rule? I don't understand it at all. While everyone in the Dragon Country was feeling sorry for Bai Yao, occasionally someone glanced at Andre. However, in the Lighthouse Country's live broadcast room, the audience was reveling in schadenfreude. Is this Dragon Country woman stupid? Actively seeking a beating. Can the puppet ghost do something? Just kill her. What a waste. Just wait, she will soon become a puppet like that foolish Andre. The Dragon Country's chosen ones will be wiped out. Viewers from Sakura Country, Lighthouse Country, and other live broadcast rooms were eagerly anticipating Bai Yao and the others getting into trouble. They wouldn't die. It was truly imbalanced in their hearts. In the yard in the small house, Bai Yao had been waiting with her eyes closed for several seconds. Yet the anticipated excruciating pain had not yet arrived. She opened her eyes in confusion, and the scene before her left her completely stunned. The golden threads that had originally attacked her all fell upon a suddenly appearing figure. The figure wore familiar clothing and a dragon head mask. The national fortune merchant. How did he come here? What shocked her even more was that those razor-sharp golden threads, which even Qin Ya's ghost gun struggled to cut through. Upon hitting the national fortune merchant, they seemed to collide with a hard steel plate bouncing off with no trace. The three women in the room were dumbfounded. They had never expected this mysterious merchant would suddenly appear here and block the attack for Bai Yao. Bai Chen ignored Bai Yao's question, only casting a pained glance at her arm. This silly girl. Who taught you to use it like that? No, after this time out, I must teach her properly. But for now. Bai Chen pulled back his thoughts, his gaze fixed sharply on the puppet ghost at the door. As if sensing something, the puppet ghost actually took a step back under his gaze. Bai Chen immediately stepped forward. Strangely, the originally fierce, giant puppet ghost. When Bai Chen took that step, it unexpectedly retreated uncontrollably, once more fear flashing in its hollow eyes. Its previously angry expression also faltered, beginning to collapse. Next, Bai Chen did not give the puppet ghost any chance to react. He charged fiercely towards it. His speed was astonishing, leaving only a black shadow in the eyes of the onlookers. The puppet ghost then reacted, attempting to raise its wooden hand to defend, but it was already too late. Smack! A muffled sound echoed. Bai Chen raised his hand and delivered a heavy slap to the puppet ghost's face. The force of this slap exceeded imagination. The puppet ghost had intended to dodge, but for some unknown reason its body suddenly stiffened and could not move. It could only helplessly endure this slap. In the next second, its head was directly sent flying. Bang! A heavy sound echoed as it crashed onto the ground in the yard. But there was no need. Since it had harmed Bai Yao, it must die. After its head fell to the ground, the puppet ghost's body continued to convulse wildly, but there was no need. Since it had harmed Bai Yao, it must die. After its head fell to the ground, the puppet ghost's body continued to convulse wildly, still attempting to stand up. Bai Chen stepped forward, violently dismantling it, tearing apart the puppet ghost's torso and limbs. The connecting golden threads were also yanked apart. Let me borrow your gun for a moment. Bai Chen turned to the shocked Qin Jia and waved at her. To be precise, he waved at her ghost gun. A shocking scene unfolded. The ghost gun in Qin Jia's hand emitted two buzzing sounds and flew directly towards Bai Chen. Hey, my gun. Qin Jia was momentarily stunned. Of course, she was willing to lend her gun to the national fortune merchant, but she hadn't expected the ghost gun to respond so obediently. After obtaining the gun, Bai Chen directly wrapped the severed golden threads around the gun body. The ghost gun's interface changed once again. Ghost gun completed. Gun version quality: golden attack power 180, can repel vengeful spirits. Besides that, it has no special effects. Perhaps it can be combined 2 more times. This move served a dual purpose, suppressing the puppet ghost and upgrading the ghost gun. After completing his actions, Bai Chen spoke again. Yao, let me borrow your golden Alaska for a moment. As soon as he spoke, Bai Yao's eyes flickered. What? When he called her name, did she feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity? It was as if she had heard it countless times before. There was something wrong. This national fortune merchant definitely had. Bai Yao stared at the national fortune merchant wearing a dragon head mask in front of her, her heart filled with increasing doubts. His tone when he called her name was too familiar. So familiar that it made her think of Bai Chen. But her brother was clearly not in the national fortune survival. This person had appeared since the relics of the undead clan. Even within Jixiang village, these fierce ghosts recognized him. Bai Yao recalled the figure of her foolish older brother. The two were simply not comparable. Never mind, this is not the time to think about these things. Bai Yao suppressed her doubts and remained silent no matter what the true identity of the national fortune merchant was. He had helped her multiple times, surely he was not a bad person. All right. Bai Yao replied straightforwardly, raising her hand to take down the golden Alaska from her back and handing it over. Here you go. Bai Chen took the golden Alaska, and as his fingertips touched the body of the gun, he chuckled inwardly. This foolish girl was still so easy to deceive, lending it as if it were nothing. He would borrow her snacks when he returned. He weighed the AK in his hands and turned to look at the remains of the puppet ghost scattered in the yard. In the next second, Bai Chen's figure flashed, and he was already beside the remains of the puppet ghost. He casually placed the golden Alaska aside and pulled out several shiny pieces of gold from his cargo box, piling them next to the wreckage. What is he doing? Alice murmured quietly, her eyes full of curiosity. Qin Jia shook her head, her gaze fixed on Bai Chen's actions. I don't know, but he looks like he's going to modify the weapon. As soon as she finished speaking, the three saw Bai Chen raise his hand, a faint golden light radiating from his palm. The wooden remains of the puppet ghosts and the gold he had taken out began to float, gradually merging under his control. The body of the puppet ghost was compressed into fine wood and fused with the gold. The body of the golden Alaska was also disassembled and recombined with these materials. The entire process was astonishingly quick. Within a few minutes, the original golden Alaska had completely transformed. A golden Gatling gun twice the size of the original appeared before everyone. The gun body remained golden, featuring 6 barrels, exuding a tremendous sense of intimidation. Bai Chen raised the golden Gatling gun in his hand, weighed it, and nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, a notification echoed in Bai Yao's mind, and a panel of information about the Gatling gun appeared before her. Golden Gatling gun quality, golden attack power, 45 care and compassion from the national fortune merchant have entered the barrel, allowing them to feel warmth. Unlimited bullets. Prolonged firing will trigger a berserk state, doubling the firing rate followed by a cooldown period. Is this right? Bai Yao's eyes widened in shock, nearly dropping her jaw. Is this still my golden Alaska? She hurried over to Bai Chen's side, looking at the imposing golden Gatling. Her heart raced with excitement. Not only had its attack power increased, but it also retained unlimited bullets. It even added a berserk state. The intensity of this increase was no small matter. Bai Chen handed her the golden Gatling gun, his tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible affection. Take it, it'll definitely be better than your original AK. Bai Yao held the golden Gatling gun, feeling that it was heavier than she imagined, but with her current physique, she could easily handle it. Thank you, National Fortune Merchant. At this moment in Bai Yao's heart, the National Fortune Merchant's position had risen to 3rd place. Second was Qin Jia. First, of course, was Bai Chen. No matter how good others were, no one could shake Bai Chen's standing in Bai Yao's heart. At this time, Qin Jia and Alice also gathered around. Qin Jia was fine. Her ghost gun had also been upgraded by the National Fortune Merchant. Only Alice looked on with envy. By the way, what happened to Andre? At this moment, Alice suddenly remembered Andre, who was still in the house. The 3 girls quickly turned to look. They found that with the puppet ghost completely suppressed by the National Fortune Merchant, Andre had returned to normal, no longer stiff, though his face was still pale, slumped on the ground, his gaze vacant. He clearly had not yet recovered from the fright earlier. Andre, are you okay? Alice stepped forward and asked. Andre slowly raised his head, saw the few of them, and looked at the wreckage of the puppet ghost at the door, finally regaining his senses. He swallowed hard. I am fine, just thought I was going to die a moment ago. As the group sighed in relief, they turned to see Bai Chen squatting beside the remains of the puppet ghost in the yard, seemingly tinkering with something. What is he doing again? Bai Yao walked over curiously, and Qin Jia and Alice followed. As they got closer, the 3 girls were left speechless. They saw Bai Chen mixing the leftover wooden remains of the puppet ghost with a small amount of gold, shaping them into round, plump, oval balls. He even attached a simple fuse on top. Looking at this shape. Is this a grenade? Qin Jia asked in surprise. Although the National Fortune Merchant's creation was quite abstract, half of her life had been spent on the interstellar battlefield, so she easily recognized it. That's right. Bai Chen did not look up, his hands still moving steadily. A golden grenade, its power is decent enough to deal with fierce ghosts. As he spoke, another golden grenade was completed. He placed it aside and continued his work. The sunlight shone on the golden grenade, reflecting a dazzling light, appearing both dangerous and glamorous. Qin Jia was entranced, unable to resist stepping closer to see more clearly. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept by. A strand of her hair just brushed against Bai Chen's face. Bai Chen froze, instinctively looking up. The distance between them was already close, and with his sudden movement, his face nearly touched Qin Jia's, their noses almost touching. Qin Jia. She was startled, quickly stepping back 2 paces, her cheeks instantly flushed. Bai Chen was also taken aback, but soon nonchalantly averted his gaze, continuing to focus on making grenades. Yet in his heart he couldn't help but think, That was close. I almost got taken advantage of. Luckily, I reacted quickly. Bai Yao's gaze flickered back and forth between the two. It seemed even more so. Qin Jia forced herself to clear her throat and turned her head away, but her ears were still flushed. Before long, Bai Chen had used up all the remaining materials and had made a total of 8 golden grenades. He stood up, gathered the grenades together, and divided them into 4 piles. You 3 each take 2. Bai Chen picked up 6 grenades and handed them to Bai Yao, Qin Jia, and Alice. The 3 girls received the grenades, which felt heavy in their hands. Golden grenade quality blue, a weapon against fierce ghosts. When used, will you feel a hint of sympathy for the puppet ghosts? Bai Yao weighed the golden grenade in her hand excitedly, saying, "Thank you, National Fortune Merchant." This thing was just like a ghost-repelling talisman. It was a wide-area weapon targeting fierce ghosts. It would be very useful in Jisheng village. Qin Jia nodded as well, solemnly putting away her grenade. "Thank you." The remaining 2 grenades were placed on the ground. Bai Yao and Alice thought they were for Andre, turning to look at him inside the house. But in the next second, they saw Bai Chen bend down to pick up those 2 grenades and casually stuff them into his pocket. Andre, who witnessed everything. Bai Chen noticed the 3 girls' gazes and explained lightly, "They'll keep these 2 as spares." He had no intention of giving them to Andre. This guy was lucky. He wouldn't need them. Really, it wasn't that he was treating them differently. Anyone who knew him understood that he was always fair and just. After speaking, Bai Chen clapped his hands. He turned to the 3 girls and said, "I've given you everything. You can handle things here yourselves. I'm leaving now." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure shook slightly and vanished from the spot. In the ancestral hall, the village chief, who had been busy for half a day, finally dealt with those damned fierce ghosts. He was very angry now. Anger was causing wooden patterns to appear on his face. Just then a voice suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Bai Chen, holding a golden grenade in one hand, had already pulled the fuse. Surprise! The village chief's expression changed from anger to panic. He didn't understand what the merchant was saying in his strange language, but he knew that this guy's appearance meant trouble. Boom! In the courtyard, Alice fiddled with the golden grenade in her hand and asked Qin Jia, "Where should we go next?" Qin Jia glanced around the courtyard. "Now that the puppet ghost has been dealt with, we should take this opportunity to leave the ancestral hall quickly, or the village chief will certainly keep targeting us. Even if there are dangers outside, it must be much better than the ancestral hall." "I agree." Bai Yao shook her golden Gatling gun. After getting the golden Gatling gun, she felt extremely arrogant. Just as the 4 were discussing their next plan, a deafening explosion suddenly resonated from deep within the village. Boom! The tremendous sound made the ground tremble, and dust fell from the courtyard. What was that? Bai Yao instantly tensed up, raising her golden Gatling gun to aim in the direction of the sound, her eyes alert. Qin Jia furrowed her brows, listening carefully, and solemnly said, "The sound came from the direction of the ancestral hall." The ancestral hall. With such a noise, could it be that the ancestral hall has been blown up? Just then the 4 suddenly noticed a villager's figure appearing at the entrance of the courtyard. The villager had a calm expression and walked step by step towards the 4. Qin Jia immediately raised her hand to grip the ghost gun. Seeing this, the villager stopped, waved his hand, and said in a flat tone, "I mean no harm. The village chief sent me to deliver a message." The village chief. The 4 exchanged surprised glances. The village chief had just been eager to kill them. Why would he suddenly send someone to deliver a message? "The village ceremony has been postponed," the villager said. "Please leave here and do not linger in the ancestral hall." "Postponed? What? That's it? No more?" Bai Yao was stunned. "Nothing else." The villager shook his head. "You should leave through the back door of the courtyard." After saying that, he turned to leave. There were no aggressive actions at all, not even a glance at the 4. Watching the villager's retreating figure, the 4 were left in a daze. "Is he just leaving like that?" Alice said, puzzled. "Does he really mean no harm?" "It seems that way." Qin Jia frowned, filled with doubt. "It should be related to the recent explosion. No matter what he intends, since he wants us to leave, we should go first. Bai Yao, it's too dangerous here. Let's leave first and see what happened at the ancestral hall." Qin Jia nodded. "All right, let's go through the back door, and be careful." The 4 walked out through the back door of the courtyard, which led to a narrow alley. The low houses on both sides of the alley were eerily quiet. They slowly walked forward along the alley, drawing closer to the direction of the ancestral hall. After walking for a few minutes, the 4 turned out of the alley and saw the main entrance of the ancestral hall. The scene before them left them utterly stunned. The ancestral hall had been blown to pieces, with half of the roof collapsed and several large holes blasted into the walls. Debris and wood chips were scattered everywhere, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder and charred wood. Qin Jia looked at the ruins before her, her lips twitching involuntarily, as she suddenly recalled the 2 golden grenades Bai Chen had stuffed into her pocket before leaving. Now I understand why he kept 2 grenades for himself. It turns out he intended to blow up the ancestral hall. So he was a national fortune merchant. Bai Yao finally reacted. That made sense. Who else could have the ability to blow up the ancestral hall? No wonder the village chief suddenly wanted them to leave. He must have been too busy dealing with the explosion to have any energy left to handle them. In the external live broadcast room, the explosion was also captured by the cameras, and viewers from various countries were in an uproar. Wow, what was that explosion? Did the village chief really get robbed? What happened to the prophet who said they would be robbed? They really got cut down tonight. The national fortune merchant? But why did the national fortune merchant blow up the ancestral hall? Is this an NPC civil war? Damn. Useless village chief letting the Dragon Kingdom's chosen one live again. In auspicious village, the four were still staring at the ruined ancestral hall in a daze. Suddenly, they heard the prompt for national fortune survival in their minds. Not just them, but other chosen ones still in the inn received it as well. Attention, all chosen ones, due to irresistible factors, the village ceremony has been postponed. Please arrive at the village's charity hall by midnight to complete the night watch task. Night watch task requirements: chosen ones must stay in the charity hall until 6 in the morning and cannot leave the hall's area. There are 3 charity halls in the village. Please proceed to the assigned charity hall. Task reward: golden treasure chest. Chosen ones who complete the task will receive special rewards. After the prompt sound disappeared, the 4 were left stunned. Night watch task. Seeing the new task had been issued, the 4 no longer hesitated, turned, and quickly left the vicinity of the ancestral hall, heading towards the inn. This was not a place for conversation. However, not long after the 4 left, a figure slowly crawled out from the rubble of the blown-up ancestral hall. It was the village chief. The 4 of them hurried back to the inn. At this moment, some people were already waiting in the lobby. Just as they were about to ask something, upon seeing them return, Qin Jia had no intention of acknowledging anyone and directly pulled Bai Yao and Alisai back to their room. It's still daytime, and we have some time. Let's rest for a bit, otherwise we may not have the energy to keep watch at night. They had previously worked hard to secure a place to stay. However, since they would be keeping watch tonight, there was no need to stay at the inn, so no one mentioned working again. This was different from room 443. In the other rooms of the inn, a stifling and tense atmosphere lingered. Time flew by, and soon it was past 11 at night. Outside the window, Jixiang village was completely engulfed in darkness, with only a few flickering candle lights visible from the windows of a handful of homes, adding to the eerie ambience. The 3 women in room 443 had already awakened. At that moment, a clear sound resonated in the minds of all chosen ones, signaling the start of the national survival mission. Midnight is approaching. Please proceed to your assigned ancestral grave. Those who are late will face elimination. Bai Yao assigned grave East Village, ancestral grave. Qin Jia assigned grave West Village, ancestral grave. Alisai assigned grave West Village, ancestral grave. Andre assigned grave North Village, ancestral grave. As the allocation list was announced, the expressions on the 3 women's faces changed. East Village and West Village. Opposite directions. Qin Jia furrowed her brow, looking at Bai Yao with concern. She glanced at the list again. In the chosen ones heading to the East Village ancestral grave, there wasn't a single familiar face. Not even those from the Snow Country or the never-setting Sun Empire. Alisai couldn't sit still anymore. Qin Jia and I are in the West Village. Andre is going to the north, so Bai Yao has no one to look after her. Bai Yao, however, was unfazed. She patted her shroud and weighed her golden Gatling gun in her hands. With a confident smile, she said, "It's fine, don't worry. I'm very capable now. I even have 2 golden grenades as trump cards. Besides, even if I die, I can resurrect, so there's no need to worry about me." Of course, Bai Yao had one more thing. She didn't say it hurts a little. She knew Qin Jia would definitely worry about her, but now that the system had made its allocation, there was no point in dwelling on it. Moreover, after so many battles, she was no longer the girl who needed to rely on others. Qin Jia fell silent. It seemed, rather than worrying about Bai Yao, she should first be concerned about herself. All right. Qin Jia took a deep breath and solemnly instructed, "When you get to the ancestral grave, don't run around. Find a safe corner to keep watch, and if you encounter any danger you can't handle, use the grenades. If anyone tries to harm you, shoot immediately. Kill a few to scare the rest into submission." Most of the chosen ones going to the East Village ancestral grave were close to the Lighthouse Nation. Without even thinking, Qin Jia knew what they would be thinking upon seeing Bai Yao alone. "Got it, Sister Qin." Bai Yao nodded vigorously. "All right, it's getting late. Let's hurry and leave. We can't be late." Qin Jia stood up, gripping her ghost gun tightly. The penalty for being late was too severe. No one dared to take the risk of delaying. The 3 women no longer hesitated and walked out the inn's door together. The street outside was shrouded in darkness. The trees by the roadside were cast into twisted shadows by the faint moonlight, looking particularly eerie. "Then I'm off." Bai Yao waved her hand. She walked towards the East Village. Seeing her leave, Qin Jia turned to Alisai and said, "Let's go too." "Okay." Alisai replied. Just a few steps into their walk, Qin Jia suddenly caught a glimpse of a shadow darting past in her peripheral vision. Hua. Qin Jiao abruptly stopped. She was about to see what the shadow was, but suddenly realized that the shadow was heading towards the east. Instinctively, she glanced towards the east, and her pupils instantly constricted. Just moments ago, those who had headed towards the East Village ancestral grave with Bai Yao included several chosen ones from other nations, roughly a dozen people. However, in just those few seconds, all those chosen ones had mysteriously vanished. It was as if they had evaporated into thin air, leaving no trace of disturbance. Qin Ziya's heart sank. But looking at the time, it was already 11:30. If she hesitated any longer, she and Alisai would be late. Time no longer permitted her to check on Bai Yao's situation. Qin Jia gritted her teeth, forcing herself to look away. She knew that she couldn't act impulsively. If she were eliminated for being late, she would be even less able to help Bai Yao. Besides, Bai Yao had her shroud and Gatling gun. In reality, she was quite safe. The two did not hesitate any further and quickened their pace towards the West Village ancestral grave. In the darkness, their figures quickly disappeared. Meanwhile, on the other side, on the path leading to the East Village, Bai Yao was striding forward with the golden Gatling gun slung over her shoulder, completely unaware that not far behind her in the darkness a figure with a heavy sense of stealth was silently following her. She cautiously observed her surroundings, not slowing her pace in the slightest. Soon a dilapidated building appeared not far ahead with a faded wooden sign hanging at the entrance. It bore the words East Village Ancestral Grave in large characters. By now, a number of chosen ones had already gathered at the entrance of the ancestral grave. Bai Yao walked over, quickly glancing around, and her heart immediately understood. Those foreign chosen ones also noticed Bai Yao. When they first saw her, a hint of wariness flashed in their eyes, but when they realized she was alone, their expressions changed. Where's that commander named Qin Jia? It seems she isn't with her. Indeed, even Alisai from the Never-Setting Sun Empire is not here. If that's the case, doesn't that mean no one is protecting her? Everyone knew about Bai Yao's golden Alaska. But because of this, they all thought that Bai Yao relied solely on her weapon and her own strength was negligible. Bai Yao heard some murmurs. However, she couldn't be bothered to pay attention to their chatter and found a corner not far from the ancestral grave's entrance to stand still. She glanced at the time. There were just 2 minutes left until midnight. As the time approached, the temperature around the ancestral grave seemed to drop, and an ominous chill slowly spread, making one's heart feel uneasy. Meanwhile, in the darkness behind her, a gaze grew sharper, fixated on the group of people present. 1 minute left until midnight. The dilapidated wooden door of the ancestral hall suddenly creaked open, revealing a wave of cold and sinister air mingled with a faint stench of decay. The surrounding chosen ones instinctively took a step back, their faces filled with fear. Only Bai Yao remained unfazed, stepping forward first into the hall. She knew clearly that there was no escaping this. Rather than cower, it was better to take the initiative. Seeing this, the other chosen ones could only steel themselves and follow her inside. As soon as they stepped into the ancestral hall, the wooden door behind them slammed shut with a loud bang. The sound of the lock clicking was unmistakable, completely quelling any thoughts of retreat. Using the faint moonlight filtering through the window, Bai Yao quickly swept her gaze around the interior of the ancestral hall. It was a modestly sized chamber, the floor covered in thick dust and cobwebs in the corners, giving it a dilapidated appearance. What caught the eye the most were 3 pitch-black coffins lined up side by side in the center of the hall. The surfaces of the coffins were mottled, appearing rather aged, exuding a palpable aura of death. 3 coffins. Bai Yao murmured softly, raising an eyebrow. Could it be the coffins are haunted? However, the coffins remained motionless, showing no signs of disturbance, and Bai Yao did not rashly approach them. She chose a spot near the entrance in a corner with a clear view and slowly sat down against the wall. This position allowed her to observe any movement of the 3 coffins while also guarding against potential dangers from behind, making it an excellent defensive position. The other chosen ones also found places to sit down, nobody daring to speak, even breathing lightly. The entire ancestral hall was eerily silent, with only the sound of their hearts beating and the faint rustle of breaths. The oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Bai Yao remained vigilant, straining her ears to listen for any movements around her. She could sense that countless eyes seemed to be watching her from the darkness, but she paid them no mind. With her golden Gatling gun and golden grenades, she was confident in dealing with either vengeful spirits or ill-intentioned individuals. Time trickled by. No one knew how long had passed. Just as everyone's nerves began to ease slightly, a piercing sound suddenly shattered the silence of the ancestral hall. Z. It was the sound of nails scraping against wood. Sharp and grating, it rang out particularly clearly in the quiet hall. What was that sound? All the chosen ones were jolted awake by the strange noise, their eyes, snapping open, instantly drained of color. Bai Yao also tightened her nerves and stood up abruptly. There was no reply, and the sound of nails against the wood faded away as if it had merely been an illusion. But the shrill sound had been all too real, and no one dared dismiss it as a figment of their imagination. Outside in the live broadcast room, the earlier strange noise had been clearly captured. Audiences from various countries erupted into chaos. What the hell was that sound? So scary. I'm getting goosebumps. Wasn't that the sound of nails scraping wood? Could it be that a vengeful spirit is hiding inside that coffin? Doesn't anyone doubt those 3 coffins? Of course some doubt it, but who would dare to go take a look? What if there really is a vengeful spirit? Who could stop it? Bai Yao from Long Country, she's so powerful she should hurry up and take a look. Exactly, she is the strongest here. If she doesn't check, who will? She has no sense of responsibility. Everyone in the ancestral hall remained frozen in fear for several minutes. Just when someone thought the earlier sound was indeed an illusion, the piercing noise rang out again. Z. This time the sound was clearer and more prolonged than before. Everyone heard it distinctly. The noise originated from the far right coffin in the center of the hall. Over there. It's the far right coffin. One chosen one screamed in terror, pointing at the coffin, their body trembling uncontrollably. It really came from inside the coffin. There's something in there. Another person shouted, their voice filled with despair. The chatter erupted into chaos. The previously oppressive atmosphere was shattered, replaced by endless panic. What do we do? It must be a vengeful spirit inside. Should we run? We can't run. The door is locked tight. We're trapped here. Whether we come or not, it's death. This is simply a death trap. The chosen ones were in a frenzy, each one speaking over the other, and many had already begun to break down. At this moment, a malicious gaze fell upon Bai Yao. The speaker was a burly man from Kangaroo Country. He fixed his gaze on Bai Yao, and then said loudly, "Everyone quiet down. There's no use panicking now." The crowd gradually quieted down, all looking at him, eager to know his plan. The burly chosen one pointed at Bai Yao and said, "Look, she's the strongest among us. This lady from Long Country can definitely deal with whatever is inside. Why not let her go take a look and see what's causing the trouble?" As soon as he said this, others immediately echoed him. "Yes, I agree. Bai Yao's weapon is so powerful, she's the most suitable. We are all ordinary people. We can't handle a vengeful spirit. Only she has that capability. She must go." They attempted to morally coerce her. Knowing they couldn't deal with the vengeful spirit themselves, they wanted to shove this dangerous task onto Bai Yao. After all, if something went wrong, it would only affect her, not them. Bai Yao looked at the ugly faces of these people and couldn't help but sneer. She had known that they would try to scheme against her when they saw her alone, but she didn't expect them to resort to such a disgusting tactic of moral coercion so quickly. "I'm not going. What can you do about it?" Bai Yao spoke coldly. Her voice was not loud, but it silenced all discussions instantly. "You all are too scared to go and want to push it onto me. I'm not your bodyguard. I have no obligation to lead the way for you. Whoever wants to go can go. If anyone dares to force me, don't blame me for being rude." "How can you say that?" The burly man from Kangaroo Country immediately retorted. "We are all in the same boat. Helping us is also helping yourself. If the vengeful spirit comes out, we all die." "Exactly. You can't be so selfish." A female chosen one from Diving Country chimed in, her eyes filled with resentment. "If you don't go, we won't survive, and you won't have it easy either." At that moment, the sound of nails scraping against wood from the far right coffin rang out again, even more urgent. Z. It was as if whatever was inside had grown impatient and was ready to burst out at any moment. Bai Yao raised an eyebrow. She knew that mere words would not stop these people. It was deafening, even noisier than the foolish Bai Chen. Taking a deep breath, she directly pulled out her golden Gatling gun from the chosen space. The golden body of the Gatling gun, along with its 6 barrels, exuded an overwhelming aura of intimidation. It was far more majestic than the golden Alaska that everyone had seen before. "Isn't that a golden Alaska? How did it turn into this? This is a Gatling, isn't it?" The chosen ones instantly erupted in discussion, while the burly man from the Kangaroo Nation, who had been shouting just moments before, was now dumbfounded, his eyes fixed on the golden Gatling, swallowing hard. They only knew that Bai Yao possessed a powerful golden Alaska. Yet they had never seen this Gatling, which emanated a sense of pressure far superior to that of the golden Alaska. How could she have such a weapon? A voice murmured softly, filled with envy and jealousy. The goddess chosen from the Diving Nation looked even more troubled. She had initially thought Bai Yao only had an AK, and even if it was formidable, there would be some room for maneuver. But once the Gatling was drawn, her confidence evaporated by half in an instant. If this weapon unleashed a barrage, everyone would be doomed. Yet she mustered her courage and said, "What do you need that weapon for? We just wanted you to take a look, not to take a look. No need for that." Bai Yao scoffed, raising the golden Gatling, aiming the muzzle directly at the black coffin on the far right that was still making noise. She couldn't be morally coerced by this group of people. The reason she intended to act was simply that she also wanted to clarify what was inside the coffin. Rather than approaching cautiously, it was better to fire the Gatling. Simple and efficient. "Are you crazy? What if the vengeful spirit inside gets enraged? The burly man from the kangaroo nation shouted urgently, unprepared to confront a vengeful spirit heathen. Bai Yao ignored him completely, her finger already resting on the trigger. She could sense that whatever was in the coffin was still moving, and the commotion was growing louder, clearly about to emerge. So much useless chatter, Bai Yao muttered under her breath, and the next second she pulled the trigger. Da-da-da. The golden gatling erupted with a piercing roar, unleashing a hail of golden bullets, like a torrential downpour upon the black coffin. The bullets flew swiftly, cutting through the air, relentlessly striking the coffin lid. Bang, bang, bang. The originally sturdy black coffin was instantly riddled with whole splinters flying everywhere. In no time, the entire coffin lid was shattered, revealing what lay inside. It was a corpse wrapped in black cloth, its nails long and sharp. This was the source of the scratching sound from earlier. The bullets did not cease, continuing to rain down on the corpse. The corpse was blasted into a bloody mess, emitting a piercing and horrifying wail. The scream was sharp and ear-splitting. The chosen ones on the scene felt their scalps tingle, with many covering their ears, their faces turning pale. Bai Yao remained expressionless, continuing to pull the trigger until the wailing completely ceased, the corpse mutilated beyond recognition, and there was no further movement. However, she still did not release her grip. Instead, she turned the gun towards the burly man from the kangaroo nation, who had just morally coerced her. The man's complexion changed. "You lunatic," he shouted angrily, hastily trying to dodge, but it was far too late. The bullet struck directly into his legs. A spray of blood erupted instantly. The man's wretched screams echoed throughout the mortuary. Bai Yao glanced at the slightly reddened barrel and released the trigger. The roaring of the gatling gradually came to a halt. Everyone stared at her in terror. No one had expected that Bai Yao would not only shoot ghosts, but also people. The burly man from the kangaroo nation was still screaming. Yet none of his teammates dared to speak, fearing that the next moment Bai Yao would aim her gun at them as well. The shattered corpse and coffin lay in disarray, with no further unusual movements. "Is the vengeful spirit dead?" someone asked cautiously, their voice trembling. "It should be dead. With so many bullets, even a vengeful spirit wouldn't withstand it." A portion of the crowd sighed in relief, although they had also participated in the moral coercion earlier. But compared to Bai Yao, they were more afraid of the vengeful spirit, since it wouldn't reason with them. Gradually, many gazes fell back onto the golden gatling in Bai Yao's hands. The fear in their eyes was slowly replaced by greed, gleaming with malicious intent. This weapon could kill ghosts. They had known that Bai Yao's weapon was powerful, but seeing the might of this gatling made them tempted beyond. Moreover, they had already confirmed that Bai Yao had come alone, and Qin Jia was nowhere to be seen. This was a prime opportunity to seize her weapon. The gatling was indeed dangerous, but as long as they didn't give her a chance to shoot, it would be fine. A chosen one subtly gestured to the companion beside him. The two slowly moved half a step towards Bai Yao, their eyes fixed on the golden gatling. Several other chosen ones with ill intentions exchanged glances, eager to act. Bai Yao observed all of this with keen eyes, a mocking smile curling at her lips. She had long suspected that these people would be tempted upon seeing such a powerful weapon. She did not lower the gatling. Instead, she raised it once more, slowly sweeping the muzzle across all the chosen ones present, her tone icy as she spoke. "If you want to snatch my weapon, feel free to try." She gently pulled the trigger, and the barrel began to rotate slowly. With just a little more force, bullets would be fired. The chosen ones who had been stealthily moving froze in place, instinctively halting their steps. "You all saw the firing rate of my gatling just now," Bai Yao continued, her voice laden with warning. "You can gamble on whether your movements are faster or my bullets are." The scene of the gatling shooting at the coffin was still vivid in their minds. The dense bullets, let alone humans, not even a vengeful spirit, could withstand them. No one dared to wager their lives. The chosen one laughed awkwardly and slowly backed away. Others who were eager to act also averted their gazes, no longer daring to entertain ill thoughts. The burly man from the kangaroo nation was still screaming. Bai Yao grew impatient with the noise. "Shut up. If you keep yelling, I'll blow your head off," the burly man replied. This was too much bullying. "You broke my legs, and now you won't even let me." His face shifted between green and white, wanting to say something, but ultimately didn't dare to speak. He knew that Bai Yao was not someone they could provoke. "I'm just kidding, well, shoot, even if you don't scream," Bai Yao replied calmly, then pulled the trigger, the bullet shooting out and taking the life of the burly man from the kangaroo nation. The mortuary fell into a dead silence. No one dared to speak. No one knew if they would suddenly provoke this madwoman again. After an unknown amount of time, a hoarse and eerie voice suddenly came from the left coffin, breaking the silence. "Let me out, and I'll help you snatch her weapon. How about that?" Upon hearing this, all the chosen ones were stunned, turning their heads in unison. The voice came from the left. Something in the coffin was actually making a deal with them. It even wanted to help them snatch Bai Yao's weapon. Bai Yao frowned, raising the golden gatling and aiming at the left coffin. At the moment of about to fire, the voice spoke again. "Go ahead and shoot. Once you do, I can come out." As these words were spoken, Bai Yao hesitated for a moment. She could not ascertain the truth of the statement. It was possible that the fellow in the coffin was merely trying to deceive her out of fear of her gun. However, one thing was certain. It couldn't escape on its own, and thus relied on others to open the coffin. Regardless of whether it feared her gun or not, she only needed to accomplish one thing. That was to prevent anyone else from opening the coffin. I am Jack, the chosen one of the Lighthouse Kingdom. Let me out, and I will keep my word. The hoarse voice from within the coffin rang out once more. These words struck like thunder, causing all the chosen ones in the ancestral hall to freeze, their faces filled with astonishment. Jack! Is it really Jack? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Jack was quite famous among the chosen ones of the Lighthouse Kingdom, known for his formidable strength. Since he had not appeared for a while, everyone thought he had met with misfortune, only to discover that he was locked in a coffin. It does sound like him. I have seen him before. I can't mistake his voice. A chosen one from the Cactus Kingdom suddenly stepped forward, with certainty in his tone. With someone to vouch for him, the previously hesitant chosen ones began to stir restlessly. They had heard of Jack's strength, and if they could team up with him, they would have a better chance of snatching Bai Yao's weapon, even gaining an additional layer of security within the ancestral hall. Quick, let him out. With his help, we can definitely seize that Dragon Kingdom woman's weapon. One chosen one rushed forward. He ran towards the coffin on the left, his eyes filled with urgency. Wait for me. I'm coming to help. Another chosen one from the Kangaroo Kingdom also reacted and ran over. In an instant, 4 or 5 chosen ones with close ties to the Lighthouse Kingdom moved, gathering around the left coffin, eager to open its lid. They believed that as long as Jack emerged, even Bai Yao would not stand a chance. I dare anyone to move. Bai Yao's icy voice suddenly rang out, dousing everyone with cold water. Her golden Gatling gun once again aimed at the direction of the coffin, the barrel slowly rotating, emitting a low buzzing sound. The chosen one at the front froze in place, abruptly halting before the coffin. He could feel the cold touch of the Gatling gun aimed at him, cold sweat breaking out on his back, daring not to take another step forward. Bai Yao, don't go too far. Someone shouted with a shaky tone. Jack is our friend. Letting him out is only right. What right do you have to stop us? By this. Bai Yao raised the Gatling gun in her hand, her tone devoid of any fluctuation. Whoever touches the coffin will die. A simple statement. Yet it stunned everyone into silence. No one dared to gamble on whether Bai Yao's words were true or not. After all, she had just killed someone. The chosen ones surrounding the coffin found themselves in a dilemma, wanting to free Jack, while fearing to be turned into Swiss cheese by Bai Yao's bullets. Jack inside the coffin seemed a bit impatient, and his hoarse voice echoed again. A bunch of useless fools. You can't even deal with a woman. Bai Yao, do you think a weapon can scare everyone? Once I get out, your Gatling gun will eventually belong to me. Then we'll see if you can come out first. Bai Yao scoffed, her finger firmly on the trigger. I want to see if you can crawl out of the coffin alive. Meanwhile, in the outside world, in the live broadcast room, the Dragon Kingdom audience erupted in an uproar as Jack revealed his identity, with comments flooding in. What the hell? Jack, the chosen one from the Lighthouse Kingdom. He's actually locked in a coffin. Wow. When I saw the 3 of them suddenly disappear, I thought they were all dead. These ungrateful wolves. After all, it was Sister Yao who saved them just now, and now they want to let Jack out to deal with her. Truly seeking death. What are you afraid of? Yao Yao's Gatling gun is not to be taken lightly. Whoever dares to move will be shot. On the other hand, in the Lighthouse Kingdom's live broadcast room, the audience was already in a frenzy. It's Jack. Jack is still alive. Awesome. Quick, let Jack out. Let him take down that Dragon Kingdom woman and snatch her weapon. With Jack around, the Dragon Kingdom's chosen ones are surely doomed. Lighthouse Kingdom will win. In the ancestral hall at the village's east end, the chosen ones surrounding the coffin were still hesitating, while Bai Yao's Gatling gun was pointed directly ahead, and no one dared to act first. Just as the deadlock continued, a chilling death notification suddenly echoed in the minds of all the chosen ones, breaking the stalemate. The chosen one from Sakura Country, Ike Shuchi, has been killed by the chosen one from Dragon Country, Qingjia. All chosen ones from Sakura Country are dead. Sakura Country has been eliminated. Elimination penalty. The coffin ghost descends upon Sakura Country. This death notification stunned all the chosen ones. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Sakura Country has been eliminated. Where is Sakura Country from? They hadn't seen Sakura Country's figures for the past 2 days and thought they were trapped somewhere. The news of elimination came as a shock. Bai Yao's eyes flickered as she quickly grasped the key. It seemed inside the coffin with Qingjia was indeed Ike Shuchi. Qingjia had been assigned to the ancestral hall at the west end of the village, and it was highly likely that she encountered a situation involving a hidden person in the coffin, and the one locked up was Ike Shuchi. With Qingjie's strength, it was not surprising for her to deal with Ike Shuchi, and she even eliminated the entire Sakura Country, maintaining her usual high efficiency. With this thought, Bai Yao felt a bit more at ease. Jack in the coffin fell silent. Clearly he did not expect Qin Jia to resolve Shichi so quickly. But if that warrior is dead, so be it. He was unwilling to stay trapped inside, still shouting from within the coffin. You bunch of useless fools. What are you afraid of? She is by herself. Just wait until I get out. But if that warrior is dead, so be it. He was unwilling to stay trapped inside, still shouting from within the coffin. You bunch of useless fools. In the next second, an unexpected change occurred. From the direction of the falling sound, a thick cloud of white smoke suddenly erupted, rapidly spreading and engulfing most of the ancestral hall. The dense smoke made it difficult to breathe and visibility became extremely poor. Cough, cough, cough. What is this? My eyes. It's choking. The chosen ones began to cough, instinctively covering their mouths and noses with their hands, frantically dodging around. The already tense atmosphere grew even more chaotic due to the sudden smoke. Bai Yao held her breath, squinting her eyes, trying to see the surrounding situation through the smoke. But the smoke was too thick. She could only make out vague figures nearby, unable to discern direction or potential dangers. She could only tightly grip her golden Gatling gun, leaning against the wall, vigilantly listening to the sounds around her, ready to prevent anyone from taking the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Smoke bomb. An experienced chosen one instantly reacted, unable to suppress a cry of shock. This was clearly not something that would appear in Lucky Village. It must have been brought out from the Undying clan's ruins. Everyone be quiet. Bai Yao's voice cut through the chaotic coughing and shouting tinged with impatience. She hated such chaotic scenes where the situation was unclear, especially knowing that someone was trying to take advantage of it to open the coffin and release Jack. But among the disordered chosen ones, no one listened to her. Some were shoving each other in panic, while others were groping. The entire mortuary was thrown into complete chaos. Amidst the smoke, someone's heart stirred. Although the direction was unclear, they still moved toward the general location of the coffin. Without hesitation, Bai Yao pulled the trigger in the direction of the shadow. Da-da-da. The gunfire rang out through the smoke, golden bullets slicing through, aimed at the shadow. Since she couldn't see the person, she just shot toward the coffin. Anyone daring to approach, it was certainly no good. Help. Several piercing screams erupted instantaneously, even more ear-piercing than the previous wails of ghosts. Those chosen ones who had been sneaking toward the coffin happened to fall within the range of the bullets, instantly turning into Swiss cheese. Almost simultaneously, cold death notifications echoed in the minds of all the chosen ones. Kangaroo Country, Chosen One Brad has been killed by Dragon Country, Chosen One Bai Yao Cactus Country, Chosen One Carlos has been killed by Dragon Country, Chosen One Bai Yao Maple Leaf Country, Chosen One Jason has been killed by Dragon Country, Chosen One Bai Yao. 3 consecutive death notifications. It felt like 3 heavy hammers striking the hearts of the remaining chosen ones. Everyone fell silent in an instant, the coughing and shouting abruptly stopping. No one dared to move anymore. They finally realized that Bai Yao was truly willing to kill, and in such a chaotic situation, her Gatling gun was like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Anyone who moved would die. Bai Yao fired for a full half-minute, realizing that everyone had become too afraid to move. Only then did she release the trigger. The roar of the Gatling gradually ceased, and a thick smell of blood permeated the smoke, turning stomachs. Who still dares to touch the coffin? Bai Yao's voice was chillingly clear in the silent mortuary. The next to die will be him. Outside, in the live broadcast room. The moment the 3 death notifications sounded, the live broadcast rooms of Kangaroo Country, Cactus Country, and Maple Leaf Country erupted. The audience was filled with rage, the bullet comments overflowing with accusations. Damn, Bai Yao is a madwoman. She actually killed someone. This is too much. This is premeditated murder. Dragon Country must give us an explanation. Dragon Country has already provoked public outrage. The officials of these countries immediately spoke out, pressuring Dragon Country. It was clear. They were all in league with Lighthouse Country. Meanwhile, in Dragon Country's live broadcast room, the audience didn't care at all. They even felt a sense of satisfaction. Well done. These guys wanted to release Jack to deal with Sister Yao. They deserve to die. Pressure. If you have the guts, just come and fight. If you can't win, then stop whining. It's really embarrassing. Don't mind those idiots. The smoke hasn't dispersed yet. Will Sister Yao be in danger alone? The external quarrels grew louder, but the chaos in the mortuary continued. Although Bai Yao's gunfire had intimidated most, the smoke was too thick, and there were still some fish that slipped through the net. One of them was a female chosen one from Diving Nation, hiding beside the coffin. She had just narrowly avoided the bullet's onslaught. Taking advantage of the smoke still lingering and not yet being discovered, she suddenly lunged toward the coffin and forcefully lifted the lid. Creak. The sound of the coffin lid being lifted was distinctly clear. Not good. Bai Yao's heart sank, and she immediately shot toward the direction of the coffin again. But it was already too late. The moment the coffin lid was completely opened, a dark shadow suddenly burst out from inside, landing on the ground with a dull thud. In the smoke, a tall figure could be seen. It was Jack. As soon as he emerged, he began to cough violently, evidently having been trapped in the coffin for a long time. Finally, out. Jack hid for a moment, gasping for breath, while stretching his stiff limbs, his eyes filled with hostility. He had been trapped in the coffin for too long, and his pent-up rage was about to explode. At that moment, a notification sound rang in his mind. Congratulations, you have successfully escaped. After killing 5 chosen ones, you can lift the curse on you. If you fail to do so before the night watch ends, the curse will erupt. Jack was not surprised. This curse had appeared the moment he fell into the coffin. At that time, he had barely escaped from the pursuit of the paper-constructed ghost, only to end up falling into the coffin. Jack had thought he was going to die, but then he heard a voice outside the coffin talking to him. The other party said they were the village chief of Lucky Village, and informed him that once he entered this coffin, he would be cursed by the coffin ghost. If the curse was not lifted, he would become a vengeful spirit when it erupted. Jack had been trapped inside the coffin for so long. Finally, he had waited until today. The village chief instructed him to kill the chosen ones on night watch. At this moment, a sinister smile appeared at the corner of Jack's mouth. Kill 5 chosen ones. Easy. His gaze instantly locked onto Bai Yao not far away, filled with greed and murderous intent. Just as Jack was preparing to act, he suddenly sensed a figure appear behind him in an instant. Immediately after, a hand gently patted his shoulder. Although the force was not heavy, it rendered him immobile. Jack's body instantly froze. Then a familiar yet strange voice slowly echoed in his ear. Don't move. The hand resting on Jack's shoulder came from Bai Chen. He had been lurking in the shadows since Bai Yao entered the village's east funeral home. In fact, Bai Chen had not anticipated that Jack would be found inside the coffin. Previously, he had indeed tampered with the funeral attire. Although the 3 managed to evade the pursuit of the papercraft ghost, they were ultimately sent into the coffin of the coffin ghost. He initially thought that Jack and his group would be dealt with by the coffin ghost. Bai Chen was too lazy to take action himself. However, he never expected that the village chief of Jixiang village would actually make use of the situation. He directly relied on the coffin ghost to curse Jack and the others, making them one of the villagers. In fact, this curse did not necessarily require killing to be lifted. Bai Chen could also lift the curse by controlling the coffin ghost. It merely required them to pay a bit of national fortune for a trade. But now it seemed unnecessary. Since Jack intended to harm Bai Yao, there was nothing more to discuss. He must die today. What do you want? Jack's body tensed, his voice trembling. He had already figured it out. The person behind him was a national fortune merchant. Bai Chen did not reply immediately, but merely chuckled softly. He leaned closer to Jack's ear. In a voice only the two could hear, he slowly said, "You think I would let you harm my sister? What do you think I would do? Just be honest in your next life." Sister. Jack's pupils suddenly constricted. For a moment, he felt as if his brain was short-circuiting. Sister. Bai Yao is the sister of the national fortune merchant. He suddenly realized, his eyes filled with disbelief and terror. Before entering the national fortune survival game, Jack had specifically studied the chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom. He naturally had some understanding of Bai Yao. The information clearly stated that Bai Yao had an older brother named Bai Chen, who was an utterly ordinary person. An ordinary person? How could he suddenly transform into a national fortune merchant? However, after learning the true identity of the national fortune merchant, Jack suddenly realized that the previous assistance the merchant provided to the Dragon Kingdom and his bias towards Bai Yao all made sense. So that's how it is. Everything was not a coincidence. Because the national fortune merchant is Bai Yao's biological brother. Is it wrong to take care of his own sister in the national fortune survival game? It's not a problem. The problem is, how could an ordinary person possibly be a national fortune merchant? Previously, the outside world perceived the national fortune merchant as mysterious and powerful, possessing countless formidable weapons and tools. He could even easily interfere with the rules of the national fortune survival game. Such an existence. You tell me he is just an ordinary person in reality? Jack felt as if his worldview had collapsed. Bai Chen was too lazy to explain to him, nor was it possible to explain anything. He did it on purpose. Pure torment. I won't lay a hand on your sister again. Will you let me go? I will listen to you. Jack's face instantly turned pale. He knew he had truly kicked a hard wall this time. Not to mention killing Bai Yao to complete the curse, he might not even— Of course. Bai Chen's tone gradually turned cold. No. Jack was unwilling. Seeing that the national fortune merchant had no intention of letting him off, he suddenly took a deep breath, wanting to shout out. The news that the national fortune merchant is Bai Yao's brother was undoubtedly a bombshell. In the national fortune survival game, you can't do anything to him. Once out, couldn't all the countries unite to deal with you? After all, as long as the national fortune merchant exists, the national fortune survival will never be fair. For his own future, countries outside the Dragon Kingdom would definitely prioritize eliminating him. As long as this news is spread, even if he dies, he could drag the national fortune merchant down with him. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Jack's eyes. He wanted to make this news public. But just as he opened his mouth and had not yet made a sound, he heard Bai Chen snort. Bai Chen had long anticipated his thoughts. Since he dared to reveal his identity, he was not afraid of Jack exposing it. Just as Jack was about to speak, Bai Chen issued a concise and clear command in his mind to Jack. Self-destruct. Jack was currently under the curse of the coffin ghost. In some respects, he was already in the shape of the coffin ghost. Therefore, Bai Chen could control him. The next second, boom! A deafening explosion suddenly erupted in the funeral home, and the massive shockwave instantly spread out, blowing away a lot of the surrounding smoke. Jack did not even have time to let out a scream. His body exploded amidst the roar, flesh and bones splattering everywhere, staining the surrounding coffins and walls, creating a scene too horrific to behold. As the smoke dissipated, Bai Chen's figure also vanished. The violent explosion caused the entire funeral home to tremble slightly. Those chosen ones who dared not move were frightened and shivered, covering their ears, their faces filled with terror. Bai Yao was also startled by the sudden explosion, instinctively taking a step back, gripping the golden Gatling tightly in her hand. She looked towards the direction of the explosion, but could only see a scene of blood and gore, unable to discern what had just happened. At that moment, the cold death prompt echoed again. The chosen one of the Lighthouse Nation, Jack, has committed suicide. Suicide? Everyone was dumbfounded. No way. Dude. Is this a joke? Jack exploded, and you call that suicide? How did he eat a grenade? Outside, in the Lighthouse Nation's live broadcast room, the barrage was silent. After a long time, someone finally began to speak. Fuck. How could Jack possibly commit suicide? There's something wrong. There must be something wrong. Did you see just now? It seemed like Jack was talking to someone in the smoke. I saw it. Jack exploded right after talking to that person. It must be that damn National Fortune merchant. Damn it, Bai Yao escaped another calamity. When will she die? Forget it, I'm going to see Tom. He has also escaped from the coffin. Jack is such a waste, can't get anything done. The silence in the ancestral hall had not lasted half a minute. Suddenly a series of cries erupted, hoarse and piercing, imbued with a strong sense of eeriness. They were continuously calling out Jack's name. All the chosen ones turned pale at the sound. Bai Yao's heart sank. She was all too familiar with that voice. It was the wailing villagers she encountered on the first day entering Lucky Village. It's the wailing villagers. Bai Yao murmured to herself. Did Jack's death actually attract them? She instinctively tightened her grip on the golden Gatling gun and looked around. The wooden door of the ancestral hall was tightly shut, yet the cries seemed to penetrate through the door, drilling into the ears and chilling the heart. What should we do? It's the wailing villagers. Are they here because of Jack's death? A chosen one trembled, all over, his voice shaking. I don't know what their killing rules are, but it must be very dangerous. Where should we hide? Another person anxiously scanned the ancestral hall, looking for a place to take cover. At that moment, a soft sound of creak broke through the crowd's panic. Everyone turned towards the sound and saw that the middle coffin, the only one that had not been opened, was slowly lifting its lid by itself. Inside the coffin was a pitch-black void. It resembled a bottomless pit where nothing could be seen, only a chilling aura more intense than the surroundings emanated from within. How did the coffin open by itself? Meanwhile, the outside cries grew closer, as if they had reached the door of the ancestral hall, the mournful calls becoming increasingly distinct. One could even hear the villagers' shuffling footsteps. I can't take it anymore. A chosen one suddenly screamed. He had witnessed the wailing villagers killing before. Although he didn't know the specific rules, he knew it had something to do with sound. Staying outside would surely mean death. He glanced at the open black coffin, as if grasping at the last straw. Since we're all going to die anyway, why not take a gamble? With that, he gritted his teeth and dashed towards the middle coffin. Amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, he leaped into the dark coffin. In the next second, his figure vanished as if it had sunk into the sea, disappearing without a trace, leaving no sound behind. He disappeared. Can hiding in the coffin help? The chosen ones erupted into a commotion, a flicker of hope mingling with the fear on their faces. The cries outside were now just inches away, and no one hesitated any longer. I'm going to. Wait for me. The remaining chosen ones rushed towards the middle coffin, fearing there would be no space left if they delayed. One by one, they jumped into the coffin, all of their figures instantly disappearing, leaving only the last chosen one from the Eagle Sauce Nation. Bai Yao hesitated for a moment, taking a step forward to observe the situation inside the coffin. At that moment, a mocking laugh from a chosen one suddenly broke through. Bai Yao just die outside. The chosen one greedily stared at the golden Gatling gun in Bai Yao's hands, as if already envisioning himself possessing it. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. Once you're dead, your weapon will be mine. With that, he jumped into the coffin. Then, shockingly, he pushed the coffin lid back down. Bang! The coffin lid closed once more, sealing the Bai Yao. She stood there blinking in surprise, showing no signs of panic. Instead, she shrugged and examined. Seriously, who wants to compete with you for a spot in the coffin? She muttered softly, feeling a bit speechless. She had never intended to go in as she merely wanted to take a look inside the coffin. Was this person really going to close the door on her? It was utterly baffling. Ridiculous. Just then a loud crash echoed as the wooden door of the ancestral hall was violently slammed. In the next moment, the piercing cries instantly filled the entire ancestral hall. Bai Yao's nerves tensed as she was about to raise her golden Gatling gun. Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming sense of dizziness, her head heavy, as if countless needles were stabbing at her temples. But then the ghostly shroud on her body suddenly radiated a red glow. The fabric, which had been restored after a night, was now stained red once more. That chilling sensation and dizziness vanished without a trace. The ghostly shroud was still exerting its power. Once again it blocked the killing rules. Bai Yao touched the shroud, coming to a realization. It seemed the villagers' killing rules were indeed related to sound. It should be that exceeding a certain decibel level of crying would trigger the killing rules. Luckily, the ghostly shroud was present to protect her. With that, Bai Yao felt free of worry, raising her golden Gatling gun and walking towards the door. Crying, it's so annoying. They'll take you all down today. And by the way, you'll get my flamethrower back too. Just as she was about to reach the door and pull the trigger, the cries outside suddenly ceased. Then a chaotic cacophony of ghostly wails and pleas for mercy flooded in. Stop hitting us. We won't cry anymore. We'll leave right away. We won't come back. The voices faded further away, disappearing into the night. Bai Yao stood frozen for a few seconds, cautiously peeking out. Yet the entrance of the ancestral hall was completely empty. No wailing villagers. There wasn't even a ghostly shadow to be seen. Bai Yao. She was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend. They just left. Strange. Bai Yao frowned, filled with doubts. She could sense that the villagers were not pretending to leave. They were truly frightened and had run away as if something was driving them off. What she did not know was that in the darkness outside the ancestral hall, Bai Chen stood there. This group of dead villagers had been harassing his sister since the first day they entered the village. Bai Chen had endured them for a long time. Outside in the Longwell live broadcast room. What happened to that big group of villagers? I ask you, where did they go? No need to guess, it must be that the adoptive father intervened. Commander Qin is still inside the coffin. How so infuriating. How dare they lock Sister Yao outside? They are already seeking death. Our Sister Yao is just too good-natured. What? What did you say? Did you say Bai Yao is too good-natured? Do you want to see what she's pulling out now? Inside the ancestral hall, Bai Yao withdrew her gaze and turned to look at the coffin that had been shut once again. Thinking of the previous mockery from the Eagle Sauce Nation, chosen one, she suddenly felt a bit aggrieved. How dare they lock me out and try to kill me? My brother wouldn't dare treat me like this. She then pouted. Since you like lying in coffins so much, then let you lie down forever.